Review school records. In college, I spent most of my time realizing how worthless human conscience could be. Due to excessive part-time work, I had to prioritize and focus. I chose group projects, thinking that no one should be disadvantaged because of me, but in 4 years, none of my group mates ever chose to actually do the work. And what about the military? Even in a place where everyone was supposed to share the burden, there was subtle shirking of responsibilities. I thought I finally escaped group life, but then I ended up at the Hampyeong industry. A team leader who stole my achievements for promotion, a dysfunctional organization, Manager Nam who handed me a paper cup while saying, "Kids these days have it so easy," as I bailed water from a sinking ship with a bucket. And today, I was about to meet new group mates. Swallowing hard, I headed to the third room as directed. Get it together, Kim Yiwol. You're no stranger to lousy group projects. Don't kid yourself into thinking you can have a decent, collaborative experience now. Tears welled up deep inside my heart. When I opened the door, gasps, it's Yiwol Kim. Hello, it was Berrien. All 3 of them. After the warm greetings, the Berrien members froze awkwardly. Damn it, am I in charge of the socially adept MC role again? That would just fuel rumors that I was desperate for screen time. It couldn't be helped. They were much younger than me, so I'd hold back. Sunbainums, did you hope for a different group and end up stuck with me instead? That's not it. I really wanted to perform with Spark members at least once. Whether this answer was sincere or not didn't matter. The important thing was to avoid any awkward silences. And Yiwol Kim, you don't have to be so formal. Yeo Songkan, one of Berrien's vocalists and also the center, even encouraged me to speak casually. When I pointed out that I shouldn't speak that way to a senior, Berrien retorted, "Isn't Korea all about respecting elders?" In the end, we agreed to drop the formalities. I've always wanted to perform on stage with you, Hyung. What are the odds? With me? When I asked back, Yeo Songkan nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, when I heard the vocalist was going to be involved, I thought it'd be Songbin Kim or Juan Kim, and I was worried it would be tough. Songkan, shut up. Another Berrien member desperately tried to stop the overly excited Yeo Songkan. It seemed Berrien hadn't fully mastered the art of keeping their mouths shut. Watching Berrien nervously try to gauge my mood, I grinned. Songbin and Juwoo are secret weapons, so I'm keeping them hidden. Wow, Hyung, you have it all planned out. Even if I had a plan, things inevitably went sideways. From then on, there wasn't much to do. Today's filming was just about the assigned units getting acquainted and chatting. I wonder who Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun got paired up with. As I listened to Berrien's compliments, this part of Spark's performance was awesome. I quietly worried about my teammates' luck with their group assignments. 126. Chapter 126. Field Assignment 2. Who did you say you're teamed up with? Back in the van, I asked again, still doubtful of what I'd just heard. Choi Ji-ho replied indifferently. All over Sunbeam. You? Of all the groups, he ended up with the worst. Since Berrien was my partner, they were off the list. That left 4 groups. So how did he manage to get stuck with all over, of all people? What's wrong with all over Sunbainums? Are they close to par the Sunbainums? Lee Chong-hyun, sitting in the front seat, turned around and asked. But I couldn't answer him. I couldn't tell a high schooler. Yeah, they're going to jail in a few years, so I was trying to avoid them. As an adult, I wanted to show the budding sprout only a bright future and a hopeful world, but it was not easy. At least it's better than letting this budding sprout team up with all over. Lee Chong-hyun ended up in a team with Log. That group sent 2 members, and since Chong-hyun was the youngest among them, it seemed they took good care of him. If it's a relationship that isn't meant to be good anyway, maybe it's better for the person. With 0 social skills to go. With that optimistic thought, I felt a bit more at ease. I decided to give Choi Ji-ho some words of encouragement. Feel free to cause a scene if you want. If you don't like something, say it. Speak your mind. Just don't use swear words. Got it. Didn't you tell me to erase the word "I don't like it" from my vocabulary? Who said you could skip practice or act uncooperative? Do everything you're supposed to, but also speak your mind. As soon as we arrived at the dorm, I split the production budget we received from the IDC in half and put the money into 2 envelopes. I wrote Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun's names on each envelope and handed them over. They looked at me with a face that clearly asked why I was giving them this. You need money to avoid being looked down on, no matter where you go. Each of you, take 1. What about you, Hyung? How much money could I possibly need for a vocal performance? Still, this doesn't feel right. Choi Jiho opened the envelope and stuck his fingers inside. I grabbed his hand before he could pull out the bills. I'm not just giving this to you. Keep your head on straight and make sure the stage isn't an embarrassment. What did I tell you to do when you receive money? Deliver results that match what you received. Lee Chong-hyun mumbled like a vending machine that had its button pressed. Anyway, if you don't get good airtime, forget the money. You won't be leaving the underground practice room. Neat semi-casual attire. Check. A backpack that stayed perfectly square even with a laptop and planner inside. Check. 2 boxes of Vitas 600, costing less than 30,000 won. Check. My preparations to visit Barian's agency were flawless. It was my first field assignment, so I couldn't help feeling nervous. Well, what's with the drinks? I heard it's impolite to go to someone's place empty-handed. Yeah, that's true. Although a bit perplexed, the manager drove me to Barian's agency. After some discussion during the last shoot, we agreed to prepare for the 3rd competition round at Barian's agency, Green Line. We could have come to UA instead. Thanks, but we'll decline. UA only has 1 large practice room. Oh, I see. And so it was decided. By now, Choi Jiho and Lee Chong-hyun were probably relying on someone else's agency too. I gave 1 box of drinks to the security guard at the agency entrance. I mentioned that I'd be coming and going for a while and asked them to take good care of me. There was a saying that old is gold, but Green Line seemed better than UA. UA's security was, well, let's just say it was a miracle we hadn't been robbed yet. Lost in thought, I followed the staff member's guidance to the practice room, where the Barian members all got up as I entered. Hyung, welcome. HN, this is a little bribe for your cooperation during the competition preparations. You didn't have to bring something like this. Barian greeted me boisterously. Thankfully, they didn't give me the side eye for trying to smooth things over with just a box of drinks. We each agreed to think of songs we'd like to try, right? What did you guys pick? At my question, the members of Barian shared their ideas one by one. Unfortunately, none of them felt like the perfect fit. Judging by their reactions, they seemed to think the same, and an awkward silence followed. Before I tell you about the song I brought, I listened to the cover songs you guys uploaded on MeTube. Whoa, you listened to all of them? Yeo Song-kan was greatly surprised. There weren't that many songs to begin with. Compared to the amount of Spark's self-produced content, listening to those songs was nothing. After asking them to point out any inaccuracies in my observations, I gave a brief summary of Barian's vocal characteristics and preferences that I'd noted. First, Cha Se-han, Barian's main vocal. Although Barian, being a modern group, didn't have strictly defined positions, Cha Se-han was clearly the most skilled vocalist. He had a wide vocal range, but the songs Barian had released so far didn't really showcase his abilities, as their melodies tended to stay within the same range. Perhaps because of this, he tended to cover songs with dramatic progressions. Next, Yeo Song-kan, who reminded me of someone particularly sociable. His clear and powerful voice was his strength. His vocalization was solid, making him the most stable of the 3. His style, however, felt slightly different from his personality. He struggled with emotional ballads, but excelled at belting out the kind of high notes that were popular in the heyday of K-pop. Lastly, the leader, Moon Yeonju, was the group's technique specialist. He was responsible for 80% of the ad-libs in Barian's performances. While his vocal power wasn't particularly strong, his ability to hit precise notes even in falsetto stood out. Looking at it this way, the combination wasn't bad, but Barian wasn't a particularly outstanding vocal group. This wasn't unique to Barian. The idol scene as a whole was seeing fewer superhuman-level vocalists. As agencies leaned more towards strong fandoms and easy listening appeals to compensate for dwindling mainstream popularity, many agencies settled for mediocrity. Thanks to this, Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo were seen as near-mythical visual main vocals rarer than ginseng, and their skills were beyond reproach. In any case, the bottom line was that we couldn't expect the electrifying high notes that Spark was known for. So, before heading to Green Line today, I racked my brain for the perfect solution. I'd never been more desperate for Jong Songbin's help, but in the end, I found it. A secret weapon of a song that would allow Cha Se-han to show off his amazing high notes, Yeo Song-kan to flaunt his vocal power, and Moon Yeonju to showcase in ad-libs. Hey, how about this song? I played the opening video of an old anime on my laptop. Then let's divide the parts like this. I'd like to work on the harmonies as well. Is everyone free after this? Kim Yiwol asked. There was an irresistible force in his gentle suggestion. Is it because he's older? Since most of Baryon members were the same age, distinguishing by seniority was meaningless. Moreover, it had been a while since Moon Yeonju, the leader, had experienced being led by someone. Moon Yeonju vividly remembered the first time he saw Spark's performance. No, not just him. Baryon as a whole could recall it clearly. Compared to their peers who debuted around the same time, Spark displayed overwhelming skill. They had it all: stunning visuals, outstanding physicality, and high-quality stages. They must have put their everything into this. That was the impression their debut left. No rookie performs their debut stage half-heartedly. But not every idol performs every stage as if their life depended on it. While most rookies aim to give their best effort, Spark felt different. A group that gave their all to create the best performance. Spark embodied that ideal. There had been some noise during the early episodes of IDC, but even so, Moon Yeonju had wanted to at least greet Spark. Contrary to the controversy about their supposed rudeness towards other idols, everyone in Spark was kind. It felt unfair that a group like that might be undervalued due to unfounded rumors. But Moon Yeonju's worries were unfounded. Spark performed exceptionally well on every stage and never lost first place in the audience voting. They made it impossible to look away from their performances, left you eagerly anticipating the broadcast days, and had you rewatching the stage videos once the show ended. If it happened once or twice, it could be a coincidence, but Spark proved in the second competition that it was no fluke, it was pure skill. As proof of this, Moon Yeonju himself was also waiting for the day Spark's second performance would be broadcast. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, what made Spark's performances so special? As the leader of his group, Moon Yeonju had to consider these things. They probably wouldn't answer if he asked, but he hoped to at least learn by observing them during the show. Then, by a stroke of luck, he got the chance to participate in the stage planning process with Kim Yiwol, Spark's producing member, right by his side. On the first meeting day, Moon Yeonju realized just how much the group had been operating on autopilot. Most people choose songs they knew would allow them to shine. When given the opportunity to create a stage, they would suggest concepts they wanted to try and find common ground through adjustments. But Kim Yiwol was different. He thoroughly assessed the capabilities of the people he worked with and tried his best to understand what kind of songs they wanted to sing. Contrary to his cold, almost intimidating appearance, Kim Yiwol's demeanor was mild and composed. Kim Yiwol had a way of explaining their intentions clearly and gently persuading people. When everyone talked about creating a great stage, Kim Yiwol seemed like someone who already had the perfect stage fully visualized in their mind. This was evident in how, just by listening to him, you could imagine what the stage would look like. Amazing. Moon Yeonju admired him inwardly. At the same time, he felt happy. He had a feeling that this stage would be an opportunity for him and his colleagues to grow further. However, the joy was short-lived. Then, shall we wrap up with the harmonies for now and call it a day? To meet Kim Yiwol's vision for the ideal stage, an overwhelming amount of intense practice awaited Moon Yeonju. 127. Chapter 127. Praising my teammates. I'm back. Huh? Hyung, you're back early? Park Ju-woo, who was stretching in the living room, approached me as I walked in. He even took my backpack and kindly carried it to my room. They said they had to clean the air conditioner on the Green Line, so the building had to be emptied. That's why we finished early. If it had been for any other reason, I would have stubbornly stayed, but I couldn't argue with air conditioner maintenance. A poorly maintained air conditioner was no different from trash. When the refrigerant ran out, the breeze got lukewarm. If the drain pipes wore out, water leaked. The remote always needed new batteries, and if mold grew inside, it smelled awful. I still vividly remember the time water poured out of the ceiling like a waterfall, and I had to wash my hair in the mop sink. At that time, it felt less like an office and more like a water park. To the executives of the Hampyeong industry, who didn't bother fixing the air conditioner even after all that, I sincerely hope you all overheat this summer. Lost in damp memories, Kong Keon poked his head out from the kitchen. Welcome back. Have you eaten? Not yet. How about you guys? We had chicken breast. Want me to heat one for you? No, I'll do it. At my reply, Kong Keon just nodded and disappeared back into the kitchen. But something was strange. Just now, Kong Keon came out of the kitchen, but... Keon. Yes. Did you grow taller? My eyes didn't seem to lower as much as usual. Me? Kong Keon pointed at himself with his finger. He seemed a bit flustered, but who cared about that? If he really grew taller, do you know how great that is? Guys, someone bring me a measuring tape. Hyung, maybe you just imagined it. No way. Do you have any idea how many group shots of spark I've retouched? My eyes are basically insole detectors, you punk. At my outburst, Jong Song-bin hurriedly fetched a tape measure. How do we measure this? Should we mark Keon's height on the wall first? This place is a rental. Don't mark it with a pen, stick a sticky note instead. Then, this time, Lee Chong-hyun brought a rainbow-colored sticky note from the stationery box he had made in one corner of the dorm living room. Why are we doing this in the middle of the night? Can't you just measure it tomorrow at the company? Do you even understand how much I've staked on your height? I grumbled as I positioned the complaining Kong Keon against the wall. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lee Chong-hyun carefully placed the sticky note where the top of Kong Keon's head touched. While Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo worked together to stretch the measuring tape, I prayed to the entire universe. Please, I beg you, let this kid's height grow. I had really worked hard. I made him take gym classes, made him eat protein, carbs, and fat with calcium, and made him go to bed early. Though it wasn't with my own money. What did the sparklers do to deserve having to cut their SNS headers diagonally? Because of him? And what did Kong Keon, whose upper body kept getting cropped up and repositioned higher, ever do wrong? I was already stressed about how long I'd been freeloading in this group. If I couldn't even help him grow a bit taller, I'd be too ashamed to live. If you could just get him over 175 centimeters, I'd be so grateful. I'll make him drink milk 5 times a day, I promise. God, Buddha, Grandfather Dangon, one, please. Whoa, Kong Keon, you're 176. And so, with that single sentence from Lee Chong-hyun, my desperate prayers were answered. The next day, Kong Keon's height was officially confirmed as 176 centimeters by the height measuring machine. And while Kong Keon himself remained indifferent, I bragged about his growth spurt to everyone on the fan CAF and through Masager. Are you that happy about Kong Keon growing taller? Choi Jiho, who had been observing me reveling in my joy, spoke up. Of course, if Keon hadn't minded, I would have even given him leg massages. While work could usually be done according to plan, things like height were a matter of luck. It was something that might not yield results no matter how much effort you put in, so it was only natural to feel proud when that effort paid off. There was still time before Kong Keon's growth plates closed. Although I couldn't repay him with my dance skill, I intended to repay the favor by helping him grow taller. It would be nice if he grew to exactly 180 centimeters. In a year or two, Jong Song-bin and Lee Chong-hyun would naturally surpass 180 centimeters. If Kong Keon joined them, Spark would be able to claim the title of a group where everyone was over 180 centimeters tall. A tall group, doesn't that sound nice? With visuals being so competitive, wouldn't it be nice to push forward with physicality? Lost in thought, I was about to write down 5 cartons of low-fat milk on the grocery list when I felt a nagging feeling. Choi Jiho didn't seem to be in a good mood. That bastard was rarely in a good mood, but it was rare for him to show obvious dissatisfaction. This wasn't the case of tallest guy in the team feeling threatened just because the magne grew a little, right? How's the competition preparation going? Is it going well? Choi Jiho, who had been lying on the bed, flinched. After hesitating for a moment, he sat up against the headboard and looked at me. Hey, what? Do you think our members are particularly accommodating to others? There he goes again, cutting to the chase with no context. What am I, a psychic? How am I supposed to know the whole story just from that alone? Still, I had a rough idea. He must be having a hard time with all over. But I couldn't be his interpreter forever, so I decided to play dumb until he spoke properly. Obviously, our kids are kind. Huh, what's wrong? Did something happen? Choi Jiho ruffled his hair. For F***'s sake, how can someone call themselves a dancer and not even keep up with choreography? Maybe they're just slow learners? They might be able to do it well once they learn. It's different. That wasn't the movement of someone who knows how to use their body. Apparently, experienced people could tell such things at a glance. I, who knew nothing about body movement, chose to listen quietly. They don't contribute ideas, and when they do, they whine about it being too difficult. What's the point of meetings and practice then? True. Sounds like you couldn't make much progress. It felt like it would take those guys a million years just to memorize the choreography, so I made everything except the main dance break myself. Must have been tough. So, the group practice starts tomorrow. They want to do individual practice for 3 days. What the hell? Don't they need to see the bigger picture before making the dance break? It's not like we're doing separate stages, so what's the point of memorizing it individually? For F***C case sake. And what kind of choreography takes 3 days to learn? Choi Ji-ho yelled in frustration. Then he buried his face in the pillow. Why are you like this? Mr. Choi Ji-ho, you didn't think group practice was that important once upon a time either. That was a long time ago. He let out a deep sigh, his shoulders rising and falling. Noticeably as he lay on the bed opposite me. You miss practicing with Spark, don't you? At my question, his back stiffened. When he finally sat up, his face was bright red from being pressed against the pillow. Good grief, did he squish his nose? You're banned from sleeping face down from now on. Hey, use fair comparison. They say you never appreciate what you have until it's gone. His indignation made me chuckle a little. But in truth, this was a lesson I intended for him. Choi Ji-ho might have earned the title Center Emperor, the best center, but a team didn't succeed solely on one person's talent. The reason Choi Ji-ho had been able to shine until now was because the surrounding members had sufficiently supported him. Kang Keon transformed Spark's stage into a group performance rather than a Choi Ji-ho solo showcase, while Jong Song-bin and the other members balanced the dynamic around him. In the past, this didn't always come together seamlessly, and there were times when their performances felt disorganized. But not anymore. Now, Spark looked like a team where everyone excelled, and within that harmony, Choi Ji-ho soared. I figured it was something he needed to realize for himself. He needed to appreciate the value of his members so he didn't get any funny ideas about leaving the group to find himself and debuting solo or something. Isn't it basic to ask for help if you can't do something? I don't understand why they try to change the choreography right away when things get a little complicated. Guess it was too hard for them. Then what? Are they just going to stick to basics their whole lives? Back in the day, Jong Song-bin kept practicing even while crying. Yeah, okay, boomer. At this point, Choi Ji-ho was almost completely losing it. It was unfortunate that he had bad luck with his team, but it seemed he was learning the lessons I hoped he would. After fuming for a while, Choi Ji-ho looked at me and asked, "You said it before, right? If I don't like something, I can do what I want. When did I ever say that? I told you to do what needs to be done first, then say whatever you want." Choi Ji-ho frowned at my words. He thought about something quietly, then opened his mouth again. Is the result of this stage important? The result doesn't matter, but doing well does. I know. You said as long as I do well and the fans are happy, that's enough. He remembered what I said before IDC started quite well. If the ranking isn't important and the broadcast image isn't important either, I'll do what I want. What? I'm saying I'll do what I want. I'm annoyed with what they're doing, so I'll say everything I want to say, except for swear words, and I'll progress at my own damn pace. I silently stared at him. He looked at me, then briefly added, I'll make sure to do my part well. No further response was needed. I simply smirked, told him to do as he wished, and left the room. During the continuous practice period, I sang to my heart's content. First, having Park Ju-woo take over the morning duties gave me some free time. Jong Song-bin took charge of checking the refrigerator. The two of them worked so well together that all I had to do was enjoy the salads and chicken breasts they prepared for me. At Green Line, I would start by greeting the security guard, who always greeted me warmly, saying how polite and friendly I was, and then focus on practicing with the members of Berrien. But, Hyung, want some of this? Our manager brought it back from Thailand. Hyung, what's your phone number? I just realized we never exchanged numbers when we first met. Hyung, how does Spark do their brainstorming sessions? These guys, when did they get so cozy with me? 1. In Korean mythology, Dangun was the grandson of the gods and the founder of Gojoseon, who set up the capital at Asadao. Legends say that around 4,340 years ago, Joseon was the name of the country that became Korea. So Dangun is believed to be an ancestor of the Korean nation. There was also a kingdom called Joseon later in Korean history, so Dangun's kingdom is called Go, meaning ancient, Joseon. 128. Chapter 128, The Third Competition 1. Compared to Choi Ji-ho, who was struggling with. All over, my practice life at Green Line was like paradise. No one gave me judgmental looks for being from a different agency. Thanks to that, I could focus solely on practice. Still, it didn't sit right with me to just keep receiving their kindness without giving anything back, so I made an effort to uphold basic etiquette within my capabilities. First, since the company was going out of its way to accommodate me, I made sure to express my gratitude sincerely. Second, as much as Berrien respected the opinion of an outsider like me, I treated them as colleagues. I resolved to abide by these two principles during my time under Green Line's care. And keeping those two resolutions wasn't particularly difficult. It was only natural for people to show appreciation for what they received and want to maintain good relationships. What's this? A heat pack? Yeah, I bought it to use at the dorm, but Hirang, was it? His knee didn't seem to be in great condition. This one's unopened, so if he needs it, he can use it. Armagne said this brand is the best, so I shared any extra items I had. While choosing songs, I picked out a few that I thought would suit you guys. Do you need them? Songs that would suit us? I listed them while picking competition songs, but ultimately excluded them because they didn't fit the overall concept. But I think they'd work well for individuals. I handed over songs that didn't make the cut. It was not much of a gesture, really, since it was just work leftovers. Oh, and I bought them a first aid kit since they didn't have one at their dorm. I didn't want to see a bunch of kids living together without basic medical supplies. Since Berrien had a foreign member, I wrote headache, stomachache, cough, and chills in huge letters on sticky notes in English. That was all I did, nothing extraordinary, and yet. Hyung, are you heading straight back to the dorm? If you have time, go see Hirang. He really wanted to say thank you in person. Why not just stay for breakfast? There's a really good gukbap restaurant in this neighborhood. Kongnamul gukbap is healthy, right? Yeah. Hyung, have breakfast with us. While we're waiting for the delivery, could you teach us how you pick songs? Now, with the third competition round looming, these guys weren't just getting chummy with me. They seemed determined to introduce me to the rest of the group. Were they not tired after practicing all night? Their stamina was incredible. And what? Eat breakfast with them? While the gukbap was tempting, I was not shameless enough to get breakfast at another agency. Besides, I had to go back to the dorm as soon as practice was over. The Spark members were waiting for me. I can teach you how I choose songs, but I'll pass on breakfast. It's not proper for an outsider to linger at another company. I'm sure there'll be another chance to greet Hirang. I politely declined and quickly packed my bag. The three of them simultaneously looked crestfallen. At this point, shouldn't Green Line consider assigning an older member to Berrien? The kids seemed to need a guiding hand. Sighing, I took out 3 powdered sticks from the front pocket of my bag. It was unsweetened pear and bellflower root tea powder that I often made for the Spark members. I handed the tea sticks to Moon Yeonju and said, "Make a cup of this each once you get back to the dorm and go straight to sleep. The competition isn't far off, so just hang in there a little longer." Moon Yeonju looked touched by my words. "You don't have to be so touched, Mr. Moon Yeonju. It's just that our team's center basically warned me he'd wreck the stage in the worst way possible, so I figured I needed to do my best too." After all the twists and turns, the day of the third competition finally dawned. Thanks to everyone either resting as needed or doing whatever they wanted, the Spark members looked impeccable. Except for me, of course. "Hyung, are the Berrien Sunbanims overworking you?" Jong Song-bin asked seriously, noticing my dark circles. As soon as I stepped into the salon, I got thoroughly scolded. Today, I was, for once, halfway free from the costume concept planning. Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun would wear clothes matched to their respective units, and I'd wear the outfit coordinated with Berrien. With a lighter workload, I focused my efforts on dressing Jong Song-bin, Park Ju-woo, and Kang Ki-an. Beautiful Seon-by style hanbok, traditional Korean scholar attire, that matched IDC's theme while looking stunning. For Park Ju-woo, to highlight his aloof puppy vibe, I dressed him in a light sky blue hanbok reminiscent of a white puppy. For extra cuteness, I stamped paw print patterns on the sleeves and coat hems. I considered putting Jong Song-bin in a Ganryongpo 1, since he was our team leader, but if I did that, it would obviously lead to controversy about favoring a specific member, and I'd have to do another explanatory broadcast. So I opted for a light pink hanbok instead. and I tried to add pink blush to emphasize his warm and gentle visual appeal, at least by Spark standards. Why does he look like a young noble trying rice wine for the first time and getting drunk? So I returned him to his usual polished Sionbai style. It was my mistake to try emphasizing a tender side with this group. Lastly, I put Kong Keon in a light yellow hanbok. While purple would suit his image well, and he had worn a lot of dark-toned clothes so far. Considering the demand for Kong Keon's magne moments, I went with a special side story, kindergarten class Keon concept this time. He didn't know this, of course. Hyung, don't we need to wear a gat too? Why would you wear a gat? It'll cast shadows on your face. The gats would be used for shadow-enhancing season's greetings shoots. They were absolutely not allowed for indoor filming like IDC. Once I dressed them in pastel tones and had them sit side by side on the sofa, they looked like a stack of rainbow rice cakes. It was delightful. I also made sure to pin the Eosa flower badge they received from the previous competition onto their chests. Much greater than a Chuziak self-content video without hanbok. Life truly is tough. If we keep holding out, they'll wear it someday. There were so many outfits Sparkler fans once fervently wished for. Until my voluntary leave, I dressed them up as much as possible. Hang in there, Spark, until you've worn everything. While the three non-participants looked adorably dressed and ready to watch, the three competing members embodied truly distinct styles. I was dressed like a classic adventure, in line with the main storyline of the anime about a protagonist embarking on a journey. I had worn ties, but it was my first time wearing a scarf, so it felt unfamiliar. I asked if it looked too much like a Boy Scout, but the stylist, as always, just complimented me, saying it suited me well. Since I was also in charge of the intro this time, I had to take care of the props too. When I was with Spark, Jong Songbin usually took care of things like this. No wonder fans were so obsessed with the intro fairy. Lee Chonghyun looked every bit the dark, menacing watchdog. I didn't know what kind of stage he had prepared with Log, but not only were his top and bottom all black, but he also had various black harnesses and leg holsters. He even wore red-colored contacts today. They should give this guy a lens commercial. What are you guys, assassins? If this already shocks you, you're in trouble. Then Chonghyun casually waved something in his hand. Is that a muzzle? Dangling in his hand was a leather strap muzzle, the kind you'd expect on a large dog. You little punk, I specifically told you not to cover your face. I know. I'll take it off after the first verse. If you're going to take it off, flip it up, not down. Don't hurt your nose. There goes his chances of pulling off a refreshing vibe. That bastard would probably have said, yes, even if I'd given him a cyborg warrior concept. As shocking as Chonghyun's look was, Choi Jiho's was even more over the top. His hair, styled with wax to look rebellious, was intimidating enough on its own, but he showed off his toned muscles with a deep blue cropped jacket, wearing only a see-through top underneath. Was it even appropriate to expose teenagers to such provocative visuals? Did you change your hair color? Did you even have time for that? Spray. Choi Jiho's hair shimmered with a subtle purplish blue under the fluorescent lights. Once he went up on the dark stage, the color would only show up when the spotlight hit him. Not a bad choice. Looking at these two, it felt like I was the only one embodying the peaceful protagonist of a healing exploration game. Rap and dance were truly terrifying realms. Just in case there wasn't enough IDC action footage, we excitedly discussed as a group which unit we were looking forward to. After about 30 minutes of chatting, the curtain rose on the third competition. The first position battle started with the rap position. Sticky and Barian's combination was quite good. Both groups seemed to have decided to capitalize on their strengths of brightness and cheerfulness, choosing a singing rap song that expressed a man newly in love. Although it had a slow tempo, the back-and-forth exchanges were sharp, and the simple concept made it easy for the audience to enjoy. The audience reaction was also positive, thanks to their choice of a more mainstream and accessible song compared to typical hip-hop. Many people in the crowd were even singing along to the rap lyrics. Barian may be hit or miss, but their planning is undeniably solid. Just as Spark consistently pushed its youthful theme, Sticky's commitment to their lovely, romantic concept also stood out for its steadfastness. Next up were Partha and All Over, and they were powerful. From their visuals alone, they left a strong impression with their gothic style, outfits, and intentionally heavy makeup. But that wasn't all. The chemistry between the members, who had been acquainted since their trainee days, was evident on stage. Their choice of emo rap to blend Pard's mythical image with All Over's dark and intense feel was also spot on. The previous performance was decent by IDC standards, but the following performance was visually and sonically much more impressive. Well, what can you do but blame the matchup luck? If a stage like that had been performed in the second round, both Sticky and Berrien would have scored better back then. And Parla wasn't going to stay at the bottom forever. Sure enough, after placing second in the previous round, their determination was clearly visible this time. Excellent. This was what made it enjoyable for the viewers. A successful program meant more recognition for Spark, too. I enjoyed watching the performance, but I suddenly thought of this team's Magne, who must be backstage right now. Lee Chonghyun. I wonder if he'll do well. 1. Ganryongpo equals Ganryongpo is a general term for clothes with dragon patterns worn by monarchs. 2. Get equals traditional Korean hat. 129. Chapter 129, third competition, 2. Lee Chonghyun's rap style was typical K-pop. No profanity, no harsh or jarring sounds, just a brief punch in and out during a song's interlude. Rather than standing out aggressively, he focused on blending naturally with the music. At least, the Lee Chonghyun I knew had never rapped in any other style. He didn't release mixtapes like other idol rappers, nor did he experiment with new styles. So, Lee Chonghyun rapping in an all-black slim-fit jumpsuit with a harness and a muzzle? Honestly, I couldn't picture it. I was more worried that he might end up doing something unappealing as an idol. Did I not pay enough attention, thinking he's good at everything? I couldn't drag him off the stage now that he was already up there. My unease grew deeper. Lee Chonghyun's words, promising to tear up the stage, echoed in my ears like a last will and testament. Mercilessly, the performance began, leaving me in my anxious state. Red smoke billowed from the pitch-black LED screen. From the front of the stage, Lee Chonghyun crawled out across the floor, his crimson eyes glinting as he lifted his head. Can you hear? The sound of my barking. Bow wow wow. The moment I heard that line, I realized the concept of this performance. Cerberus, the three-headed watchdog guarding the gates of hell ruled by Hades. Did he really choose Cerberus, the three-headed dog, because there are three of them? I couldn't tell if this was overly simple or brilliantly intuitive. Either way, this wasn't tearing up the stage, it was barking on it. I only aim for one. They say I'm a badass. What can I do? I was born this way. Compared to the impact of the external performance, the lyrics, while manic, seemed like typical rap. Give up and turn around. Escape? Screw that. This is how this game works. Okay, maybe it was a bit more intense than I thought. If they had given this part to the underage Lee Chonghyun, I'd have stormed the stage, thrown myself in the middle, and caused a scene, broadcast or not. Then, he'd probably yell at me to get out of his way and finish the stage anyway. Fortunately, no such disaster unfolded. The bigger problem was that the overlapping concept, those simple yet direct lyrics, pointed strangely at one specific target. Of all myths, why choose a creature from Greek mythology, singing about hunting down just one enemy? Anyone could see this was a direct jab at Pard's team. Furthermore, targeting only one team when there were two opponents? It could be interpreted as completely disregarding the other team. A perfect hitting two birds with one stone was unfolding before my eyes. Is this the world of rap? Is this what competition means? Thrown into the unfamiliar realm of hip-hop, I was at a loss. Leaving me in chaos, Lee Chonghyun threw off his muzzle. Stop barking nonsense and speak with your mouth. Only I can truly bark. This dog's howl is mine alone. Don't covet the stage. Only I can tear it up. Wowed everyone. Rapid and clear rap poured from the speakers on the wall. As the room froze in shock at Lee Chonghyun's unexpected transformation, cheers erupted from the waiting rooms on either side. Someone in the next waiting room kept shouting, "He's killing it." It seemed Lee Chonghyun did tear something up. Not the stage, but a sack of chili peppers. My ears were burning. For the first time since becoming an idol, I dreaded monitoring the performance. How was I? I thought you were a native of the underworld. Yes. Lee Chonghyun was deeply moved by my words. You were really cool, Chonghyun. I was so surprised. Jang Songbin also praised him with a smile. That was how you should give compliments. I should learn from that. Perhaps feeling immensely relieved, Lee Chong-hyun even hugged each of the members in turn. His body felt very warm. Endorphins must be coursing through him. On the other hand, Choi Ji-ho, who should be getting ready to go out, had a decidedly frosty expression. I had threatened to make him sleep by the front door if he didn't smile when the cameras were on. So he was making an effort to look lively, but having watched him for years, I could tell. That B*TCH wanted to go back to the dorm more than anyone right now. It was surprising to see someone like him, who didn't care much about the stage, act this way. Now, I was starting to get curious about what kind of amazing show All Over was going to put on. Choi Ji-ho's unit was up next. It came after Sticky and Par that had received a great reaction to their intense pair dance performance. If the previous stage had drawn attention in the beginning with only a few original members and showcased an amazing number of backup dancers with great choreography in the latter half, Choi Ji-ho's team chose to fill the stage solely with the members. And this was by no means a good choice. There was nothing to see until the end. The balance was a mess. Even within Spark, Choi Ji-ho was famous for grabbing attention once and holding it until the end of the performance. What would happen if someone couldn't even pull their own weight while standing next to him? There was only one answer. Only Choi Ji-ho would be visible to everyone. Even I, completely ignorant about dancing, could understand the comments about Choi Ji-ho's amazing control of dynamics. But if he monopolized the attention even when he stepped aside and reduced his energy, how could the stage be fully appreciated like that? I had anticipated this to some extent when Choi Ji-ho said he'd just focus on doing his part. But still, this is too much. The atmosphere, which Lee Chong-hyun had worked so hard to build up, was sinking uncontrollably. The Spark members, who were familiar with Choi Ji-ho's skills, must be even more frustrated by this situation. Fortunately, Choi Ji-ho returned with a refreshed expression after finishing the completely unbalanced performance. Must have been a *TTY time performing together, huh? Don't worry, we'll never see each other again. Wow, my throat feels so dry. Have some water, Chong-hyun. As the recording dragged on, one by one, people began to lose their voices. Lee Chong-hyun also quenched his thirst with the water bottle offered by Jong Songbin. The vocal performers must be having a hard time. Just then, Kim Yiwol had just left the waiting room. Lee Chong-hyun's gaze automatically turned toward the door. I wonder what song he'll sing. I know, right? Agreeing with Kang Ki-on, Lee Chong-hyun also took an empty chair. Has anyone heard which song Yiwol-hyun picked? Lee Chong-hyun asked, but no one raised their hand. He kept saying confidential this, confidential that. He was really tight-lipped. Still, I'm looking forward to it. Hyung has been practicing a lot, Jong Songbin said with a smile. Indeed, among the three members participating in the third competition, Kim Yiwol had the longest practice hours. He'd come in just before dawn, saying, "It's nice that Greenline's practice rooms are open 24/7, then took a quick nap before heading to UA for individual practice. That had been Kim Yiwol's routine recently. It would be great if people acknowledged how dedicated he was. Lee Chong-hyun always felt a little regretful about this, though his fierce determination was proven in unexpected ways, like through his college entrance exam scores. Their conversation, which had been buzzing with anticipation for Kim Yiwol's performance, briefly subsided as the vocal position performances began. Kim Yiwol and Barian, who had the first turn, appeared on the screen. Every time I monitor, I feel like Yiwol-hyun always stands so upright. He does. Choi Ji-ho nodded at Lee Chong-hyun's words. Kim Yiwol always maintained a perfect posture. Despite living together for over a year, none of the members had ever seen him sit with his legs crossed or slouch. Perhaps because of this, Kim Yiwol always stood out when standing among multiple people. So that's why dance teachers always tell us to stand up straight with shoulders back, Lee Chong-hyun thought to himself. The four people on screen cheerfully finished their interview with Yor and prepared for their stage. As the four of them stood in a line, holding hand microphones, a white light flashed on the big screen. At the same time, the accompaniment, a melody everyone in the waiting room had heard at least once, began to play. The blowing wind beckons to me, saying it's time for an adventure. It's the New World song. Kang Ki-on murmured the title of the once popular animated film. Now that he mentioned it, the characters' outfits had a similar feel. Realizing this belatedly, Lee Chong-hyun snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Ah, I get it now." The simple and cheerful drum beat and rhythm guitar accompaniment were almost identical to the original song. Did they intentionally keep the arrangement almost the same? It was the complete opposite direction from the second competition, where they drastically rearranged the song. Lee Chong-hyun, who had been sitting, leaned forward. Kim Yiwol wasn't the type to do things lazily, so there must be a reason for this choice. And finding that answer was both homework and a game for Lee Chong-hyun. What's the reason? To emphasize the harmony? Or, while Lee Chong-hyun pondered, the song continued. The parts kept changing, but there were no jarring moments. Although the original song was sung by one singer, now four people were sharing one song, yet there were no feelings of dissonance. Following Yeo Song-kan's bright opening, Kim Yiwol seamlessly carried the rising energy towards the climax. Cha Se-han took the spotlight for the sing-along highlight. Moon Yeonjiu's presence wasn't prominent until the first verse, but from the second verse onwards, the harmonies and ad-libs gradually enriched, showcasing his presence. Moon Yeonjiu's ad-libs particularly shone in the chorus of the third verse. However, Kim Yiwol still stood out the most. Although he didn't like to stand out, it was evident that he had taken on various parts as the number of vocalists decreased and his teammates' capabilities fell short. In my heart, there seems to be a map leading to my dreams. My heart guides me, making me run without a moment to rest. Moreover, Kim Yiwol's firm yet gentle voice had a knack for evoking the OSTs from that time. Even though Kim Yiwol didn't take the lead, the mere presence of his harmonies brought the original song's feeling to life. At the same time, Lee Chong-hyun realized why Kim Yiwol had staged the performance close to the original and why he willingly accepted his parts despite the less-than-ideal circumstances. It was for the audience who wished the memories would stay the same. In other words, it was about respecting the emotion the original song gave. The costumes and the song aligned with the story of the animation they watched back then. Rather than showing something new, they focused on evoking the nostalgia of the past. The singing style and tone were also close to the original. This created a form that felt the least unfamiliar, so that the listeners wouldn't be disturbed while reminiscing as they listened to the song. It would be absurd if the song suddenly changed while you're preparing for an internal high note. Lee Chong-hyun chuckled to himself. If they had simply copied the original, they might have been criticized for being no different from a karaoke booth. But they didn't stop there. Kim Yiwol's team maximized the strengths of the original song. In the part that originally came with flashy animation, the four of them stacked the harmonies to make the music richer. In the solo electric guitar part, which many people considered the heart-pounding moment, they amplified the guitar sound even more, leaving a stronger impression. Let me dive into the heart-pounding New World. Within that, the members sang as plainly as, or even more so than, the original. They didn't try to overlay something on top of the memories. Instead, they served as a channel to recall those memories. He really put on a performance that's just like him. Lee Chong-hyun grinned, resting his chin on his hand. 130, Chapter 130, the third competition, closing ceremony. The position performance ended successfully. It was great to exchange friendly goodbyes with Baryon members and return to the waiting room in high spirits. But then, something strange happened. Park Ju-woo wouldn't look me in the eye. Hyung. Yeah. I'm really disappointed. Suddenly, Park Ju-woo surprised me with a shocking statement. Could it be that my vocals didn't meet the high standards of the world's greatest maestro, Park Ju-woo? Maybe he was already considering switching to a 5-member team instead of having to deal with a sub-vocalist like me. How could you sing New World without including me? Huh. You asked me to start a band with you. I love that song too. I forgot. This guy's a rock fanatic. But I felt wronged. This song was just a band song. It didn't have that much of a rock style. Still, I couldn't make excuses hastily. Because Park Ju-woo's expression looked genuinely heartbroken. If only Jiho Hyung could be convinced, we'd have our 6-member band. What about the others? I already talked to them. They all agreed. To think the team's main vocal was secretly conducting these shady operations behind the scenes. I was stunned. And he even planned to persuade Choi Jiho? Honestly, I had to applaud his nerve. As Park Ju-woo made a face like a melted marshmallow, I broke out in a cold sweat trying to console him. A guy like Lee Chong-hyun would immediately cheer up if I said, "Chong-hyun, your talent shines as brightly as your face." This guy never sulked, which made calming him down all the harder. Oh, my life. Thankfully, Parts Han Gawon stole Juwa's attention with his incredible high note. Gawon Sunbeam sings really well. Jong Songbin also expressed his admiration from the side. He didn't stand out much because he had been overshadowed by the other part of the members, but Mr. Han Gawon was undeniably a main vocalist, and one carefully selected by a large agency. Imagine someone like that given a stage for a talent showcase. Of course, he'd shine like a fish in water. The audience seemed to share our sentiment, as Mr. Han Gawon's team took first place in the vocal position competition. Barian and I took second place. Choi Jiho's unit placed third among the dance units. He seemed more relieved that the competition was over than anything else. And Lee Chonghyun, thanks for believing in me, my members. Won first place by a landslide. Chonghyun, you're working hard to make up for us useless hyungs. Keep up the good work. To commemorate the end of the third competition, we decided to watch IDC's live broadcast together this week. I wanted to tell them to practice instead, but it was Lee Chonghyun, who had won first place, who suggested it, so I couldn't refuse. Besides, this episode was going to feature Spark's second round stage. So we all huddled together in the practice room, a laptop perched on a chair. Wouldn't it be better to watch this on TV at the dorm? We're going to practice right after this anyway. Then we can just come back. The dorms aren't that far. I'd rather work overtime than commute twice. I scolded Choi Jiho, who clearly didn't understand the misery of returning to work after already leaving for the day. Only 5 minutes left. Don't worry. Even after it starts, there'll be about 7 minutes of commercials. I calmly soothed Lee Chonghyun and focused on the live chat on my burner phone. The speed of new chats appearing was incomparably faster than during the first episode monitoring. Hyung, there's 0-calorie cola and ion drinks. Which one do you want? Me? Water. Room temperature water? That'd be great. A little while later, Kong Keon brought me lukewarm water just as the broadcast started. The show alternated between clips of other groups planning meetings and their performances that appeared before ours. Watching the footage, the expressions on Spark's faces grew more peculiar. Hyung, Park Ju-woo, who was sipping lukewarm milk next to me, called out. What is it? Doesn't it feel like we're going to look really weird on this episode? Not just feel, we will look weird. I'd bet our team's shared drive password on it. Hey, that's really important. How can you bet it so carelessly? When was our UA cyber safety training again? I should suggest Choi Jiho attend the next session too. Well, the fact that we even have a shared drive password already disqualifies us as normal. Kong Keon muttered from a distance. Damn it, you're getting extra cybersecurity training too. Just as I was about to ask the manager to add Spark to the training list, the fifth performers, Log, finished their stage. Much greater than please give lots of love to LOG Heartsuit. Much greater than you guys did so well. Much greater than how long has the broadcast been on. Much greater than overall stage. Quality seems better than the first competition. The chat window was also bustling with activity. At this rate, the viewership ratings would be pretty good. The production crew must be thrilled. Are we the only ones left now? Yes, but the timing is awkward, so it'll probably be after the commercials, right? Jong Songbin answered, checking the time. It would be nice if the editing cut off at an interesting point, like right before the stage started or during an interview aimed at the rival team. Of all things, why would they insert the commercial break right before the boring idea meeting scene? Everyone would change the channel before the ads even ended. I grumbled inwardly and gulped down the water in my mug. But as they said, things don't always go the way you want. Today's agenda, as previously shared, is item planning for IDC's second competition. Everyone checked the notice, right? Following the extremely ordinary scene of Jong Songbin leading a standard meeting in formal attire, a cut of the production staff murmuring appeared with the caption, producers murmuring. Much greater than manager? Much greater than what's an agenda? The chat was full of question marks. Next to me, Jong Songbin silently downed his sports drink with a resigned expression. Before I could grasp the situation, the screen switched to a commercial. It was an advertisement featuring the MC You're sitting in an expensive-looking single-person chair in a luxurious gray studio, wearing stylish headphones. The best way to listen to good music, Helenka. Myth must be rich. That ad placement couldn't have been cheap. Did Spark start doing commercials in their third year? Choi Jiho and Lee Chonghyun occasionally filmed solo commercials, but group commercials came much later. In fact, they went on hiatus for half of the 3 years before commercials started coming. But since we were currently working steadily without much rest, it wouldn't be strange for an offer to come in at any time. So now I have to think about commercials too. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. I knew most people would react with something like, a rookie idol getting ad deals. You should be grateful just getting one. But that only applied when the commercials were normal. Would female fans buy a $200,000 electric razor that doesn't even come with photo cards? Putting aside whether it suited Spark, shouldn't they advertise products that consumers would want to buy while thinking of their idol? This damn company had no consideration for the fans. Look at your good commercial visuals, headphones that a singer's fans would like to use, and an audio equipment commercial in the middle of a music program. The three elements fit together perfectly. If Spark got an ad offer, I'd reject anything subpar with all my might. For the first time in a while, I felt a surge of purpose. While contemplating the past, present, and future of Spark's commercials, the advertisement ended. The screen returned to UA's meeting room. After that, all sorts of captions appeared. Idols suspiciously well-versed in meeting culture, rising tension, fierce debate. Is this an idea meeting or an office drama? Every time a member spoke, the captions provided detailed explanations. Meanwhile, the chat descended into chaos. Much greater than guys. Are we even speaking the same language? I don't understand what you're saying. Much greater than is Spark filming a skit. Much greater than. Much greater than why does it feel like I haven't actually clocked out, even though I have? Much greater than I have a couple's journal with Park Ji-woo. Much greater than this is a bit too much. Much greater than the team leader's schedule is way too packed. Much greater than the rare social butterfly idol who learns business language when others learn foreign languages. Much greater than I wanted to see you guys film an office drama, not work with you guys in an office. People laughing endlessly, those suddenly suffering even after work, and those who thought the staged act was too much were divided into a 2-to-6-to-2 ratio and reacted intensely. Oh, there were also comments mentioning me in between. Much greater than not just anyone gets into S University. Much greater than the team atmosphere seems good doesn't seem overly disciplined. Much greater than Yiwol. It's not too late. Go to college. You can be an elite. Much greater than a talent stolen from corporate life. Rather than the individual Kim Yiwol, the focus was on the strange kid who got accepted to S University and then dropped out to become an idol. But anyway, that would all add to my self-PR score. I'd gratefully accept it. But there was something I didn't understand. How else are you supposed to run a meeting? What were you doing, Hyung, when Partha and Log's meeting room scenes were shown? I was looking at the chat. Lee Chong-hyun sighed at my answer. You can tell they're bad at planning just by looking at their stages, so why bother watching that? All right, I'll catch it later in the replays. It'd be better if you didn't. I think your blood pressure will just go up if you watch it, Hyung. Kong Kyon's right. Just keep living your life as is, Hyung. You guys have completely given up on me, haven't you? Despite my comment, Kong Kyon and Lee Chong-hyun didn't retract their statements. Baek Haewon's social media was abuzz with quirky reviews about the idol group, much greater than the captions. The production team claims they had no involvement in Spark's meeting. Our kids are professional office workers now. What is this nonsense? Honestly, even if it were staged, the quality is next level. They were more serious than anyone else. Much greater than since it's come to this. Let's just go with an office-themed self-produced content. Manager Jong, gather everyone under your wing. But it has to be the team next to us, not our team. Please, don't let them come to my department. Office self-produced content. Our kids in suits. The mere thought set Baek Haewon's heart on fire. I believe in you, Yue. Placing a sliver of hope in Yue, who hadn't disappointed them with their concepts yet. Baek Haewon focused on Spark as they appeared on stage. 131. Chapter 131, Customer Evaluation. Jong Song-bin, the first to walk out, had styled his light brown hair in soft waves, giving him a gentler impression than usual. Tied around his neck was a short, deep burgundy scarf, seemingly procured from some unknown location. It made him resemble a character straight out of an old animated film. But what truly stood out was the delicate touch of light pink glitter adorning his face like tiny jewels. Kim Yiwol, universally acknowledged as Spark's premier esthetician, had done it again. Kim Yiwol, who always preached that the ultimate tuning was simplicity, had made the groundbreaking decision to apply glitter to a face worth 850,000 won per unit area. Right now, are there still people who skip their nighttime sheet masks? Should I personally visit you every night to make sure you use one? Are you seriously trying to choose from just 3 photos? Kian, I'm this close to being disappointed in you. Jiwoo, let's ditch the turtlenecks and go for crewnecks instead. That way, people can see the strain in your neck during the high notes. Just how much had Kim Yiwol fussed over the members' faces? Just like the saying, no pain, no gain. Today's spark was truly heavenly. Park Jiwoo came out wearing a gothic monocle with a chain attached. Baek Haewon, a lover of classical beauty, nearly fainted. His wide-sleeved shirt, paired with shorts and a casual fabric belt, created an unusual but charming contrast. His neatly combed hair added to the vibe of an earnest countryside boy. Choi Ji-ho, whose skin tone was slightly darker than the other members, wore black glitter, unlike the others, and it went incredibly well with his black hair. It wouldn't have been a stretch to believe the glitter on his face was actual obsidian. Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Kian, deviously, wore matching outfits. Using such a shallow tactic to excite the hearts of fans was deceitful and a grave offense. Sailor shirts in different color schemes, and to balance it out, one wore long pants and the other shorts. To top it off, wearing knee socks with shorts. It was also adorable that their offense was forgiven. And then there was Kim Yiwol, Baek Haewon's recent favorite, who happened to be her brother's old classmate and the eldest of Spark. Holy *T, Kim Yiwol. Not only did he sport a comma hairstyle, revealing his forehead, a look every idol attempted at least once, but he also wore a shirt with frills, the epitome of a languid young master. Shouldn't that shirt with high-waisted pants be against the rules? Baek Haewon couldn't contain her excitement. And Yiwol, who in this harsh world has told you to expose your chest? Seeing a man older than her with his shirt open about 5 centimeters, only secured by a string, made Baek Haewon roar like a beast. Baek Haewon's fingers danced across the keyboard. Much greater than Songbin, the world is such a dangerous place. How can you wear such a cute beret? What if someone kidnaps you? Sorry, but I think you're the one who's going to kidnap him. Much greater than whoever added star glitter to Park Jiwoo's cheeks. Please accept my deepest respect. Much greater than suspenders on Choi Ji-ho. I acknowledge IDC's good taste. Much greater than is Lee Chong-hyun's face real. I'm not sorry. I am not going to clickbait anyone. Any human being should see this face on their own. How can a face the size of a palm encapsulate the entire cosmos? Much greater than everyone. Please look at Kian's thighs. Our boy may have a sharp, boyish face, but his muscles are those of a man. His face isn't exactly boyish either, though. Shut up, his ID says otherwise. IDs aren't allowed to lie. Much greater than Kim Yiwol hashtag at %% and ** at hashtag it I swore to live a good life. But you're making me curse. Congratulations to Mr. Kim for becoming Mihyun's bias. Congratulations to Mihyun for the end of her bias denial period. Up until now, Spark had relied on their natural good looks and exceptional physiques to captivate their audience. This had evoked the fresh nostalgia of youthful vitality. But now, Spark evoked something even more distant. It stimulated a nostalgia reminiscent of, perhaps, Victorian England. Even though Baek Haewon had never actually lived in that era. Much greater than first place. First place, please. For the first time, Baek Haewon was thankful that she didn't have voting rights. If she had the right to vote, she would have unwittingly cast a vote for Spark before even seeing the performance. But if the live audience dared to mess things up, she wouldn't forgive them. The stage lights went out. The logo of the music streaming platform appeared, followed by the song title, which then faded away. A piano melody began to play. The soft voice flowed through the speakers. Windy field. Cozy sky. It was a very different vocal tone from the usual firm tone Lee Chong-hyun presented. Is Lee Chong-hyun singing this time? No what? I stand there, waiting for the stars to rise. He sings so well too. I'm so proud. Feeling like a parent watching their child's first kindergarten recital, Baek Haewon diligently patted her cushion. Park Jiwoo came to the center, brushing past Lee Chong-hyun. The parts seamlessly transitioned from Lee Chong-hyun to Park Jiwoo. You don't know how much time flows by, riding the Milky Way. The frosty impression Park Jiwoo often carried melted like snow with just one smile. Park Ji-woo's characteristic otherworldly atmosphere blended with the melody, creating a more mystical ambience. From behind Park Ji-woo, Kim Yiwol approached. Kim Yiwol slung an arm around Park Ji-woo's shoulder and pretended to observe the sky with a telescope in his other hand. Why is the night sky so dazzlingly bright? Because your face reflects all that light. Kim Yiwol was downright shameless. With a face fit for a young mafia boss in a noir film or an office drama director, how could he pull off the sparkling starry glitter look? How could other idols even compete? Baek Haewon was indignant. But Kim Yiwol didn't stop there. The darkness shines so beautifully. His bright smile filled the screen. Smiling here should be illegal. Again, Kim Yiwol was shameless. How could someone who looked so cold and distant smile so refreshingly? Baek Haewon wanted to sue Kim Yiwol on the spot. But if she sued him, she wouldn't be able to see the rest of the performance. So she had no choice but to endure it with her generous heart. If the original song was a typical love ballad, Spark seemed to offer a different interpretation. Rather than singing about reaching out to someone, they huddled together, sharing shoulder pats, linked hands, and gentle touches. Is this what they mean by the beautiful times we spent together? Continuing to watch the stage, it felt like a painting. Not just because their visuals were beautiful. The overall toned-down costumes, with their matching textures and colors, the subtle background, and the flowing choreography made it feel like looking through a picture frame. The choreography, which was elegant and graceful rather than dynamic and energetic, also contributed to this impression. Above all, the well-crafted piece of music underscored the entire performance. Even though Baek Haewon didn't know much about music, she could sense that there were no jarring or unnatural parts. It wasn't just easy to listen to either, it was simply, the song is good. A good song. A song that a curator carefully selected to match the paintings in a wonderful exhibition hall. In other words, it was a song that would elicit "and this is what a music show should be" reaction on a music competition program. At that moment, the tone of the music shifted from traditional idol ballad to classical. Lee Chong-hyun, standing in the center of the stage, held a small orb. With perfect timing, he lightly tapped the bulb's surface, triggering the sound of a switch. Slowly, the orb opened, and finely cut gold confetti fluttered over Lee Chong-hyun's face. A close-up of Lee Chong-hyun's face, smiling with pure joy, appeared. Star-shaped confetti danced on his cheeks and hair. Much greater than Chong-hyun. Are we sure you'll still be breathing in your room tomorrow? Simultaneously, star constellation patterns showered the entire stage. The moment it was revealed that what the 6 members were yearning for was the night sky. Orchestral music played over the cosmic stage. In sync with the melody, a group dance unfolded, slightly reminiscent of modern dance, different in texture from what Spark had shown so far. Much greater than crying. The stage visuals remind me of Van Gogh's Starry Night. Only then did Baek Haewon notice the background color shifted to a soft yellow glow. With multiple instruments building a lush harmony, Jong Song-bin and Park Ji-woo's soothing voices layered over the top. We will shine here. For a long time. Yes, like a dream. With Jong Song-bin's whispering voice, like a lullaby, the music faded away. The stage dimmed, leaving the members huddled together under the spotlight as starlight bathed their silhouettes. Baek Haewon smacked her forehead with her palm. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't be so uncivilized in a multi-family housing. Instead, Baek Haewon ran to her sanctuary, SNS. There, she poured out her overflowing emotions. Much greater than Chong-hyun is a composing genius. The dance line is full of dance geniuses. The vocal line is packed with vocal geniuses. Yiwol, you're just a genius. Go back to college, but don't stop your activities. Predictably, Baek Haewon's proud children claimed first place. After enjoying all the beautiful scenes, Baek Haewon quietly turned off the TV. She returned to her room, turned on her computer, and searched for Spark's second-round performance full-cover video, putting it on repeat. Somehow, she felt like it would be a very long night. The stage, embroidered with the Milky Way, each star representing money, concluded beautifully as expected. As always, nothing beats stunning visuals. Thanks to IDC adding a lot of money to the sound equipment, the song Lee Chong-hyun poured his soul into mixing came out perfectly. As I proudly tidied up the cushions I had spread on the practice room floor, I saw Jong Songbin leaving the practice room with Park Ju-woo. Where are you two going? The manager told us to pick up the camcorder before he leaves for the day. We're going to get it now. The IDC production team wanted to gather behind-the-scenes footage, but they didn't have the manpower or time to send another filming crew. So, they asked each team to film and send in their own packing for the dorm stay video. 132. Chapter 132. Team Building Retreat 1. It was almost 3 a.m. The Spark dorm was in utter chaos. Everyone had their suitcases spread open, preparing for what could only be described as a packing content frenzy. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought they were all running away from home. After I pointed out that filming would be a disaster if they packed so haphazardly, Spark decided to pack in order, assigning specific filming turns. Considering the time allotted per group, we won't need that much footage. Let's film 3 people at a time, based on roommates. Should we film our room first then? Sure. Songbin, can you check if Kian and Ju have packed the essentials? A little while later, when they said they were ready, I grabbed the camcorder and headed to Jong Songbin's room. 3 suitcases were crammed onto the narrow floor. One suitcase, in particular, stood out. It was fluorescent lime green, covered with cute characters. Whose is that unique suitcase? I asked, thinking it might belong to Kang Kian, the manga enthusiast. Surprisingly, it was Jong Songbin's. Apparently, it was something he borrowed from Jong Seongjin. At this rate, I wondered if Jong Seongjin even had anything left at home. What have you packed so far? Extra clothes and toiletries. Should we pack our own pajamas, or should we bring the team practice uniform? The dorm's air conditioning is centrally controlled, so it might be cold. Pack 1 short set and 1 long set each. Kang Kian nodded at my words and put a black tracksuit and a pair of training pants into his suitcase. I'll pack all our vitamins. Jong Songbin diligently gathered the members' vitamins. So meticulous without even being told. What would you guys do without Jong Songbin? Guys, packing is great and all, but can you look up for a second? Your faces are in the backlight. Oh, I contorted myself into a corner of the room, trying to get the best shots of their faces and luggage. I hope the IDC production crew appreciates my dedication. To all the camera operators out there, hang in there. I did a final check of the 3 boys' luggage. Kian, pack a heat patch. Ju-woo, just in case, throw in some honey sticks. Songbin, do we have a Polaroid camera in our dorm? Yes. Should I bring it? Yeah. We probably won't have time to take photos, but better safe than sorry. It was better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. There was a reason why the well-prepared always survived. Kang Kian handled the filming for our room in return. There are seriously never any belongings in this room. Kang Kian commented. Lee Chonghyun chuckled and shrugged. Both Hyungs are minimalists. It's nice for me. I get extra storage space. As Lee Chonghyun said, Choi Jiho's suitcase was practically empty. I wondered if he'd even packed any extra clothes. Are you a one-outfit kind of guy? I put them in the front pocket. All your clothes fit in there. Did he only pack underwear? Well, he was 21. Surely he knew how to pack properly. But still, just in case, should I tell him to pack a jacket? In that fleeting moment, I agonized over it countless times. And then, I made up my mind. Repack your clothes in front of me. Might as well use the camera as my leverage. As expected, Choi Jiho didn't put up a fight. Brainwashing him to be docile as a newborn lamb in front of the camera had finally paid off. Choi Jiho hastily packed his clothes again and left the room. When he came back, he was holding the night lamp. You're packing that now? Yeah. We're filming overnight, right? Then what about tonight? If you put it in your suitcase now, you can't use it tonight. Oh. What exactly did the manager's daughter see in this guy? Besides his exotic face, broad shoulders wider than a keyboard, perfectly shaped V-line torso, and the graceful curve from his thighs to his knees, I had lived with Choi Jiho for over a year, and I still didn't get it. What did you pack, Hyung? Kang Kian asked, walking over to my suitcase. My old suitcase, the one the system threw my way, contained a few clothes, a journal, and an assortment of skincare products. This is the toner we share. This one is Ju-woo's toner. You're bringing 2 bottles of toner? Ju-woo has sensitive skin. He can't use just anything. In the past, during one of their rare outdoor shoots, Park Ju-woo had used the wrong sunscreen, and his skin had completely reacted badly. So many sparklers had been heartbroken. My finger joints had almost given out from editing that footage. I wouldn't let anyone suffer such pain again. Your bag must be heavy, Hyung. You're packing first aid supplies, too, right? If you don't have space, you can put them in my bag. Let's say your hand is bleeding profusely right now, Chonghyun. What would be faster, opening your suitcase or a smaller bag? I'll get a smaller bag. Good boy. And so, with the ever-clueless Lee Chonghyun tasked with gathering every kind of medicine, including motion sickness pills, we finally wrapped up the packing content shoot. Hoping the dorm would be close by, I confirmed the footage was safely recorded on the camcorder and then collapsed onto my bed. The day of the retreat dawned. I had a bad feeling. It started with seeing things in the morning. A small number, 3, was floating in the upper right corner of my vision. No matter how much I rubbed my eyes, it wouldn't disappear. I wondered if it was the system's doing, but it felt different from anything I'd experienced before. An update. Sometimes the development team would mess up the website while doing updates. Since the person in charge of approvals was as inefficient as Manager Nam, it wouldn't be surprising if there was a bug. I couldn't exactly head to the ophthalmologist right before filming, so I decided to ignore it for now. The weather was also incredibly hot. I went to the salon and said, "Please put 2 layers of sunscreen on there." Faces, only to be told by the stylist, "Yiwol, how about getting a tan instead?" It was this kind of encouragement that led kids like Lee Chonghyun to roast their skin during every vacation, burning fans' hearts and my mental state to a crisp. Honestly, if the community hadn't been flooded with positive posts the night before, I might have gone ballistic on these kids. Much Greater Than SBK was legendary today. Their stage was so beautiful. Is this seriously a competition stage? I thought it was a concert. Much greater than a fairy tale-like survival performance. Sparks, starlight. Hair, makeup, costumes, stage production, everything was perfect. It felt like watching a music video, even though it was a live performance. I think the rearrangement was well done. The stage was beautiful too. I was worried because the original song was unbeatable, but my jaw dropped at the final production. I also liked that they changed the theme from love for a romantic partner to love for a research subject. Much greater than during the planning meeting, I had no clue what kind of stage they were aiming for. But they pulled this off. There's no way our boys aren't geniuses. If you disagree, you're wrong. Thanks to these comments, I truly enjoyed monitoring the online reaction. I even shared a few in the group chat. Of course, everyone was too busy packing or passed out to check until the morning. Should we wait here? Jong Songbin asked the camera director, confirming the waiting location one last time. Since it wasn't a studio shoot, the broadcasting station sent a bus to pick up the teams, starting with the nearest one. Since Sparks' dorm was the furthest from Seoul, we were the last to be picked up. It was a good thing we were idols and not daily commuters. The bus arrived 20 minutes later than expected due to delays with the previous team. I almost died trying to fill in the blank footage. The bus we finally boarded had a large banner attached to it. It read, "Let's go to the Baekjung Nori Festival." It seemed they wanted to do something befitting the title Idol Dynasty Chronicle, even if it was a little late for a simple team-building activity. The timing was a bit off, but it would roughly coincide with the broadcast date of the episode. Getting on the 45-seater bus, I saw it was nearly full. Oddly, there were empty seats scattered here and there. Is it assigned seating? Sure enough, there were small pieces of paper on the seats. I had 2 ears, but it felt like I'd need 5 ears to keep up with the nonsense these 5 would spout in their respective seats. I was already tired, but if it was assigned seating, I'd rather sit with Partha or all over. Of course, the seat next to Song Minil was empty. YM of all people. If it were Han Gawon, we could at least talk about music. As I inwardly cursed my luck, someone far away waved a hand. "Yiwol, your seat is here." It really was an all-over member. And not just any member, but the one who formed a unit with Choi Ji-ho and the member who would go to jail in the future. For a fleeting moment, I wanted to scream that I had severe motion sickness and collapse on the floor. The bus quickly became lively. The paired-up cast members were busy chatting. Even Choi Ji-ho was deep in discussion with someone. And, "Yiwol, would you like to drink this?" "No, thank you. I appreciate the offer, though." Only all over Seo Yunseop and I were engaged in a hellish game of avoiding eye contact. It was a sin to keep your mouth shut in front of the camera. I knew that. But this hole got caught doing drugs. Not just using, either. He'd be caught distributing to his teammates. I'd rather get scolded for staying quiet than risk being associated with a potential drug cartel in Idol Destiny Chronicle. It was not time yet, but honestly, I was suspicious of what might be in that drink right now. I'd rather eat dry crackers without water. What do you do to relieve stress, Yiwol? I don't really get stressed much. Typically, you'd return the question out of politeness, but I wasn't going to. Because this person would soon relieve his stress with drugs. Since I was already labeled as the rude guy who didn't greet senior groups properly, what difference would it make to add another charge of spacing out in the corner of the bus? So I stayed quiet. Then Seo Yunseop spoke again. I heard Chonghyun composes for Spark. Yes, he's also handling the arrangement for the competition pieces. Really? That's amazing. Isn't he still young? He was amazing indeed. Even though he had a musical background, Lee Chonghyun's growth was astonishing. Every time others acknowledged this, it only reinforced how brilliant he truly was. But compared to those achievements, the kid was still. He's quite young. A few rows over, I could see the round top of Lee Chonghyun's head. He was chatting excitedly and laughing brightly with the person next to him, whom I couldn't see. It must be a lot of pressure to compose at such a young age. Fortunately, he seems to be enjoying it for now. Is that so? Yes. How many idols who composed music would find it didn't suit their aptitude, anyway? I didn't want to bother being polite, so I just answered like that. He should be grateful I managed to keep smiling and maintain basic social decorum. Despite my half-hearted responses, Seo Yunseop persistently continued the conversation. Still, creating music can't be easy. Inspiration isn't infinite, you know. Right. Haha, you're right. I didn't know much about creativity, so I wouldn't know. And honestly, I wished he'd stop taking an interest in our group. Members. Wait a minute. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked back and forth between Seo Yunseop next to me and Lee Chonghyun, who was smiling a few rows away. Then, a rumor I had briefly skimmed over flashed through my mind. Much greater than is it true that LCH is a drug addict? The case was filed against him, but the results came back negative, so the matter was quietly dropped. However, it was the issue that once led to Lee Chonghyun being removed from all advertisements. 133, Chapter 133, Team Building Retreat, 2. Seo Yunseop's arrest on drug charges was so well known that even non-idol fans knew about it. It wasn't because Seo Yunseop was particularly famous. It was because he hadn't done it alone. He dragged others into it as well. Worse yet, some of those involved were his own group members. Not one, but a whole bunch of drug users had emerged from a single idol group. One of them was even revealed to be a distributor. Naturally, the K-pop scene was in shambles. Seo Yunseop's phone became evidence, and every idol in his contacts suffered scrutiny. Among those names was Lee Chonghyun. Lee Chonghyun and Seo Yunseop didn't have any obvious connections in the public eye. At most, they had overlapping promotional schedules and appeared on the same shows a handful of times. So, when Lee Chonghyun's name surfaced, people assumed he'd quickly clear his name, just as other idols had. But then, much greater than is perhaps Lee Chonghyun? Please tell me it's not him. I'm so tired of this. Much greater than what's happening on the trending topics? I just woke up. Much greater than Mr. Lee Chonghyun becomes a black sheep due to drug addiction. Delete this. There are other trending topics to joke about. Lee Chonghyun was indeed found to be addicted to drugs. Just not illegal drugs. Since he hadn't abused illegal substances, there were no legal repercussions. However, amidst the arrests of fellow artists, the fact that he was also taking drugs didn't sit well with the public. What kind of drug was it? I tried to recall, but my memory was blank. Maybe this whole regression thing had turned my brain into a sponge. My head felt full of holes. Moreover, it was also puzzling why Lee Chonghyun was in contact with Seo Yunseop in the first place. There didn't seem to be any reason for them to interact. They had little in common, no real connection. Before, I wouldn't have cared about this sort of thing, busy making videos like other idols mentioning Spark, a compilation, but the situation was different now. What if, even if it wasn't drugs, that bastard Seo Yunseop had coerced Lee Chonghyun into something? We're screwed. I didn't know how much Lee Chonghyun's brilliance had ignited Seo Yunseop's greed, but it seemed I'd have to attach a 24-hour security detail to Lee Chonghyun during this retreat. The bus, laden with surveillance, rivalry, and iron walls, soon arrived at a large pension in Gapyeong. Gapyeong, of all places. It felt like just yesterday I got eaten alive by bugs while hiding treasure hunt clues in the yard of a pension here. The dizzying memory mingled with the humid summer air and clung to me. But I needed to focus. While misplacing a note during the Hampyeong industry treasure hunt didn't make headlines, failing to protect Lee Chong-hyun properly could put Spark plastered all over the front page of entertainment news. I wedged myself between Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-yeon as they walked towards the pension, each pulling a suitcase. I slung my arms around their shoulders and said, "My magnes." "Yes." "What?" "Don't get distracted by the crowd and stick close to your hyungs, okay?" Choi Ji-ho chided me from behind, telling me to take care of my own luggage. I turned to see Jong Song-bin pulling my suitcase as well. The retreat hadn't even begun, and I already had a headache. The first mission is making your own dinner. Gasp. We have to make everything ourselves. The cast buzzed as someone received and read the mission instructions. It was understandable. There were over 40 mouths to feed here. Even just making ramen would be a huge task. Wow. With so many people, I wouldn't even know where to start. Someone from all over said, scratching their head. Then shall we divide into grocery shopping and meal preparation teams? Moon Yeonju offered a suggestion. Having 20 people just focused on meal prep seems a bit inefficient. I think a few people would be enough. Song Minil chimed in. That be *tch. He was just saying he didn't want to do it. I saw you kicking around the soccer ball outside the pension earlier. Don't think I didn't. Suppressing a sigh, I joined the conversation. How about dividing into grocery shopping, meal preparation, and dishwashing teams? Since we need to clean up afterward, it would be good to divide the roles. Plus, it'll give us more footage for the broadcast. Even with this suggestion, some people would still try to slack off. But if they were going to play around, they might as well generate some content. We'll be back. With cheerful goodbyes, the grocery shopping team departed. A member of LOG was driving. Meanwhile, I found myself dragged along purely because someone decided I was the greatest intellectual of IDC. Writer, how much can we spend? What's the card limit? Watching the idols bounce around like hyperactive rabbits, the writers had begged me to keep an eye on them. I had followed them, thinking pessimistically that my presence wouldn't make much of a difference. But how much samjang and gochujang should we buy? 2 jars each. I saw some gochujang in the cupboard earlier. Let's just get samjang. Should we buy 10 bags of these leafy greens? Since we're buying in bulk, it'll be cheaper to buy individual vegetables rather than the pre-packaged mix. Just lettuce and perilla leaves, please. Watching them toss items haphazardly into 3 carts, I began to understand why the writers sent me. But did I really need to manage the broadcasting company's corporate card limit? It was not even a UA card. Whoa, they sell yukho here. Should we go for a full yukho bibimbap meal with short rib soybean paste stew for dinner? That's insane. Buy it right now. Hyung, want some beer? I'd grab some right now if it weren't for the minors. Too bad. Why not let the adults drink while the kids stick to soda? Don't you think we're buying too many snacks? These are definitely going to go to waste. Someone will eat them. Seriously, do these bastards never learn about how to be considerate of others in ethics class? What if there are people who can't eat raw meat? Why are they trying to make everything into yukho bibimbap? And there are so many minors here, yet they're seriously considering buying alcohol? Are they trying to get all of us canceled in a teen drinking scandal? Which one of you said someone would eat the leftovers? Do they think other people are garbage disposals for celebrity snacks? What a thoughtless thing to say. My insides burned black. Dealing with Spark was never this maddening. But now I felt like my entire digestive system was being twisted into knots. In the end, I had to sift through all 3 carts like I was wringing them dry. Using the skills honed from confiscating the clicky keyboard the owner's son had snuck into the cart, I managed to save up 200,000 won. Consider it a donation to the stage production budget. But this is the last time. Next time, I'm turning a blind eye. Is there anything more meaningless than dividing roles? I used to work in HR. Back then, my tasks included registering new hires, managing leave days, uploading job postings, scheduling interviews, headhunting, purchasing office supplies, processing terminations, managing building cleanliness, appeasing executives, and issuing various documents. But the HR manager at the Hampyeong industry had to do a bit more. For example, standing idols on behalf of the manager, installing building signs, picking locked doors, manually cracking passwords on PCs left locked by former employees, running ramen errands, reading the executives' autobiographies aloud. F***CK. Anyway, the point was, dividing roles didn't mean much in practice. Look at me now. I just got back from grocery shopping, and now I was wearing work gloves and arranging charcoal in a drum. Perhaps because there were so many people that one or two slackers weren't noticeable, most of them just said, "What can I do?" and then proceeded to do absolutely nothing. It was somewhat comforting that Choi Ji-ho, who learned how to light charcoal from me in the last self-produced video, was handling the torch himself. He skillfully lit the newspaper and transferred the flame to the charcoal. Finally, one member was living up to the group's name. "Hyung, should I do it? A kid shouldn't play with fire. Kion, go wash the vegetables." Even amidst this chaos, Spark took the initiative to find tasks. They were a far cry from the Spark of the past, who would freeze up on variety shows. I was proud, but they shouldn't be the only ones working. I wouldn't stand for it. Fuming like a raging yiksha, I was startled when Yeo Songkan appeared with Moon Yeonjiu. "Hyung, stop that and go inside. Yeonjiu and I will grill the meat. You two alone won't manage. There are too many mouths to feed. We'll just call in reinforcements." The all-over Hyung said they wanted to try grilling. "No, I'll grill. I'm really good at it." At the mention of all-over, I quickly snatched the plate and tongs from Yeo Sungchan's hands. I didn't want to eat drug-laced samgyeopsal. Wouldn't it be better to sit down and eat comfortably? I take pride in outdoor grilling. Please let me do it. After pleading with Moon Yeonjiu, I finally secured a drum barrel. As I was grilling, inhaling the acrid smoke, Moon Yeonjiu spoke. "Hyung, I heard you got scolded by Ju-woo after our stage performance." "Who told you that?" "Songbin did. We were on the same bus earlier. That's when I heard it." It seemed the leaders sat together. Couldn't they have discussed something more constructive with that positioning? Don't even mention it. It was hard to appease him. Still, Spark seems really close. Even just chatting with them for a bit, they all seem so kind. The members are all kind. I couldn't deny that they were kind, even if they caused some ridiculous trouble sometimes. Aren't the Baryon members close too? We're all the same age. Do they think there's a big age gap in Spark or something? Wait, is there? Is there a big gap between me and them? As I pondered, someone held out a plate of grilled meat. It was Jong Songbin. "Hyung, eat while you grill." "What about you? Have you eaten? There's plenty of meat over there. Don't worry and eat." "You too, Yeonjiu Hyung." Jong Songbin smiled kindly. As expected of Jong Songbin, the true leader of our time, ensuring no one felt left out, even around the charcoal grill. I was enjoying the Sam, even with the scattered ash, when a completely unexpected guest arrived. The log members arrived wearing gloves. "Here, Mr. Yiwol and Mr. Yeonjiu, go eat now." Log members pushed Moon Yeonjiu and me toward the tables. They each grabbed tongs, loaded the implied plates with grilled meats, and handed them to us. "Sunbeam, I can finish grilling." No, we've eaten enough." The Dongsangs were worried that Yiwol Hyung wasn't eating. "Hurry up and eat. Isn't our Magne watching? Come on, Hyung always makes sure to eat well." With Log joining in, the atmosphere became even more boisterous. Glancing toward the table, I noticed Park Ju-woo and three others. Choi Ji-ho was busy eating his own meal, staring intently at me. It had been ages since we had samgyeopsal. They should focus on eating themselves. I trudged over, took off my work gloves, and ate the meat I had just grilled. Perhaps because it had been so long, the fatty, smoky flavor was incredibly satisfying. 134. Chapter 134. Team Building Retreat 3. The IDC Baekjung Nori Festival continued for quite some time. In the main event, Sirium 1, Choi Ji-ho showed off his thigh muscles and emerged as the final victor. After eating all that meat, he really earned his keep. During the campfire session, a short segment was held with the theme of burning away past hardships and moving forward with a fresh start. I was happy to become close with such good hubbas. There were times we clashed, but moving forward, I want us to maintain a great relationship and grow together. And Song Minil ruined the mood once again. What clashes? He was the one who started it. That sly bastard. As if reading my mind, the Baryon members glanced at me, gauging my reaction. I diligently maintained a benevolent smile. Other minor incidents included someone setting marshmallows on fire and another suddenly bursting into tears, lamenting the hardships of the competition. Perhaps because they were still young, the atmosphere softened more easily than I expected. Watching them, I was reminded of the Hampyeong industry campfire, where everyone except the executives wanted to go home. As I stared at the roaring flames back then, what had I been thinking? That I want to go home? Asking why am I living like this? I remember being consumed by a very intense longing. It was Park Ju-woo who broke my train of thought. It's nice, all of us coming together like this. Huh, it feels like a real trip. Park Ju-woo smiled faintly. It was quite unusual. His usually expressionless face was wearing a smile, the flickering firelight reflecting on his normally cold features. Park Ju-woo, who hated noise, was enjoying the laughter and chatter. Park Ju-woo, who was always shy and eager to hide, was saying it was nice to have so many people gathered. I guess so. I replied shortly and turned my head. I felt strange. Has he changed? I didn't want to exert too much influence on Spark. I was fine with managing their work and preventing accidents, but I didn't want to alter the personalities of the individual members. This made me feel oddly guilty. Let's come again with the UA staff next time. Lee Chong-hyun exclaimed excitedly. I wanted to ask if he was trying to ruin the company's employee satisfaction rating, but I held back because of the cameras. Where do you want to go? The beach is probably the easiest, isn't it? Jang Song-bin and Choi Ji-ho, true leaders who never ignored their members' words, wasted no time escalating the idea. That's right. If we all go, we'll need to rent 2 buses like the one we took today, right? I wonder how much that would cost. Kong Keon added his 2 cents. Round trip to Incheon is about 400,000 won per bus. Kongwon is about 600,000 won. But generally, they charge based on kilometers rather than just the region. When did you even look that up? Maybe this young secretly wants to go on a group trip too? Do I? If the UA rating drops because of the company retreat, it's all your fault. We had a heated debate while watching the flames. UA staff retreat. Mountains or beach? Idols planning a company retreat while wearing mosquito repellent bracelets. I hoped this wouldn't make it onto the broadcast. The variety show-style retreat was brutal. From the crack of dawn, the IDC cast had to perform a wake-up mission, dancing cutely to a trendy EGO song. The idols, barely awake, struggled to learn the choreography and perform the adorable dance. I didn't know who would want to watch it, but everyone did their best. Of course, trying your best doesn't always guarantee good results. I showcased my abysmal dance skills and sank miserably. I need at least a day to learn this. But Yiwol, you're an idol. There are always mutations in the world. Why is the world so harsh to idols? I bit my lip in sorrow, but nothing changed. Hyung, you still haven't passed? I'm planning to skip breakfast today. Kong Keon gave me a pitying look. Having already visited the food truck, he offered me a helping hand. Look, this hand gesture represents rabbit ears. Oh, it wasn't Maltese ears. That's not important anyway. Then, Kong Keon danced brightly and cheerfully, despite the early hour. I, on the other hand, clumsily tried to follow along beside him. How could anyone learn a dance just by watching it? I'd been in school for 16 years and never learned such a skill. Yiwol Hyung, still on the mission? Can't I just take over in your place? Jang Song-bin and Park Ju-woo, who had also enjoyed a hearty breakfast, expressed their sympathy. Gathering more than 40 idols and making one office worker struggle. This was the harsh modern society. I would not forgive it. In the end, I somehow managed to pass by peeking at the 5 Spark members dancing in front and mimicking them from the back row. Tears welled up in my chest as I received my meal. As I was eating my hard-earned food, Cha Sahan, sitting diagonally across from me, spoke. Hyung, did you not get any mosquito bites? There were so many mosquitoes in our room. We turned on the mosquito repellent. Want some lotion? You carry that around? Of course. While I was with this team, I had a duty to protect their faces from all kinds of disasters. And mosquito repellent was a summer essential. There were so many mosquitoes in the Hampyeong industry office that I kept a personal repellent at my desk every summer. The company never bought it for me. I handed Cha Sahan the bottle and continued eating. Then, the small number in the corner of my vision caught my eye. The number, which had been 3 yesterday, had changed to 2. I only noticed now, distracted by the dance. Is it a countdown? I tried to recall what was scheduled for 2 days later, but there was nothing besides the final IDC competition meeting. It seemed unlikely the system would display such a minor schedule like this. During the break after the meal, I asked Songbin, Songbin, do we have any schedules the day after tomorrow? Besides the IDC filming. Nothing else besides that. So it wasn't a schedule. Was it a new task? What grand task was the system going to give me? Hey, you should at least tell me what it is so I can prepare. I complained. But the system didn't show up. Lazy bastard. Just try lecturing me about attendance after this. Aside from my slightly reduced field of vision due to the countdown, the retreat ended smoothly. Since the cameras weren't rolling on the bus ride back, we could sit wherever we wanted. However, unlike when we first boarded, we all got off at the broadcasting station when it was time to disperse. Why did even this have to feel like a retreat? On the way back to the dorm, our manager, who had come to pick us up, spoke during a red light. Guys, are you coming to the company later? Even after a 2-day, one-night shoot, we still had to go to the company to practice. When Songbin answered yes, the manager, relieved, started driving again. Then stopped by the office before going to the practice room. The office? Yeah, a lot of fan letters arrived. You have some time before the next competition, so it'd be good to read them now. Come to think of it, it had been a while since we'd last received fan letters. I suddenly remembered the first time I received them. Even when I went to the post office to send mine, I thought, these guys must receive a lot of letters. But when I actually got them, I was shocked by both the quantity and the sincerity. Sure enough, this time, each person at least had a box full of fan letters. For someone like me, who had only ever received utility bills and health checkup notices in the mail, I still hadn't quite gotten used to it. It feels heavy somehow. When I first received fan letters, I felt surprised, but afterward, I felt grateful. At the same time, I felt guilty. I was working for very selfish reasons, and yet receiving such pure support, I wondered if I deserved it. There were even more fan letters this time than usual. Judging by the encouraging stickers and messages on the envelopes, it seemed many were sent after the personality controversy. I settled into a corner and opened the letters addressed to me. As usual, the letters were filled with affection, written in every available space. This is my first time sending a letter to an idol. I don't know if you'll read this, Yiwol, but I'm writing this hoping my support reaches you. I can't believe this is already my 5th letter. While being a Spark fan, I'm always surprised by how deeply I can love something. Whenever I see stationery with flame designs, I buy it and write to you. It's both painful and joyful how much Spark fills my life. Happy face. Yiwol, it's Nuna. The world is too harsh for our 21-year-old tuxedo kitty, isn't it? Nuna wants to blow up the earth for that, but it's not easy. Still, trust the human powder kegs that are sparklers and hang in there a little longer. Sparklers are always on your side. Ignore the keyboard warriors who don't spend time or money on Spark and only listen to the sweet words. Our Yiwol is an adult, so you understand what Nuna's trying to say, right? I love you. Even if you look like a sea urchin with the personality of a dust bunny under a wardrobe. Wash up warm, cover yourself with a clean blanket, and sleep well. 2. Yiwol. Yiwol, you've been so busy filming IDC, haven't you? Are you eating well? I've lost the will to live since the company cafeteria changed the suppliers. Why did they change it? The only perk of this company was the delicious food. Although you guys only eat chicken breast and salad because you're on a diet, I want to see you eating delicious food today. I think it would make my heart a little happier. Taking care of yourself is good, but sometimes eat what you want. Isn't that why we work and live? I feel a thrill every time I see your jawline, but I still want you to be happy. Don't just tell your fans to eat a balanced diet. You should eat well too. Okay, I love Spark's amazing abs to death, but a sick Spark who doesn't eat well is a cardinal sin. Keep that in mind. About half were kind and affectionate letters, and the other half were filled with resolute support and love. It was hard to tear my eyes away from any of them. After a long while, I finally finished reading and organizing the fan letters. The others were also reading most of their fan letters by now. Back when I was a fan at the Hampyeong industry, I thought idols wouldn't read their fan letters at all, or just a few at most. But these guys diligently read every single one they received. When they were busy, they read them in the car. If even that wasn't possible, they used their break time. I didn't have any complaints about this part. Everyone read their fan letters properly. So why didn't they show this side of themselves to the fans sooner? Why were they like that in the past? Just as I was about to explode in anger, Lee Chonghyun drew everyone's attention. How do you guys store your fan letters? I put them in boxes under my bed. I do the same as Jiwoo. I want to move them somewhere else, though, since it's hard to take them out. There weren't many other places to put them, but it seemed that Park Jiwoo and Jong Songbin had neatly stored them under their beds. I got a storage box. What about you, Hyung's? In the bottom drawer of my closet. In my suitcase. As soon as we finished talking, Choi Jiho and I exchanged looks. Both of us had the same expression, thinking, "You've got to be kidding me. What's wrong with a suitcase?" It was the only thing I cherished in this dorm. That's good and all, but everyone be careful of humidity. Mold can grow on walls or paper during the rainy season. Jong Songbin and Park Jiwoo's faces paled at my words. It seemed they hadn't thought of that. Or buy a 6-drawer dresser and keep them in your own space. Get one that fits in the living room. That's a good idea. It'll be easy to see them if they're in the living room. Lee Chonghyun excitedly agreed. The company would probably get us a new dorm once we got more popular, so we should buy a plastic dresser to make moving easier. And put dehumidifiers in each drawer. Practice that day was more energetic than usual. Everyone was smiling. Now that I thought about it, it was strange. These guys, who loved their fans enough to enjoy practice after a 2-day, one-night shoot, and just by reading a few fan letters, why did they disband? It was baffling. Even I found myself constantly looking back whenever I received such affection. 1. Sirium, or Korean wrestling, is a folk wrestling style and traditional national sport of Korea that began in the 4th century. Source, Wiki. 135. Chapter 135. Office Revenge, 1. In the end, I never figured out the identity of the countdown until the day the number disappeared. It's probably nothing big. I just kept thinking that to myself while shaking off the cushions that the production crew had sat on the rooftop. How many crises could a newly debuted idol group possibly face? The controversy had already happened, and the work had always been plentiful, whether before or after debut. Wait a second. Does that mean every day is a crisis for me? Suddenly, I started to feel disillusioned with life. Just in case a tragedy like collapsing from a nosebleed during filming occurred, I meticulously checked everyone's accumulated fatigue levels from early in the morning. I personally checked each member's condition, even massaging their shoulders. They all just found it excessively burdensome. No one seemed particularly unwell. I even went to the office at the crack of dawn, loitering around in case something went wrong there, but there were no signs of trouble. It was a normal day, literally. I did my best in the areas I could check, but nothing seemed off. Then it was not my responsibility anymore. No matter what came up, I had an excuse. Hyung, the directors will arrive in 10 minutes. Kong Keon delivered the breaking news as I pounded on the cushions, unable to take my frustration out on the system. Without having any time to think further about the mysterious number, I grabbed a pile of cushions and headed for the stairs. I was the one leading today's meeting. I wanted to stop appearing on the show, but my position as a producing member made it unavoidable. Next time, I'd find a job that didn't even have the word P on it. Still, I prepared diligently for this meeting. It was time to gather the thread Spark had been laying. Before we begin the meeting for the final competition, let's review our previous concepts. So far, the image Spark had shown on Idol Dynasty. Chronicle was closely tied to history and its flow. The fresh, rookie idols on the self-introduction stage represented the founding of the Joseon dynasty. The sports competition in the first round symbolized the long-standing factional disputes in Joseon history. The Milky Way stage in the second round alluded to scientific advancements like the Chonsang Yolka Bunyajido 1. So what was left? Everyone, you all remember the name of our program, right? Idol Dynasty Chronicle. Correct. Until now, Spark has reenacted historical flows and events. Now, it's time to leave a record of it. Didn't I tell you? Spark will become the identity of the Idol Dynasty Chronicle. I switched the PPT slide, revealing images of old court historians and the annals of the Joseon dynasty. The Annals of the Joseon dynasty is a significant record that encompasses a wide range of historical facts about the Joseon era. I'm sure you all know how important it is. So, for the final competition, as historians, we aim to share with the public, without omission or embellishment, what we've seen and learned on the IDC stage. Does anyone have any objections? None. Nope. Everyone readily agreed. It was only natural since, Although this meeting was for filming, Spark had been planning their stages with this in mind from the beginning. Since it was an idea planned before the filming of the Idol Dynasty Chronicle, it wasn't new to them. However, we still needed to work out the details. From here on, the meeting became a serious discussion. We'll wear hanbok for the final competition, right? What style are we going for? I think something closer to a scholar's outfit rather than a fully traditional scholar style might look better. That's good and all, but the visibility of dance lines in hanbok varies drastically depending on the design. I think we need to consider this in advance. As Jong Song-bin, the leader, pointed out the key discussion points, Park Ju-woo and Kang Kian offered their opinions. Actually, we need to put a lot of effort into the final competition, right? I didn't want us to waste time on reference research, so I've already prepared the general framework. If we agree on this, let's finalize it today and send it to the production team. I opened the shared spreadsheet I had prepared. Usually, I shared folders, but considering today's filming, I organized everything, costumes, props, lighting, media art, etc., into separate sheets within one file. One of the cameras immediately turned towards the projector screen. We'll decide on the color scheme last, after looking at the color sheet. We'll proceed quickly, so please make your decisions promptly. No second votes or anything? No. Pick what you like when you first see it. If it stands out to you right away, it's a good choice. At my words, Lee. Chong-hyun shook his head, excited. There was no need for a second vote. The decision-making was done swiftly. While they previously seemed like they'd order 5 different dishes at a Chinese restaurant, they now seemed to have developed an eye for selecting the best option after considering various factors. How should I put it? It felt like watching a well-trained junior. Good work, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. The filming of the meeting ended with the writers' farewells. My energy levels plummeted. Was this really the daily life of an idol? It was no different from the Hampyeong industry. Was a highly evolved idol actually just an office worker? Hyung, you look really tired. Really? Did it show during filming? Not during the filming, but it's obvious now that the cameras are off. Lee Chong-hyun said, pointing at my under-eye area. I definitely need under-eye filler treatments once the Idol Dynasty Chronicle was over. Rubbing my eyes, I replied, I guess it's because of the back-to-back meetings. My energy is drained. It's not the meetings, it's because you haven't been sleeping. Choi Ji-ho scolded me while putting the chairs back in place. Who would want to organize materials after a retreat and practice? I also love taking long naps. I felt incredibly wronged, but I couldn't show it. The production crew hadn't left yet. As I held the meeting room door open for them, a writer approached me and asked, Yiwol, who comes up with your ideas? We all come up with them together. No, I mean the main ideas. I'm curious which department is in charge of setting the direction, like from the self-PR stage. We really do it ourselves. The company mostly checks for feasibility. You guys do it? Not the company. Yes. The writer's expression turned strange at my words. Did they not believe me? Was Spark about to get embroiled in a concept thief controversy and get malicious edits this time? Worries swirled in my mind. At this point, I might have to hand over Spark's weekly meeting notes to prove our innocence. I see. We're probably doing a season 2, and it seems like a lot will need to change in the format. Is that so? I feigned ignorance, but it made sense. There was a big difference between a pilot program hastily made to ride the survival show trend and a full-fledged seasonal program. There had to be some changes. So, I was wondering if there's a separate variety show writer or planning team under UA, and if we could get an introduction to some talent, but I guess that's not the case. The planning team usually helps a lot when we have a comeback. We just wanted to handle the competition part ourselves. I wish the accounting team had helped us out, but that wasn't meant to be. The writer, sighing, suddenly lifted their head. After looking around, they asked in a low voice, Right, is producer Yohansu here? Yes, he is. I heard he's not working on idol projects anymore. He doesn't have any ongoing projects, right? There are so many rumors going around about him. So the rumors in the broadcasting industry spread that fast. News of Yohansu's downfall had reached outside of UA. I had noticed he hadn't been around the company much lately. Was he lying low because of these spreading rumors? He should have known better from the start. Judging by their tone, it doesn't seem like they want to give him work. Are they just curious? If it were up to me, I wanted to say that it was not even about his work anymore. He should be grateful if the company didn't end up suing him. But I shouldn't say that. I was an idol, an adult, and a member of society. If that person caused his own downfall in the industry, that was enough. I don't know. Oh, never mind. I shouldn't have asked. It must be awkward to answer such questions. I'm sorry. Fortunately, the writer understood my position. They even said, "You're too kind," while looking at my awkward smile. They probably thought I was being considerate of Yuhansu, even though I was the one who ruined him. And your second competition stage was a huge hit. Really, it went incredibly viral. Doesn't UA do any monitoring? I usually do it, but I couldn't this time. Because of the retreat filming. The response was amazing. The visuals were so good that the thumbnails and fan cams all came out beautifully. Praises kept pouring in. I felt embarrassed. I'm glad. We all worked hard on it. But you're the producing member, right? Everyone's saying these days kids are scary. They're full of praise, saying you have great sense. You flatter me. We still have a lot to learn. No matter how good I was, I couldn't compare to industry professionals. Besides, I didn't want to take all the credit for the ideas. As I hurried to see the writer off, I made eye contact with someone at the end of the hallway. It was Yuhansu, the very person we had been discussing moments ago. Speak of the devil. He seemed to be heading this way, but he must have stopped because he saw someone he knew or overheard our conversation. Yuhansu stood still, watching the writer and me. "Awol, what are you looking at?" "Oh, I thought someone was passing by." "I guess not." I urged the writer to leave. When I looked back, Yuhansu was already gone. It took a while to see the production crew off. With so many people and so much equipment, it took half a day just for the Idol Dynasty Chronicle vehicles to come and go. Still, I felt relieved after they finally left. As I stretched, preparing to head down to the practice room, I heard someone calling me from afar. "Yiwol." "Yes, assistant manager." It was the assistant manager from the general affairs team. They wouldn't call me over unless it was important, so I wondered why they were stopping me. "Did you do any prop-making activities during the meeting today?" "No. You're talking about the meeting the Idol Dynasty Chronicles crew filmed, right?" "Yes, that one." Why suddenly mentioning prop-making? Sensing my puzzled look, the assistant manager added, "It's nothing much, but I went to the storage room to get some tools, and I noticed some equipment was missing. We didn't use any, but if the Idol Dynasty Chronicles filming crew needed something, maybe a staff member lent it to them. Should I ask? I wonder if we can find them. Could you ask through Chanyang? If it's gone, we'll have to buy new ones." "Yes, I understand." The assistant manager left, saying they would also double-check the meeting room. 1. Cheonsang Yolka Bunyajido is a 14th century Korean star map, copies of which were spread nationwide in the Joseon dynasty. 136. Chapter 136. Office Revenge 2. After the meeting, the practice continued endlessly. Thankfully, Jong Songbin stopped the music before anyone threw up. Otherwise, we would have all been cleaning the practice room floor. "Hyung, can I go to the convenience store?" "Why the convenience store?" "I want an isotonic drink." "Park." Juwoo pleaded with a parched face. He looked like he was about to collapse if he didn't get one. "I'll get it for you." It's past midnight. The main vocal's throat was precious, so I decided to personally go to the convenience store for him. It was late too. "It's close, I can go. Kids shouldn't wander around at night." "Then I'll go with you." "Choi Jiho, you stay here and watch the others." Leaving the members in Choi Jiho's care, I left the practice room. The moment I stepped outside, the humid air enveloped me. Perhaps because of the tropical night, I felt short of breath after just a short walk. The song should come out on time, but will we finish the choreography in time? Where should I start looking for an action school? I had to tackle these thoughts now, while I had the time. It was a wisdom gained from my time at the Hampyeong industry during those hectic, dog-eat-dog seasons. As I walked, my mind racing, a white light flashed before my eyes. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button. Plus, an incomprehensible system message appeared. This was the first time I'd seen one like this. I looked to my left, but there was nothing unusual. What am I supposed to do? At that moment, I felt a sharp impact on my head. Before I could lean against a wall, my body tumbled forward. My head throbbed, as if it had been struck by something, and it was hot. My skin felt like it was burning. The streetlight cast a long shadow over me. Someone was muttering something above my head. "Did you tell them?" Because of the backlighting, I could barely see the man's face. The pain made it difficult to open my eyes fully. The assailant straddled my back. Then, he whispered in my ear, You talked about me to that writer, didn't you? You've been spreading rumors about me, haven't you? I recognized the voice. Yu Hansu was out of his mind. I saw the head of the hammer Yu Hansu was holding. It was a familiar brand. I realized this was the tool the assistant manager from the general affairs team was looking for earlier. If it weren't for the system, if I hadn't turned my head to the left, the burning pain would have been on the back of my head, not the left side of my scalp. Yu Hansu tapped my head with the metal, saying, I should have broken this a long time ago. So you wouldn't be able to scheme up anything. A rough hand grabbed my hair. I bit my lip hard to suppress a scream. As I struggled to open my eyes, I met Yu Hansu's gaze as he looked down at me. It was a look I had never seen before in my life. At the same time, I realized Yu Hansu was serious. This wasn't a momentary impulse. He had chosen to drag me down with him, even if it meant ruining his own life. Think. I didn't go through all this regression to end up like this. I barely managed to hold on to my rationality. First, disarm him. I grabbed Yu Hansu's hand, the one clutching my hair. I dug my fingernails into the back of his hand. As Yu Hansu yelled and recoiled, I grabbed the drop tool and pushed myself up. My vision was red, and I could barely see straight. I knew I needed to stop the bleeding, but I couldn't bring myself to press on the wound. *T. It hurt even without touching it. How could I press on it? Struggling to breathe and unable to do anything, I saw Yu Hansu's ankles before me. Suddenly, I thought of the others left in the practice room. I hoped his grudge was only against me. I hoped he would surrender after finishing with me. But what if his resentment wasn't just towards me, but towards all of Spark? What if he intended to harm everyone he considered an obstacle? And what if Park Ju-woo had been here instead of me? Or if Choi Ji-ho had come out with me? I grabbed Yu Hansu's ankles as he backed away. His body couldn't fight the momentum and toppled over. It hurt like hell. I felt like I was about to lose consciousness. But if I let him go now, I grabbed his hair with my remaining hand as he sat on the ground. I climbed on top of him, pinning him down. Yu Hansu yelled something beneath me. I couldn't hear him. Only the pounding of my heart filled my ears. I felt the blood rushing to my head. Then, the feeling of all the blood draining away. I felt dizzy. My unopened resume appeared before my eyes. Plus, total fatigue, 70%, work support service activated. Plus, that meant I was near death. Without the work support, it would have been 90%. But I couldn't give up now. Not until I completely stopped him. However, things didn't always go as planned. Even though I had subdued Yu Hansu, my strength was fading bit by bit. On the other hand, Yu Hansu, cornered, fought back violently. Every time I exerted force to hold him down, pain shot through my head, just as my total fatigue exceeded 75%. Plus, the system appeared. I couldn't quite make out what was written. With blurring vision, I fumbled through the new message. Plus, system, subordinate is notified of for major insurances, industrial accident compensation insurance. If subordinate suffers a serious injury during work, industrial accident compensation insurance will be applied once. During the industrial accident compensation insurance period, subordinate can choose one of the following: pain relief from work-related injury, rapid recovery from work-related injury, varies depending on the severity of the injury. Insurance benefits are limited to one-time use. Plus, how long will it take for this injury to recover? I asked the system, and the answer came immediately. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. Did you get into an accident on your way to work? How long will you need to rest? I can't give you more than 2 weeks, okay? Plus, 2 weeks? When I should be tying this guy up right now. I chose option 1 without hesitation. And then, as if by magic, all the pain vanished. I could see Yu Hansu's face clearly. He was laughing. You son of a b***tch. Is this funny to you? I grabbed Yu Hansu by the collar, and he spat in my face. Kim Yiwol, you deserve to be punished. What? I thought I'd misheard. Yu Hansu was saying the very words I should be saying to him. It doesn't make sense for someone like you to be more recognized than me. Who are you to insult me? Are you out of your mind? When someone like you gains fame, it makes the entire industry look like a joke. You should have just listened to me quietly and learned properly instead of showing off, you arrogant little punk. I couldn't listen anymore. I pressed my knee against Yu Hansu's throat. Dak, you be***tch. Are you trying to kill me? You tried to kill me too. UA asterisk asterisk hole. I was out of breath. The pain was gone, but my fingertips were still getting colder. If this continued, I could pass out from excessive blood loss. I'm running out of time. If I lost consciousness, Yu Hansu would definitely harm me. His reputation had already crossed a point of no return. But what should I do? Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button assistant Kim, I heard you're getting an incentive for your hard work. The reason was something about working hard under a difficult boss? System, a reward is provided as subordinate, adheres to work ethics. Empathy experience ticket allows the user to make a target experience one sensation or emotion of their choosing. Plus, work ethics. It was a type of message I'd only seen once before when I witnessed Jang Junha's workplace harassment. I thought it only penalized unethical behavior, but it also rewarded ethical actions, a reward that could positively influence others. What happens if I use the experience ticket in this pain-free state? The system responded succinctly to my question. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim, you're not actually pain-free right now. You just can't feel it. You know, like Schrödinger's something or other. Plus, all this hard work finally paid off, damn it. I wiped my sticky face and asked Yu Hansu. Mr. Yu Hansu, have you ever imagined what it feels to have your head splitting open? And I used the experience ticket. Plus, system use. Empathy experience ticket on Yu Hansu producer. Play button recommended program. Pain. Play button yes/no. Plus, when I selected yes, Yu Hansu clutched one side of his head as if trying to tear it off. His expression conveyed pure agony. I covered his mouth to muffle his scream, put down the hammer momentarily, and rummaged through his pockets for his phone. First, I called the police with Yu Hansu's phone. I reported being attacked and hit on the head by an assailant, and they said they would dispatch officers immediately. Next, I entered my phone number into his phone. Then, I dialed it and saved the contact as UA temp worker. I had received a temporary phone after the personality controversy, but since I hadn't returned it yet, my own phone was still in the practice room. So if a call from Yu Hansu's number connected to it, hello? Those guys would probably be the ones to answer. 137. Chapter 137. Office Revenge 3. Is that Hyung brewing some sports drink on the way back or something? Lee Chong-hyun muttered. It had been 20 minutes since Kim Yiwol left. Considering the location of the convenience store, he should have returned by now. He'll be back soon enough. Still, though, at Choi Ji-ho's words, Jong Song-bin glanced at the practice room door. He is late. Given Kim Yiwol's personality, he'd usually sprint to the store and back without breaking a sweat and returned, saying, considering my efforts for this late-night outing, let's work harder on the remaining practice. Okay, it was not that they were worried or something. How many things could threaten a grown man over 180 centimeters tall? It was just unusual for him to be this late. Maybe he's carrying too much stuff? Should we go out and check on him? That Hyung wouldn't struggle with a few bottles of drinks. Plus, it'd be worse if we end up missing each other, so we should just wait. Park Ju-woo fidgeted nervously and Kang Ki-on tried to calm him down. Yet, even Kang Ki-on hesitated to suggest they continue their practice. Just then, a familiar vibration rang out from somewhere. None of the members were bold enough to carry a cell phone without the company's knowledge. So, it must be Kim Yiwol's phone. He had gone out to answer a call during practice recently. Did Hyung borrow someone else's phone to call us? Could be. Lee Chong-hyun and Jong Song-bin were the first to approach the source of the sound. The two easily found the phone in the corner of the practice room couch. Why is PD you calling at this hour? As Lee Chong-hyun said, the words, PD Yu Hansu, were displayed on the screen. Let's answer. It might be urgent, and Hyung might get scolded for not answering. Jong Song-bin said. It sounded considerate, but well. Normally, one wouldn't answer someone else's phone without permission. Moreover, Jong Song-bin and Kim Yiwol were known for being the most polite members of the group. There was no way someone like him would disregard such basic etiquette. Maybe Jong Song-bin didn't trust Yu Hansu and wanted to gauge the atmosphere between them while Yiwol was absent. Choi Ji-ho could only guess. Give it to me. Yes. Give me the phone. I'll answer it. Given what they knew about Yu Hansu's personality, Choi Ji-ho figured he should be the one to take the call. He took the phone and, hello. Put Choi Ji-ho on. Kim Yiwol. An unexpected voice answered. It's me. Are you at the practice room now? Yeah. Are the other members there too? Yeah. Why aren't you back yet? Everyone's saying we should go look for you. The other members were giving him worried looks. However, Kim Yiwol cut him off. Don't come out. What? Are you almost here? If Hyung's carrying too much stuff, should I head to the entrance? Jong Sing-bin, who had been listening quietly, chimed in. I think the manager will come soon. Until then, no one leaves the practice room. Got it. Manager Chan-young left work already. The agency was close to their dorm, so the manager had been sent home early since they'd planned to all head back together after practice. Someone from the company will come. Just wait. Where are you and what are you doing? Choi Ji-ho was getting annoyed. Why was he acting like this today, when he usually explained everything without being asked? Just then, Park Ju-woo cautiously took the phone from Choi Ji-ho's hand. Hyung, why does your voice sound weird? Voice. It sounded the same as usual. Why was Park Ju-woo asking that all of a sudden? As Choi Ji-ho and the other members looked at Park Ju-woo quizzically, a woman's scream came from the phone. With that piercing scream, the call ended abruptly. As Kim Yiwol had said, their manager came to the practice room right after the call ended, his face pale as a white sheet. He didn't answer their questions. He just hurriedly ushered them into the van and drove away from the company building. Everyone was bewildered until they saw the police tape, the patrol cars, and the crowd gathered nearby. Chaos erupted in the van. They couldn't even remember how they had calmed down Choi Ji-ho, who was shouting to turn the car around. After dropping the members off at the dorm, the manager left again. It was only then that the members learned what had happened. Breaking news, Idol Sparks Kim Yiwol attacked near agency, hospitalized. UA Entertainment assault incident. Perpetrator revealed as in-house producer. Live coverage. Police lines surround UA, tight police lines. Producer attacks idol with weapon. Victim identified as Spark member. Kim Yiwol. Articles poured out from every media outlet. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the incident, news about Kim Yiwol started appearing in the general news section. Stories about Yoo Han-soo, who was immediately taken custody, continued to surface. Perpetrator of idol assault case complains of unexplained headache. Investigation faces difficulties. Exclusive, perpetrator producer arrested at the scene. Police investigation launched. Focus on whether arrest warrant will be issued. Everywhere was in an uproar. SNS, fan cafes, even the dorm phone, everything was buzzing. Whether it was people genuinely worried about Kim Yiwol or those who enjoyed gossip, everyone was waiting for a clear explanation. After all, a producer assaulting an idol was an unprecedented event. Much greater than what the F***ck is going on. Much greater than no, Yiwol, what happened? He was fine filming just yesterday. Why is this happening all of a sudden? Much greater than no matter the conflict, this kind of violence is wrong. It would have been nice if they had resolved it through dialogue. I hope the victim is okay. Much greater than so is our baby okay or not. XX I'm so confused right now. Much greater than a company employee hits an idol with a blunt weapon? Did I understand that correctly? The world has seriously gone mad. Much greater than isn't this the kid who had that personality controversy before? If you look at this, maybe the insubordination rumors were true after all. Shut the F***ck up, can't. You read the room? But I also thought that. There's no smoke without fire. A person is down after being assaulted and you're here spouting nonsense? You'll all get sued, and then you'll learn your lesson. UA hadn't released any statement, even though the We Want follow-up article post likes reached 3 digits. More accurately, they couldn't. This was the first time such a major incident had occurred at UA. However, that couldn't be used as an excuse. Incompetence wasn't something to be proud of. Besides, hadn't UA already experienced this once? A situation where their artist was at the center of controversy. Of course, UA hadn't done anything special back then. Jong Song-bin remembered Kim Yiwol, who had resolved the entire situation on his own. Wouldn't it be better to let the company handle this? To his question, Kim Yiwol hesitated before replying. No, I think I'd feel better handling it myself. To be honest, Jong Song-bin thought his Hyung tended to worry too much. The people at UA that he had seen so far weren't the type to ignore their artist's struggles. They had even told Kim Yiwol to leave it to the company. But Kim Yiwol hadn't. Instead, he quelled all the controversy by himself. And now, Faced with this situation without Kim Yiwol, UA was struggling, neglecting both the fans and the members. It made sense. It was late at night, so the company was slow to respond, and his Hyung's safety was the top priority. Though Jong Songbin knew this logically, a sense of frustration welled up in his chest. With such provocative news, rumors spread like wildfire. While the other members unplugged their phones and waited for updates from the company, rumors that even the people involved were unaware of spread like wildfire. Much greater than there's talk about this being a mutual fight. What's the truth? I heard the idol overreacted too. There's no clear news yet, so stop spreading false information. I'm not spreading false information. I'm asking a question. Can I even ask? Fans are already anxious about every little thing, so please don't make things worse. Do you seriously lack social awareness, or what? Producer Yu claims that the other party also assaulted him, insisting it was mutual fault. That's what the article says. So why are you only treating your oppa as the victim? So where exactly is Mr. Yu hurt? The idol has a head injury and is unconscious, but the guy who's supposedly hurt is screaming in front of cameras for attention? Much greater than UAUM*THERF*. Curs. Please say something. I'm going to die from the stress. I'm going crazy. Much greater than I don't need anything else. Just tell me if Yiwol is okay. It's a head injury, for goodness sake. Please. I know you're worried, but let's wait a little longer. We'll get an update soon. And then, much greater than @new_e. Who helped you when you were about to be kicked out of the team for incompetence and almost ruined someone else's work? There's a limit to repaying kindness with animosity. No one covered for you as much as Yiwol did. If it weren't for him, I would have sued you before you caused that accident. I hope I never see you again in this industry. And for those who keep provoking me with comments or DMs, don't say behind my back what you can't say to my face. Happy face. Yiwol is a hubby who helped me a lot, and everyone at the company adores him. Think logically. Is it normal to do such a thing to someone almost 20 years younger than you? Much greater than. You're Songkan, as you can see in the third competition meeting cut broadcast. Honestly, Yiwol Hyung took care of us a lot. What's shown on screen wasn't even half of it. He's really genuine. He takes care of people a lot. He's not the kind of person to mistreat anyone. You'll know if you talk to him for just 3 minutes. People are so strange. Will I get scolded by the company for saying this, you ask? Don't worry, our company likes Yiwol Hyung too. But he's on another level, different from CEO Moon. He has a unique charm. Hirang is also talking about Yiwol Hyung right now too. See? I told you. Hyung is like a human catnip. Much greater than @Poyo_Q. The Yiwol I know puts his all into even the smallest tasks. He's always diligent and takes good care of his members. But overnight, he's turned into a troublemaker who clashed with a company employee and caused an accident. I've seen and heard a lot over the years, but this really crosses the line. The moment unexpected figures pulled the trigger, the fandom, which hadn't been able to relax for a second, fearing bad news, exploded. Much greater than summary of why sparklers are furious. Warning, long thread. Yiwol is a producing member, but he also does concept plus styling plus planning. It's to the point that a fellow member said on their self-produced content that without Yiwol, there would be no spark. They are a self-producing group, so the members share the roles in making the lyrics, composition, and choreography. Members also create the self-produced content. They often film with camcorders plus they plan their individual videos and get them approved by Kim Yiwol. IDC concept and stage design were also done by the members. Just look at the meeting scene that was broadcast. Meanwhile, Kim Yiwol cleaned up the mess YHS made while also doing his main job, in R's testimony. The company, knowing this, neglected him, and this happened. This is just what's on the surface. How much worse must it have been behind the scenes? Even during the personality controversy, Kim Yiwol personally clarified things on a broadcast. At that time, we just thought it was neat and great, but now it's chilling. I wonder how little he must have trusted the company to do that. Much greater than the members make their own content, they do their own producing. What does the agency even do? Is it right to leave the aftermath to the artist after bringing in a useless PD? #UA explain. Much greater than does you Annie Yiwol to manage a their employee send writing apology letters. #UA explain. I didn't expect anything else just manage our artists' mental health properly. #U_protect_artists. More than 6 characters with no spaces. Much greater than for a fellow label mate to speak like that. You can imagine just how much Yiwol must have been through. And from the way it sounds, it seems like the perpetrator went around causing a mess while Yiwol cleaned it all up. If that's true, UA's entire executive team should be bowing their heads in shame. Much greater than. So to summarize, a 40-year-old man did a shitty job, got fired, and took it out on a 21-year-old kid. Does this make sense? Does this sound right to you? Much greater than. We need to look at why Yiwol had to shoulder everything in the first place. The company is useless. The PD they hired is incompetent. This incident shows how structurally flawed UA is as a company. If this is how they operate, then what's the point of having a company or employees at all? Much greater than. Please, at least earn your salaries. You guys get paid to work, but my kid hasn't even been paid yet. Why are you treating him like a dog? On top of that, he got his head smashed in the process? Actually, it's you UA who should be working themselves to the bone and getting beaten up. Stop staying quiet and do something, damn it. At that point, UA finally realized what they had been neglecting. Frantically rushing between the police station and the hospital, UA hurriedly drafted and posted an apology statement. Much greater than. Hello, this is UA Entertainment. This evening, an incident occurred where one of our artists was injured by a company employee. Currently, the artist is receiving medical treatment and the employee has been handed over to the investigative authorities. We ask for your understanding that we couldn't deliver the news quickly as we prioritize the artist's safety. We will take full responsibility and manage our artists properly to prevent such incidents from happening again. Once again, we apologize for causing distress with this unfortunate incident. The moment Jong Songbin saw UA's apology, he felt a dull headache creeping in. It became painfully clear why Kim Yiwol had chosen to take everything into his own hands, and just how wise that decision had been. As Jong Songbin predicted, fans were further enraged by the statement that only listed the facts rather than taking true accountability. When writing an apology in the workplace, it would have been enough to explain why something happened, what mistakes were made and what resulted from them, how much damage was caused to the company, and what countermeasures and preventive measures will be taken. But the entertainment industry was different, wasn't it? Much greater than. Is this seriously what you call an apology? Rewrite it, damn it. Much greater than. What should be in an apology? Forget everything else. Just admit what you did wrong and beg for forgiveness. This isn't some accident. It's a buildup of neglect finally exploding. Shouldn't the apology start with admitting you failed to prevent something that could have been avoided? Much greater than. You drove everyone to the edge, then handed us this pitiful excuse for an apology? When Yiwol was dragged into that mess at the IDC show, you didn't even write an apology, just made him do a live explanation instead. Thanks a lot for that, jerks. No wonder he has to do everything himself. Much greater than. Yeah, okay, just quit the entertainment business altogether. You guys are running things haphazardly like this and still call yourselves an entertainment company. What kind of entertainment company lets their own idol end up with a cracked skull? How badly did you screw up to let things get to this point? Have you all collectively lost your minds? Eventually, UA wrote and posted a new apology. This time, they acknowledged the allegations of the idol's excessive workload, explained the background of how Yoo Han-soo came to work with the artist and the conflicts they had, and made it clear that the artist was the victim. They also included that they would take legal action against any further spread of false rumors about Kim Yiwol's bullying, insubordination, or mutual fault in the incident. The second apology concluded with a statement that they would take legal action and seek compensation from Yoo Han-soo and provide full support for Kim Yiwol's recovery. Jong Songbin let out a deep sigh after confirming that the atmosphere had finally calmed down. Are you okay? Park Ji-woo patted Jong Songbin's shoulder, his face filled with worry. The dorm felt like a funeral home. It was Choi Ji-ho who broke the icy silence. Seriously, why can't we go? Choi Ji-ho's voice was heated as he argued with someone over the phone. Kang Ki-on was trying to calm him down and keep his voice from escalating further. Seriously, why should we just sit around here doing nothing while reporters are already at the hospital? He's getting surgery right now. Shouldn't the members see that the surgery goes well? Just as a curse word was about to slip out, Jong Songbin covered Choi Ji-ho's mouth and took the phone. He could hear the noisy background behind the manager's voice. Hyung, it's Songbin. Ah yes, Songbin. I know it's tough, but please persuade Ji-ho. No, Hyung. Jong Songbin's voice dropped, It wasn't just about wanting to defy the company that had told them nothing while they anxiously scoured every news update. I think it's the right thing for us to be there. Please. All of them wanted more than anything to see Kim Yiwol right now. 138. Chapter 138. Office Revenge 4. I opened my eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. This scene, it was like something straight out of a web novel I read recently. In those stories, people woke up in a hospital and then debuted as idols. Wait, isn't that literally my story? I had no idea how long I had been unconscious. My last memory was a woman screaming at the sight of me covered in blood. For some reason, I also remembered the incident at the Hampiong Industry. Must have been a dream. But what should I do now? Should I call a nurse? I didn't feel sick enough to call anyone. Thanks to the system, I felt no pain. Rather, it was comfortable lying down and doing nothing for the first time in a while. I used to be such a simple person who loved my bed. How did my life end up so twisted? I looked around, getting a grasp of the situation. Judging by the 4 in my wrist and the fall precaution sign on my head, whatever surgery or treatment I had undergone seemed to be over. If it had been a real emergency, everyone would have been gathered around my bedside. Never thought I'd live to see myself hospitalized. Strange. The Hampiong Industry was worse in many ways, but UA was where I actually felt my life was most at risk. But there was a problem. This seemed to be a private room. How much did a private room cost? This was my first time being hospitalized, so I was a bit flustered. I'd only heard it was incredibly expensive, so a cold sweat ran down my back. Would the company cover it? I hadn't even gotten insurance in this life yet. Did an injury-related hospitalization fall under work benefits? That crazy B*TCH. I'm charging him for all the medical expenses. I gritted my teeth, thinking of Yohansu. There was no way I'd settle for anything less than an astronomical sum. I would sue him in every way possible and ruin his life. While I was fuming, I heard the door open. Someone approached. Manager Yiwol, you're awake? Nurse, the patient is awake. Suddenly, the surroundings became noisy. All I did was answer to a presence, but I felt drained. After a brief explanation, my room became peaceful again. The surgery went well. You almost got yourself into serious trouble, you know. Really? Of course. Do you know how bad the injury was? No. I shouldn't say such things to someone who just woke up. Sorry. Apparently, the injury had been worse because it was on my head. That trash of a human. Does it really not hurt? You had a lot of stitches. Maybe it's the painkillers. I feel fine for now. Despite my words, the manager didn't seem reassured. But I couldn't pretend to be in pain. There was nothing to gain from it. I forced a smile to show I was fine, and the manager sighed in relief. Did the members go back? Okay. I had told them to wait in the practice room, thinking the company would send them home when the police and ambulance arrived. The members? They're sitting outside right now. Surprisingly, they're here? Did I sleep that long? Did a few days pass or something? No. The kids were worried about you. Even so, with all the commotion, they should have sent the kids back to the dorm. Do you want to rest some more? If you're okay with it, I can let them come in for a bit. Sure. I agreed readily, thinking it was better to let them in than leave them in the hallway. As soon as the manager left, I heard their footsteps, as if they'd been waiting. Their faces as they rushed to my side were, Hyung, are you okay? Half of them were a mess. Did you cry? Hyung, sniff, what did the doctor say? Are you okay now? Lee Chong-hyun was bawling. He didn't even cry this much when we read the rolling papers we wrote for our 5th anniversary on our self-produced content. The surgery went well. Why are you crying? I'm fine. At my words, Chong-hyun wiped his tears with trembling hands. Do you think surgery fixes everything? His voice trembled. Seeing how your mouth is working, you seem fine. Choi Ji-ho looked down at me with a disapproving gaze. Yeah, damn it. I'm fine thanks to the system doping. So what? Why? Are you so angry? Do you even have to ask? Enough, Hyung. Choi Ji-ho frowned. Kong Kion tried to stop him, but he wouldn't budge. Do you even know how you ended up here? Your head cracked open, and you're acting all nonchalant. How was I supposed to know this would happen? You almost died, and that's all you have to say? But I didn't die, so it's fine. And I was far from nonchalant. If I had died from something like this, I would have gone to grab the system by the collar first. Anyway, I'm fine, so everyone go back to the dorm. Don't go out without the manager for a while. Yeah, good for you, you bastard. Glaring at me, Choi Ji-ho stormed out of the room. I'll be back in a minute. Kang Keon followed Choi Ji-ho out. Why is he like that? Was he acting like that outside too? I'd done all sorts of things to prevent the personality controversy. I hope he didn't cause a scene while I was unconscious. Should I be honest? Jang Songbin's words left me speechless. I felt like I was facing Pandora's box. Ji-ho Hyung. Until 30 minutes ago, he was shouting in the car that he'd kill you Han-soo, sob. Lee Chong-hyun said between sobs. That be *tch. I told him not to lose his temper in front of the kids. Wait. So Kang Keon, when to calm him down? Choi Ji-ho, that guy really. Hyung, don't get up. You can't get up. Hyung. I almost jumped out of bed. Chong-hyun and Songbin frantically held me back. Even though the pain should be subsiding, the back of my head throbbed. I held the back of my neck and lay back down. Why does he only do things that piss me off? I'm going to die of stress, not the injury. Don't say that. Park Joo-woo's voice came from behind Lee Chong-hyun and Jang Songbin. I hadn't noticed because they were blocking him, but Park Joo-woo also looked terrible. Tear tracks stained his cheeks. I thought you were really going to die. Park Joo-woo spoke haltingly, his voice heavy with emotion. Tears like glass beads rolled down his face. Sorry. I apologized briefly. But Park Joo-woo's tears didn't stop. After silently crying for a while, he finally spoke. I'm sorry for asking you to get me that drink. His tears dripped onto the blanket. It was such a trivial thing, and it wasn't even his fault things turned out this way. My heart sank. I felt uncomfortable. It's not your fault. Why are you apologizing for that? At my words, he roughly wiped his tears with his sleeve. He must have been really shocked. Even I had frozen up when the attack first happened, unable to think of anything but grabbing the weapon. For kids who hadn't even turned 20 yet, it must have been terrifying. I patted his shoulder a few times as he sniffled. Are you really? Okay. They said it could hurt a lot when the anesthesia wears off. Jang Songbin asked with a worried expression. I'm really okay. Maybe the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. I wanted to go after Choi Ji-ho, but comforting these kids was the priority. Just look at Chong-hyun's face. If he'd cried any more than this, he'd be a weeping statue, 20xx. Now he looked completely puffy. Looking closely, Jang Songbin's eyes were also red. Since everyone was crying, Kang Keon must be with Choi Ji-ho. I felt bad for burdening the magne with this. Songbin, can you bring Choi Ji-ho and Keon back? I'm worried about Keon having to handle him. Okay. I decided to call back Kang Keon, who must be struggling alone. Then I spoke to Park Joo-woo and Lee Chong-hyun, who were the only ones left. When you get back to the dorm, everyone should take a Chong Simwon one. I bought the liquid kind last time. You know where the first aid kit is, right? Isn't Hyung the one who needs Chong Simwon the most right now? Don't make me repeat myself when I'm already tired. There was more I wanted to say. Looking at their tear-stained faces, I smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry for making you worry. Since I wasn't in pain at the moment, I had dismissed their concerns as overprotection. For them, who had come all this way for my sake, it was thoughtless of me. I sincerely apologized for that. I'm not lying when I say I'm fine. Trust me. Just look at me talking. It feels like my usual self, doesn't it? That's because you can't see your own face, Hyung. Park Joo-woo retorted. But I seriously wasn't hurting at all. Honestly, I felt guilty for making them worry, though I couldn't explain why. And I'm sorry for asking if you were shocked earlier. You must have been shaken up enough already. It was insensitive of me. What are you even saying? No matter how shaken we are, could it compare to how you feel, Hyung? Grumbling, Lee Chong-hyun gradually stopped crying. Apologize to the Hyungs and Kang Keon too for being insensitive. And don't provoke Ji-ho Hyung. Telling someone who's worried about you, I'm not dead, so it's fine. What kind of response is that? I need to have a private talk with Choi Ji-ho. How dare he get angry in front of the younger members? Ji-ho Hyung hasn't been like that lately. He's just worried about you. Chong-hyun, whose side are you on? Today, I'm on Ji-ho Hyung's side, you idiot. Lee Chong-hyun's fierce criticism poured down on me. Park Joo-woo didn't seem to want to stop him either. Once I managed to close their emotional floodgates, Jang Songbin returned with the moody duo. To the three of them, I repeated the same apology. Jang Songbin received it with a slightly relieved expression, while Kang Keon looked dissatisfied but accepted it. Reluctantly. As for Choi Ji-ho, I'm sorry for being insensitive, but you shouldn't curse or get angry in front of the younger members either. Jong Songbin, can I go back to the dorm first? It wasn't smooth, but we somehow made up. I was able to hear about the perpetrator, Yoo Han-soo, after that. 1. Chong Simwin equals a traditional Korean pill made from herbs and other medicinal ingredients. 139. Chapter 139, Office Revenge, 5. What happened to PDU? Don't even use the polite honorific with that person. Do you really want to use honorifics for human trash? Lee Chong-hyun snapped. Do you think I use it because I want to? I'm doing it because someone might hear us. I was about to retort, but I held back when I saw the state of his face. I couldn't leave Spark's top visual looking like a deflated steamed bun forever. I heard he's at the police station, but there's been no news since then. All we heard was that he's not cooperating with the investigation. Jong Songbin's words also subtly lacked honorifics for Yoo Han-soo. For even this polite person to be like this. At this point, Yoo Han-soo's chances of getting into heaven were slim to none. I heard he held a grudge against you, Hyung. Even so, does it make it okay to hit someone? That crazy ba. SSH. I barely managed to calm down Choi Ji-ho, who was getting worked up again. You told that writer about me, didn't you? Yoo Han-soo had definitely said that. He also accused me of spreading rumors about him. In truth, I had never told anyone about his bullying except for the planning team leader and Mr. Min Ju-kyung. From his perspective, starting with a shaky position at UA because of me, getting hit with internal whistleblowing, earning a tarnished reputation, and ending up demoted while watching me thriving must have been too much to bear. But I didn't publicly execute him or I get him fired. I didn't expect him to go this far over something so trivial. As expected, he was a pathetic loser. It seemed that the final straw for Yoo Han-soo was the ruining of his so-called achievements. The career he built by stealing others' work. Plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button, I knew that you guy would pull something like this. Didn't I tell you he looked unhinged? He had disaster waiting to happen written all over him. See, I told you not to provoke him, didn't I? Plus, the system seemed to know Yoo Han-soo would do this. Why didn't it just curse him to death while at it? Judging by how eagerly it was counting down to his breakdown, it probably enjoyed the show. I wanted to grind the system to dust, but since it prevented a truly serious injury and even gave me an incentive, I'd hold back. Seeing Yoo Han-soo even go this far, he must have been truly afraid of losing his precious reputation. Did he even think about the things he'd done? Just looking at his work history, it was clear he had made enemies everywhere. If it were me, I'd be too scared to live like that. More importantly, the investigation. Was it finally time for the collection of Yoo Han-soo's quotes I'd accumulated over the months to shine? My heart pounded. Was it the excitement of finally delivering sweet, long overdue revenge in my work life? My chest tightened with exhilaration, and I felt a surge of energy. Chonghyun, there's a folder with my name in our shared folder. The password is ZKFXHLRLDNJS214DLFCK. Inside, there's a subfolder titled Other, Target for Revenge, Yoo Han-soo. It should be the third or fourth one. Hyung, you've been keeping something like that in our shared folder? Lee Chong-hyun asked with a bewildered expression. I saved it all because I knew I'd need it someday. Copy everything onto a USB and give it to the manager. There are plenty of empty USBs in the office, so don't waste money buying one. What's in that folder? Screenshots of texts PD-nim sent me and recordings of our calls. There's also my organized work schedule and a journal where I poured out my frustrations about PD-nim. If they need the originals, you can just hand over my phone. I haven't deleted any texts. They say the more records, the better. The methods of collecting evidence of workplace harassment that I had looked up to report Manager Nam were finally coming in handy. For him to have a criminal investigation at this point, when the internal investigation at UA is nearing its end. Good, you bastard. I'll make sure you're ostracized not just from the company, but from society as well. As I relished the sense of catharsis, I locked eyes with Kang Kian, who was looking at me with a strange expression. Aren't you even angry, Hyung? About what? Besides being shocked and reporting Yoo Han-soo, don't you have any other thoughts? Kang Kian's expression was cold. Hyung. What? Earlier, I stopped Jiho Hyung because he seemed too agitated, but you too. Then he closed his mouth. There were two possible reasons why he was acting like this. He either didn't feel the need to say it, or he thought it was too harsh to say. Normally, These guys avoided using strong language or losing their temper. It wouldn't be bad to hear their true feelings while they were venting their frustrations at me. Say what you want to say, just no profanity. Hurry up. You won't say it if I don't give you the chance. If it's something you're uncomfortable saying in front of the others, I can ask them to leave. Huh. Kong Keon sighed. I know you're a consistent person, Hyung, but sometimes I wish you'd take it easy. We were really worried about you. Furious at Yohansu too. But when you act like it's no big deal, it makes us feel like idiots for being so anxious. Silence followed. Kong Keon frowned and turned his head. You think I'm not angry? I almost got a hole in my skull. But that's how corporate life is. You have to fend for yourself. I had to earn enough to pay my living expenses each month, and if I took time off because I got sick, then it'd be unpaid leave, which meant I didn't get the money. Showing weakness only got you criticism, so I tried not to give them any reason to find fault with me. I'd seen countless employees trying to schedule surgeries on weekends or holidays because they couldn't take extended time off. After living like that for a long time, my own well-being took a back seat. And my feelings? If I got angry just because someone insulted me, it would only make me look like the problem. How could I express my feelings honestly? My thoughts started drifting towards self-pity again. I needed to control myself. I had a lot to say to Kong Keon, like how 30 million other workers would probably understand me, or how I'd love to take a break too, and so on. But this time, I decided to back down. I didn't want to spark a tearful argument. Thanks for caring so much. I'll try not to worry you next time. The look on his face practically screamed. Yeah, right. They got upset whether I spoke up or stayed quiet. I could feel my head start to ache. What I really wanted was for them to move on, clear their minds, and get back to practice. But if I said that, some of them would glare at me and nag me again. Suppressing a sigh, I decided to step down. Okay, everyone worked hard today, so go back and get some rest. Songbin, get in touch tomorrow when you're free. Let's discuss how we'll handle the final competition. The final competition? Kong Keon asked back. Are you seriously planning to have a meeting tomorrow? Should we not? Are we not going to participate? Hyung, you didn't hear a single word I said, did you? Keon, don't push him too hard. Hyung, the final competition has been postponed for 2 weeks. Jong Songbin stopped Kong Keon, who was getting angry. The postponement of the final competition was unexpected. The finals were crucial in survival programs, especially those broadcast live events. There was a mountain of work to do, from venue rentals and audience recruitment to expanding the voting system. A 2-week delay would mean the production crew would have to redo almost everything from scratch. Why? One of the contestants got into an accident. How could they just go ahead with the show? Especially since it wasn't just any accident, but something that happened during preparations for the IDC performance and caused a big commotion. Choi Jiho clicked his tongue. Jong Songbin pulled out a wet wipe and began gently cleaning my hair. A lot of articles came out, and it became a big issue. The situation got a bit out of hand. The wet wipe came away sticky with black, congealed blood. So for now, don't think about anything else and get some rest. Jong Songbin smiled awkwardly, as if trying to hide his anxiety. This made it seem like I'm the one making them worry more. But what could I do? I couldn't take back the words I'd already said. I nodded and told them I understood, then nudged them to head home and rest, saying I wanted to sleep too. It wasn't until I watched the guys leave the hospital room with the manager that I finally felt the tension ease a bit. Still, wasn't it illegal for 5 people to gang up on a patient like that? I felt so wronged. I almost cried. But there was no time for tears. I needed a plan for the final competition. Originally, there were about 3 weeks left until the final competition. Now it had been extended by 2 weeks. It was rare for a whole group to drop out of a program because one member got injured. Usually, they just excluded the injured member. However, this time, the situation was different. Not only was the injury sustained during preparations for the show, but there were internal issues at the agency involved as well. In this case, UA could pull all of Spark from the program to protect the artists and manage the incident. Withdrawing right before the finals wouldn't be an easy decision, but UA was the kind of company that would do it. They always emphasized their artists' well-being. The conclusion was clear. I absolutely had to recover and declare with a nonchalant face, I'm perfectly okay. Let's charge toward the last IDC performance. Judging by the faces of the Spark members earlier, unless I made a full recovery, They wouldn't just keep me off the stage. They wouldn't even let me join the discussions. But who am I? I was someone who had never caught so much as the flu and powered through everything with a healthy body. Besides, I had my trusty workplace support system to rely on. With that, I should be able to make a quick recovery and return in great shape. Plus, total fatigue, 65%, work support service applied. Plus, or maybe not. Why is it still at 65%? Does that mean it's 85% without the service? So, I'm still in danger? It didn't feel real. Probably because I felt no pain. Just then, someone entered the room. It was a nurse. How's your pain level? It's fine. Is my injury very serious? No, the surgery went well. Then why is my fatigue at 65%? I'm not even having nosebleeds now. Is this a system error? When will I be able to be discharged? I don't feel any pain, so I'd like to be discharged as soon as the wound heals. Discharged? Oh dear, I guess your guardian hasn't explained it to you yet. The doctor said you'll need to stay hospitalized for about 8 weeks to monitor your progress. Do you have something urgent coming up? Huh. Hospitalized for how many weeks? But I have a stage to perform on. 140. Chapter 140, 4th competition, emergency meeting 1. I'm screwed. I was the one who pushed for us to enter IDC, and now, because of me, we might not even make it to the announcement stage. I have no idea what went through my head. An 8-week recovery period, with total fatigue reaching 95%. Does that mean I almost died? Suddenly, the system's messages, which had been bothering me until recently, came to mind. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim. Why are you doing things I didn't tell you to do? Don't you have any work? Should I give you more? System, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim. You're making things unnecessarily difficult. Why do you keep doing things I told you not to? System, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim. Standing out isn't always a good thing in society. Plus, at that time, clearly, who's going to die if Spark leaves IDC? Will the flow of the heavens change? I thought like that, but it turned out I really almost died. The countdown was a warning. Looking back now, I could see that the system wasn't entirely hostile toward me. At the very least, it hadn't completely abandoned me when I faced a crisis. It even had follow-up measures in place, like the 4 major insurance plans. Furthermore, based on the recent system message, it seemed the penalty imposed during IDC was intended to prevent this incident. Finally, all the puzzle pieces seemed to fit together. The abnormally reduced budget, the unusually large amount of negative reactions, even considering the malicious editing, and the recent character controversy that even led to demands for my removal. Although it wasn't directly stated, the penalties and countdown were constantly pushing me to leave. Does this mean I should stop doing anything the system doesn't explicitly ask me to do? But then again, during the Challenge Life show, there hadn't been any restrictions or penalties. This meant that not everything was strictly divided into things you can do and things you can't do. And besides, how am I supposed to get to number 1 by only doing what I'm told? I didn't even know how many KPIs I had left to meet, so I couldn't afford to hesitate. Only one thing was certain. Ignoring the system's warnings wouldn't end well for me. Finding the loopholes, however, was my new challenge. Why did it have to go this far just to turn me into an idol? My head was spinning. My thoughts were so tangled they felt like they were about to explode. Damn it. Thinking about unsolvable problems drove me crazy. I shut my eyes. If only I could switch off my thoughts with a simple click. But my unresolved thoughts lingered in my head like grease floating on a pot of cold bone broth. Whatever. For now, I should just be grateful that I wasn't dead. There would be plenty of time to think later, but the IDC's finals were just around the corner. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wasn't there something else below the industrial accident insurance explanation? When the industrial accident insurance explanation first appeared, I was too panicked to read beyond the most obvious words. But thinking back, it felt like there had been more written at the bottom. I opened the industrial accident insurance explanation again. Plus, system, subordinate is notified of for major insurances, industrial accident compensation insurance. During the industrial accident compensation insurance period, subordinate can choose one of the following: pain relief from work-related injury, rapid recovery from work-related injury, varies depending on the severity of the injury. Insurance benefits are limited to one-time use. Plus, the system had said it would take 2 weeks to recover from the injuries I sustained at the time. If 2 weeks was all it took for a head injury, now that I'd had surgery, I should be able to heal in even less time. Since the finals are postponed anyway, I can just say I made a miraculous recovery and go up on stage. While I was at it, I wanted to build some muscle as well, so I deactivated the work support service. Leaving it on would prevent muscle growth. This was my chance to reset my fatigue levels and come back stronger than ever. As I stared at the part about being able to change benefits, a new message appeared. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button, you can't stack benefits, you know? Just because something looks flashy on the outside doesn't mean it's all good, so pay attention to the substance too. Good luck. Plus, then, 3 seconds later, the same headache I had experienced hours ago returned with a vengeance. F***CK, with my body this XX up, no wonder those guys worry. XX, XX, XX. My head was filled with nothing but curse words. This was the first time I had experienced this since chemical warfare training. The next day, Jong Song-bin visited the hospital room with Choi Ji-ho. Looking pale and haggard, I greeted them as best as I could. What's up with your face? This guy's picking a fight with my appearance. Is he trying to show off how handsome he is? Are you in a lot of pain, Hyung? You look really unwell. Take a look at Jong Song-bin. He said the same thing, but in such a gentle and affectionate way. I'm fine. Thanks for coming, both of you. I wasn't fine at all, but if they found out, they'd nag me to death. So I mustered all my acting skills to look composed. Actually, what I wanted to discuss today. Sorry to interrupt, Hyung, but there's something I wanted to say first. Surprisingly, Jong Song-bin cut me off mid-sentence. When I told him to speak his mind, he hesitated for a moment, then spoke firmly. Hyung, we'll handle the final competition on our own. It was a completely unexpected statement. These guys were actually taking a step towards being a 5-member group, Spark, of their own initiative. I had thought the only way to prevent Spark from withdrawing from IDC was for me to recover as quickly as possible, convince everyone I was fine, and get back on stage. But these admirable guys were telling me to rest, and that they would handle the stage themselves. I almost burst into tears of joy, but I held back. My head already hurt so much that I was on the verge of tears. If I let my guard down, both my tear ducts and my wounds would burst open. Are you sure you can do that? Are you in any position to worry about that? If we tell you to rest, just rest. Even Choi Ji-ho kindly advised me to rest. This was a momentous occasion. I decided to mark today as my 2nd birthday. Thanks for your consideration. You guys will definitely look more amazing without me. Even though their planning was poor in the past, the Spark members always performed their roles incredibly well. This time, I had spoon-fed them the idea, so they should be able to pull it off brilliantly. Is this the first time Spark will show the audience a proper 5-member performance? If they nailed this stage, the impact of my eventual departure from the group would be softened. By then, people might start saying things like, Spark didn't really need Kim Yiwol after all. It's an important stage, so make it count. It might actually be better this way. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help. Instead of wasting a ton of time memorizing the damn choreography, it might be better for a klutz like me to work on my laptop here. The others wouldn't have to adjust to my dance skills either. And if we excluded the budget for my costumes and props, they'd have more money to use. I was about to ask Jong Song-bin if he could bring me a shared laptop, but his expression looked strange. It's better this way? What do you mean, Hyung? I mean, the quality will be higher if it's just you guys. It was a good call to let you and Juwoo rest during the last position battle. Or maybe Kian could take more parts this time. Wait a minute. I don't understand why you think that way, Hyung. Why do you think it would be better without you? I told you last time. Do I really have to say it twice? Jong Song-bin's expression hardened. So, if there's a spare laptop, could you bring me one? And my journal too. I think I left it next to my pillow. No, just rest while you're hospitalized. We'll figure out a way for you to participate, even if only briefly. Just focus on recovering as quickly as possible before the final competition. I didn't know why he suddenly changed his attitude, but Jong Song-bin was resolute. His mood had visibly soured. He's been given an 8-week recovery period. There's no way he'll be discharged before that. Choi Ji-ho interjected, but Jong Song-bin didn't budge. There must be a way for all 6 of us to perform. So let's drop the idea of Hyung sitting this one out. With those words, Young Sung-bin bowed politely and left the room. I gestured for Choi Ji-ho to follow him quickly. System, can't you show them a video of Spark performing as a 5-member group? If I could just show them that once, Jong Song-bin wouldn't say things like that. But the system was merciless. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button, be realistic. Assistant Manager Kim, you really have a knack for trying to cut corners, don't you? Plus, the dizziness I had been suppressing in front of them came rushing back. Here I was, in pain, with no paid sick leave, and Jong Song-bin still scolding me. Life felt so unfair. You want to include Hyung's part in the latter half. Lee Chong-hyun was shocked by Jong Song-bin's announcement. Park Ju-woo and Kang Ki-yeon's expressions weren't much different. What's wrong? Did the conversation with Hyung not go well? That's not it. That was all Jong Song-bin could say in response to Park Ju-woo's question. The members had waited a long time in front of the operating room before finally seeing Kim Yiwol. But when they did, none of them could speak. His face, difficult to recognize due to being covered in blood, his lips scabbed from being bitten, and the numerous IVs stuck in the back of his hand. Even the word injury felt too mild to describe it. Everyone was reminded of death as they looked at Kim Yiwol. Park Ju-woo, who had been holding back his tears, cried nonstop until he heard that Kim Yiwol was recovering stably. Lee Chong-hyun, who had been alternating between crying and stopping himself, wailed as soon as Kim Yiwol opened his eyes. Fortunately, after Kim Yiwol passed the critical point, the members returned to their dorm, each lost in thought. And the next day, Jong Song-bin gathered the members. Yesterday, the manager Hyung said that if it was too hard for us, we could withdraw from IDC. Yeah, I want to know what you all think. Just share your thoughts honestly. Jong Song-bin already had a desired outcome in mind. He had even spent the entire night thinking about how to persuade the members if they disagreed with him. However, that worry turned out to be meaningless. This is the program Yiwol Hyung tried so hard to persuade us to join. He's not someone who likes giving up halfway. I think we should see it through to the end. Everyone agreed with Kang Ki-yeon's words. Unanimously. Even if he's discharged after 8 weeks, Hyung will still need continuous treatment. The 5 of us will have to handle the stage. Is everyone okay with that? Jong Song-bin double-checked. The members, who had spent just as much time agonizing over it as he had last night, agreed once more. So they resolved to lessen Hyung's burden, to do their best to ensure he could focus solely on his recovery without worrying about them. It's an important stage, so do your best. Maybe this is for the better. And yet, why were those words so infuriating? At that moment, Jong Song-bin saw an image of Kim Yiwol practicing alone late at night, overlapping with the current Kim Yiwol. I'm doing this because I'm much lacking compared to you guys. Jong Song-bin clearly remembered Kim Yiwol's words. Words so absurd that anyone at UA would find them preposterous. Even during his argument with Kang Ki-yeon, when Kim Yiwol had thanked them for being considerate to him, it hadn't sat well with Jong Song-bin. Wasn't that much only natural? They were fellow members, they had shared joys and sorrows, and he was the Hyung they relied on the most. About Yiwol Hyung, Jong Song-bin voiced what he had been pondering over for a long time. Don't you think his self-esteem is abnormally low? 141, Chapter 141, 4th Competition, Emergency Meeting 2. Anyone at UA knew how competent Kim Yiwol was. There was even a running joke within the company. Did we recruit an idol or a new employee? Now, that joke wasn't so funny anymore. Even to Jong Song-bin, who had dreamt of being an idol for a long time, Kim Yiwol was exceptional. He might not have been a professional idol, but he was definitely a professional at something. Yiwol, he's good at what he does. Smart too. He's just so sharp. Did Yiwol organize this? He's really meticulous. If it's Yiwol's idea, then we can trust it. Just off the top of his head, Jong Song-bin could recall countless instances of praise directed towards Kim Yiwol. It wasn't just public image management. Kim Yiwol was also held in high regard by his closest team members. Jong Song-bin himself relied heavily on him. Yet, there were those who were particularly harsh towards Kim Yiwol. One group consisted of people like Jang Junhoo or Yoo Han-soo, who either had a poor public image or felt inferior to Kim Yiwol. The other was Kim Yiwol himself. Kim Yiwol's self-criticism was almost habitual. Jang Songbin wasn't sure if Kim Yiwol was aware of it, but having struggled with self-deprecating tendencies for years, Jang Songbin recognized the nuances in Kim Yiwol's words better than anyone. At first, he thought he was mistaken. What could someone like Kim Yiwol possibly lack? But he wasn't wrong. When it came to work ethics, Kim Yiwol was tough on the team, but he was even tougher on himself, not just in terms of work, but in every aspect. Jang Songbin realized for the first time, through observing Kim Yiwol, that acknowledging one's shortcomings was different from failing to recognize one's strengths. Kim Yiwol worked tirelessly, snatching only a few hours of sleep, for at most, and sometimes only 1 or 2 when busy, and relentlessly practiced to compensate for any areas where he felt he lagged behind the other members. Despite his grueling schedule, he still found time to visit the fan cafe daily. The way he beamed with pride whenever a great performance video was released showed how much he genuinely cherished their fans and yearned to deliver captivating performances. Yet, when it came to crucial moments, Kim Yiwol would say things like, "You guys will definitely look cooler without me," with an indifferent expression, without a hint of frustration or regret. I don't know exactly what Hyung is thinking, but if we just let him keep believing he's not that important to the team, it really hurts my heart. At Jang Songbin's words, the team fell silent. While their specific examples differed, everyone recalled similar moments with Kim Yiwol. Jang Songbin glanced at Choi Jiho and Kang Kian. If Kim Yiwol were to participate in the stage performance, these two would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the work. They had already gone through the process of revising their entire choreography once after Yiwol's absence, leaving both of them utterly exhausted. I know it'll be a burden on Jiho, Hyung, and Kian. We could put Hyung on a separate side stage, or have him only participate in the recording, but I'd really like us to think about this together. I'll do my best to help with whatever I can. Jang Songbin lowered his head, feeling apologetic. The response he received was far more positive than he had anticipated. "It's fine with me. I'm on break anyway. Just let me sleep in a little later this week." "I'm okay with it too. We'll need to reassign the parts, right? I'll work on it with Juwoo Hyung." "Okay, Songbin, you focus on costumes and other areas you can manage." The members, rigorously trained by Kim Yiwol, readily took on their respective tasks. And so, they began to discuss how they could perform live with the injured member Kim Yiwol. Even now, almost 3 days into my hospitalization, I still wasn't feeling myself. My head throbbed with unbearable pain. Dizziness persisted, and I had to put on a brave face for the occasional visitors, pretending I wasn't in pain. This whole charade was driving me insane. Looking back, using pain relief to stop Yoo Han-soo was definitely the right call. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to subdue him, let alone move. I would have been crumpled on the floor. As I pondered things like, how do people in movies fight so well after getting hit with metal pipes? The manager walked into my hospital room. "How are you feeling?" "Much better." The doctor came by earlier for his round and said I'm recovering quickly. The nurse who had changed my dressings also mentioned that my wounds were healing remarkably fast. She sounded almost suspicious, like she couldn't believe her eyes. Thanks to that, I probably would have to get another MRI. So, I asked the system to focus on healing the internal injuries while leaving the external ones to heal at a normal pace. I wanted to return to society, not end up in some rare human research lab. "I heard you asked the members to bring your laptop?" With that, the manager handed me a phone, which looked ridiculously small compared to a laptop. "But they said not to give you a laptop. They said you'd just work if I give it to you." "Huh. I figured you would, so I didn't bring it. But you need a way to contact us if anything happens, so keep this phone." I just stared at the phone in my hand, feeling like a raccoon that had just rinsed its cotton candy. We then discussed who would be responsible for settling the surgery and hospital bills. Apparently, UA had already covered all the hospital expenses. I was also informed that even if I reached a settlement with Yoo Han-soo, I wouldn't have to give the money to the company. The company knew there were issues between you and producer Yoo, so we're taking responsibility. We'll cover all the medical costs, so don't worry about it. Okay. The manager also suggested that I should consider counseling and promised to bring me a list of therapists later. "And I have something to ask. Are you feeling up to talking right now?" "Yes, please go ahead." He pulled a chair over from the cabinet and sat down. "This might be a sensitive topic. Is that okay?" "Of course. Please feel free to speak your mind." I wondered what could make him hesitate so much, but then an unexpected question came out of his mouth. Can I ask how bad things are between you and your parents? The fact that he was bringing up my family at this point. Is this about the guardian's consent? Huh. It must have been because they tried to contact my guardian during surgery. Sure enough, the manager avoided my gaze. I couldn't contact them directly. The system had placed restrictions on that. But what if I could communicate through a third party? If you managed to contact my parents, if there were someone who could access their contact information and reach out on my behalf, I could ask about my sister. At the very least, I wanted to know where she lived or what she was doing. Well, the thing is, my manager fell silent. Not long ago, there was a controversy about my character. Now that my personal information had been leaked, there was no guarantee that word about me hadn't reached them. My heart sank. It felt like someone had doused me with ice water. They don't want anything to do with me, do they? Guardian signature or whatever else, it didn't matter. They could refuse to sign. It didn't matter whether I received surgery or not. Even if they had told the hospital not to bother contacting them despite being listed as my family in the records, I wouldn't have cared. But couldn't they at least give me a chance to talk to them? My resentment towards the system dissipated. Even without the system, they would have acted the same way. Yiwol. The manager called my name and patted my shoulder. In the future, if something comes up involving your family, how would you like the company to handle it? It was a kind gesture. Honestly, I wanted to say I didn't care. I wanted to tell him to cut ties with them completely and not even bother looking. What's the point of meeting halfway? Why bother coming near my house? You said you worked late last night too. Have some decency and buy your Nuna dinner. It's okay. I suppressed all my emotions and decided to endure. If they ever get in touch, please let me know. There's something I want to say to them. For my sister's sake. After the manager left, I checked my messages that had piled up. Countless people had sent me messages asking how I was doing. I expected it from the Barian members, but even Mr. Polo and Mr. Ewer had sent texts expressing their concern and wishing me a speedy recovery. Wondering why everyone was making such a fuss, I searched for news articles and found the headlines to be quite dramatic. If you just read the articles, you'd think I was at death's door. With such sensational reporting, of course, everyone's freaking out. Following the manager's approval, I posted a brief update on the group's official account, letting everyone know I was resting well. Then, I started replying to all the messages I had missed, expressing my gratitude. Finally, I logged into Bubble Pop, which I hadn't been able to access properly for several days. My inbox was overflowing with messages. Much greater than Yiwol, are you okay? Don't push yourself, get plenty of rest. Much greater than Yiwol, don't get sick. Much greater than I miss you. Rest up, recover quickly, and come back soon. Much greater than Yiwol. If anyone bothers you, just wave carrots in both hands and shout my name. This Nuna will take care of everything. I slowly typed a short message. Yiwol, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? I'm sorry for the late reply. My rule of sending at least 10 messages a day had been completely broken. Guilt washed over me. Despite that, the fans welcomed me warmly. Much greater than Kim Yiwol, no apologies allowed. Much greater than what are you sorry for? Are you okay? Much greater than Yiwol. Nuna is on her way to set UA on fire. Much greater than yeah, baby, you shouldn't apologize for things like this. Some frequently used words still left me flustered, but their sincerity mattered more than anything else, so I accepted their kindness gratefully. Assistant Manager Kim, how are you that tall, yet always carrying headache meds? You got heat stroke because there wasn't any food? Are you doing this on purpose because I turned off the fan on your side? Assistant Manager Kim. Assistant Manager Kim, I'm losing it because of the staff. Everything's the flu this and flu that. If everyone's sick, who's supposed to work? My mind kept overlapping Manager Nam's face over everything, as if to prevent me from feeling apathetic towards the fans. I was already deeply grateful, so I wished these random thoughts would leave me alone. Instead, I made a promise to myself to make up for the lost time with the fans and communicate as much as I could. And so, I chatted excitedly with the fans until I fell asleep, completely oblivious to the Bubble Pop 999 Plus trending topic that appeared a few hours later. 142, Chapter 142, Fourth Competition, Emergency Meeting 3. Perhaps due to the media coverage, the situation was quickly resolved. First, UA swiftly concluded the internal audit that had been dragging on. They also began a large-scale overhaul of internal regulations. I heard all this news directly from UA employees. I politely declined, but the CEO and a few other employees insisted on visiting me at the hospital. I'm truly sorry, Yiwol. I have no excuse. It was incredibly awkward to just lie there and accept their bowed apologies. Still, I didn't say it was okay. If they had properly evaluated Yoo Han-soo before hiring him, or if they had overcome their discomfort and fired him when the issues first arose, none of this would have happened. The CEO continued to speak for quite some time. You were so competent that the company and I became overly greedy. We shouldn't have, but we placed too much burden on you. The company should be a place you can trust, but it failed to be. I feel ashamed that we didn't provide that trust. At the same time, this incident made us reflect on whether we even have the capability to offer such trust. I'm deeply sorry. Even from my hospital bed, I could tell how much UA was being hammered both inside and outside the industry. Demands ranged from a public apology to calls for a special law to abolish unfair practices. The small pebble I'd thrown had turned into a hailstorm, striking UA. So, I'd expected them to be humble in their approach, but we're accepting requests for department transfers within the company. Of course, we're not just relying on volunteers. People like Ju-kyung and the planning team members who worked well with you will be reassigned proactively by the company. We plan to consistently create opportunities for one-on-one meetings. The management team has only focused on contracts and compensation until now. We'll expand the areas the company takes care of to minimize any discomfort. Don't worry about self-produced content anymore. We'll hire separate staff for that. If you have any preferences for personnel or requirements, we'll accommodate them as much as possible. Their humility went beyond mere formality. I could feel their sincerity, and it caught me off guard. There were many other follow-up measures as well. From now on, whenever I needed to move for idol-related activities, such as going to the practice room, the manager would always pick me up. As a side note, the manager received a pay cut due to this incident. UA also decided to compensate members with idea fees whenever they contributed to concept planning or other creative work. As I was still processing this sudden shower of benefits, the CEO asked, "Can you give us another chance?" I didn't have much of a choice anyway. I was fated to stay here until I achieved my final KPI. If the conditions improved, I could only be grateful. Ultimately, their goal was for us to do nothing except participate in planning and composition meetings. I couldn't help but wonder how nice it would have been if it had been like this from the beginning, but I decided to think positively, believing that a bright future awaited. Meanwhile, Yoo Han-soo was making headlines almost daily, alternating between the entertainment and society sections of the news. In entertainment, he was portrayed as a corrupt power figure who habitually abused idols and industry professionals. In society, he was labeled a criminal who assaulted a young idol. The news was constantly ablaze with his scandal. Occasionally, there were articles about Yoo Han-soo complaining of severe headaches. At least I had painkillers. The thought that he couldn't receive any treatment because he had no visible injuries was strangely satisfying. This wasn't the only refreshing news. Inspired by Nuri's expos, industry professionals began to report Yoo Han-soo's misdeeds one by one, even coining the term Yoo Han-soo Gate. Much greater than they say, there are hundreds of pieces of evidence submitted by victim K alone, making it almost impossible for him to avoid a prison sentence. Did I read that right? If he was cursed that many times, he should have spoken up sooner. Poor Yiwol. Much greater than another YHS expos, from a junior colleague at the same company, with proof. This bastard, there's no end to his deed. What he's doing is King evil. If he's deliberately bullying people, those below him couldn't have endured mentally. Father stealing achievements and verbal abuse, it's all gaslighting. I wouldn't have lasted 3 months and quit right away. Much greater than wow, but it's also chilling that he was collecting all of this one by one. Did the victims plan to report him all along? If my boss was an A*****, I would have reported him too. Is this YHS a psychopath? Amidst this storm, I, the initial whistleblower and the biggest victim. You're saying there were witnesses to the assault? Yes, my group members. The evidence was handed over to an employee but is now lost. So only photos remain? That's correct. I had the luxury of having police officers in my private hospital room, verifying the facts of the damage. Since the case had grown so large, They asked for permission to visit the hospital for a faster investigation, and I readily agreed, wanting to avoid dragging it out. Were these assaults or threats ongoing? Physical contact, such as hitting my shoulder or head, occurred almost every time, and the threatening remarks worsened after the PD moved departments. The abuse was mainly through phone calls or messengers? Yes, or he often called me to meeting rooms or the rooftop where there were no CCTVs. And I could see the officers' faces darken every time I spoke. There are CCTVs in the meeting rooms and on the way to the emergency exit, right? We'll have to check those. I recorded all the dates and times in my planner. I documented every movement for work purposes. Oh, you did well. The typing sound of the officer recording the conversation grew faster and faster. After wrapping up my testimony on Yu Han-soo's misdeeds, an officer asked, "This is a procedural question, but if the perpetrator's side requests a settlement, would you consider it? If I were in dire need of medical expenses and couldn't endure a long legal battle, maybe." But Yue was covering everything. There was no way I'd make such a foolish decision. I was about to phrase my thoughts more politely. I need to see Yu Han-soo completely blacklisted from the industry. When the hospital room door suddenly burst open. Because I was lying down, I couldn't see who had entered. "Are you Mr. Kim Iwol's guardian?" the officer asked, looking towards the source of the sound. "There's no way those people would come now, right?" The officer looked at my face, then towards the door, back and forth. Then, the unknown visitor spoke. "I'm Han-soo's mother." Cough. I choked even though I'd only inhaled air. I covered my mouth, trying to suppress my cough. "Excuse me, you can't just come in here like this, ma'am." One of the officers got up and disappeared from my view. It seemed he was trying to escort Yu Han-soo's mother out. This was straight out of a drama. If Kong Keon had popped out from under my bed shouting, "Surprise!" It was all a hidden camera. Prank. I might have believed it. The visitor was persistent. She didn't budge despite being told she couldn't be here. You have to follow procedure and talk. You can't just barge in like this. I came here to sincerely apologize. That's only possible if the victim consents to it, ma'am. And this is a hospital. Can't you see he's still a patient? Please leave first. Do you think I'd be doing this if I wasn't desperate? Don't you have children, officer? As my manager, who had stepped out earlier for the investigation, returned, the woman was ushered out of the room by two strong men. But that didn't change much. The commotion continued out in the hallway. Does this happen often? More than you'd think. That must be tough. The remaining officer and I, both visibly drained, waited for the situation to calm down. But my expectations were in vain. The commotion refused to subside. The mother kept lamenting about how Yu Han-soo was a young man with a bright future and the pride of the family, and in how a single impulsive mistake shouldn't ruin his entire life with a prison sentence. Damn it, Yu Han-soo was sure lucky. Even after stabbing someone in the back, he still had family defending him. Meanwhile, I didn't have anyone to sign as my guardian because they didn't want to be involved, even though I had a head injury. Just as my anger started to flare up, I heard my manager's voice. "Your son hurt someone so badly the child can't even sit up, and this is how you act? How can you be this selfish?" The manager was yelling. Even without seeing him, I could tell. He was really, really angry. He was so calm when I first woke up. Perhaps even his calm demeanor back then was for my sake, so that I wouldn't be shocked right after the accident. Can I confirm that I don't want to settle and proceed with the case?" "Are you sure? If it were any other time, I might have let her in the room because I didn't want to cause trouble for other people in the hospital. I might have considered listening to her since it was Yu Han-soo who committed the crime, not his mother. Or perhaps I would have considered settling out of pity for an elderly person who came to apologize on behalf of her son. But I decided not to sympathize with them anymore, because I had people who worry for me for days and take my side. Yes, I want to proceed without any leniency. Let him deal with the consequences of his actions, just like the day he stole the data in the meeting room. And so, my long and bitter relationship with Yu Han-soo came to an end. While Yue and I were putting out fires offline, a lot was happening online. Seeing apology_final.jpg from Yue made me grab the back of my neck in frustration, but at least they uploaded a revised statement. That was a relief. Spark received praise and went viral for showing a good performance despite experiencing such internal company issues. Much greater than it's amazing the kids still pulled this off when the company is a mess. Teams whose stages were worse than Sparks should honestly reflect on themselves. But the fact that there weren't many teams with better stages than Sparks. No comment. Much greater than conversely. Doesn't that mean they can do this well even with just the members? Will they start their own company later? Day 1 of supporting Spark Entertainment to be founded. Spark is this generation's miracle from a half-asterisk said company. UA isn't that bad. From now on, UA joins the ranks of the half-asterisk said company. Look at how they're running things. How could anyone not call them half-a**ed? The biggest beneficiary of this was me. Following the broadcast of the position competition, public sympathy for me grew like never before. Much greater than watching the last episode just confirmed it for me. Our baby really has low self-esteem. It broke me when he asked if BR's my wish to be teamed up with someone else instead. But, come on, look at how Yiwol took on all the difficult parts. Not trying to diss him, why? We'll ignore any nonsense. Yiwol was a UA trainee for a reason. Even if their form is a bit outdated, they're a ballad powerhouse. He's only a bit clumsy at dancing. His singing is at the level of other groups' main vocals, and it's only natural that he's not good at dancing considering his short training period. On top of that, he's been working, planning, monitoring, and getting chewed out this whole time. That's just too much. From today on, if anyone calls Yiwol a klutz, I'll kill them all, for real. Spark's main vocal line might be insane, but Yiwol's vocals are solid too. A lot of times when I thought, oh, this part's nice, it turned out to be him. When the other kids said Yiwol was always in the practice room, I only thought it was admirable, but the fact that it was all because of gaslighting. F***ck. I'm so mad I could cry. Much greater than all the bastards who trash-talked Kim Pep and called him a klutz. Bow your heads. Especially that fandom anti-fans happy face malicious commenters happy face who were laughing together back then. Did it feel good to bash my kid to boost your opus? Isn't it amazing that a kid who was living 48 hours a day by dividing 24 hours into pieces did this well? Now that everything's exposed, y'all suddenly have nothing to say? Hilarious, smiley face. Yeah, just keep your mouth shut. If I see one more person dragging my boy, I swear I'll really kill you all. Kill them 222, 2222. Kill them 3333333333333. Like singer, like fan. Is their social skills completely gone? This comment above came at the wrong person first, and is pretending to have great social skills. Touch some grass, idiot. Much greater than I've been dying of frustration with all the hate. Posts, malicious commenters, and trolls. I was about to lose my mind over all the baseless hate and trolls. Y'all don't know a damn thing. No one saw what he was going through behind the scenes, yet you judged him based on what little you did see. Yiwol, from now on, just look at pretty things with those pretty eyes of yours. Yiwol, don't look at those things, just ignore it. Much greater than Yiwol. If you keep this up, you're only going to end up as the ultimate idol. People keep babying you, telling you you're beautiful, and now you probably think the whole world is at your feet. Well, you're right. Everything you say is correct, and everything is yours. Just keep living exactly how you want, okay? Love you to death. Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you, Yiwol. Love Spark. Love you. Spark, walk only on flower paths. Somehow, I had become the resilient idol who endured gaslighting and harsh criticism while still doing his job diligently. My fingers almost caught fire from posting on Bubble Pop. Everyone, I'm really okay, and I had fun working. Now the company said they'll help me a lot. Don't worry. And thank you so much for all the compliments. Meanwhile, there were also efforts to completely destroy Yuhan Su, who had been on the verge of getting kicked out of the industry. Someone had dug up every single post from Yuhan Su's social media. Not that it was really digging. His accounts were all public. Much greater than so, what exactly is producing? To my beloved Hubie's question, after much contemplation, I answered like this. Isn't it the creation of life? The creation of life? My Hubie doesn't understand yet the true meaning of my words. How sublime the value of this profession is. How much effort a producer must make to give birth to a single life. Every day, I create a world that must be destroyed for the one being born. Thinking of Damien. Much greater than did you see XXX's SNS post, the pretentious text? What a pretentious, cringeworthy mess. Seriously, he seems like a total socially inept freak. Oh, look at him trying to be Damien, or whatever. Did he even read it? Much greater than ugh. Everything that surfaces is disgusting. Seriously, there's no end in sight. It keeps coming out. Much greater than ugh, crazy bastard. Doesn't even know his place. I guess he did that kind of thing because he didn't know any better. As a result, Yu Hansu's melancholic photos and embarrassing self-absorbed writings spread nationwide. Ultimately, he became someone who couldn't even lift his head in public. His trial was still ongoing, but prison time seemed inevitable. Once he got out, he'd probably be better off bulk buying masks for his own safety. So now I don't have a boss, right? Yu Hansu was out, they said. They'd arranged the teams separately. The members only needed to give their opinions when they wanted to, so it was practically the same as not having a boss above me. Finally, after more than 10 years of office work life, I had a workplace without a boss. My heart pounded with excitement. That night, I fell asleep feeling completely at peace. 143. Chapter 143, Fourth Competition, Emergency Meeting 4. After the police investigation, my body recovered at an incredible pace. I heard the doctors whispering amongst themselves, calling it a miracle. Getting rid of my pent-up stress definitely played a part. On the other hand, the pain decreased very slowly. Since my body was healing well, my prescribed painkillers were reduced, but the pain remained the same. I had no choice but to bite my lip and endure it. At this point, I wasn't sure what the right choice was anymore. Then, two people who looked just as miserable as I felt showed up in my hospital room. Are you guys sick too? It's from working too much. Lee Chonghyun grumbled as he took out his laptop. Today's hospital visitors were Jong Songbin and Lee Chonghyun, and the reason for their visit was an urgent meeting request for the final competition. You said we were going to discuss the final competition, but none of the dance line guys came? They're basically zombies right now. They look like walking corpses. According to Jong Songbin, Choi Jiho and Kang Kian were apparently refining, discarding, and revising their movements and choreography dozens of times a day. They even dragged Ju Woo Hyung into running simulations with them. Lee Chonghyun chuckled. He looked a little unhinged. Anyway, this is choreography plan number 1. Number 1. There are 3 versions. We weren't sure what would be comfortable for you, Hyung, so we recorded them all. Lee Chonghyun played the video. At the same time, Jong Songbin handed me a piece of paper. It was a blueprint of the IDC live broadcast stage set. The areas marked in red in the video are the main stage, and the areas taped in blue are the side stages. Please use it as a reference. Got it, thanks. Everyone's preparedness had improved significantly. Thanks to them, I didn't have any particular questions while watching the video. So, you're saying you're going to leave me alone on the side stage? Except for the fact that my position was overly conspicuous. You don't like it? Then take the lift up to the main stage. I don't want that either. I wouldn't mind popping in and out quickly, but I don't want to stand out alone. Why should I be the one getting a solo shot while leaving you guys in the background? Can't I just dance? I'll stay as far back as possible so I don't stand out. Are you serious? How can you dance right now, Hyung? I can. I'm recovering really fast. How are we supposed to believe that? If you don't believe me, come by during the doctor's rounds tomorrow. While Lee Chonghyun and I were bickering, Jong Songbin replayed one of the choreography drafts. Then, he turned the laptop screen back towards me and said, "The doctor also said it's okay, and if your recovery speed continues like this, we might be able to change the choreography for the 3rd verse and perform together. What do you think? Honestly, it'd be perfect if you could join from the dance break. Hyung, get better fast. If I could control that, would I be an idol? I'd have opened a natural healing research lab by now." The meeting continued for quite some time after that. By the time we finished our discussions, all 3 of us were completely drained. "Oh, Hyung, does this TV work?" Lee Chonghyun, sprawled out on the chair, asked, pointing to the large TV. "I don't know. I've never turned it on." "What? If it does, I was going to unplug it before leaving. Otherwise, you'll stay up watching IDC live, won't you? You don't think I'll just watch it on my phone? I know you'll watch the broadcast on the TV and follow the real-time chat on your phone." This guy knew way too much about me. If they postponed the final competition, shouldn't this week or next week be a rerun episode? They increased the training camp footage. They said they'll air something like a recap the week before the live broadcast. So I don't think there will be reruns. Jong Songbin kindly explained. It seemed everyone but me had been busy. I was relieved that the broadcast wasn't canceled, but I felt a little guilty. The show airs late at night anyway, so just sleep while you're hospitalized. Don't get all excited about having a private room and stay up watching live. We'll handle the monitoring. Didn't I ban you guys from monitoring? Then tell Jiho Hyung to watch it. Lee Chonghyun snapped. That guy was not the type to get mentally affected by monitoring. Fair point. Fine. I'll rest well, so you guys better take care of your skin. If I get discharged and see blemishes on your faces, you won't be able to leave the dermatologist's office for 4 hours that day. At my words, Lee Chonghyun half-heartedly responded while packing up his laptop. He probably thought I was just making an empty threat, but this was the perfect chance to show him the true wonders of aesthetic treatments. For the past few days, Baek Haewon had been in a state of utter distress. The unprecedented situation had thrown the entire idol fandom into peak chaos. Naturally, Baek Haewon's timeline, filled with Spark-related content, was no exception. Much greater than a company has a duty to protect its artists. The Spark fandom demands a responsible explanation and follow-up measures from UA. #UA_protect_artists. #idols_have_the_protected. #UA_get_act_together. Much greater than I saw our baby trending while I was working, and it was like a bolt from the blue. I only want to see good news. Why do things like this keep happening? Thankfully, news quickly spread that Kim Yiwol was recovering well. And as if to prove it, he frequently visited the fan CAF and messaging app, sending over 999 messages in the process. Baek Haewon, for one, felt like storming into UA and throwing eggs at them. Yet, aside from his initial reassurance that he was okay, Kim Yiwol never once brought up the incident himself. While the fandom was in an uproar, Baek Haewon and fellow longtime fans realized something. He's doing this to keep us from getting worried. It was a decision as wise as his good looks. Thanks to that, so many sparklers also refrained from deliberately bringing up Kim Yiwol's injury. Yiwol, are you watching IDC today? I'm going to watch it. Could you keep it a secret from the members? Chonghyun threatened to unplug the TV. Even today, Kim Yiwol was talking about the same old topic of watching the program live. If Yiwol wanted them to watch, then what else they could say? They had to watch. Baek Haewon turned on IDC, a show that sparklers couldn't help but have a love-hate relationship with. If they do evil editing again this week, I'll kill them. It was an incredibly boring show, but she endured episode 1, only to see them edit her boys like absolute trash and film their performance like a low-quality fan cam. It was maddening for Baek Haewon, who had seen Spark's performance live in the audience. She had clearly seen with her own 2 eyes how awesome Spark was, but the broadcast only showed their lower bodies. Much greater than how did this stage win first place on site. No matter how I look at it, it's not that good. If you watch the full stage version, you can tell they actually killed it. The broadcast just screwed them over. I just watched it, and it's true. Is it okay for a live broadcast to be this malicious? No one would ever know how much blood, sweat, and tears Baek Haewon had poured into sharing links to the full stage version of the performance. If only the damn IDC production team had edited it properly from the start, none of this would have been necessary. It seemed they came to their senses from the second stage, but honestly, she was still anxious. At least it was comforting that this week's episode featured a peaceful training camp. After all, fans regained their energy from new content. Last week, the fandom had exploded over Spark's incredible performance. The thrill of that moment was still vivid. On the bus, Yiwol mostly stared out the window, but the moment they got off, he was busy doting on the younger members and chatting with contestants from other teams. Yiwol, you're really a social butterfly, huh? It had been obvious for a while. Despite having the shortest training period in Spark, there were plenty of anecdotes about Kim Yiwol and the members. When Chonghyun ran away, Yiwol Hyung went to find him. Songbin Hyung, isn't it unfair to bring that up now? Jiho Hyung, you spend the most time with Yiwol Hyung at the gym. What do you talk about? Why would we talk while working out? We don't really cook much at the dorms, but when we do, Yiwol Hyung usually takes the lead. Everyone, Yiwol Hyung's pan-fried meatballs are delicious. When did he make meat patties again? And why did he only give them to Jiwoo Hyung? I recently changed all my bags because of Yiwol Hyung. Now I only use backpacks. Why? Did he say your shoulders were getting uneven? Yeah. I got scolded for 30 minutes because of one bag. No wonder all of Kong Keon's bags looked new. There were some trap cards in between, but still, considering how friendly and caring he was, it made sense that he had so many people around him. Even her own brother, who wasn't particularly close to Kim Yiwol, had a good impression of him. The emotional wounds left from Kim Yiwol's caricature controversy felt as if they were finally healing. But just as Baek Haewon's heart recovered, it was thrown into turmoil again, because Yiwol was now part of the grocery shopping team. I saw some gochujang in the cupboard earlier. Let's just buy samjangda. The lettuce doesn't look so good. Should we get the ones next to it? Since there are many people, it would be cheaper to buy in bulk. Let's get the large one. Kim Yiwol on screen was just a mom. Not the warm and nurturing kind who embraced everyone like a mother figure, but the realistic kind who went grocery shopping and came home with nothing but vegetables. Even after returning, Kim Yiwol was busy, taking out the drum, arranging the charcoal, and lighting the fire. At least IDC had finally blessed Spark with decent editing. The boys got plenty of screen time, and it was clear the production team was being considerate of the recent uproar in the fandom. However, with the members nowhere to be seen, the sight of only the eldest members of the team handling the drum and torch was both heartwarming and saddening. Baek Haewon's complicated feelings melted away as she watched Jong Songbin diligently delivering meat and lettuce wraps. The way the younger members waited like baby birds for Yiwol to sit down and eat was adorable, too. Yes, as long as you guys are happy, that's all that matters. Baek Haewon surrendered to the sight of Spark, who looked genuinely harmonious. 144. Chapter 144. Return to work. Thanks to the system, I truly recovered in just 2 weeks. Everyone marveled at my astounding recovery speed. If it were up to me, I would have turned off the work support service, taken advantage of my fully recharged body, and even signed up for a jiu-jitsu class. But considering the worried looks around me, I decided to hold back. I was determined to become a self-defense master before the year ended. There was also good news. With the system's restrictions lifted and Yu Hansu gone, UA's support had significantly expanded. Feeling guilty for not providing proper support before, UA promised to spare no expense for our final stage performance. Seizing the opportunity, we hired an entire dance team. Spending company money really was the best thing in the world. Even though the doctor officially declared me fully recovered, I decided to stick to the plan and join in only from the middle of the performance. Since I was going to join from the dance break, I learned the dance break choreography separately from the dance instructor, and I ended up watching the guys practice from the side during verses 1 and 2. What? I could tell with just a glance. These guys, their spirit was on a completely different level. The way their weight shifted, the friction of their shoes, the angles of their fingers, the flow of their waves, everything was perfectly synchronized. They said they had finished preparations perfectly up to the part where I entered, but they were at a level where they could go on stage right away. As Jong Songbin stopped the music, Kong Keon approached me and said, "You can come in here, Hyung. Can I just not step in? Get in position before I pick you up and place you there myself." I trudged over to my spot. "You learned all the choreography, right?" "Yeah, but I want to try it at a slower speed first." "Okay." Kong Keon nodded and returned to his position. Then, Lee Chonghyun, who was next to me, exclaimed, "Ah, finally, we're 6 again." Looking ahead, I saw Spark and I were reflected in the large mirror opposite us. Jong Songbin, whose eyes met mine in the mirror, smiled faintly. They looked so damn good as 5 members. I couldn't be the one to ruin that. For the first time in a while, I felt a sense of responsibility. It wasn't a bad feeling. The positive effects weren't just limited to finances. The costume order is finished? Yes. Once we relayed the concept, the planning and production teams moved quickly. With Yu Han-soo and the production team leader completely removed from their duties, the organization finally began to function smoothly. As someone who knew all too well how painful it was to have a terrible person in the mix, I was deeply moved. Now that the process was established, I wouldn't have to struggle from scratch like before. It was such a relief. Most of the other preliminary work had been completed while I was in the hospital. Naturally, my late-night overwork disappeared. Thanks to that, I could now go straight to bed after practice. What a luxurious life. At this point, I should probably take a moment to assess the situation. I'd been neglecting to grasp the current situation because of the flurry of events and being busy, but I shouldn't lose sight of my goal. Lying on my side to avoid pressing my injury against the pillow, I started retracing the series of events. First, there was hope of contacting my parents. Before, I thought the system had completely severed the connection between us, but this incident proved otherwise. Even if they still didn't want to be involved with me, the situation could always change. I prepared questions in advance so I wouldn't be flustered and could ask what I needed when I finally got in touch with them. Next, I felt the need to clearly understand the scope of my safety, at least based on what I've grasped so far. Any attempt to alter my future outside of idle-related activities resulted in penalties for breaking confidentiality, but if I pushed forward with actions that the system warned me against, my well-being was at risk. Failing to uphold professional ethics led to penalties. I think it could be summarized as such. This time, I survived thanks to the employment insurances, but there was no guarantee it'd be the same next time. I had to stay alive to save my sister. I'd have to approach this more carefully in the future. Thirdly, this was more of a question than information. It was the question of why is the system doing this to me? Ideally, I should have pondered this question earlier, but I wasn't great at multitasking. It was only now, with some breathing room, that I could reflect on it. If asked whether the system was 100% negative, I could definitely say no. I still couldn't forgive it for wiping out my academic achievements. But if that was the price for the chance to bring my sister back, then so be it. And although its methods were very unkind, the system had clearly warned me before Yu Hansu attacked me. If it weren't for the system, I might have been on the brink of death. Then, was the system entirely on my side? I don't think so. Keeping me alive and constantly making me do things. Wasn't it because the system has a purpose? If I could figure that out, I might be able to utilize the system better. One day, I'd form a union and get my revenge on this damn system. Just wait till I hit my final KPI. I'd give the virtual career planet a 1-star rating. Fueled by boiling rage, I finally calmed down after 30 minutes. As my thoughts settled, I became aware of a dull headache I had previously ignored. How the hell does it heal my body, but not my nerves? Moments like these made me realize how unreal the system truly was. What was the point of recovering in 2 weeks if the pain lingered for 8? Though the pain had dulled compared to when the accident first happened, it was still there, so I wrapped my head in the blanket and curled up. Then, I heard a rustling sound from the side. I also heard the sound of a blanket being lifted and Choi Ji-ho stepping onto the floor. I held my breath until he left the room. I thought he was just going to the bathroom, but his footsteps passed right by it. Then I heard the refrigerator open. I could hear him rummaging through the freezer diligently, the clattering sounds reaching the room. Is this bastard having a late-night snack? Right before the final episode of the program? At a time when he should be burning fat more diligently than anyone else. As the group's center, no less. I considered rushing out and catching him red-handed, but decided against it. I should reprimand him, but my head hurt too much. Besides, Choi Ji-ho wasn't the type to gain weight just from one slip-up. He was even learning acrobatics for the final performance, so he must be burning a lot of calories. There was no high-calorie food in the dorm either, so even if he sneaked a snack, it would be something like a frozen yogurt stick. Do we even have something edible in our dorm's fridge? Now my imagination ran wild, thinking, that bastard Choi Ji-ho has been hiding something and secretly eating it whenever he gets a chance, without the members knowing. Tomorrow, I'd turn the dorm upside down as soon as the sun rose up, and I'd raid his secret food stash and make an example out of him. As I clenched my fists and planned the grand cleaning, he calmly returned to the room. Then, without even closing the door, he approached my bed. His hand then grabbed my head, which was under the blanket. He grabbed too close to my injury, and I nearly screamed. Ouch! What? Why is your head here? Choi Ji-ho's voice also rose in surprise. I lifted the blanket and raised my head to see Choi Ji-ho frowning deeply. What are you doing? I was trying to grab your shoulder. Judging by his words, it seemed he had reached out randomly in the dark. Why are you grabbing someone's shoulder in the middle of the night? You think I wanted to? As soon as he finished speaking, I felt something cold pressed on my face. Choi Ji-ho was holding out an ice pack wrapped in a towel. For me, what's the point of having it if you don't use it? I needed the ice pack without replying. As I placed the pack near my injury, the pain seemed to subside. Nice. Feels cool. Don't put it directly on your head. I know that much. But why did you? Because you keep tossing and turning. Choi Ji-ho lay back down on his bed. Even after such a considerate act, his back turned to me, just like usual. Staring at the back of his head, I quietly apologized. Sorry, I must have kept you up. I'm sleeping now. After those words, he was silent for a while, then muttered, Wake me up if it gets worse. How kind. This Ajusi almost teared up. As the pain subsided, sleepiness crept in. I closed my eyes and replied, Yeah, thanks. Even long projects eventually came to an end. The day of IDC's finale, after much talk and many incidents, had finally dawned. Perhaps due to all the hardships they'd endured, everyone had sharp jawlines, not a hint of puffiness. With jawlines like that, they should all put on a paper-cutting using jawlines show. One burdensome thing was that too many eyes were on me. First of all, my appearance was the reason. After my surgery, the doctors had shaved a small area near the wound for the stitching. The doctor had proudly reassured me that they had minimized the shaving out of consideration for my idol status, and I wore a cap to hide it, which ironically made me stand out amongst the glamorous idols. There's no way they don't know why I'm wearing a hat. Not only had the incident made entertainment news, but it had even been covered in general news segments, so everyone must have been surprised. Mr. Yiwol, are you performing on stage today? Even MC Yiwol looked genuinely shocked, which was unexpected given his typically composed expression. Mr. Yiwol even made us, who had come to greet him in the waiting room, sit in a row on the sofa and handed us snacks. I'm just going to make a brief appearance and then leave. Are you sure that's okay? I heard you were seriously injured. I have good resilience. Yiwol advised me to take care of my health no matter how important passion was. He added that we should have a meal together after IDC was over. Additionally, after receiving greetings from Barian, who had apparently been telling everyone how good of a person I was, to the point where I almost teared up, I returned to the waiting room feeling completely drained. The only idols I properly knew were Spark. When did I suddenly acquire all these glittering celebrity acquaintances? It was tough at the time, but now that it's ending, I feel kind of sentimental. Lee Chong-hyun said, squeezing into the seat next to me. We haven't even performed yet. How can you be sentimental already? I knew you'd say that, Hyung. Even though he knew, he still said it anyway. This guy's gotten bolder. This was the same guy who once ran away because he was too scared to debut with his own song. You've changed a lot in less than a year, haven't you? What are you talking about? I haven't lost my original mindset. That's not what I meant. Lee Chong-hyun ran to Jong Song-bin, his face pale. He then pestered Jong Song-bin, asking if his eyes had lost their spark. Anyone watching would think I had been relentlessly nagging him. 145, Chapter 145, Fourth Competition, Final Announcement 1. Live broadcasts required more work than pre-recorded performances. As such, the scene was buzzing with activity. Everyone moved in perfect unison. The first performance slot went to Partha, who had won first place overall in the third competition. A wise choice. In a competition that relied on text voting, it was advantageous to perform first and gather votes over a longer period. Their stage stood out, decorated splendidly with members of the royal family vying for the throne, befitting the finale. Spark's costumes today were neat white hanboks with dark teal kwaja. TL note. Kwaja is the sleeveless outerwear in hanbok. To avoid appearing too monotonous, we added embroidered details and naragi ornaments. Even if the concept was incorruptible scholars, Spark was still an idol group, after all. Based on the results of watching several survival programs, attempts at Oriental-style stages in the finals were relatively rare, so we decided to bet on this. As predicted, many groups had already worn hanbok in the second and third rounds, while uniforms dominated the finals. Especially with the audience and viewers having to sit through 6 performances in one go. I wanted to avoid overlapping concepts as much as possible, and thankfully, we succeeded. Your hair looks seamless. Really? Kong Keon examined my hair from side to side and nodded. I usually refrained from using flashy items, but today was different. First, to cover the remaining stitches above my ear, I attached a short hairpiece. The stylist worked hard to make it blend naturally with my original hair. And to prevent the hairpiece from flying around while dancing, I wore a silk headband over it. Wouldn't this make me stand out too much? You never know when or where the camera will zoom in. That's true. As expected, Medicine should be left to pharmacists, and styling to professionals. Thanks to their expertise, I ended up with a headband lined with gauze on the inside for comfort. Because we focused more on aesthetics than historical accuracy, the knot left a long strip of fabric trailing down the back of my head. But since everyone said it suited me, I decided not to shorten it. Is Spark ready? Yes. We answered in unison. Spark's concept today was historians. Those who recorded history in a place where everyone dreamed of seizing the throne. And today, we would redefine the very essence of this program. Spark's meeting scene was being broadcast on the large screen with a VCR effect. The live broadcast was likely airing the edited version for television. Spark entering in 5 minutes. The assistant director's voice came over the radio. Staff bustled about on the darkened stage. Watching the hurrying figures, Director Han took a moment to stretch. We really do run into each other a lot. Director Han briefly reminisced. From Jang Junho's music video shoot to Drinkers, this was the third consecutive time he had encountered Kim Yiwol on set. It would be strange not to see idols while working in music programs, but there were always some people who were particularly memorable. For Director Han, Kim Yiwol was one of them. When they first met, he thought Kim Yiwol had a very bright and friendly personality. He still vividly remembered how Kim Yiwol, even when it wasn't his own shoot, came out to take care of his member and busily tried to help the passing staff, even in small ways. When they met on Drinkers, the impression was a little different. Director Han clearly saw the sharp glint in his polite and calm, yet mischievous eyes. Unlike the other cast members who got completely wasted and stumbled around, Kim Yiwol finished his drink neatly, bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, and exited gracefully. That moment had been striking. So when Director Han saw Kim Yiwol and his fellow members again in the IDC audition, he had been genuinely pleased. Though he hadn't been assigned to film Spark's meeting scenes, he had heard plenty of interesting stories from Team 2, who had covered UA's footage. That they conducted meetings like office workers, that the kids were all very articulate. The writers, who were incredibly critical of celebrities due to their extensive experience, were full of praise. Until then, to Director Han, Spark was a unique but kind rookie idol group. However, when the IDC PD called an emergency meeting, his impression of Spark changed a little. I heard a Spark member was assaulted by PD Yohansu, is that right? That crazy bastard finally caused trouble. The rumors about him weren't good. I knew he'd cause an accident someday. Still, how could he do such a thing? A cast member's injury issue due to a sudden accident. The repercussions were huge. The program's name and Spark dominated real-time trends on SNS, and articles poured out. Is Mr. Yiwol all right? Director Han asked. The PD sighed and replied. He has an 8-week recovery. Oh, it was a severe injury, so it was only natural. But hearing it directly made him feel even worse. Then is Spark dropping out? Or will they continue without Mr. Yiwol? They will probably drop out, right? A simple injury is one thing, but if this happened because of a colleague from the same company, the members must be in shock. They're all so young, too. The sound director said regretfully. He had been keeping an eye on Lee Chong-hyun, who was in charge of composing and arranging for Spark since the second competition. But this is, The PD ruffled his hair. He seemed to have something on his mind, hesitating before finally speaking. I know I might sound like a psychopath saying this, but it's such a waste. What is? Their final stage. I heard the plan from Team 2's Magne, and their stage is basically the condensed version of their entire journey. If they don't get to show this, they'll just be remembered as kids who performed a decent stage and withdrew midway. The main writer, who had been glaring at the PD, intervened. Let's be honest with each other since we all know what's going on. You just don't want to lose them, right, PD? Spark had something that a music program PD would consider a waste to miss out. It was puzzling. Director Han also knew all too well how stubborn people in this industry could be. But as if to prove the main writer's words, the PD started tearing at his hair with both hands. Yes, I don't want to lose them. It's such a waste. Don't you feel the same? It is. That stage is like a summary of IDC. So, Director Han. The PD's gaze turned to Director Han. Would it be too much to ask Spark to reconsider performing in the finals? Are you serious? You'll really be called a psychopath. He had wondered why he and the sound director, who weren't involved in planning, were called, and now he knew. Director Han knew IDC was performing better than expected. Still, weren't there lines people shouldn't cross? Even on drinkers, Kim Yiwol's face lit up whenever he talked about his members. Someone who cherished and loved his members like that couldn't possibly have a bad relationship with them. And now, after what had happened to Kim Yiwol, how could Spark possibly feel okay? It was something he couldn't bring himself to suggest as a decent human being. I don't think that's right either. The sound director also waved his hand dismissively. Just as Director Han was about to get up, thinking the conversation was over, the Magne writer knocked and opened the meeting room door. PD Nim. Spark isn't withdrawing. The PD cheered, and the rest, including the main writer, were dumbfounded. But their shock only lasted a moment. Someone who had been watching Spark closely for months muttered, "They're really tough." Although calling them tough almost felt like an insult, Director Han couldn't deny it. Back then, I was just shocked that Spark was going ahead with the performance. The surprises didn't end there. Kim Yiwol appeared at the broadcasting station wearing a cap. The production crew, who initially thought he came to support the members, were shocked to see Kim Yiwol wearing a name tag during rehearsals. Kim Yiwol himself was unfazed. From the start of rehearsals, he smiled as usual and meticulously checked the backup dancers' entrance and exit routes, as well as the sound setup. With an injured member, the stage quality won't be as good as before. Still, their determination to stand on stage together was conveyed. Director Han thought they were fresh and passionate. That was, until the rehearsal actually started. He should have expected it when the large-scale backup dancers in various sets, different from Spark's previous stages, appeared. Spark was a group that didn't waver, even when their eldest member was injured. A group that refused to compromise, even when one of them was badly hurt. I know you'll do a great job, Director Han, but make sure you capture Spark's performance well this time. Spark. On the day Spark announced they wouldn't be dropping out, the PD had patted Director Han's shoulder after the meeting. "I am counting on you." "Well, I'll do my best since it's my job." Seeing Director Han's hesitant expression, the PD said, "I think they're going to do really well. Let's create an amazing stage together." The PD's eyes held conviction. Director Han couldn't understand it back then, but now, after checking the proposal, camera work, set, and rehearsals, he understood. Spark could create an incredible stage. Spark chose Lee Chong-hyun's self-composed song, Chronicles of the Royal City, for their final stage. Before any music played, Jong Songbin walked to the center of the stage. With the rustling sound of paper in the background, Jong Songbin recited, "Someone came here to ascend to the throne." Director Han remembered seeing it in the performance plan. It was a quote from the first volume of the Annals of King Taejo. Taejo ascended to the throne in Sucheong Palace. Taiju Juwei Socheonggong. Jong Songbin turned and walked towards the other members, lined up with their backs to the audience. This is a story, a record of countless souls who have passed through this land. Jong Songbin's voice faded away like a whisper. The song began from here. Among the members turning around one by one, Park Ju-woo, who had been walking with his eyes covered by the back of his hand, swept his hand across his eyes. Park Ju-woo's eyes, illuminated by the spotlight, shone with a deep gray light. 146, Chapter 146, Fourth Competition, Final Announcement, 2. Some stories become history. On divine beings. Everyone focuses their attention. Park Ju-woo's gestures had a dreamy quality. His movements, flowing from his face and neck down his sleeves, were graceful. Until now, Spark's choreography had always been dynamic and bold. No matter where they paused, their angles were razor-sharp, and every member's enthusiasm stood out vividly on stage. But this time, their control over intensity was more pronounced. The choreography wasn't overly aggressive, but all 5 members moved in perfect harmony, like flowing water. Their handbox, seemingly made of a silk-like material, flowed with each movement, even the creases at their waists catching the light in a uniform manner. Director Han didn't miss that detail. As the members lowered their stances for the next move, Choi Ji-ho appeared in the center. Footprints left in the snow. Failures from challenges. Remain unforgettable. Every day, in a long story. Synchronized with Choi Ji-ho's solo dance, Spark gathered in the center and then spread out across the stage. This part made Choi Ji-ho stand out even more. And as his part was nearing its end, just as Kang Ki-on approached him, Choi Jiho encircled Kong Kion in his arms and covered his lips. Kong Jian grasped Choi Jiho's hand, lowering it with a smile. His downward gaze met the camera with an enigmatic look, the corners of his lips lifting in a faintly bitter expression. Here we are. How will we be recorded? Will my name remain? Or will it fade away? The gentle mood of the first verse became a little firmer as it transitioned to the second. Lee Chonghyun took on this role. Though he was just like any other boy his age during breaks or in the dorm, Lee Chonghyun possessed a unique charisma on stage. Every member of Spark commanded presence on stage, but the gap was particularly striking with Lee Chonghyun. Lee Chonghyun, who had rampaged like a mad dog in the previous performance, now exuded an aura as elegant as a Confucian scholar. He unfolded a fan, seemingly acquired from somewhere unknown, and gracefully waved it as he performed his part. And as the second verse came to a close, the moment Lee Chonghyun folded the fan with a crisp snap. Whoa! Gasps of genuine surprise erupted from all around director Han. Wet hair, dark gray eyes that seemed coordinated with Park Ji-woo's, and skin that stood out even more because of its exceptionally pale tone. Let it be known, to me as well, I have words I want to leave behind. It was Kim Yiwol's appearance, which no one in the audience could have predicted. His face, glistening with moisture, bloomed into a radiant smile. After delivering his short part, Kim Yiwol moved to the back of the formation. Yet the impact lingered. Even the formation of 6 members now carried a newfound sense of stability. It was strange. The previous 5 members hadn't made any mistakes, nor were they lacking in skill. The ensuing group dance was the epitome of splendor. It felt like they were declaring, "It's not that we couldn't be flashy. We just haven't had the chance." With what seemed like at least 20 backup dancers joining in, the scale of the performance instantly grew. Intricate movements repeated in sync with the grand flow. Among the backup dancers dressed in hanboks with irregular black patterns on a white background, Spark, in their turquoise hanboks, clearly stood out, like plants blooming on a snowy mountain. A thought befitting a director with an eye for visuals. Fluid movements, like riding waves, followed one after another with subtle shifts in timing. Walking among them, Jong Songbin began to sing again. Write our story. Within it, let us be together. Like this moment right now. Most of the stages that had been presented in Idol Dynasty Chronicle so far contained themes related to struggle, conquest, and the throne. It was understandable. The title of the program itself was Idol Dynasty Chronicle. And yet, Spark had focused on the journey itself, rather than occupying the throne as their goal. And now, they were inscribing the sentiments of their journey. Is the story of those who failed to become kings unimportant? Are the untold moments lost forever? Should the stories of the unrecognized simply be buried and forgotten? For those who had ever pondered such questions, Spark was providing an answer. They would remember, because that was the role of the chronicler. Seeing it this way, director Han understood why the producer wanted Spark's final performance. The theme of Idol Dynasty Chronicle was the growth stories of idols striving to become kings. The program itself was a record of that growth, and Spark was voluntarily taking on the role of the chronicler. Could there be a stage that better represented the identity of Idol Dynasty Chronicle? And it's not just about Idol Dynasty Chronicle. Having observed countless idol performances that carried deeper messages within their lyrics, director Han realized Spark's song could be interpreted in multiple ways, depending on the angle. A figure that commands attention wherever they go. The observers who never stop watching and recording their every move. The desire to remain together, unbroken, within that narrative. Doesn't it remind you of something? Ultimately, it's Idol Dynasty Chronicle, isn't it? Spark had crafted an unmissable performance while ensuring their own legacy. It was a clever move, strategic even. Moreover, weren't they saying they would make it history? Their ambition was impressive. The music gradually intensified, reaching its climax. It's okay to stumble, even if it's a failure. I want it captured, so we can look back on it. Imprint our hearts, so we can unfold it. After the long night ends, director Han focused his camera on the main vocals as they delivered the high notes and ad-libs while facing each other. There was a common saying in the industry. If a team had 2 or more main vocals with different timbres, that team would succeed. By that standard, Spark had the strongest vocals of any group in Idol Dynasty Chronicle. Even while executing intense choreography, their main vocalist didn't let a single note waver. Every member carried their part flawlessly. What director wouldn't be impressed? The music became richer with the subtle blend of traditional Korean instruments. The balance between the instruments was delicately controlled, reaching a certain point. Timed with a brief pause, Choi Ji-ho leaped. If it went according to rehearsal, it was time for that. Director Han heightened his focus as much as possible. If it happened exactly as in rehearsal, he might miss it again. Choi Ji-ho placed both hands on the stage and performed a cartwheel. And the moment his feet touched the ground, he used the momentum to jump high. His finely tailored kweja billowed, tracing a perfect arc. Is that a flash kick? The angle of his kick in midair was artistic. The perfectly circular motion, the masterful jump, and the prolonged hang time. There was nothing to criticize. Idols nowadays mastered not only singing and dancing, but also foreign languages, gaming, and even fine arts. Acrobatic skills were becoming increasingly common. But the reason Choi Ji-ho was special was, I don't know. It just be like that sometimes. There were people who drew attention just by standing still. Choi Ji-ho was also such a person. Every single movement was breathtakingly perfect, creating the illusion that even his clothes and hair were dancing along. Even if he didn't gain popularity now, Choi Ji-ho was the type who would eventually achieve great success. Director Han had seen many such people gain recognition through viral moments. And given how well he was starting off, there was little doubt Choi Ji-ho's future was secure. The soaring vocals subsided as Choi Ji-ho's solo dance came to an end. As the backup dancers gathered in the center of the stage, turning their backs and bowing their heads, the black markings on the backs of their handbox formed a single shape. Spark's 5 members had also blended into the black letters. Choi Ji-ho's low voice resonated deeply across the stage floor. Now I will remain as a trace and become eternal. For a long time, Choi Ji-ho, who had been kneeling, slowly raised his head, and he turned and walked back to his empty spot. Finally, the character, Lu, rock, meaning to record, was completed on the white canvas. It was a perfect ending. PD Young must be regretting not saving this for the finale. Director Han thought to himself as he adjusted the camera angle to follow where the Spark members would be standing even as the stage went dark. But sentimentality aside, he still had work to do. There were still interviews, 2 more performances, and the final ranking announcement. Just as he was hoping for a smooth broadcast, the stage lights came back on. As he adjusted the camera angle again to capture Spark's upper bodies as they gathered for the interview, the walkie-talkie became noisy. Urgent voices and a chaotic atmosphere. Murmuring from the audience. Director Han raised his head to check the stage. The Spark members, who were gathering at the front of the stage, were running towards Kim Yiwol, who had collapsed in the corner. Instructions to change the angle towards Yor and not to show the audience came in through the walkie-talkie in a flurry. While a staff member carried Kim Yiwol off stage, Yor swiftly took charge, guiding the younger members with practiced ease. Only then did Director Han recall a fact he had briefly overlooked. Although makeup had concealed his complexion, Kim Yiwol's hair had been damp with cold sweat from the moment he appeared, and that he was a patient who had recently suffered an injury that had left him with an 8-week prognosis. 147. Chapter 147. 4th competition. Final announcement. 3. Crises always arrived unexpectedly. It happened during rehearsals too. A performance I had nailed during practice suddenly felt overwhelming. That was when the pain became unbearable. If the Spark guys had noticed, they would have pulled me out even right before the live broadcast, so I didn't let it show. But as I waited backstage before going on, I felt like I was about to lose consciousness. Just 3 minutes. What was so hard about enduring that? And I really did it. Without any mistakes, I saw the slogans the fans had brought to cheer on Spark, and I perfectly completed the final image. That must have been my limit. Even though I knew it would make a broadcasting accident, my body wouldn't move. After that, my memory was hazy. When I regained consciousness, I was in the hospital again. As the serious conversation around me started wrapping up, I opened my eyes. Yiwol, you're awake. My manager, who had been sitting by my bedside, immediately stood up. I took a deep breath and asked the first question on my mind. Manager, is Idol Dynasty Chronicle over? Idol Dynasty Chronicle? They're probably tallying the votes now. Then can I watch the broadcast? This was the program I had pushed myself to the brink for, determined to see it through to the end. He pretended to be stern and said no, but my manager knew how dedicated I was to Idol Dynasty Chronicle. After some pleading, I was finally allowed to watch the live broadcast on my manager's phone. All the contestants were on stage, waiting for the ranking announcement. In the small screen, I saw the Spark guys huddled together. The moment has come to put a period at the end of this long history. Right now, we will reveal the rankings for Idol Dynasty Chronicle. Yours voice reached my ears, but my gaze was fixed on only one place. I wonder if they did well in the interview. It hadn't been long since they saw me coming out of the operating room, so I was even more worried. Could those mentally fragile guys hold it together until the end on such a big stage? Could they manage their expressions well enough to avoid controversy, even if their ranking plummeted in the final vote after consistently performing well throughout the program? Everyone probably knew in their heads that Partha would win. In the past seasons of Idol Dynasty Chronicle, the online votes directly reflected the debut seniority, and among them, Partha had overwhelmingly led the votes. Anyone familiar with survival programs, viewers and contestants alike, must have anticipated this outcome, much less the contestants themselves, who would have shared amongst themselves how much their agencies had invested in the show. They must be feeling resentful. Still, they shouldn't let it show. In sixth place, thank you for your hard work, Barry and Dot. Knowing how hard the Spark members had prepared and how naive they were, my heart ached for them. As the fifth, fourth, and third places were announced in turn, Spark offered their heartfelt congratulations. But when only Spark and Partha remained, they started to look nervous. Some might say their humility was just an act, but I knew better. Their humility was real. They expected Partha to win, but they hadn't even considered that they themselves might rank so high. But they couldn't show any disappointment. The moment they let it slip, they'd be attacked from all sides. When it was their turn, they just needed to say thank you, acknowledge the fans first, and promise to keep working hard. In first place, congratulations, Partha. With a pop, confetti rained down. Bringing the trophy, Yura approached Partha, who were embracing each other. After all, the highlight of a competition program was the final ranking announcement and the winner. Winning group Partha, please share your thoughts. Amidst the confetti covering the screen, I saw it clearly. Park Ju-woo, who was standing near Han Ga-won, smiling brightly and briefly hugging him the moment the ranking was announced. And Jong Song-bin, gathering the members together with a genuinely joyful smile. The 5 members on screen were smiling sincerely, applauding Partha. I stared blankly at them. What were they so happy about? They knew, too, that they had done well in every performance so far. With all they had poured into this, feeling disappointed was natural. Why did they look so relieved? My eyes felt hot. Just a little. If only I hadn't rushed to appear on the first season of Idol Dynasty Chronicle just because I desperately wanted to win a music show. If I had waited until my recognition was a little higher, if I had released a few more albums and appeared on other programs, then I could have given them the ranking they deserved. I should have endured the headache a little longer. Should have lasted just a bit more on stage. Then I could have at least patted them on the back and told them they'd done well. I couldn't bear to watch anymore. With the arm that wasn't hooked up to N4, I covered my eyes. My eyelids felt heavy. I'm sorry, I murmured quietly. I meant it. Thankfully, when I opened my eyes again, I saw the familiar wooden ceiling. Whoever had carried a 183 centimeters guy back to the dorm, I owed them my thanks. I just hoped it was one of the many healthy individuals overflowing in this dorm. I checked the date on my phone beside my pillow. It was the day after Idol Dynasty Chronicle ended. I seemed to have slept just the right amount. No schedules today. Should I sleep some more? After all the emotional exhaustion from yesterday, I felt drained. I needed rest. But in a shared living space, privacy was a luxury. Just as I was about to drift off again, someone opened the door and came in. And they called me in a very soft voice. Hyung, are you asleep? I'm not. Oh my God, you scared me. Lee Chong-hyun flinched and stepped back. Is your body okay? Yeah. I feel much better after sleeping. Really? Your complexion does look a bit better. Unusually, Lee Chong-hyun didn't argue with me. He just observed my complexion. Yesterday. If you're going to say you're sorry you couldn't be there for the ending, you don't have to. I don't want an apology from someone who's sick. Don't say it to the other members either. It'll just give the Hyungs more wrinkles. Sharp little brat. At least he didn't sound resentful. He really was too soft-hearted. Producer Yang said he'd like to have a meal with all of Spark sometime. Why? As a substitute for the after-party. We didn't go to the official one. Since one of the members was taken to the hospital, they must have come straight back. It was probably their first after-party, so I felt a little sorry. No, never mind. There was nothing good about learning how to handle company dinners too early. Come eat if you're up. No, I want to sleep more. You guys eat. Really? All right. Surprisingly, Lee Chong-hyun readily retreated. Then he shouted towards the living room. Ma'am, Yiwol says he's going to sleep more. Ma'am? Ma'am? Do we have a guest? Song Bin-hyung's mother is here. She made samjitang because we need to eat nutritious food. Why are you only telling me this now? So that was what the chicken broth smell was. How could he casually say, this Hyung is sleeping in and won't even eat the food Songbin's mother made? To the person who had been watching my and Jong Songbin's chaotic idol journey. I hurriedly changed into clean casual clothes. Then I ran out of the room, smoothing down my messy hair with my hand. Auntie, you're here? Yiwol, you're up? Did you wake up because of the noise I made? Of course not. How have you been? You're not in a position to worry about others. Goodness, look how much weight you've lost. Eat, and then go back to sleep. Okay. Before I could say anything else, Jong Songbin's mother went back to the kitchen. I took the opportunity to quickly wash my face in the bathroom and came out. The guys were each occupying a tteokbokki at the dining table. As I awkwardly sat down, she placed a steaming tteokbokki in front of me. Do you eat samjitang, Yiwol? I heard from Songbin that you're not picky. Of course I love it. Actually, I didn't really like it. If I had to specify, I didn't like having hanbang baekseok with company colleagues by the valley. The seating was so uncomfortable that I couldn't tell whether the stew was going up my nose or my mouth. But this, 2 whole ginseng roots, 2 whole chicken legs, not separated. Food prepared solely for me, not something I had to awkwardly share while being mindful of others. Did you guys all get ginseng too? I asked, noticing that some bowls didn't have any. Lee Chong-hyun answered. We all had 1 each. Song Bin-hyung's mom gave you 2 because you're a patient. That's right. You need to eat a lot to get better quickly. Yiwol, there's glutinous rice inside too. Eat it all. I showed off my skills today. Yes, thank you. With that, Jong Songbin's mother left early. Even after seeing her off, steam was still rising from the tteokbokki. I slowly sipped the broth, spoonful by spoonful. I carefully ate the chicken and finished all the rice. For the first time, I thought samjitang was delicious. When I came out after washing up, I found Choi Ji-ho in the living room, which was unusual. Normally, he'd be in his room, wearing earphones and glued to his phone. At a glance, it seemed like the only difference was that he had moved to the living room sofa. Since he was doing the same thing as always, I didn't bother talking to him. I left Choi Ji-ho and went into my room, only to find Jong Songbin standing awkwardly between the beds. He wasn't the type to casually enter someone else's room, so this was definitely suspicious. As I shot him a questioning look, Lee Chong-hyun, who had been talking to Jong Songbin from the top bunk, spoke in an exaggeratedly stiff tone. Oh right, I was supposed to play a game with Kong Kyeon. Then he quickly climbed down from the bed and dashed out of the room. What a terrible liar. I heard the door close behind me. Jong Songbin's gaze wandered somewhere on the floor. A long silence followed. So, what could our dear leader possibly want to say to me after going through the trouble of chasing out both his Hyung and Dongsing? Drying my damp hair with a small towel, I asked, shall we sit and talk? 148, Chapter 148, Establishing Preventative Measures, 1. Jong Songbin was kind. He never put up walls and was friendly to everyone. He was affectionate and attentive to every individual, and especially if the person in question was vulnerable, Jong Songbin would hover around them, showing concern. Yet, this morning at breakfast, he was clearly avoiding me. He sat further away than usual and flinched noticeably whenever his mother mentioned me. After acting like that, he came all the way to my room, so I figured he had something to say and invited him in. Even after we sat together on the bed, Jong Songbin remained silent for a long time. And when he did speak, all he could manage to say was, please lie down. You must be tired. And that was it. Somehow, I had ended up lying down while he sat beside me, turning into the most inconsiderate Hyung in history. No matter how gentle his tone was, it was hard to ignore our leader when he spoke. At this rate, my poor pillowcase was going to get soaked. I'd have to secretly wash it again tomorrow. I slid a towel between my head and the pillow and subtly observed Jong Songbin's expression. His face looked dark. Maybe I was overanalyzing, but he seemed to be in distress. Did someone upset our leader? Tell me. I'll show you the epitome of a member's loyalty to their leader. At my joke, he finally turned his head towards me. I could see his lips trembling beneath his hair. Hyung. Yeah. Jong Songbin lowered his head. I'm sorry. The bedsheet wrinkled beneath his clenched fists. I knew you weren't the type to do things half-heartedly. Songbin. I was being unreasonable because I was upset. Jong Songbin couldn't lift his head. He seemed to think that my collapse during the live finale was his fault. It wasn't an unreasonable assumption. After all, I had accepted the proposal to sit out, yet Jong Songbin had pushed for my participation. However, it was ultimately my decision to accept. There was no reason for Jong Songbin to feel guilty. If anyone should apologize, it should be me. I was the one who convinced them to compete in the contest, only to leave them alone at the final presentation. Nevertheless, Jong Songbin seemed troubled. He seemed to think that my participation on the final stage and my subsequent collapse were his responsibility. It's not like I had to put you on stage just to prove that you belong there. I was short-sighted. Okay, stop there. I cut Jong Songbin off before he could dig himself any deeper. Since I rarely interrupt others, he widened his eyes and stared at me. Sorry for cutting you off. I just wanted to ask something. Jong Songbin didn't bother to reply. Instead, he leaned slightly towards me. Songbin. Yes. Putting aside all the apologies and everything, how did it feel to be on stage with all 6 of us? Jong Songbin hesitated to answer. His eyes wavered. He was so transparent. It made me feel like I had to be honest with him too. I was happy. We worked really hard, right? I was glad we were able to finish it properly. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I wasn't the only one who had given my all for IDC. Everyone practiced like crazy and pushed themselves to their limits. We went through that grueling survival program, finishing in 2nd place without any fights or mistakes. They deserve to feel the joy of their achievement. Don't let a good memory turn into a bad one. That would be a waste. So, I'll ask you again. How was it performing as 6? I gave Jong Songbin one more chance to answer. He hesitated for a long moment, struggling to find the words. Then, as if admitting defeat, he smiled. It was the best. That was all I needed to hear. I closed my eyes, saying I was going to take a nap. Songbin watched me for a moment before closing the door and leaving. Beyond the door, I could hear Lee Chong-hyun anxiously pestering him, asking if the conversation went well, his voice blending into the background like white noise. To celebrate the end of IDC, Spark was given a short break. It was only a 2-day vacation, but each member quickly found ways to keep themselves busy. First, Jong Songbin was preoccupied with communicating with the company. After appearing on IDC, we had received quite a few offers for TV appearances, and now that the schedule had cleared up, the details were finally being passed on to him. Kang Kian didn't leave his room, saying he wanted to catch up on some comics. I'd heard reading comics was his hobby, but it seemed he was quite serious about it. He didn't leave his bed for hours. Park Ju-woo went to buy a second-hand album. Apparently, a rare item, impossible to get even with money, had appeared on Hongdae Market. Worried he might get scammed, I sent Choi Ji-ho with him, but thankfully, it was a legitimate transaction. And as for me, Hyung, have you chosen your spoon yet? No. And why the hell do I have to use a Pororo Kid spoon set? I was being harassed over whether I wanted the red spoon or the blue spoon. The whole incident started with the dishes. While I was hospitalized, Spark divided my chores among themselves. Now that I was discharged, I figured it was time to reclaim my rubber gloves, but some of them strongly opposed it. I didn't push them away and yell, "Shut up. I'm the dishwasher in this house," because they looked genuinely worried. I'd also held back when they wouldn't let me do laundry. Sure, my conscience pricked a little for lazing around while they worked, but I couldn't deny the convenience. If push came to shove, I could find another way to contribute. However, we have perfectly good spoons and chopsticks. Why are you trying to buy new ones? Especially these. Our dorm cutlery is old and heavy. To focus on recovery, you need to avoid wasting energy on unnecessary things. Plastic is light and perfect. This was a different story. No, it wasn't just different. This was too much. I stared blankly at the screen as Lee Chong-hyun scrolled through it. A 5,691 Pororo children's 3D handle cutlery set in various colors flashed before my eyes. You're kidding, right? I even got a discount coupon. Lee Chonghyun was dead serious. I looked around, but everyone avoided my gaze. Did this mean everyone in the dorm agreed with me using Pororo cutlery? Unbelievable. In the end, Lee Chonghyun, with Choi Jiho's help, successfully placed an order for a sky blue spoon set. He even got a discount on the shipping fee and looked ridiculously pleased about it. I had so much I wanted to say, but I held back. Right now, I was too weak against Spark. I couldn't scold them in this weakened state. Sigh. I took a deep breath and escaped to my room. Then I turned on my laptop and snuggled under the covers. If I used the laptop in the living room, someone might interrupt me again, so I shouldn't leave here for at least 30 minutes. SPARK's treasure chest. Please enter the password to... Who the hell? Who set a password on the shared laptop without any notice? Hyung, are you mad? No. You seem mad, though. No way. I'm just amazed by your passion. Next to Park Ju-woo, who was busy gauging my reaction, I numbly squeezed and ate some red ginseng. It was the second batch of health supplements Jong Songbin's mother had left. Even after the laptop incident, I continued to suffer various hardships. They kept pestering me from all directions. At some point, I couldn't even tell if I was exhausted from my injury or just drained from dealing with these guys. Honestly, I had to admit it. These guys were so thorough, it was as if they had spent the entire time I was asleep scheming up nonsense. And that just made it all the more frustrating. If they were this good at working together, why the hell were they so desperate to be at each other's throats before? Hyung, we're going to practice. Then I'll also. Please rest. Contact us if you need anything. No, I'll just sit and watch. We're off. They even left me behind to go to practice. Jong Songbin was so quick to ignore me and run off. In the end, I had no choice but to lean against my bed and listen to the hard rock albums Park Ju-woo had scavenged. I wish someone would steal a bass from UA for me, so I could practice my hands while stuck doing nothing. Oh, I also took the chance to do a full system check. It was not often I got a guilt-free moment to stare into empty space. For what felt like the first time in a million years, I checked my sum. I had been neglecting it since my stats didn't seem to be improving, but surprisingly, there had been some changes. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 11/20. Dance proficiency, 9/20. Self-PR, 17/20. Attendance management, 18 to 20. Organizational adaptability, 15/20. Total fatigue, 10%. Plus, the increase in vocal proficiency made sense. I'd been singing diligently. But what about the increase in self-PR and organizational adaptability? Self-PR went up just from that drunk clip spreading around, so it probably rose because of the Yu Hansu situation. But organizational adaptability. As I was pondering, the system appeared. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim's team seems to have a good atmosphere these days. It would be great if that teamwork translated into results. You know what I mean, right? Plus, so it meant I was getting along with Spark. And apparently, quite a lot. Other than that, nothing much had changed. Before I became an idol, it was desperate to grill me, but now it seemed to neglect me, knowing I couldn't deviate from their plan. How much further until I reached my KPI of winning first place on a music show? What would the next KPI be after that? Holding a fan meeting? What if they told me to hold a concert? Could I handle all of that? I thought about it for a while before deciding to stop. The fact remained that I'd have to do it when the time came. Instead, I decided to think positive thoughts, like what I'd do when I finally met my sister. Should I suggest we go on a trip abroad? I think Mrs. Song mentioned some good places. I also recalled the one-day workshops we had considered for team building. There were ones for making accessories like bracelets, and others for pottery or candle making. My sister, she always said she wanted to burn everything down, so maybe it would be good to send her to a candle-making class once a week. Or maybe I could suggest her playing golf. I vaguely remembered one of her friends played it. I heard it's expensive. I should have asked people how much it costs. My sister always preferred things that were cost-effective. Things like winter fish-shaped buns, short bets at outdoor batting cages, and seasonal visits to arboretums. I didn't dislike finding happiness in small things, but if every aspect of life consisted only of those things, wouldn't it feel tedious? Shouldn't she have at least one thing she truly loved? something she could enjoy freely without worrying about time or money. I took out my journal and wrote a small goal on the last page. Make sure my sister gets to do at least one thing she genuinely wants. I felt a sense of accomplishment just from setting this goal. For the first time ever, when thinking about my sister, I felt more anticipation than guilt. 149. Chapter 149. Establishing Preventative Measures 2. What do you usually do in your free time, assistant manager? Well, I left work yesterday when the office closed. 12 years of my life were spent solely on studying until high school. Then came the military and the Hampyong industry. For most of my life, I didn't have any free time. The only hobby I could claim was playing the bass a little during college. Now, I had been given free time with nothing to do, nothing I could do, and no bass to play. Stuck in an empty dorm that wasn't even my home. I'm bored. Resting? It was the best. There was no office worker who didn't like lying in bed. I spent the whole day yesterday doing just that. But there was such a thing as crowd psychology. There were 6 people living in one dorm, and 5 of them lived a productive life of going to practice in the morning and coming back at night. How could I be at peace doing nothing on my own? Because of that, I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was the only one wasting my life. Whenever I instinctively turned on my laptop, wanting to do something, SPARC's treasure chest. Please enter the password to. That infuriating lock screen was all I got. For the record, I tried to crack it and failed. Should I monitor the final performance? I hadn't actually seen how Spark's stage was broadcast because I had collapsed right after the performance. I grabbed the phone I hadn't yet returned and opened MeTube. The full version videos of each group's performance appeared in order. Something was strange. I double-checked the 6 latest videos, comparing their view counts and titles. Much greater than par the Crown's 790K views. Log, final 630K views. Spark, Saijungo 1.34 M views. All over, Utopia 580K views. Sticky, Dreaming 420K views. Barian, Gold 270K views. Wasn't Spark's view count way too high? The thumbnail already had a gold foil ribbon for reaching 1 million views. Our count was nearly 1.7 times that of Partha, who had won first place. Below that, videos with embarrassing titles like Idol Collapses on Live Broadcast and Male Idol Shows Fighting Spirit Despite Injury were lined up. If the videos are getting this much attention, there must have been some reaction. I postponed watching the performance video and headed to the online communities, where I found clear evidence of a fiery discussion, much greater than let's talk about the IDC finale. And then finally, Spark. I was literally left speechless. Maybe it was because the other teams went all out for the finals with intense performances, but Spark felt incredibly outstanding. And I finally understand why the forum went up in flames every time Spark appeared. They are, without a doubt, a visual group. Seriously, and they were wearing hanbok, yet they all had insanely broad shoulders. Every time Lee Chonghyun appeared, I forgot to breathe, and then Choi Jiho would show up, and my heart would stop. This process repeated infinitely, not just in this round, but even in the previous performances. You could tell they spent a ton of money, which I appreciated. It was a feast for the eyes. I understand why fans always complain about their *T2Y agency. If they were under a major company, they probably would have had massive support and created a legendary stage dripping in production value. Who wrote my diary here? Every time Lee Chonghyun appeared, I forgot to breathe. This is totally me, but he's so handsome, it's thrilling. Handsome is the best. The group I'm most looking forward to seeing all grown up. I get what you mean. It's not like they dance stiffly, but it's really smooth. But they're also sharp, so it's super satisfying. This, much greater than is it okay to have 6 Grand Dukes in the North? Public safety must be great. Took me a second to get it. The Dukes could probably solve a Ruby cube together. Nope, Ruby cubes are for 4 players, so 2 Dukes would have to stand in the back. Where did the Duke-level charisma that sweeps through high society go? They can't even join in a game. Their cool factor is ruined. Oh, please stop. Much greater than summary of Spark's stage, the condensed version of IDC, blatant promotional post-warning. I went from denial to full-on obsession after watching their performance in IDC Episode 1. It was so good I had to post this. Let's go down together. Excluding the position battle since it feels like an exception. Self-PR stage, flowering. They presented the founding of Joseon by comparing it to an idol debut concept. According to Yiwol, when planning, they focused on conveying the feeling of starting from scratch, like hitting your head against a wall. Original stage. Door opening sound plus Lee Chong-hyun starting on his knees added an opening sequence and started with choreography of everyone waking up. They said they worried about how to show the establishment and structuring of a nation, and since the members' debut process felt similar, they incorporated it all. So, Jiho, are you a late sleeper? Explain yourself on a live stream if you disagree. They said they changed a lot of the lyrics to fit the keyword beginning, from within the long, dark night until the long dawn breaks, / sending to the night sky dyeing the sky. Song swap desire. The original song's concept was a war over sacred relics, but somehow Spark made it a sports theme. They said they took only the keyword competition from the original song's fight for sacred relics, the factional strife in Joseon history, and the competition between idols. I was personally impressed that they chose sports as a concept after considering how to make the competition enjoyable without stressing the viewers. As an extension of this, they said they structured it to show that the ultimate reward isn't material, like a trophy or medal, but honor. Cover song, Starlight. A stage based on cultural heritage like science and art. The concept was celestial researchers who long for a shining existence and look up at the sky every day, and they said this represents the image Spark strives for. Like how Lee Chong-hyun portrayed a moment of realization, they said they want to discover the light someday. Did you put star glitter on your faces because you wanted to become stars and looked at the stars every night? You guys are already stars. Look in the mirror if you don't believe me. Plus, among the IDC stages, this is the only one with classical sampling. They said they wanted to indirectly show the cultural exchange of the Joseon dynasty. Yiwol is definitely a concept nerd. I learned later that the lighting effects on stage also represented the Chansang Yolka Bunyaji-do. The moment Lee Chong-hyun opened the light bulb, approached the essence of knowledge, stars poured out, gain enlightenment, and the Chansang Yolka Bunyaji-do appeared, see the universe. How can I not love this narrative? Above all, the stage is so beautiful. It's my favorite. I created a new Spark fan account after seeing this. The members' visuals were legendary, so if anyone hasn't seen it, you have to. Final competition, Sijianga. The stage that showed why Spark dealt with both idols and Joseon history simultaneously equals because the program is Idol Dynasty Chronicle. They said they wrote the narration at the beginning thinking of it as the introductory lines for the IDC program. Their concept is that they are the chroniclers writing the stage for the program. At the end, the members became parts of the letters, representing themselves as chroniclers and simultaneously expressing their desire to be remembered as a record by someone. They said this was the stage they planned since deciding to participate in IDC, so it was the one they worked on and revised the most. Final thoughts. Genius idol Spark who perfectly blended the idol industry with Royal Chronicles. Spark, you worked so hard. Yiwol, keep producing forever. Number 1 is a bit too much of a stretch. They said they focused on the idol aspect too. Are you illiterate? They mix both aspects well. If they'd only focused on Dynasty Chronicle, they would have worn hanbok throughout IDC. I think they made the right choice. It doesn't feel overly concept-heavy, but the storytelling is solid, right? I think they aimed for a twist by revealing it at the end. It's crazy that they planned this within a single survival program. Other agencies introduced their concepts over at least 3 albums, but they explained everything in just 2 months. Much greater than why Spark is the true winner. Just look at the view counts. An insurmountable difference, but that group is desperately pretending not to see it. Mindless voting is pathetic. If I were them, I wouldn't even be proud of winning that way. Why should fans who spend their own money voting have to hear this crap? It's not like they manipulated the numbers. Sparkler fans are so full of themselves. I'm not a Sparkler, just a casual viewer, but you're so triggered. Okay, we got it. Your part is the best. Keep pushing your fans to vote. I'll be upset if we don't get first place. Really? The idol himself said that? Search for PRT M Bubble Pop. The full text is even worse. How many of these are there? It was normal for review posts to appear after a program ended, but it was unusual for a single page to be dominated by discussions about one particular group. But now, everywhere I looked, I saw talk about Spark. and it was all positive. And the reason for this was much greater than male idol who fainted on live broadcast today. His name is Yiwol, a member of Spark, and he collapsed right after the final performance on IDC. There's talk that it's after effects from his recent injury in the news. Photo removed. Most people were shocked because he seemed fine during the performance. Please take down the photo. It might be a look he doesn't want others to see. I heard he got hit in the head. I was wondering how he was doing. He must have really pushed himself. He did push himself. He finished the whole performance. Much greater than Yiwol. I knew you were serious about being an idol, but I didn't want to find out you were this serious. I thought you'd be resting comfortably and eating hospital food, but I couldn't believe my eyes. Wow, even the fans didn't know. The fandom couldn't have imagined it. I dropped my spoon while eating and watching. He was diagnosed with an 8-week injury. Shouldn't he be resting in that condition? Aren't the fans saying anything? Sparklers were about to riot outside the agency, but since the members made the decision themselves, they're staying quiet for now. If UA is smart, they won't force him to perform now. It hasn't been long since he got beaten up. Well, maybe because they got slammed, they released an apology and official statement quickly this time. Much greater than he performed so perfectly that I thought he had recovered, but then he suddenly disappeared from the screen. Originally, they weren't planning to have him dance, but he insisted on starting from the dance break. I'm facepalming. Kim Yiwol, you're a patient. He even covered his injury with a headband. That makes it even more heartbreaking. At this point, he needs to be forcibly confined like an emperor, regardless of his own will. This is all Kim Yiwol's doing. Endure it, Kim Yiwol. This is the top-tier privilege you brought upon yourself. It seems I had an impact. I couldn't help but sigh. In the meantime, I also checked the fan cafe, wondering what UA and the members had said. Much greater than from Songbin. Sparklers, you must have been worried. Yiwol Hyung just returned to the dorm. There are no injuries or major issues. It's likely that the sudden increase in activity took a toll on him. So please don't worry too much. Thank you for supporting us and worrying about us until this late hour. Love you always. Heartsuit. Chonghyun at Songbin that Hyung needs to be scolded. Say something to him as the leader. Songbin at Chonghyun, how can I do that to Hyung? Sweating face. Chonghyun at Songbin, you're the leader. Much greater than from Juwoo. Thank you for cheering us on until the end. I still feel a bit dazed since I didn't expect this result, but I'm really happy. We're planning to have a celebration together as 6 members soon, once Yiwol Hyung fully recovers. Until then, Sparklers, please don't get sick and take care of your health. Health is the most important. Much greater than from Keon. 2nd place. Thank you. We were able to enjoy this long period without getting tired, all thanks to Sparklers. Thank you. Really. Yiwol Hyung worked the hardest, but he's out cold right now. Plus, Jiho Hyung also passed out after carrying Yiwol Hyung. Please scold Hyung a lot once he wakes up. He doesn't listen to us. Please also watch the IDC behind-the-scenes video that will be uploaded tomorrow. Good night. Jiho, what do you mean I passed out? Keon at Jiho, good night. Hyung. The posts were full of mentions of me. I knew they were just trying to reassure the fans, so I couldn't really complain, but I couldn't shake off the dizziness in my head. There was even a pro-idol Kim Yiwol quotes collection among the trending posts. The aftermath of IDC seemed to have spread far and wide. It was scary. I couldn't begin to imagine what was written in that post. But an idol couldn't just ignore public opinion. I cautiously tapped on the post, overflowing with comments. 150. Chapter 150. Establishing Preventative Measures. 3. Much greater than pro-idol Kim Yiwol's quotes collection. A collection of moments from Kim Yiwol, the ultimate pro-idol, that left a deep impression on me. Warning, extreme bias and strong personal opinions. Chonghyun, no way. Am I really that great? Specifically how good? Yiwol, about 850,000 won per unit area. Chonghyun, why 850,000 won? Yiwol, that's the price of gold right now. What's with the backlight? Are you trying to cast a shadow on the fans' hearts? Do you think the blessing of natural light is a joke? If you eat high-calorie food, you have to run. Are you going to grease your mouth and tarnish our activities? That EGO is the best you can do? Just because Sparklers keeps calling you cute, you're getting complacent? Since when did we work with such a careless attitude? Yiwol, things look prettier when blurry. Yiwol, you too. Jiho, why me again? Yiwol, if you have a conscience, think about whether you'd look pretty in my eyes. Jiho, You're saying this because I posted 3 selfies, aren't you? Yiwol. You could have posted 4, but the fact that you posted 1 less means you're out. Kian. Wouldn't Lee Chong-hyun stand out too much if he dyed his hair? Yiwol. What are you talking about? The country prospers when handsome people dye their hair. Juwoo. Hyung. Where do you even hear these things? Kim Yiwol is the best idol in my eyes. No rebuttals. If you disagree, write it in your diary. 850,000 won the first idol in Korea whose face has a market price. His way of speaking is hilarious. The words are refined like a noble's, but the delivery is straight up savage. He sounds super intense, but considering how hard he works, I can't even criticize him. I heard he sleeps 3 to 4 hours a day. The members themselves say he practices the most and handles all the work. Much greater than even antis acknowledge Kim Pep's fan service. Sure, lots of idols are active on Bubble and fan cafes, but he remembers almost all the fans who come to fan signs and continues conversations with them. He wants to look good for the fans who come to his commute, so he always commutes with full hair and makeup, even for pre-recordings at dawn. He resizes popular fan photos into wallpaper formats before uploading them. He watches fans' vlogs and always mentions them. There seem to be many anecdotes that show this attention to detail. Personally, the funniest one is how he refuses to do a one-handed heart, saying it's disrespectful, and always insists on using both hands. Legendary old-school manners. He's definitely built different. Even though he hasn't done that many fan signs yet, remembering all those details isn't easy. Didn't he sometimes do his own touch-ups in waiting rooms and self-content videos? He gets his base done at the salon, then fine-tunes it in the waiting room for a stage look. The two-handed heart thing is killing me. Much greater than they say strike while the iron is hot. But what do you do when the dam bursts? Stay calm and enjoy the content. I'm about to explode right now. There were countless similar posts. Most of them were about how hard Kim Yiwol was working. It seemed Spark and I were both trending in real time at dawn. My face felt hot. This feeling of embarrassment was unfamiliar. So this is what it feels like to be praised. My stomach churned. It wasn't a bad feeling, just awkward. I didn't have the courage to click on every single post. Just seeing the positive titles alone was overwhelming. My hand twitched. I tried to press the back button, but hesitated. My gaze lingered on the small phone screen. Having my efforts recognized was an experience that couldn't be replaced by any reward. For the first time in my life, I had earned an incentive. After several hours of monitoring, I wandered around the empty dorm. It was not like I was just idly messing around. I did get some things done. First, to prevent Lee Chong-hyun from easily getting addicted to medication, I removed all but a small amount of the medicine in the first aid kit and hid it. If I knew what he might get addicted to, I would have just taken that. But since I couldn't remember, I had to individually portion out every single medicine. Since there was nowhere suitable to put it, I hid it in my small suitcase for now. If necessary, I'd buy a small safe. Then, hoping to keep even a speck of dust away from my Spark members' voices, I ran the vacuum. Once I got my paycheck, I should get an air purifier for the dorm. Actually, wait. Wouldn't the company cover that? I'd have to ask later. I also played Airbase while listening to the album Park Ji-woo had given me. My fingers itched to play the real one at the company, but I couldn't ask the manager to go back and forth just for that, so I held back. As I was wandering around the living room, I sat down on the sofa, then, Hyung, why are you sleeping here? I woke up to a familiar voice. Kang Kian and Lee Chong-hyun were standing in front of me. I guess I fell asleep watching TV. The last thing I remembered was watching a rerun of the IDC finale while flipping through channels. I must have fallen asleep midway. That explained why from the second performance onward, thousands of idols were performing acrobatic shows in front of 3 million spectators. It was all a dream. If you're tired, go to bed. It's nighttime anyway, Kang Kian said as he turned off the TV. It was already 9 p.m. It's fine, but you guys are back early. Everyone returned earlier than usual. Judging by the fact that they all arrived together, they must have agreed on it beforehand. As I massaged my temples to shake off my drowsiness, Lee Chong-hyun sat down near my feet. It's an emergency. If you're not sleepy, Hyung, let's have a strategy meeting. Why? What happened? Something huge happened. Lee Chong-hyun looked serious. The last one to enter, Choi Ji-ho, kicked off his shoes and spoke. Jang Junho came by. A name I hadn't thought about suddenly popped up. A question flew out of my mouth before I could even process it. Where? The practice room. At that moment, every swear word I knew flashed through my mind. Jang Songbin stood between the living room and the entrance, wearing an awkward smile. Right. Yu Hansu wasn't the only trash at this company. I almost sighed but held it back. Taking care of Jang Songbin was the priority. Songbin, are you okay? You must have been surprised. I'm okay. I was surprised, but he didn't do anything. If he did something in this situation, that would be like asking to be arrested. As I sneered, my eyes met Lee Chonghyun's. He seemed to be thinking the same thing as me. He must have been scared. Seems like it. Lee Chonghyun chuckled in agreement. The PD he worked with had harassed idols and eventually crossed the line, driven by his inferiority complex. This became a huge scandal. Jang Junho himself also had a history of harassing an idol. He'd been doing it for much longer than Yu Hansu. The police were in and out of the company, and the media was buzzing every day. On top of that, Idol K exposed all of Yu Hansu's misdeeds, so Jang Junho must have been worried about when his name would come up. Lee Chonghyun shrugged and said, he brought tons of drinks and snacks. It's all an act. Choi Jiho opened a can of soda. The sound of fizzing carbonation filled the air. Anyway, the important thing is something else. I shifted my position and asked, what did that guy say? Park Ju-woo sighed and answered, he wants to talk to Songbin. Privately. And, did you tell him we only move in pairs? We haven't told him that much. Songbin, what do you want to do? When I asked, Jang Songbin pondered with an ambiguous expression. He was the one who said he didn't want to make a big deal out of it last time. I thought it was a golden opportunity to receive a proper apology, but for Jang Songbin, even an apology might be uncomfortable. Take your time to think about it. He's the one who's in a hurry, not you. Don't forget that your comfort is the most important thing. Yes, thank you. Jang Songbin smiled. And as soon as the next day arrived, he came to our room. Hyung. Yeah. I'm going to meet him. He said it with a determined look. Are you sure? You don't have to force yourself. Jang Songbin wasn't the type to say things he didn't mean, but I still couldn't help worrying. He was naturally polite, so I feared he might feel obligated to comply just because an elder asked him to. As if he'd read my mind, Jang Songbin smiled and replied, I thought about it a lot and made up my mind. You don't have to worry. That's good to hear, but I wasn't entirely reassured. Jang Songbin was the type who would drink poison if an adult told him to. I'd feel better going with him as a guardian. If Jang Junho started spouting nonsense, I could unleash my temper right there. As I was waiting for a chance to butt in, Jang Songbin spoke up. So, he swallowed nervously and fiddled with his fingers. Yeah, go ahead and ask. I'm ready to listen to Jang Junho's confession with you. Which member do you think I should go with? What? Not me? Another member? Was he seriously thinking of choosing between Choi Jiho, who might get into a fight with Jang Junho and expose his own weakness, Park Ju-woo, who was even quieter than him, Lee Chonghyun, who, despite recent changes, still got nervous around adults, or Kang Kian, who had a fiery personality, to take with him? What a brilliant selection. Facing Jang Junho with these guys? I absolutely object. Take me with you. You want to go with those naive guys and get wrecked again? Just shut up and bring me. 151. Chapter 151, Handling Grievances. Only after witnessing my incredible plank did Jang Songbin allow me to accompany him. All that forearm training had paid off. And on a peaceful afternoon, Jang Songbin and I visited an unfamiliar studio. It was the place Jang Junho had told us about. Jang Songbin took a deep breath in front of the entrance. It was understandable that he was nervous. It was impressive enough that he'd decided to come this far on his own. If you want to go back, it's okay. He'll always be waiting for you. Here. Huh. I wasn't joking. Jang Junho must be feeling like he was on the edge of a cliff right now. Even though I'd given him an out, Jang Songbin chose to be brave. We went to the studio door and rang the doorbell. The door opened abruptly without a word. Jang Junho, with a stiff expression, stood before us. Hello, Sunbeam. Hello. Jang Songbin quietly echoed my cheerful greeting. Right. Surprisingly, Jang Junho accepted the greeting. Jang Songbin's eyes widened, as if it was a rare experience. Jang Songbin and I sat side by side on the long sofa, and Jang Junho took a seat in front of his computer. No one spoke for a long time. Before coming here, I'd given Jong Songbin one piece of advice. You know the atmosphere won't be comfortable, right? Yes. Don't be intimidated. Don't worry about what he thinks, and don't try to force a pleasant atmosphere. You don't have to smile if you don't want to. It was the opposite of what I usually emphasize to them. The situation was different now. I didn't want the victim to be the one feeling small in front of the perpetrator. Jong Songbin followed my advice well. Instead of forcing a smile or worrying about Jang Junna's mood, he sat quietly, very quietly. Jang Junna's gaze shifted between me and Jong Songbin. This bastard still hadn't learned his lesson. He wronged Jong Songbin, yet he was more concerned about my reaction. I waited to see how long he'd keep his mouth shut, but eventually, Jang Junna spoke. I've been thinking. Maybe I was a bit too harsh on you. That was it. He didn't say anything more. Jang Junho looked at me again, his eyes demanding a response. I chose to remain silent. Then Jang Junho started talking rapidly. I did it because I cared about you. But I guess it must have felt difficult from your perspective. When I had told Jong Songbin to gather any evidence he had of Jang Junna's harassment, Jong Songbin brought me everything, from text messages to unfinished diary entries. There were many painful stories within them. How could someone treat a junior like that? How could it not be difficult, exhausting, and miserable? If this bastard knew how many diary pages were curled at the edges from being wet with tears, could he still say these things? Jong Songbin's fists, resting neatly on his thighs, trembled. I placed my hand over his, gently running my fingers over his clenched fists. Sunbeam. You've never written a proper apology before, have you? Both Jang Junho and Jong Songbin flinched. My left hand, still caressing Jong Songbin's hand, gradually tightened. You haven't even said you're sorry. At my sneer, Jang Junna's face contorted. Songbin, do you want to wait outside? I suggested it, worried that the tense atmosphere might trigger bad memories, but Jong Songbin refused. Instead of leaving, he stared directly at Jang Junho. Just from listening to this, it sounds like you're not even sure if you did anything wrong. Don't be sarcastic. It's obvious you're just trying to sweep things under the rug and walk away. So how can I not be? I'm here as Songbin's guardian, after all. Jang Junho averted his gaze. As you know, Songbin is kind. He's talented, hardworking, innocent, and considerate of others. If you wronged someone like that, and if you created this situation just to ease your own conscience, then at least make sure you apologize properly. There was no telling when Jong Songbin's self-esteem, shattered by Jang Junho's inferiority complex, would recover. All just because of one irresponsible adult. Despite all that, Jong Songbin came here to give Jang Junho a chance. So, if Jang Junho was truly remorseful, isn't that the least you can do for Songbin, who came all the way here? Jang Junho lowered his head. If he were the type to feel ashamed by a few words from me, he wouldn't have done those things in the first place. So, this must be a pose of anguish. He was agonizing over how to bypass me and receive Jong Songbin's forgiveness. Then, Jong Songbin got up and lightly grasped my forearm. Hyung, let's go. Perhaps he couldn't bear this atmosphere any longer. Worried, I looked up at Jong Songbin, but his expression wasn't one of fear or avoidance. If anything, he looked resolute. I thought this meeting would be a step in a better direction. Hey, Jong Songbin. Jang Junho called Jong Songbin hastily. But Jong Songbin didn't waver. Instead, he continued calmly. But it seems I was wrong. If this isn't the conversation I was expecting, I don't think there's anything more to say. Jong Songbin bowed and turned around without hesitation. At that moment, a loud noise came from where Jang Junho was. A chair crashed against the wall, and Jang Junho fell to his knees, bowing his head. I'm sorry, Sunbeam. I was wrong. When I had collapsed from overexertion during practice and begged for forgiveness, Jong Songbin had desperately tried to lift me up. He was different now. He just looked down at Jang Junho, prostrated before him, with a complicated expression, but didn't do anything. I hope you can forgive me. Jang Junho's hands trembled. He was probably realizing how much Jong Songbin had changed. But this wasn't enough. As an adult, as someone who'd made a mistake, he had to take responsibility. With a proper apology. What exactly are you asking him to forgive? At my question, Jang Junho quickly raised his head. His eyes, glaring at me as if he wanted to kill me, were sharp. What should he forgive? I slowly emphasized each word. Jang Junho looked up at Jong Songbin. Jong Songbin was watching with a shadowed expression, cursing at you, throwing things, hitting your head as I walked by, nitpicking your recordings even though there was nothing wrong with them. I'm sorry for embarrassing you in front of others. I was wrong. Jang Junho stammered. Why did you do that? I asked again. Jang Junho bit his lip. The tips of his fingers, pressed against the floor, turned white. Jong Songbin stared at him for a long time. When Jang Junho still didn't speak, just as Jong Songbin was about to turn away. Because I was jealous. Jang Junho's words stopped him in his tracks. I was pissed because you're much younger than me. No, that you were better than me. I was afraid of how much you'd look down on me if I admitted that a middle schooler was better than me. I took it out on you. When things weren't going well, taking my anger out on you was the quickest and easiest thing to do. I shouldn't have done that. I wasn't in my right mind. Ugly feelings of inferiority poured out. Jong Songbin's expression as he listened was difficult to describe. I won't do it again. I promise. I'm begging you, please forgive me, just this once. Jang Junho added, his forehead touching the floor. Jong Songbin ended the conversation by saying he'd think about it. Then, we left the building in silence. He remained silent even after getting into the car. I didn't force a conversation. It wasn't until we were alone in the elevator that he finally spoke. So, it really wasn't my fault. His voice was dry. I pretended not to notice and replied while looking at the mirror. Of course not. Are you the type to go around causing trouble for others? Jong Songbin didn't chuckle or act flustered like usual. He just sniffled and lowered his head. When the elevator doors opened, I led him to the emergency exit instead of the dorm. As the metal door opened and closed, the surroundings became quiet. Only then did Jong Songbin bury his face in his hands. You did well. I pulled him into a hug, gently rubbing his back. He cried for a long time, until the metallic scent of the rusty hinges clung to our clothes. Songbin Hyung is super busy these days. Lee Chong-hyun muttered, watching Jong Songbin talk with the manager. He keeps organizing things in his room, too. Kong Keon added. Park Ju-woo nodded in agreement. Ever since Jang Junho's apology, Jong Songbin had been a bit brighter than usual, and he became much more proactive in everything. I was worried he'd be down, but I'm glad. Park Ju-woo smiled gently. He seemed to have been quite worried about his friend, with a bright expression that would melt away any worries. Jong Songbin ran over to Park Ju-woo. Everyone, our schedule for this month has been set. Oh, how many gigs? Lee Chong-hyun peered over to see the paper in Jong Songbin's hand. Well, we have to decide that now. Jong Songbin placed the paper he received from the manager on the floor. The moment I saw the chart densely packed like a swarm of ants, I knew. There are some overlapping schedules, so we have to exclude some events and interviews. And for programs where only some members can participate, we have to decide who will go. That spark had blown up in popularity. And now, all that was left was to work like dogs. 152, Chapter 152, Confirmation of Performances, 1. Idols had a lot to do besides appearing on music shows. They had to go on variety shows, attend events, and film self-produced content. Among them, the fans' favorites were definitely variety shows and solo self-produced content, especially with proper staff. Spark didn't have any so-called variety show gods. They were just a group of good-looking guys who weren't all that funny otherwise. Because of that, Spark hadn't had many variety show appearances in the past. Still, nothing beats variety shows when it comes to attracting new fans. To win first place on a music show, we needed to appear on as many programs as possible. No matter how great the song Lee Chong-hyun wrote, it wouldn't matter if no one listened to it. I carefully scanned through the list of programs we'd been invited to. Food-related shows seemed to be trending, as there were quite a few mukbang invitations. Choi Ji-ho, can you eat a lot? I can if I have to. How much? Probably more than you guys. Since that guy didn't gain weight easily, eating a bit more wouldn't be a big deal for him. All right, he was set for a cooking show. There was also a program whose main content was testing human patience. Kong Keon volunteered for this one. I told him he could quit if they asked him to eat bugs or something that wasn't HACCP certified. There was also a familiar program. Challenge. Life Experience, 1 night, 2 days. It seemed the challenge. Life Experience production team really liked us, considering they wanted to take us for 1 night and 2 days. This time, we'll do something other than a cafe, right? Park Ju-woo said. Anything would be fine, as long as it wasn't making shaved ice. My sister used to work at a CAF, and the summer shaved ice season always drove her crazy. If it's a summer special, maybe we'll be picking fruit, like peaches or grapes. They did an orchard special recently. It will probably be something like weeding a rice field. Kong Kian and Choi Jiho racked their brains. Pulling weeds in the summer heat. Huh. Just thinking about it made me dizzy. Still, being invited back to a show we'd previously appeared on was a good sign, so we decided to accept the offer. There was also an unexpected program. A singing program called Genre Swap of My Singer. It was a show where various singers came out and sang songs that weren't their specialty, and it was a program that many people watched in clips because they could see a different side of their favorite singers. How did we even get a genre swap offer? For this kind of show to work, it needed artists that viewers were already familiar with. If an unknown singer tried a new genre, it wouldn't feel fresh. It would just be unfamiliar. Because of that, the bar for idols appearing on Genre Swap was quite high. While trot and opera singers often made repeat appearances, it was rare for more than 3 idol groups to be featured in a single season. The reason for our invitation was completely unexpected. Nuri Sunbeam recommended us. She received an appearance offer, but due to her schedule with events, she couldn't make it, so she pushed for us instead. To think it was all thanks to the full support of a senior. I'd heard that the entertainment industry ran on connections, but actually experiencing it firsthand was something else. For once, I didn't feel jealous of MYTH. Songbin, do you want to try this? Me? Jong Songbin was startled. You didn't get to participate in the position battle, right? Go out there and show them what you've got. But his hesitation was obvious. It was understandable. Park Ju-woo had also missed out on the position battle. Normally, I wouldn't have suddenly asked Jong Songbin to appear. But at this point in time, with this kind of program, I couldn't not send him. Getting an apology is one thing, but revenge is a different matter. After getting revenge once, I realized something. You have to vent your anger once in a while before you explode. Jong Songbin's face turned white as he understood what I meant. Hyung, are you serious? I haven't been anything but serious since I came to UA. I thought back to Jang Junho, who had bowed an apology to Jong Songbin. But that wasn't nearly enough to settle things. You have to show them what you're made of. Don't you think? Jong Songbin's eyes trembled. Then he regained his composure and took a deep breath. You have to do well, though. If you do, Ju-woo will have a chance next. We have to let Ju-woo sing rock once. I'll trust you. Watching the back and forth between me and Park Ju-woo, Jong Songbin finally broke into a bright smile. It didn't seem like he had anything left to worry about. As soon as Jong Songbin's appearance on Genre Swap was confirmed, I headed straight to UA, and I wandered around the agency endlessly. My excuse was that I was looking for something to help with, but no employee would be willing to give me work at this point. The person I was really waiting for finally showed up around the time the employees were practically begging me. Iwol, you don't have to do anything, just sit down and have a drink. Hello, Sunbeam. A loud greeting echoed through the office. Everyone inside turned to look at me. Jang Junho, on the receiving end of the respectful greeting, looked bewildered. Like the professional workers they were, the staff immediately turned their attention back to their monitors. However, the sudden drop in noise and the heads subtly peeking over partitions made it clear that everyone's attention was still on me. Moreover, the words workplace harassment have already been imprinted twice in their minds. Once when they first learned of Jang Junho's harassment, and again when I reported Yuhansu. Having heard about workplace harassment twice already, UA employees were bound to associate any slightly suspicious behavior with bullying. So, what would they think if I greeted a senior artist as if I were a rookie soldier reporting to a superior? Jang Junho stood frozen, unsure of what to do. He had probably planned to come into the office around this time, grab a busy management team member, and shower them with flattery. Unfortunately for him, today he'd be having a conversation with me instead. Sunbeam, are you busy today by any chance? Why do you ask? There's something I really wanted to ask you. If it's not too much trouble, could you spare me some time? Even as I spoke, a few staff members continued to eye us with suspicion. Jang Junho must have sensed it too. All right, is there an available meeting room? A staff member guided us to a meeting room with translucent glass walls. It seemed everyone was genuinely worried that I might get beaten up. Since Jang Junho had a habit of getting physical, I appreciated their concern. I glanced at Jang Junho. His face crumpled in displeasure. But this wasn't nearly enough. For everything our leader went through, you'd better be ready to shed some real tears of blood. What do you want? Jang Junho asked, crossing his legs. You only act submissive to Songbin. I guess you don't consider snatching my phone and threatening me as harassment. You little. Jang Junho stopped himself mid-curse, seemingly aware of the CCTV. So what? You want an apology too? No. I'm fine as long as Songbin receives a proper apology. In other words, your previous apology wasn't enough. So what do you want me to do? Mentioning Jang Songbin seemed to calm Jang Junho down a bit. He must have realized this wasn't a situation where he could act carelessly. It's nothing much. Songbin is going to be on a music variety show soon, and I thought it'd be nice if he had some invisible support from you. You've spent so much time holding him back. Why not give him a push forward for once? Hey, Sunbeam, how about we speak with mutual respect, human to human, while I'm still using honorifics? I stared intently at Jang Junho. After talking with the police, I realized that titles and hierarchy don't matter when giving testimony. We haven't reached that point yet, and we won't, right? Let's keep this civil. Jang Junho bit his lip. He seemed irritated as he messed up his hair and almost slammed his hand on the table, stopping himself just in time. I waited patiently until he finished his little tantrum. What kind of support? As Jang Junho raised the white flag first, I brought up the topic I had prepared. Your debut song. It's a masterpiece, isn't it? Hey, it would be meaningful and nice for your cherished junior from the same agency to sing it, right? You little. Just as Jang Junho was about to yell, I saw several figures flinch beyond the translucent wall of the meeting room. They looked ready to barge in at any moment. Unfortunately for him, UA today was different from the UA of the past. There was no Yu Hansu to gang up on a junior with. No production director pulling shady backroom deals. No sycophantic staff agreeing with everything he said. No one. With the watchful eyes of the employees at my back, I looked directly at Jang Junho and said, "What do you think, Sunbeam? Of all the meager considerations you could offer, this seems like the one that would hold the most value." Jang Junho was silent. I could practically see the gears turning in his head. Of course, he'd be panicking. Jang Songbin was more skilled now than Jang Junho was back then. Jang Junho would be the one who knew this best. His career will be ruined. For Jang Junho, who had continued his career on the reputation of his debut song, losing the prestige of that song was a massive blow. Moreover, he would be greatly affected by the title of veteran ballad singer defeated by a high school idol vocalist. I think it would be good if you could cooperate with the official music release as well. Since we're in the same agency, negotiations should be smooth. Jang Junho, his face flushed red, glared at me and asked, "You really think he can perform my song properly on stage? After taking years of verbal abuse from me, like you said?" "That's right. You tainted the most crucial years of his life. For years. You know better than anyone, Sunbeam. Songbin has always been good. So, it's time for him to step on you and rise above. By completely overshadowing your brightest moment. And you talk like I'm pulling some kind of elaborate scheme, but Songbin agreed to this too." I could still see Songbin's bright, untainted smile as if I had just seen it a moment ago. The thought made the corners of my lips twitch upward. "So you don't have to worry about him. He's grown up just fine. Of course, not just anyone can be the leader of Spark." 153. Chapter 153, Confirmation of Performances, 2. After I confronted Jang Junho, Jang Songbin devoted himself to practice like crazy. Even though school had resumed after IDC ended, he seemed more energetic than ever. "Aren't you tired?" "Not at all. Every day is enjoyable lately." Like a switched-on flashlight, his smile radiated brilliance. I asked if there was anything I could help with, but he refused. He said that since he had received help from everyone so far, he wanted to finish it with his own strength. Jang Songbin looked genuinely happy saying that. I realized this was what someone looked like when they were doing what they loved. Watching Jang Songbin excitedly enter the vocal practice room, Lee Chonghyun grumbled, "I want to go to the genre swap live audience too." "You think just anyone can attend? But we're on the same team." "What? I don't even get to see my own member's performance." Lee Chonghyun exclaimed as if he was wronged. Anyone would think he had a reserved seat in the audience. "It would be unfair if we went." Jang Songbin would get 5 extra votes for free. Hyung, are you that biased? Of course. I'm totally a hedgehog parent when it comes to my team. While Lee Chong-hyun and I were having a pointless conversation, Park Ju-woo was focused on his laptop screen. Ju-woo, what are you doing? I rested my chin on Park Ju-woo's shoulder and looked down at the screen to see a familiar shopping mall. It was the place where we bought the materials for the headbands we used during the radio appearance. But this time, the cart was full of fluorescent-colored paper instead of headbands. Even if we can't go to the site, we can cheer them on together while watching the broadcast. I was thinking of making some cheering props. You're going to cheer for Songbin? Yeah. There's also the saying, front row seat at home. Where did you learn such sophisticated words? It seemed the kids had been doing too much monitoring while I was lying around. As the 3 of us were looking at the monitor, Kang Kian also stealthily approached. Then he meticulously examined the items Park Ju-woo had added to his cart. I think we have some foam board left. I put it in the storage room on the veranda. Didn't we use that for self-produced content last time? We used the white side then, so the black side is clean. We could probably make 2 slogans. Now that the company had taken some work off our plates, the members were voluntarily picking up new projects. It was ridiculous. What are you guys doing gathered here? Choi Ji-ho, who had just returned from action school, asked, looking at us. They're making cheering props for Songbin. Ah, that genre swap thing. Choi Ji-ho trudged into the living room. He then silently looked down at the kids who were debating Jang Songbin's name. Should we make it with fluorescent lime green paper or hot pink paper? In front of the laptop. After a brief silence, Choi Ji-ho asked, don't you think the kids are acting a little strange? They're just passionate, right? What are you trying to say? While I was grilling Choi Ji-ho, the kids started pulling out the albums they had in the dorm, saying they should stick Jang Songbin's picture on the foam board. Lee Chong-hyun picked up the With List album. It seemed he couldn't bring himself to touch the debut album. Let's be bold and cut out this one. It's his first solo stage. We have to go all out. The back of that face has your face. Chong-hyun, are you okay with your face being cut? For our leader, I can make that sacrifice. All right, I'll buy you a replacement later. Actually, instead of With List, get me the new album when it drops. Let's help with first week sales. Lee Chong-hyun picked up the scissors after making a deal with Kang Kian to receive the new album within the first week sales counting period. Just as I was about to enjoy watching their efforts, I suddenly snapped back to my senses and quickly stopped them. Hold it, everyone. What's wrong? Guys, you should also think about filming this for self-produced content. That's right. Park Ju-woo, with a look of realization, quickly put the albums back in their places. Choi Ji-ho, watching us come together, shook his head and went back to his room. Until the recording day of Genre Swap, Jang Songbin was incredibly busy. The start of the second semester of his senior year meant he also had to prepare for his college entrance performance exam. When's the practical exam? January next year. Usually, schedules get busy at the end of the year, so I'm thinking of preparing in advance while I have free time. That was what he said. Park Ju-woo was helping him in various ways with the practical exam, so the other members, including me, decided to just listen to our leader for the time being. The impressive part was that despite his grueling schedule, Jang Songbin never lost his bright and positive attitude. Hyung, you really didn't have to do this much for me. What are you talking about? Your voice is sparks pride. Choi Ji-ho, is the quince tea still not ready? On it. Of course, we also treated him like royalty. I was a pro at taking care of people, after all. I served him with utmost care. As a result of our devoted care, Jang Songbin looked radiant from head to toe. I couldn't say for sure because I couldn't see it, but I bet his vocal cords were glowing too. When we sent the polished Jang Songbin off, all of Spark members went to the dorm elevator to see him off. Honestly, we even considered piling into a car and heading to the broadcast station with him. That plan fell through, though, since our manager, unfortunately, couldn't split himself in two. Make sure to greet everyone properly when you get there. If the air's too dry, turn on the humidifier. And don't drink anything too cold. Don't worry, I'll do well. With an energetic farewell, he took off. At least when Choi Ji-ho left for his music video shoot, someone could accompany him. This felt more like sending a kid off to their first day of elementary school. We waited for him, preparing reactions for every scenario, from him making a big splash to completely messing up the stage. And a few hours later, I'm back. What? The chicken isn't here yet. Jang Songbin returned to the dorm a step ahead of the celebratory chicken we ordered in advance. Perhaps due to security regulations, Jang Songbin didn't show any particular reaction. Even when Lee Chonghyun nudged him, he just silently ate his chicken. That evening, we decided to take pride in the fact that he completed his first solo schedule without crying. If the public reaction wasn't good, we could just unplug the router for a while. And just like that, the long-awaited broadcast of Genre Swap, with Spark's dorm Wi-Fi on the line, was fast approaching. Songbin Hyung. Yeah, what's up? We're going to watch Genre Swap tonight. Do you want to watch too? Lee Chonghyun threw the first punch. From afar, Park Ju-woo gulped. Wait, is that idiot crazy? He told us to leave the talking to him. And this is how he planned to bring it up? What if Jang Songbin refused? Was he going to make him wait in the shoe rack until the show ended? Unlike me, who was beyond shocked, Jang Songbin remained calm. Okay. He even agreed. Fortunately, it seemed he didn't terribly mess up or embarrass himself on stage. Lee Chonghyun, seizing the opportunity, went for another jab. Hyung, can we wave slogans during your performance? What slogans? Handmade Spark cheering slogans. We made 5. There are such things? Jang Songbin looked bewildered. Considering his diligent nature and his habit of seeing the best in people, he must have assumed we'd spend the entire time practicing while he was busy preparing for his stage. Unfortunately for him, he was wrong. Just sit back and admire the handmade products of Spark's blood, sweat, and tears. At Chonghyun's signal, 2 quick claps, Park Ju-woo and Kang Keon scurried to the balcony. As the two pulled out the slogans from the shopping bags they had hidden, Jang Songbin's face turned bright red. The slogans, boldly written in Gothic font, had phrases like Spark's top vocalist, Jang Songbin, whose singing is as great as his face, and Yue's new talent. His face, meticulously cut out from the album as if it were a sticker, stood out. Songbin, are you laughing at the members' sincerity? I think he's just embarrassed. Kang Keon muttered to himself. He had been just as excited while making them, yet now he was expertly distancing himself. Jang Songbin graciously allowed us to wave the slogans adorned with multiple pictures of his face. Thanks to this, I was also able to experience the so-called front row seat at home. As the broadcast started, we gathered in front of the TV, each holding a slogan. The main character, Jang Songbin, was seated in the center. He looked flustered, but we didn't care. Wow, what's with the lineup for this episode? It must be incredibly competitive. As soon as the performers gathered in the studio, Lee Chonghyun and Choi Ji-ho commented. As expected of a popular program, the lineup was impressive. I was surprised too. There were only senior singers. That makes sense. Certainly, his luck with the lineup wasn't good. First of all, there wasn't a single singer whose name I hadn't heard before. There were even 2 performers who had previously appeared on Genre Swap. Despite the challenging environment, Jang Songbin maintained his smile and showed off his flower-like visuals. The MCs even commented every time they made eye contact with him. Every time I make eye contact with Songbin, I get startled. He's so handsome, da. Thank you for the compliment. The other performers also chimed in. It was a relief that they didn't seem to treat him like an idol who only relies on his looks. Once the performance order was decided, the stage lit up with one breathtaking act after another. As someone who recently filmed a music survival program, it felt a bit strange to say this, but it feels like only true professionals appear here. Exactly. They weren't using any amazing effects or showcasing flashy dances. They literally came out with just their voices, and yet the stage could be so captivating. This was a miscalculation. The goal was to show Jang Songbin, who performs his own song amidst talented individuals, even against senior singers, but I didn't expect everyone to bring out their ultimate moves. I guess I'll have to be satisfied with Jang Songbin being considered better than Jang Junwoo. It was a shame, but considering Jang Songbin's age, this alone was a great achievement. I decided to keep my expectations reasonable. And right on cue, Jang Songbin was shown in a close-up. Next is the turn of the singer who will show a new change in K-pop vocals. Let's watch the stage of Spark's Songbin, who has transformed from a dazzling idol into a lyrical ballad. Singer. With that brief introduction as his backing track, Jang Songbin stepped into the spotlight. 154, Chapter 154, Confirmation of performances. 3. On screen, Jong Song-bin exuded a different aura than during his activities with Spark. The ivory and white outfit suited him perfectly. A soft effect appeared below him, along with a caption. The beautiful youth who sings of youth transforms now. Why is the caption like that? Choi Ji-ho was appalled. The phrasing might have been outdated, but it wasn't exactly wrong. What's wrong with that? Song-bin is a beautiful youth, isn't he? See, can we just skip this part? Jong Song-bin lowered his head, his ears bright red. While the person in question couldn't lift his head, the song title appeared beneath the feet of Spark's top beautiful youth vocalist. It was Jang Junho's debut song, First Step, a story about a man experiencing love for the first time, cherishing the joy of being together, only to have his first fight and eventually part ways. Ironically, the reason this song gained popularity was because of its glitch storyline. Since it was a common tale, many people found themselves singing First Step at karaoke after a breakup. The simple structure and moderate vocal range also contributed to making Jang Junho, a rookie at the time, a recognizable singer. Back as a trainee, I had chosen a lesser-known song by a famous singer too. Take a shortcut, but Jong Song-bin had no need for such tricks. The melody of a simple acoustic guitar flowed. That spring, I met you. My cheeks were stained with cherry blossoms. Summer, with a young heart. I ran and hid behind a tree. In autumn, the trees. And my heart burned red. On a winter day, by your side, I lay down. Your gaze fell softly. Because he already possessed dazzling skills. He could confidently aim for the flag planted at the very top of the opponent's territory. Jong Song-bin's clean yet soft tone brought to mind a first love that never even existed. Perhaps this was what fans meant when they used the term fuzzy. The steps you and I took became marks on our heart, piling up steadily, looking only at each other for a long time. We walked and walked, yet beneath that tenderness lay undeniable strength, the stability that came from years of solid fundamentals. Jong Song-bin had built his foundation better than anyone else. From IDC to now, his greatest strength had been the trust and comfort he provided to listeners. He was the guy who had managed to push Jang Junho, a professional singer, with pure skill since middle school. There was no way Jong Song-bin couldn't handle the intro of Jang Junho's song. When Jang Junho sang this song, he must have been in his late 20s or around 30. His voice lacked the freshness needed to sing about first love, yet he wasn't old enough to sound nostalgic about it either. Then, what about Jong Song-bin? He was young and innocent, perfectly suited to the word first love, yet he possessed the experience that even Jang Junho lacked back then. It was only natural. Jong Song-bin had recorded all of Jang Junho's love and breakup songs over the years as he aged. Because he didn't want to be scolded, because he wanted to do better, because he wanted to keep singing and ultimately debut. With that desperation, he had endured and refined his voice for years. It was almost ironic. Jang Junho had handed him the very weapon that could bring him down. He's doing well. If he had performed this well, why hadn't he said anything after the shoot? If he had just lifted the corners of his mouth even slightly, I would have thrown him up in the air in celebration. I glanced sideways, but Jong Song-bin was busy fanning himself. Did he mess up the second half? Or did he perform well, but the results didn't turn out the way he wanted? All sorts of thoughts crossed my mind, but I pulled myself together and focused on the performance again. The music was reaching its climax. The camera zoomed in on Jong Song-bin's hand gripping the microphone. Blue veins stood out on the back of his hand. His fingertips were red, and as the camera panned up, his neck, the tip of his nose, his lips. I ran away, walked. To a place where the waves couldn't reach. To a distant sandy beach. Leaving you to be swept away and erased. My steps are cold. Snow is falling. We're all red. Tears welled up in Jong Song-bin's eyes. Even the way he struggled to hold back his tears resembled a youth who had just sent off his first love. The way he gripped the microphone with both hands, trying not to miss a single lyric, pouring his heart into each note, made my heart ache. How could he sing so perfectly while maintaining such emotions? It felt disrespectful to even doubt about such things right now. Jong Song-bin on screen took a small breath. I didn't need to look around to know. Everyone gathered was immersed in Jong Song-bin's every breath, every note, beyond imagination. It was an unbelievable level of emotional expression. I underestimated him. I had taken for granted what it meant to be the main vocalist of Spark, the group that was criticized for everything but their visuals and talent. It was my mistake to treat the fact that he had been recording guide vocals since middle school, had been a trainee the longest, and had double-digit vocal proficiency from the moment we met as mere data entries. My goal was just to humble Jang Junho and get some payback. I had hoped that Jang Songbin would be able to erase Jang Junho from his own song. But Jang Songbin easily surpassed my expectations. No one watching this performance would even care who originally sang this song. It was overwhelming, in the best way possible. Hyung, you're a genius. Lee Chonghyun, his eyes red, turned to Jang Songbin and said, Our Hyung is a genius. Try holding back your tears first, Chonghyun. Lee Chonghyun seemed genuinely moved. So was I? Be quiet. I can't hear Hyung's interview. Kang Keon scolded Lee Chonghyun and turned up the volume. Jang Seon-bin, having finished his performance splendidly, was being interviewed by the MCs. You re in the same agency as Mr. Jang Junho, right? As senior and junior? As soon as the MC's question came out, a familiar curse word was heard from somewhere. Damn it, that Choi Jiho must have cursed out of reflex. I let it slide this time since it was about Jang Junho. Yes, actually, I have a deep connection with Jang Junho's Sunbeam. Gasp. Lee Chonghyun held his breath. It seemed he hadn't expected Jang Songbin to mention it so directly. Really? I've been recording guide vocals for his songs since I was in middle school, so I'm confident that I know his songs very well. That's quite a connection. I'm sure Mr. Junho must be proud to see his junior debut and put on such a good performance. Proud, my foot. He's probably seething with jealousy right now. Lee Chonghyun scoffed. This kid, his temper seemed to have gotten a bit sharper. Yiwol Hyung, did you know Songbin Hyung would perform this well, and that's why you left it all to him? Kang Keon asked. I glanced at Jang Songbin and replied, No, not really. I was surprised too. As if embarrassed, Jang Songbin avoided my gaze. Then, in a tiny voice, he explained that the tears weren't intentional. I didn't bother explaining that the fact they weren't intentional made them even better. The broadcast ended with a 17-year veteran ballad singer being selected as the singer of the day. Even in the fierce competition, Jang Songbin achieved the feat of winning third place. As I was fiddling with Jang Songbin's picture on the slogan with satisfaction, he spoke. Thank you, Hyung. For what? All I did was make a slogan, yet he was suddenly thanking me. When I gave him a questioning look, Jang Songbin smiled and said, Do you remember last year, Hyung, when you sang Sitting by the Window at the monthly evaluation? I do. Wasn't that the first evaluation where I faked emotions I didn't have due to lack of skill? Looking back, it was embarrassing. I thought a lot about you, Hyung, while preparing for this stage. You did? Yes. I was able to elevate the performance because I used you as a reference. Without that, it would have been hard to fully immerse myself. Jang Songbin smiled. This kid seemed to have found something to learn from my past self. Meanwhile, I had just been looking back at it with self-deprecation. Feeling embarrassed, I avoided his gaze. You prepared and thought it through on your own. I didn't teach you anything. Still, don't try to give me credit for your hard work. The world is already stingy enough with praise as it is. Perhaps because I was embarrassed, my words came out stiff. Feeling awkward, I quickly got up from my seat. Still, thanks for the compliment. Jang Songbin smiled brightly at my words. It was a night that felt embarrassingly sentimental. After Jang Songbin's appearance on Genre Swap, a new song was added to Baek Haewon's playlist. Since it was a song for broadcast, she hadn't even expected it to be released as an official track, but it dropped as if it had been planned all along. That was such a good broadcast. Perhaps because it was a long-standing program, the sound was excellent, and the lighting effects were great. She was proud of her idol, who put on a fantastic performance there. Above all, Genre Swap captured Jang Songbin's innocent, glistening face perfectly. Baek Haewon's post, which included screenshots of Jang Songbin's shining visuals, was widely shared among sparklers. A video of his amazing high notes also boasted a considerable number of views. Much greater than my mom, who hated idols appearing on Genre Swap, did a 180-degree in 3 minutes. She keeps asking if he's really an idol. So, Songbin, please release a traditional ballad already. It's not easy to surpass the original. But honestly, Songbin did so well. I went to listen to the original and quietly backed away. Let's be real, Songbin swallowed the original, "I'm so proud of our baby, I could die." Much greater than a cold, ethereal-looking guy tearing up? That's cheating. Plus, he sings so well. At this rate, he's going to be the #1 male idol main vocalist. 22 at this rate, Jong Songbin, you're going to be the #1 male idol vocalist. Much greater than the tears in Jong Songbin's eyes look like pearls. Is this okay? My heart is trembling. I'm drenched in emotions from head to toe. If you squeeze me, I'll wring myself out. Calm down and go stream the song. Much greater than his eyes, the tip of his nose, his neck are all reddish. His eyes are moist, his expression sorrowful. Singing about the pain of heartbreak with a face like that, how can you not fall in love? 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 Much greater than I'm so glad I'm not in politics. If it were me, I would have pulled down all the palace pillars, issued decrees, and emptied the national treasury every time Songbin shed a tear, and I'd end up getting executed for it. Opie, please, your head is literally about to roll. What did I just read? Having taken this opportunity to promote Spark even to neighboring fandoms, Baek Haewon was completely drained. To recover, she lay in bed, playing Jong Songbin's version of First Step on repeat until the music wore out. Exactly 30 minutes later, her phone notification startled her. A new update about her beloved Spark had just dropped. There wasn't supposed to be anything today. There was no way she missed an SNS notification. Confused, Baek Haewon hurriedly went to Spark's MeTube channel. Much greater than Spark, making cheering props secretly for our leader 2x08xx. Could it be banners they made for Songbin? Spark was so cute she wanted to die. It seemed like the cameraman was trying to capture the members huddled together, but since all of them had ridiculously broad shoulders, the thumbnail ended up just being a massive wall of backs, which was somehow perfect. Unusually, the background of this video was their dorm. There was no sleek PPT either. She wondered why, but thinking about it, this was normal for an idol's self-produced content. She had been so used to seeing their professional side that she almost forgot. We each make one, and then put them all together later, right? Let's do that. Let's make them with our own individual styles. As soon as Kim Yiwol gave permission, Lee Chonghyun picked up the materials. Thus began the unhinged creation of cheering props by the 5 members of Spark, none of whom were quite normal. 155, Chapter 155, Analyzing Other Departments' Work, 1. Every Sparkler knew that Spark was a somewhat strange idol group. On the surface, all 6 members looked more than decent. They were incredibly handsome men. However, a closer look revealed that each of them had, well, some rather peculiar traits. Take, for example, Choi Jiho, the center and visual of Spark. There's a scratch on the table. What should I do? Didn't we have a table mat? You're supposed to use that underneath. I did, but it went through the mat too. Because of his ability to destroy sheet vinyl, table mats, and the table itself in one go, Choi Jiho was always treated like a servant. Whenever firewood needed chopping, his teammates would tell him, "Choi Jiho, it's finally your time to shine," and leave him to do all the axe work on his own. The cold, tall center with a steely impression was reduced to a bottle opener, a firewood maker, a human compressor, and so on. And there was another member quietly growing into servant number 2 beside Choi Jiho. Kang Kion, your skills have improved a lot, haven't they? I guess it's because there's a lot of things I want to chop. That better not include me. Kang Kion was more balanced than Choi Jiho, who had only put points into strength. However, armed with a sharper mind, he was gradually becoming more ruthless in how he treated his teammates. Oh my, look at our Songbin Hyung looking so fresh. Huh, he's so cute I could die. I have to put his picture on this. The way his same-age friend Lee Chongyun treated his Hyungs wasn't particularly good either. Although his affection was more apparent compared to Kang Kion, Lee Chonghyun's way of expressing it was, to borrow the fandom's words, a bit twisted. In other words, not normal. Even now, Lee Chonghyun was folding his 50th paper heart, saying he would stick them on the slogan. He even remarked that using gold paper for his dear Hyung was well worth it. Once all those hearts were attached, Jong Songbin's photo would end up looking like a frilled lizard. Juwoo, what are you going to write? I was thinking of writing, I'll cheer you even in my death. Let's try to tone down the expression a bit. Then, there was Park Juwoo, casually making extreme statements in his usual calm voice. Despite his generally easygoing nature, Park Ji-woo had an eerie sense of fixation on certain things. A glimpse at his all-white bedding or pristinely clean sneakers was enough to hint at his silent convictions. No, this isn't the kind of slogan I wanted. What kind of slogan did you want? A proper slogan that asserts its presence even when captured in a group shot on camera. Do those even exist? But the strangest one is still Yiwol. Seeing him vigorously making banners, she was relieved that he seemed better, but Kim Yiwol still looked distressed. Just because the slogans weren't turning out to his liking. Spark's official skilled drill sergeant, Kim Yiwol, who was reliable in everything except dancing, had a tendency to be fanatical about all things idol-like. In the end, after much internal struggle, Kim Yiwol finally embarked on a grand operation, changing Songbin's name from neon pink to neon green. It was a sight that couldn't be seen without tears. Creating cheer props as a group of wild young men was a constant battle. At one point, Choi Ji-ho accidentally cut out a vowel backward, turning Jong Songbin into Jang Sang-bin, while Park Ji-woo's banner was filled with such ominous energy that it had to be discarded. Spark's trials and errors were vividly conveyed to the viewers. Much greater than Choi Ji-ho, the embodiment of brute strength. A man who shatters everything with an innocent face, exhilarating. The first ever idol who looks like he wouldn't be swayed even by a bowl of warm rice. Much greater than our baby Kion. What do you want to chop so badly? Just tell me. This Nuna will bring it to you. Kion, don't worry. Nunas will chop it all for you. We won't let a single drop of blood stain Kion's hands. How romantic. Much greater than Chonghyun is even more obsessive than Sparklers. It's not easy to show more love for the members than Lee. Chonghyun, much greater than Ji-woo, is kind of like that. You know, an honor student with an obsessive streak. This sounds like Chonghyun's nonsense, but the discount version. Even if your characterization of him doesn't match mine, that's just going too far. See you in court. An endless legal battle awaits. I apologize, but your character interpretations are way off. I'll be watching to see how far you go. Equals meaning they'll fight to the death. I came with popcorn thinking it was a fight, but it turned out to be a wedding. Certainly, real-time mentions had increased significantly after IDC. Baek Haewon's heart was filled with happiness. Even after discarding a banner that seemed to be fermented with love, the handmade vlog continued. Spark, the professional idols, didn't forget to fill the video with commentary while focusing on their work. Kim Yiwol said with a serious expression, "If we take out a loan with Jong Songbin's voice as collateral, we could buy a Han River view apartment. If it's near the Han River, wouldn't the LTV regulations kick in and we wouldn't get much of a loan? Not a mortgage loan, a Jong Songbin collateral loan. Then it's possible. Right? Lee Chonghyun nodded in agreement. What's LTV? With the mention of a word she had never heard before, Baek Haewon turned to the SNS, the vast sea of knowledge. Much greater than right, he just said right. But taking out a loan with Jong Songbin's voice? LTV 90% easily possible. Much greater than at first. I thought only Kim Yiwol was crazy, but turns out Lee Chonghyun is just as bad. If you look closely, it's always Lee Chonghyun who agrees with his Hyung's strange comments. Their vibes kind of match when there's weird talk and banter. It's those two. Nerds. That's so funny. Our kids are totally sane. In SNS, the cold-hearted adults were laughing amongst themselves. They were the ones who always said they left their 5-year-old selves at home because they were 10 years too heavy to carry around. Baek Haewon felt deeply betrayed. After scouring the internet, she learned that LTV was loan-to-value ratio related to mortgages, but Baek Haewon still felt like she didn't fully understand her idol's conversation. The only conclusion she could draw was, to keep up with Spark's humor, I need to study real estate. Of course, that didn't mean the video was filled with only nonsense. Even amidst the artisan spirit battle, which told viewers to compromise with reality, there was a heartwarming moment. Yiwol Hyung, do you have anything else to cut? Kang Kion, who was focused on cutting something away from the camera, came to the living room and asked. When Kim Yiwol said there wasn't anything, Kang Kion picked up a bundle of sheet vinyl and went back to the kitchen table. Why are you two working over there? Come here and make them. Weary coming now. Kang Kion, who had his back to the living room, answered casually. Following that, Kong Keon was briefly captured in the corner of the screen, hiding the cutter knives he and Choi Ji-ho were using behind the trash and going into the room. One camera followed Kong Keon inside. Kong Keon opened a small toolbox in the corner of the room. Well-organized tools were visible beneath his sleeve. Blades, screwdrivers, small pliers, and such. Oh my, why is Kong Keon so thoughtful? Kim Yiwol himself seemed oblivious to the fact that Kong Keon and Choi Ji-ho were purposely standing in the kitchen, only bringing him the pre-cut materials. That made it even more touching. Only after turning the living room into a mess did Spark's slogan-making come to an end. I believe our songbin will do well. Let's show them the leader's spirit. I hope you get good results for all your preparation. Fighting. I'm so proud that my friend is standing on such a wonderful stage. Congratulations, and I'll cheer you on hard. Don't do too well without me. I'll be jealous. You know I love you, right? Our Hyung is the best. Do well. Don't be nervous and do well. Leader, fighting. The members' heartwarming cheers played during the post-credit video. Baek Haewon, for the first time in a long time, enjoyed a moment of returning to the world of her pseudo-family, the place that felt like home. Even during their off-season, idols never truly rest. They performed at local events, made appearances on various MeTube channels or variety shows, and kept up with their schedules in one way or another. The rest of the time was spent in self-practice. Originally, they had planned to push out a digital single around this time, but the company will fully support you this time. Don't worry. UA said they would take full charge of the pre-production work, so they had nothing to do. These days, all I had to do was sit in on mid-stage meetings. Of course, just because the official work disappeared didn't mean there was no work at all. There was a pile of overdue English worksheets, data backups, and missed PT sessions. While I was organizing my tangled schedule, a memo caught my eye. Acting class readjustment needed. Right, there was this too. Idols in modern society had to be able to do everything. That everything included acting. UA spared no expense in supporting our education, including acting classes for better expressiveness. I still remembered the hell I went through being stuck between Choi Ji-ho, a natural genius at emotional expression, and Lee Chong-hyun, whose learning abilities were sharper than a sponge. Come to think of it, hasn't no one in Spark actually pursued an acting career? Idol's acting was always a hot topic. Among all the controversies that Spark had stirred up, branching into acting was one of the few they had never touched. If no one planned to seriously pursue acting, maybe canceling the lessons wouldn't be a bad idea. It felt like wasting money and time on something they could learn sufficiently from their dance teacher. But little did I know, these acting classes would come back to haunt me in the most unexpected way. A drama audition? The CEO and manager dropped a bombshell on me. A guy whose only acting experience was drunkenly mimicking the department manager. To summarize their story, a drama was about to start production, but casting was difficult because it was written by a rookie writer. As the roles of the main and supporting actors decreased and casting was continuously delayed, the possibility of broadcasting decreased, and the production company hurriedly ramped up casting efforts. To make up for the low-profile lead, they considered casting an idol to secure at least some dedicated viewers. Due to budget constraints, they wanted an idol who would accept a low fee, but since the role had very little screen time and paid poorly, even that was proving difficult. Amidst this, I received an audition offer, and the company asked if I would like to audition. The end. Even after I summarized it, I still couldn't accept it. My mind kept denying reality. It's just an offer, so you don't have to accept it. Yiwol, your condition is the most important. Just as I was about to decline, saying, then, something flashed before my eyes. No way. No freaking way. At this moment. Plus. System, new task has been assigned. Participate in the drama in my office audition. Reward, memory data, 1 piece. Plus. Holy sh*t. So, do you need time to think it over? I'll do it. The system told me to. My personal condition was no longer relevant. Furthermore, the reward was memory data. I didn't know what format it would be in, but for me, whose head was full of more holes than volcanic rock, it was a much-needed reward. Just auditioning would be fine. Knowing the system, if it was going to give me more drama-related tasks, it would have set the new task as pass the audition from the start. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'll do my best. You don't have to try that hard. I'll let them know you'll be attending the audition then. With autumn, the season of change, just around the corner, it was time to prepare for a thrilling new job interview as an office worker. 156, Chapter 156, Analyzing Other Departments' Work, 2. The drama in my office was a typical romance set in an asset management firm. It was about a love story between a new team leader who came to a Korean company after working on Wall Street for unknown reasons, and an assistant manager who had an uncanny ability to pick out profitable funds, navigating the ups and downs of the market. But does this even make sense? Crap, I was already hitting a roadblock just from trying to understand the script before the audition. They keep mixing up securities firms and asset management companies. Is that okay? Is it possible for people who invest to not even consider financial stability? Even though my college grades were abysmal, I could still spot the inconsistencies at a glance. In this day and age, where even work experts upload drama review videos, how do they plan to deal with the backlash? But there was a bigger problem. How do they even fall in love with the team leader? I couldn't understand the emotional trajectory of the main characters at all. Sure, workplace romance happens. But is it that easy? The male lead spoke rudely, lacked social skills, and lived with a superiority complex, a triple combo. I couldn't understand how the female lead fell for the male lead. The only saving grace was that the character I was auditioning for was an ordinary office worker, neither romantically involved with a colleague nor possessing any genius abilities. At least I wouldn't have to run out of the audition room shouting, "I can't act this nonsense." The audition assignment consisted of 2 main parts: script acting and character analysis. The script wasn't too long, so I memorized it quickly. That left me extra time to focus on character analysis. Name: Do Young Won, 28 years old, an easygoing character who pops up unexpectedly, says what needs to be said, and disappears like a comic relief character. I diligently scribbled with my pen, imagining what kind of person Do Young Won would be. A bit younger than me, still at the junior employee level, and a quiet worker who kept to himself. So, I heard Yiwol decided to audition. Right after the meeting ended, Min Joo-kyung took advantage of the remaining time in the meeting room to ask the CEO. He did. He accepted on the spot. Isn't that a bit too much for him? Well, the audition isn't right away. Then, Yoon Hyun-joo added, "We should probably keep him from doing anything physically demanding for a while. The management team knows this, but Yiwol never hits the brakes." That's true. If we don't give him something to do, he'll just find work anyway. Yiwol hasn't been coming to the practice room lately, has he? No. I heard he's only been attending acting classes. Good. Let's have him take a break from dancing and company work for now. Tell Mr. Chon-young to keep an eye on the members' sleep schedules. The management team staff recorded Yoon Hyun-joo's instructions. Watching them, Yoon Hyun-joo recalled Jong Song-bin, who had recently requested a meeting with him. Yue had to undergo many changes after the major incident. It wasn't a smooth process, but even being able to complain was a luxury. In times like these, Spark generally stepped back quietly and did their part. They were the kind of kids who didn't need much supervision, something Yoon Hyun-joo himself often said out loud. So for someone like Jong Sung-bin, the most polite among them, to request a meeting? That wasn't normal. Although he had done a solo performance, Jong Song-bin was someone who prioritized the well-being of those around him over his own opportunities. Without hesitation, Yoon Hyun-joo told them to send him in immediately, and not long after, he found himself sitting across their in-house artist, whose atmosphere had subtly changed, sharing a cup of tea. After exchanging a few greetings, silence fell over the office. Jong Song-bin probably came because of the work treatment improvement issue. Usually, Kim Yiwol would take the lead, but since he was in his current state, Jong Song-bin must have come instead. Yoon Hyun-joo had planned to talk to all of Spark members about this issue at some point, so he had a prepared response in mind. But, CEO, yes, what is it? How do you increase self-esteem? Jong Song-bin brought up a topic outside of Yoon Hyun-joo's expectations. Self-esteem, Yoon Hyun-joo echoed thoughtfully. He had often told the staff to instill confidence in the members during training and evaluations, but he hadn't thought deeply about self-esteem. Was it a mistake to make him the leader when there were clearly older members? Or did he feel responsible for what had happened with Yoo Han-soo? Flustered, Yoon Hyun-joo asked what was wrong. Jong Song-bin pressed his lips together once, then hesitantly began to speak. And then, another unexpected name popped up. It's about Yiwol Hyung. From our perspective, he's an amazing and reliable member, but he doesn't seem to think of himself that way at all. Yiwol. The Kim Yiwol Yoon Hyunju knew was always confident in what he did. He always spoke with conviction and was mature enough not to be easily swayed by external factors. However, recalling the atrocities committed by Yoo Han-soo that Kim Yiwol had compiled, Jong Songbin's words weren't entirely incomprehensible. How many people could remain unaffected after months of verbal and physical abuse, especially when they didn't even have a proper family to confide in? He takes really good care of us. We always feel like he's looking out for us, not just professionally but emotionally too. Jong Songbin spoke calmly. We want to help him just as much, but we don't know how. Maybe it's because we're not yet reliable enough for him to lean on. He's not someone who expresses his struggles easily. It's not that he doesn't trust you. There was no way Kim Yiwol would lean on his younger group members. He didn't even talk about his hardships to company staff who were much older. So, I've been thinking. Jong Songbin carefully laid out his suggestions, showing signs of deep contemplation. Although the company is making efforts, I hope Hyung will have less involvement in administrative tasks in the future. Could we find something he could enjoy or showcase his abilities in? Hyung always says there's no room for praise in the real world, but when he does well, I want to make sure he gets the recognition he deserves. He does seem to pay attention when professionals acknowledge his work. Jong Songbin spoke fluently. However, his fists, resting on his knees, trembled slightly. He wasn't making rational suggestions like Kim Yiwol would. From a business standpoint, the company had no real reason or obligation to grant this request. Nevertheless, Jong Songbin was doing his best to convey his thoughts. Carefully, but as clearly as possible. Is this the whole team's opinion? When Yoon Hyunju asked, Jong Songbin nodded vigorously. All right. Since it's the leader's first suggestion, I'll take steps to reflect it as soon as possible. Thank you. Jong Songbin's eyes shone. A light Yoon Hyunju thought he had lost for a while during his long trainee period. How admirable. Yoon Hyunju murmured, looking at the office door Jong Songbin had left through. He felt a lump in his throat, the same feeling he had when he saw Jong Songbin's gender swap stage. After that meeting, Yoon Hyunju started to pay closer attention to Kim Yiwol. The acting offer could have been rejected by the company. Still, he tried to bring in various opportunities for him to experience if he wanted to. And Kim Yiwol carefully examined those opportunities. He had no greed, yet he readily accepted any task given to him, which was heartbreaking to see. Because he's so competent, everyone just thought about giving him more work. Reflecting on this, Yoon Hyunju let out a long sigh. When Kim Yiwol decided to audition right then and there, Yoon Hyunju called the Spark management team, whose department name was still undecided, and issued a strict directive. Forget carrots and sticks, one. It's all carrots from now on. Got it. We'll turn the office into a carrot farm. It wouldn't do to have their idol, who deserved nothing but praise, struggling with low self-esteem. Even if Kim Yiwol failed the audition, at least the UA staff would support his new challenge. Yoon Hyunju made a firm resolution. Then, looking at the still reorganizing organizational chart, he diligently worked his pen. The audition was held in a shared office space with meeting rooms. Yiwol, don't be nervous and do your best. You can do it. Okay. My manager's encouragement was so enthusiastic to the point of being burdensome. Is this audition really that important? If I fail here, will UA go bankrupt or something? Good thing I decided to come in semi-formal attire, just in case. Even if I didn't get the role, at least they'd acknowledge my effort. I was probably the one who looked the most like an actual office worker here. Wearing business attire after so long felt suffocating, but other than the feeling that I should be heading to work right now, everything was fine. Thanks to reading the script during breaks, I had even memorized other people's lines. I really gave it my all. At the very least, I had the right to say I fought well, even if I lost. As I entered the office, lost in thought, a person who appeared to be the writer guided me through the details. I moistened my throat with the water I brought, and soon my turn came. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, I opened the door to see 3 judges sitting inside. Hello, I'm Sparks Yiwol. Yes, nice to meet you. The person sitting in the middle responded. Sit down only when given permission. Keep a gentle smile on your face. The interview etiquette I memorized for my first job interview came to mind. Even though it had become second nature by now, every single word remained vivid in my memory. Not long ago, I had been the one sitting in the interviewer's seat. Now, it felt like something from a distant past. However, my interview knowledge became useless just 3 minutes after the audition began. If you were born in XX, how old are you? 21 years old. 21? You're very young. Wouldn't it be difficult to portray an office worker? Still, you have the presence because of your height. How tall are you, Yiwol? 183 centimeters. 183 centimeters? Without insoles. Yes, that's correct. In a job interview, all these questions would be reportable offenses. In an era where blind recruitment was becoming the norm, they were asking about my age and height. I used to think casting in the entertainment industry and hiring in companies weren't so different, but now I could feel the contrast firsthand. The visuals are perfect, but he's too young. Hey, honestly, based on visuals alone, he's lead actor material. That's just because there aren't many handsome guys among 20-year-olds these days. The writer, director, and producer engaged in a heated discussion about the extinction of handsome male actors in their 20s, right in front of me. Even if I wasn't deeply connected to the acting world, wasn't this a bit too much like being a discarded kite left drifting in the wind? Still, I kept smiling brightly until they finished their conversation, and they all seemed to realize their mistake and turned their attention back to me. You've been briefed on the audition process, right? Script reading and character analysis. Yes, I've been informed. Then let's start with the character analysis. Just freely explain what kind of person you think Do Young-won is. Here it comes. Time to showcase my presentation skills, which have somehow improved since becoming an idol. 1. Carrots and sticks here means reward and punishment, respectively. 157. Chapter 157. Analyzing other departments' work. 3. The public always had a lot to say about idols transitioning into acting. However, such reactions were of no concern to production companies. For them, only a few factors mattered: production costs, recognition, and overall visual appeal. Unless it was a hugely famous writer's work, the production company had no intention of putting much effort into casting anyone other than the main roles. And in times like these, there were always a few so-called lucky individuals who seized the opportunity. People who, despite lacking acting skills, managed to secure supporting roles simply because they were good-looking, even if they had minimal lines but still appeared in every episode. The idols who came in this time were probably all good-looking. What was the merit of using this guy other than for the dancing scene during the company dinner? Sure, his outfit suited the character Do Young-won, but that was probably all there was to it. Shall we start with the character analysis? Director Cha asked. Since they were all the same anyway, he wanted to quickly finish the perfunctory audition and choose the actor who best suited the writer's taste. The young man in front of him cleared his throat and began to talk calmly about his character analysis. At first, it wasn't much different from any other actor's approach. He referenced details from the script, matching them with Do Young-won's profile, such as his age and personality. However, the idol's character analysis presentation continued uninterrupted for over 5 minutes. Considering that many financial firms are clustered in Uedo, he likely commutes on extremely crowded subways. As a result, he'd prefer light clothing that wouldn't be easily disheveled by the heat, and he'd favor a structured backpack to keep his documents and laptop intact. What about a watch? Have you thought about that? I understand that many male office workers in their late 20s use smartwatches. I try to dress as close to the image as possible, but I don't personally use a smartwatch, so I couldn't wear one. The young man responded to the writer's sudden question with an awkward, yet a pleasant, smile. His neatly styled hair and the light gray suit, which gave off a light and airy feeling, caught Director Cha's eye once again. When do you think Do Young-won joined my asset management, Mr. Yiwol? At the age 26 years old, I think. Do Young-won is 28. So according to you, he'd have been there for about 3 years. Wouldn't he be an assistant manager by then? The script describes my asset management as a prestigious asset management firm. I assumed they recruit through conversion-based internships rather than open public hiring, similar to major firms in the industry. The writer nodded. Any writer would do research when writing a drama. The rookie idol's answer seemed to align with what the writer had investigated. Why does this feel like a job interview? The handsome young man from earlier was gone, replaced by a veteran who seemed to have been going to job interviews for years. The excited writer and producer threw all sorts of questions, but the man in front of them handled every question flawlessly without changing his expression. Well, yes, the character analysis seems sufficient. Let's see the script acting. Director Cha hastily flipped through the script. He had been in this business for years. There was no way he'd let himself get drawn in by an idol who wasn't even a rookie actor. However, Director Cha never regained control. As mentioned before, Do Young-won was a minor supporting character with very few lines, and, Assistant Manager, here are the materials you requested. Don't say that. It brings bad luck. Every time I want to quit, payday comes around. Yet, the rookie idol, Kim Yiwol, was uncannily good at acting like an office worker. The audition, which could have been mistaken for a skit, ended just like that. I'm back. How was your first audition? Did it go well? Hey, give me a moment to breathe. The youngest members rushed out to greet me, followed closely by Jong Song-bin and Park Joo-woo. Choi Ji-ho also emerged from his room, made eye contact, and then retreated back inside. He grumbled about why I bothered with acting when I had no interest in it. Thanks for the greeting, though, brat. It was interesting, although I didn't do particularly well. Why? Was it very difficult? Park Joo-woo looked at me cautiously. Wouldn't it be weird if I suddenly turned out to be amazing at it? That is true. After a moment of thought, Park Joo-woo easily accepted my reasoning. But I was right. I was already struggling just to keep up as an idol. Especially the director. He didn't seem to like me very much. No matter how I looked at it, his expression had been far from welcoming. That was why, after the interview, the audition ended, I just handed over the list of setting errors I found in the script and quickly left. On the way back, the system rewarded me. I hadn't checked it yet, planning to open it later at night. That's a shame. I thought we'd have a genius actor in our team. What if I suddenly decide I want to focus on acting and leave the group? Go ahead and try. Lee Chong-hyun boldly pulled a "Are you scared?" on me. I really was, so I didn't argue any further. As I was showcasing the Do Young-won scenes I'd practiced at the audition for the members, the dorm phone rang. When Jong Song-bin, who was closest, answered the phone, we busily mouthed questions. Is it the company? Manager Hyung? Jong Song-bin shook his head, then focused on the call. His expression changed in an instant. His face turned pale, and he barely managed to utter, Ji-ho Hyung, after hanging up. Choi Ji-ho, someone's looking for you. Who? At my call, he sluggishly sat up from his bed and opened the door. You're dancing, I think. She said it was urgent. Before I could finish, he bolted out of the room. He practically almost snatched the phone from Jong Song-bin's hand. What's wrong? Choi Ji-ho's voice was sharp as he spoke to the person on the other end. Jong Song-bin cautiously approached us and said, his dancing, she was crying. Oh. Lee Chong-hyun covered his mouth and looked at Choi Ji-ho, who was completely focused on the phone call. Throughout the conversation, Choi Ji-ho only said, yeah. The call wasn't long. After 3 minutes that felt like an hour, he hung up. What happened? I need to go out for a bit. Now? Where? Choi Ji-ho grabbed his wallet and put on his shoes without answering. The heels of his sneakers were crumpled. As Choi Ji-ho left, too quickly for me to stop him, I quickly called out to Jong Song-bin. Song-bin, if our manager looks for us, tell him we went to the convenience store. Okay, you're going too, Hyung? I can't let him go alone. I'll contact you if anything happens. I grabbed my wallet and jacket and went out, just as the elevator doors were closing. I pressed the open button and forced the doors open. Choi Ji-ho frowned as I got in. Why are you following me? Don't you know Spark has to move in pairs? Aren't you the one who breaks that rule the most? Despite his retort, he didn't tell me to go back. Instead, he silently hailed a taxi. He must not even have time to argue with me. Fortunately, a taxi arrived quickly. We seemed to have benefited from it being the time when people were leaving bars. I quietly fastened my seatbelt while Choi Ji-ho gave the address. Even after the taxi started moving, Choi Ji-ho couldn't seem to relax. Are you okay? I couldn't help but ask, even though I knew he wasn't. I didn't expect a reply, but surprisingly, he spoke. My father showed up at my Nuna's place. Didn't you say they've been living separately for a long time? I had heard a brief account of Choi Ji-ho's family situation. His father was problematic, so his parents divorced, and they had been living separately ever since. But family issues were not something you could just sever cleanly. Even after I became independent and restricted access to my records, I still spent sleepless nights imagining them suddenly showing up. I'd had to document every instance of abuse, every insult, just to make it legally possible. It must be even harder for those who hadn't. Shouldn't we call the police? It's useless. Choi Jiho's voice was strained. That man, he doesn't hit people. He knows he'll really go to jail if he does. But since he doesn't hit people, they just try to calm him down and tell him to sleep. They say things like, family arguments happen, or your father will come to his senses in the morning. I had no words. Even though I tried to live as if I had no family, I still had nights where I lay awake, dreading the possibility that they'd find me. I knew the pain of not knowing how many years, how many more times, I would have to see the people I wanted to be strangers to. It's bullcrap, Choi Jiho muttered. I pretended not to hear and closed my eyes. The neighborhood where his sister lived was quiet. In other words, deserted. After paying the taxi fare and getting out, Choi Jiho, who followed me out, looked around, seemingly checking if his father was nearby. I grabbed his arm before he could take off running. Wait a second. What? Choi Jiho's reaction was sharper than ever. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. What are you going to do when you see your father? You're an idol. Now, are you going to have a huge fight with your father and end up at the police station? Let's say you don't resort to violence. Is there any guarantee that your father won't accuse you of threatening him? Violent crimes against direct relatives are serious offenses. Choi Jiho's breathing turned rough. However, he didn't refute me or tell me to watch my mouth. He knew. He knew I wasn't wrong. Choi Jiho clenched and unclenched his fists several times, his hands turning red as blood rushed to them. The veins, bulging and blue, pulsed beneath his skin. Then what am I supposed to do? His dark eyes locked onto mine, making no effort to hide the ominous energy radiating from him. Leave it to me, and you stay back. What? Wait. Until I call you. I entered the convenience store. I needed to prepare something. 158. Chapter 158. Company Building Security Management. Kim Yiwol returned with 2 bottles of soju. What are you going to do? Choi Jiho couldn't understand what Kim Yiwol was thinking at all. Are you going to drink with me and charge in head first? I'm not that thoughtless. Kim Yiwol, however, was unfazed. Even the way he gently swirled the bottle by the neck exuded composure. But the elegant atmosphere didn't last long. Kim Yiwol suddenly started chugging straight from the bottle. Choi Jiho, startled, quickly grabbed his shoulder. Hey, Hua. Then he spat it all out. Specifically, in a secluded corner of the alley next to the convenience store. Are you okay? You crazy bastard. Why would you? I did it on purpose, so shut up. You're making me look even more pathetic right now. Whether he spat it out wrong or not, the liquor dribbled down his chin. Kim Yiwol wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Then he poured some soju onto his palm and rubbed it on his sleeves and collar. Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing? Transforming into someone people wouldn't want to mess with. The remaining soju was poured onto the hem of his pants. As if it wasn't enough, Kim Yiwol picked up a second bottle. Going to pour more? It doesn't reek of booze yet. Kim Yiwol pulled down his mask, tilted his head back, and exhaled. Yeah, not enough yet. Tell me what you're going to do. So I can. At least get myself dirty too. Choi Jiho was taken aback by the thought that suddenly crossed his mind. He had firmly resolved never to touch alcohol in his life. You just stay here. What? He's probably here to get money. A celebrity's son is just an easy target for someone like that. It's better if you don't encounter him. Choi Jiho couldn't argue. Leaving Choi Jiho speechless, Kim Yiwol once again put the bottle to his lips. He didn't drink it as Choi Jiho had feared. He just swished it around in his mouth and spat it out. So you wait here, out of sight. I'll go see your Nuna. What makes you any different? Choi Jiho thought. Kim Yiwol was just the same age as him, after all. But before he could retort, Kim Yiwol disappeared into the alley. Did I tell him the exact address? Choi Jiho hurriedly followed after him. Ugh, the smell of alcohol. The stench of alcohol radiated from me with every stride. With every step I took, the stench of alcohol wafted from my entire body. It was mixed with the stale scent of cigarettes. The effort of gargling with liquor over the pile of cigarette butts on the ground had paid off. Spiritual pillar Jong Songbin. Hyung, as you said, I contacted Choi Jiho's sister through his sibling and asked her to take his father to the park. Although my mask and hat limited my vision, checking messages wasn't a problem. After running a bit more, I spotted a shabby green space that barely qualified as a park. In the deserted park, someone was arguing. You have a job, so why don't you have any money? B*TCH. Do you think food and lodging are free? At least I use it for living expenses. Where do you spend your money that you never have any? Unlike the woman, who was trying to keep her voice down despite being a bit away from the residential area, the man was busy yelling at the top of his lungs. It was obvious. He wanted to extort what he wanted out of her by exploiting her reluctance to cause a scene at home. I quietly caught my breath at the park entrance. Then I untied one of my shoelaces and pulled my hat down low. I can do this. How many drunken troublemakers had I dealt with before? How many disorderly drunks had I cleaned up after? Besides, Kim Yiwol, you're an elite trained in this, with real-world experience to boot. I confirmed the target's location once more. Then I slowly walked towards the man, staggering as if I were about to collapse. Choi Jiho's father continued to berate the Nuna, paying no attention to me. He seemed accustomed to not caring about other people's eyes. I carefully approached him from behind, and I bumped into his shoulder. Or rather, I pretended to bump into him, making only slight contact. What the hell? Ouch! As the man turned around angrily, I dramatically collapsed to the ground, catching both of their attention. Now was my moment. Juicy, watch where you're going. What? Fight fire with fire. Drive out a drunkard with another drunkard. Of course, I'll be the trashier drunkard. You bumped into me, and now you're raising your voice at me. Can't you see I fell because of you? I think I broke my leg. How are you going to compensate me for this? Pulling off blatant gaslighting for the first time made my conscience sting. But I forced myself to wail dramatically, clutching my leg and rolling on the ground. I pointed at Choi Jiho's sister and shouted, "Hey you, what are you just standing there for? Call the police, call them. What the hell is this little punk trying to pull? What does it matter if I'm young or old? I fell because of you and broke my leg. I'm going to handle this the legal way. You think I haven't seen scammers like you before? My leg is broken. Does it matter whether it's a scam or not? Do you want to go to jail then?" Unfortunately, our country tended to be lenient towards those who acted out. Even Choi Jiho's father, who had been relentlessly harassing the Nuna, hesitated to touch me, the bigger mess. I got up and brushed off my pants, making it obvious that I hadn't actually broken my leg. Still, I put on a pathetic show of feigning injury, limping theatrically. Juicy, if you don't want to eat prison food, let's settle this for 500. Then I'll agree to a settlement. This is a total scam. A scam? I'm trying to end this nicely, and you're kicking good fortune away? Who in the world breaks their own leg to run a scam? If you don't like it, then go to jail. Choi Jiho had said it himself. This man would avoid anything that would land him in jail. As I stepped closer, the man flinched. Seeing that, I lowered my gaze and said, "I've lived in this neighborhood for 20 years. I know everyone here, you know. Do you think you can just treat me like this and run away, then expect me to let it slide when we meet again?" I reeked of alcohol, and I was taller than him. All the conditions were perfect. This son of I. Stop cussing at me. If you don't like it, let's do this the legal way. Hey, call the police. Hurry. The man's eyes wavered. I could practically hear the gears turning in his head. At this rate, any moment now, F***CK. As I expected, the man shoved me and ran in the opposite direction. So much for human decency. What kind of father abandons his own daughter to deal with a supposed con artist while he runs for it? For once, I had hoped I'd be wrong. My mouth tasted bitter. "Hello, Nunam." I belatedly greeted Choi Jiho's sister. She said she wasn't sure if it was really me, Kim Yiwol, even after hearing my voice. "You really look like a neighborhood thug." Oh dear, what am I saying to someone I just met? No, please speak comfortably. I hear worse things from your brother. Feel free to berate me. Even though I hadn't mentioned his name, Choi Jiho popped out from the alley right in front of us. I told him to wait and not to follow me. He really didn't listen. Choi Jiho rushed over and checked on his sister and me. "Are you all right? I was watching, but he didn't lay a hand on you, right?" "He didn't. You said your father doesn't resort to violence." Despite my words, Choi Jiho's expression remained tense. "Why did you drag Yiwol out here in the middle of the night? It's not like it's the first time that man has caused a scene. He followed me on his own. And you know that man. If you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. It's the first time he's come all the way to Nuna's house. Choi Ji-ho sighed instead of finishing his sentence. He must be feeling conflicted. I knew that feeling all too well. His sister, watching us in silence, lightly tapped my arm. At least I don't think he'll come back for a while. Thanks to Yiwol chasing him away effectively. By pulling a fake injury scam? Can't you at least add the word acting at the end of that? Choi Ji-ho took off his hat and ruffled his hair in frustration. Then, putting his hat back on, he said, I was wondering why you doused yourself with alcohol like that. As soon as he finished speaking, his sister smacked him on the arm. The force was clearly different from when she hit me. I told you to speak nicely. Ow, why are you hitting me? A thudding sound accompanied each syllable as the Nuna's hand made contact. It seemed she was aiming for one hit per syllable. Even while being smacked around, Choi Ji-ho couldn't win a word against his sister. Yiwol must have hard a time. Even though you guys are the same age, this guy is so immature. No, Ji-ho has been so well-behaved. Lately, Ji-ho, unable to stand my affectionate nickname even for a moment of pleasantry, Choi Ji-ho interjected. What do you want me to do? Call you troublemaker Choi Ji-ho in front of your sister? The Nuna, watching our silent war of nerves, smiled enigmatically. Why are you smiling? Choi Ji-ho glared at his sister. It's just surprising. I never thought you'd have a friend. Who said he's my friend? You're really going to talk like that to someone who came all this way for you? Do you have a death wish? He was severely scolded for his grumbling. Just watching it felt cathartic. It was almost dawn by the time we finished talking to his sister. While I was brushing the sand off my clothes, his sister pressed some money into Choi Ji-ho's hand for taxi fare. Take a taxi and buy yourself something delicious tomorrow. This is all the cash I have right now. You don't have to. Do you think I can't even afford a taxi? I'm giving this to Yiwol for his trouble. Don't get any ideas. Choi Ji-ho closed his mouth at his sister's rebuke. It was just like my own sister and me back in the day. What's this? A hoodie. It was on sale, so I bought you one. I have plenty of clothes. Bullsh asterisk T. You always wear the same black sweatshirt. I used to always grumble, asking why she bought me things. It wasn't just that one time either. Whenever my sister bought me something, I said it's okay more often than thank you. I felt bad for making her spend money. Back then, I didn't know that was her way of caring for me. I realized it late, that it came from a place of concern, that she cared for me enough to think of me even when she saw something nice on the street. I only realized it after I lost the person who used to take care of me. Watching Choi Ji-ho and his sister, I thought, next time I meet Nuna, I'll ask Min Jukyungnim for advice and bring a gift that a working professional around her age would like. I should take her to eat her favorite food, buy her something she wants if she mentions anything, and call her a premium taxi when we part ways. In the end, Choi Ji-ho couldn't win against his sister. So we returned to the street with allowance far too generous for just taxi fare. I opened the taxi app, and the late-night surcharge was outrageous. We should take separate cabs, right? It was fine on the way here, but now I reeked of alcohol. The very smell Choi Ji-ho despised. If we took the same taxi back to the dorm in this state, there was no telling what Choi Ji-ho would do in his rage. He'd probably shove me onto the floor mat, roll down all 4 windows, plug his nose the whole ride, and then kick me out the moment we arrived. Fortunately, getting a taxi wasn't difficult. I called out to him, who was needlessly loitering around. I just caught one. You take this. What about you? I'll get another one. Choi Ji-ho asked. Why? What do you mean why? You want to ride together? I grabbed the collar of my shirt and gave it a slight tug, releasing a burst of alcohol smell, like a fabric softener capsule exploding. Choi Ji-ho grimaced and said, just get in. Why waste money? If this were just a matter of preference, I would have at least asked for your opinion. But family matters and trauma were different. I wanted to make him feel as comfortable as possible. As I was entering a new address, my phone was snatched from my hand. It was Choi Ji-ho. Forget it. Let's go together. Huh. I won't die from smelling a little alcohol, so let's just go. He returned my phone with the app closed. In the distance, I saw a taxi with a familiar license plate number. As he walked toward the headlights, Choi Ji-ho suddenly stopped and muttered, I was wondering why you suddenly decided to act. You mean me? Maybe it suits you. He waved at the taxi. It was time to go back to the dorm. 159, Chapter 159, Personality Test. Your hair's gotten long. Has it? Yeah. Park Ju-woo fiddled with my hair. None of the Spark members were the type to ignore things like this, but Park Ju-woo was particularly attentive to any visible wounds or scars on me. If I cover it with the top layer, it's not even noticeable. Still, he still seemed worried. Are you worried it'll show? It was almost time for the live broadcast. It had been a while since I last participated in one. Because of accidents and other issues, Spark had been running 5-member broadcasts for a while. To reassure him, I showed him the beret I had just received from the manager. Park Ju-woo silently put the hat on my head and adjusted my hair. It's a relief that it's just a talk broadcast, but, Park Ju-woo muttered. Today's broadcast concept was a casual, laid-back chat. That didn't mean we'd just randomly set up in a company meeting room, though. True to the concept, we reserved a cozy, wood-toned studio, set up board games around the room, and even prepared pretty blankets. Spark's dedicated team worked hard to create the perfect setting. Having a dedicated team was really a blessing. We all wore old-school casual outfits, with slight variations in the details. While my main piece was a knit vest that matched the beret, Kang Keon wore a hoodie that made him look like a rebellious rapper from the 90s. If we'd gone to the same school, we definitely wouldn't have been friends. Once we adjusted our clothes and gathered in front of the camera, the frame was packed. Was it because they were still growing? These guys were growing at a tremendous rate. There was no more fat left to burn, so they couldn't even slim down. Horizontally, as I sat them down and adjusted the phone camera angle with the manager, someone said, "Spark broadcast starts in 3 minutes." A sudden wave of nerves hit me. Will the fans who watch the 5-member broadcasts accept me? I glanced at the 5 faces sitting down, leaving my seat empty in the middle. Each one of them was flawless. And those guys, annoyingly, had left the center spot empty. Thankfully, I was at least in the back row. My heart pounded. I didn't want to squeeze in between them. "Young, what are you doing? Come on." Lee Chong-hyun beckoned me. I wanted to run away. Like a prisoner, I was dragged between them. I couldn't let them see my discomfort, so I forced a smile. But inside, I was burning up with anxiety. It almost felt like motion sickness, something I'd never experienced before. Regardless of my feelings, the broadcast started. "Sparklers, hello." Jong Song-bin greeted energetically. Chats that had been appearing even before the live broadcast started began to pop up on the screen. "Much greater than, guys. Hi, heartsuit, 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 heartsuit. Much greater than hi. Much greater than start quickly, quickly, quickly. Much greater than it's my birthday today. Please wish me a happy birthday. Much greater than IDC was so cool. Spark is the best idol group." I swallowed involuntarily. I quickly scanned the chats with my eyes. If I saw comments like, it was better with 5 members, I'd have to pretend to spill water and clean it up. Or something, to get out of the frame. Much greater than gasp Yiwol. Much greater than Yiwol, are you okay? Much greater than Yiwol, it's good to see your face. Much greater than finally 6 members. Much greater than Yiwol. If you're tired, just lie down for the stream. You're allowed to. Much greater than Yiwol, my baby, are you okay? How's your body? Much greater than it's Yiwol, heartsuit, 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 heartsuit. I missed you so much, really, you've been through a lot, my baby. Much greater than it's been a while since we got a 6-member live broadcast, congrats on your recovery. Much greater than the kids' expressions are so much more relaxed with Yiwol here. Kind words poured in. Seeing all that love, I finally understood why I'd been so nervous. I hadn't wanted to be hated. Not by the fans. The main content of this broadcast was analyzing each member's personality type. I already knew the Spark members' official MBTI types. The problem was, they weren't credible. Back when they were younger and didn't really understand themselves, the Spark members often got lost in the MBTI questionnaire and ended up misinterpreting their own personalities. Much greater than our Jiho is an E? Jiho, do you even know what extroverted means? There was Choi Jiho, who confidently chose extreme extroversion on the introversion/extroversion question because he communicated smoothly with the dance team. Much greater than you plan your meals for the whole week, but you haven't picked a sauce yet. So you think you're AP? Keon, we've already agreed that people like you are AJ. And there was Kang Keon, whose self-evaluation had become overly critical after spending years with Jong Song-bin, the ultimate planner. So today, instead of them taking the test themselves, we were doing a special called My MBTI as Seen by my fellow members. This way, I could avoid the disaster of being labeled a loose cannon again. There was no MBTI type, unhinged janitor in existence, after all. It was worthwhile pretending to be oblivious when the dedicated team asked, "Have you guys all taken an MBTI test?" Before that, "Does anyone know their own MBTI?" Lee Chong-hyun asked, but no one raised their hand. It paid off to ban monitoring and cut them off from the internet. It was 100 times better for them to be in a pure, unblemished state than to pick up strange jargon from somewhere. The chat window was already flooded with comments, starting with, "Your MBTI is cute." These guys, not realizing it was a joke, seriously wondered if there was such an MBTI type. Distinguishing between extroverts and introverts was easy. Juwoo and Choi Jiho are I's. You both prefer being alone when you rest. I think Juwoo Hyung would be 99% I. Kang Kian agreed with me. Is that a bad thing? Park Juwoo asked seriously. Thanks to him, I had to spend 3 minutes explaining that there was no good or bad in MBTI. It just categorized personality. Tendencies. Kang Kian is also an I. All your hobbies are solo activities. If that's the case, aren't you an I too? I love hanging out with the members, though. After I finally managed to soothe Park Juwoo, the younger members started bickering about which one of them was an I. Then what about Kim Iwol? Choi Jiho pointed at me. That Hyung he thinks he's an I, but he's an E who can't separate himself from people. Lee Chong-hyun answered without hesitation. That was unfair. I like being alone too. I was happiest when I was resting in my small apartment. However, Lee Chong-hyun didn't seem willing to listen to my protest. It was even more annoying that the other guys agreed without a word. After a discussion with the sparklers, it was decided that Jong Song-bin, Lee Chong-hyun, and I were E's, and the rest were I's. S and N were also determined without much trouble. The realists, Choi Jiho, Jong Song-bin, and Kang Kian, were marked as S. Me, who imagined the shower system falling on my head while showering, Lee Chong-hyun, who said he typed on an imaginary keyboard in his head every night, and the dreamer Park Juwoo, whose thoughts were a mystery, were assigned in. Did they classify people like me, who had to think outside the box due to unusual circumstances, as in? I had no idea what the criteria were. Still, the discussion proceeded relatively peacefully up to this point. The chaos began when we got to the T and F question. There's a question that makes it easy to figure this out. If someone told you, "I'm feeling down today, so I bought some bread," what would you say? Jong Song-bin asked. Lee Chong-hyun chimed in. Who's asking the question? A close friend? Or just an acquaintance? Spoken like a true N. Choi Jiho, a self-proclaimed and unanimously agreed upon S, shook his head in disbelief. But knowing who's asking the question, isn't that important? Isn't it important to you at all? But this was just the tip of the iceberg. Let's say it was me who asked the question. Imagine I suddenly brought some bread. You already eat bread for breakfast. Are you okay with that much carbs? That answer was even more shocking. Jiho Hyung, are you okay? Did you lose a screw? Lee Chong-hyun and I, in turn, expressed concern for Choi Jiho's seemingly broken personality. Park Juwoo already looked more hurt than Jong Song-bin. Seeing the reactions around him, Choi Jiho frowned. Why? Well, he said he bought bread because he was feeling down. So, shouldn't you at least ask why he's feeling down? Choi Jiho pondered my words for a moment. Then, thinking he had come up with a better answer, he said, "Will eating the bread make you feel better?" Forget it. I sighed internally but held it in. If everyone had the same personality, it wouldn't be fun for the viewers, so I'd just tell myself this was all for the entertainment value, even though it made my brain hurt. But there was another unexpected hurdle. Should I get you some milk to go with it? Kian, not you too. If Song-bin Hyung is comforting himself with bread, he should at least enjoy it properly and feel better faster. Much greater than confirmed T for the dance line. Much greater than I don't think Song-bin Hyung will feel ever better. Much greater than I did feel like Jiho and Kian have a straightforward, straight-to-the-point feedback style. Much greater than will eating the bread make you feel better? Much greater than you can't feel better eating bread without milk. Kian is right. I'll just try not to feel down. Jong Song-bin, the ESFJ, smiled in resignation after listening to the explosive discussion between ISTP Choi Jiho, ENFP Lee Chong-hyun, and ISTJ Kang Kian. Meanwhile, INFP Park Juwoo was busy observing. It seemed the MBTI craze would be blowing through the dorm for a while. Profile. Name, Kim Iwol. Birthday, February 14th. Birthplace, Seoul. Height, 183 centimeters. MBTI, ENFJ. Nicknames: Nagging Machine, Underworld Cool Tone, Disciplinarian, Human CCTV, Gentlemanly Maniac. Likes: Bass Guitar, Pear and Platycodon Tea, Short Meetings. Dislikes: Overtime Work, Illegal Activities, Rude Behavior. Motto: Take care of yourself first. Favorite food: Jolmayan. Favorite scent: Green earthy scents. Favorite music genre: Metal. Favorite sport: Soccer. Body part I'm most confident in: Hands. Personal habit: Tapping thigh or desk when thinking. 160, Chapter 160, A Minor Slip-Up. When handling the A to Z of content creation myself, unexpected issues rarely arose. I preemptively eliminated any elements that might lead to mistakes from the members and avoided topics that had previously received poor responses. Since I had already briefed them on behavior and attitude, there was no reason to be nervous during the live broadcast. On the other hand, filming content planned by someone else felt like riding a roller coaster in the dark. With no way of knowing what might pop up, my mouth went dry from anxiety. I told you to show me the plan in advance. Resentment welled up. Are you watching, UA? This is the result of your neglecting your employees' needs under the guise of welfare. As a result of you all overprotecting me, I am now incredibly anxious. Fortunately, the overall topics were lighthearted. They seemed aimed at alleviating the fans' fatigue after the recent string of events. Before I knew it, time had flown by as we chatted about things like Spark's best IDC performances, the Poro cutlery set incident, and personal handmade slogan collections from Gender Swap. The Sparklers are asking if we're going to watch the soccer game today. Kong Kion. Read the chat. The chat window was indeed flooded with talk about soccer. Idle live broadcasts were amazing. I couldn't keep up. Of course, we have to watch. Speaking of which, Songbin Hyung, let's lift the bedtime curfew just for today. But then what's the point of rules, Chonghyun? So you're saying you're not going to watch? It's Korea versus Japan. Nationwide events are exceptions. And you guys are amazing too, switching topics so smoothly like that. Compared to the past, when they'd freeze up like statues at the slightest provocation, this was a remarkable improvement. Although I had no idea what they'd want to watch an old game instead of the live one at this point. What about you, Hyungs? Lee Chonghyun turned and asked. Surprisingly, even Choi Jiho agreed. Did they always like soccer this much? Enough to want to watch together? I did keep up with major matches, but I'd never seen Spark get this into it. Well, the Korea-Japan matches around this time were intense. It was practically a national sentiment that even if we lost every other game, we had to win against Japan. Seeing our team, once considered an underdog, pull off a dramatic comeback victory had made even my exhausted post-work self feel a surge of endorphins. Lost in memories, I was dragged back to reality by Lee Chonghyun's prodding. Yiwol Hyung will watch too, right? Let's all gather in the living room today, Spark. We're going to pour our souls into it. I already watched it, but sure, let's do it. It wasn't like I'd be allowed to work anyway, and I wasn't tired after all that sleeping. A masterpiece never gets old, so watching it again wouldn't hurt. I readily agreed, but the reaction I got was strange. You already watched it? Lee Chonghyun asked with a strange expression. Yeah. The Asian Games Korea-Japan match. Aren't you confusing it with another game? Kong Kion joined in, questioning me. I heard Park Ju-woo whispering from the corner. Hyung, your head. Silence fell over the room like a bucket of cold water. Did I talk about a different match than they meant? At this rate, I was going to ruin the live broadcast atmosphere, so I quickly tried to confirm. Aren't you talking about the 20XX Korea-Japan match? That's right. We won 3:2, and there were articles about it. Didn't you guys watch it live? Maybe you couldn't because it was on early in the morning. After saying this, I glanced at the chat window. I hoped there weren't comments like awkward silence or Kim Yiwol, focus, but the chat was heating up with different comments. Much greater than, much greater than, much greater than Yiwol. What did you confuse it with? Much greater than? Much greater than did Korea and Japan already play without us knowing? Spark and I looked at each other without a word. Suddenly, it hit me. It's currently. The unfinished sentence slipped out before I could stop it. Park Ju-woo, who somehow caught it, whispered in a trembling voice. 20XX, Hyung. I'm screwed. I was so focused on managing the flow of conversation that I completely forgot to control my mouth. Damn it. Why was I as bad at multitasking as a modern human? This particular time was a period when the Korean national soccer team's offense was considered weak. It was a time when no one could easily say, "Of course Korea will win." So my confident statement ended up attracting massive attention. Much greater than? Much greater than it would be amazing if we actually won 3:2. Much greater than is my idol a time traveler? Much greater than human fortune-telling octopus. Much greater than our country will win, Yiwol said so. In the rapidly scrolling chat window, the words, "Is my idol a time traveler?" stood out as if written in 44-point font. Plus, system, subordinate, is notified of the penalty for breach of confidentiality. Any information that could affect areas beyond the successful activities of Spark, including details related to future events, is considered confidential and must be kept secret. Subordinate is responsible for maintaining confidentiality regarding the aforementioned details. Plus, don't explain it again. I didn't do it on purpose. I mean, who remembers exactly what happened in what year? And I even rolled back 9 years. Of course, I might get things mixed up. As I was pondering how to fix this, I made eye contact with Jong Song-bin, who was sitting nearby. His pupils trembled, but he remained calm. It's that thing, right? The Seadongio technique. Although a bit awkward, Jong Song-bin did his best to act nonchalant. What's that? It's talking about something that hasn't happened as if it already did. People use it a lot, hoping that by saying it repeatedly, it will actually come true. I desperately nodded in agreement with Jong Song-bin. What a smart kid. All that nonsense I spouted about seeing the future was finally paying off. Right? I hope our country wins. That's what I mean. What? If that's the case, you should have said we'll win 8:2. Then Lee Chong-hyun started spreading the rumor that Korea would win 19:1. Just as the chat was about to smoothly gloss over the incident with the Seadongio explanation, the system made a grand entrance. Plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. This company outing is ruined because of you. Plus, no way. You're not going to make Korea lose because of me, are you? You think I can still live as a K-idol in this country after that? I could practically see the system sneering at me in the text. My mind went blank. In the end, as a penalty, I had a massive nosebleed after the live broadcast while watching our country's miraculous tying goal and comeback victory. I managed to avoid another trip to the hospital by begging Jong Song-bin to believe me when I said, "This is just spiritual warfare. Trust me." That night, I added the phrase, "Keep your mouth shut," 50 times to my journal planner. Following Jong Song-bin's appearance on Gender Swap, the Spark members went off one by one to film their assigned variety shows. Choi Jiho, who had consistently focused on mukbang since the IDC folk games. Wow, Jiho, you eat so well. How do you stay in shape when you eat like this? I don't usually eat this much. My members and PT trainer control my diet. Ended up on a gourmet tour program, where he single-handedly demolished a 4-person serving of shabu-shabu, polished off a bowl of kalguksu, and scraped up every last bit of the scorched rice from his fried rice. As if that wasn't enough, he was later seen standing in front of an ice cream counter with a line of children, which sent the panelists into fits of laughter. "Mr. Jiho, you look so charismatic, but you act like my eldest son." Really? Yeah. Be honest, Mr. Jiho. You still have room for more, don't you? Yes, da. Perhaps pleased with his performance, the people around him kept offering him more food. He took the absence of nagging as a license to let loose, huh? No wonder after the filming, he climbed the stairs to heaven like crazy. Still, Choi Jiho was cute compared to this. Our quiet little kitten, whom I never expected to cause trouble, went and completely demolished the kitchen. Kang Keon had to endure all sorts of hardships on a program that tested the limits of human patience under extreme conditions. Eating spicy jampong, a challenge many MeTubers had attempted, was just a warm-up. Waiting for him next was highly bitter kudzu root tea for palate cleansing. Ugh, are you sure this is fit for human consumption? It's good for you. Just hold your breath and drink it. You can say that because you're not the one drinking it. While the panelists chattered noisily, Kang Keon merely furrowed his brow and downed the shot in one go, leaving no room for argument. Can I have some hangwa? TL note. Hangwa is a traditional Korean sweet. Eat quickly. All right, Mr. Keon is the only one who cleared the kudzu tea challenge. Afterward, Kang Keon conquered jump roping on acupressure mats and a wet sauna, successfully becoming the 21st king of endurance. We were told to do nothing in advance, so we didn't even research the show. Who would have thought it'd be this brutal? I shouldn't have sent the Magne. Next schedule is our self-produced content shoot, right? Yeah, it's been a while since we had a group schedule. Jong Songbin checked his planner, and Park Ju-woo beamed at the mention of a group schedule, as if he wasn't tired of seeing us. Every day at the dorm. Does anyone know what we're doing today? No one told me anything. Everyone shook their heads at my question. We haven't heard either. You're not secretly scheming behind my back, are you? I am serious. That's why it's not even on our shared calendar. As Lee Chong-hyun said, the schedule slot on the calendar was empty. If it's this mysterious, it's definitely Challenge Life. Does anyone know what Challenge Life did recently? They did a wild ginseng digger special. I checked. At my words, Kang Keon rubbed his face. He seemed quite despairing at the show's consistently high difficulty level. But there was good news. I don't think it's our turn for Challenge Life this time. Actress Meihi's spoiler was leaked. Thank goodness. So today really is our self-produced content shoot. What's the theme then? Whatever it is, as long as it's not Challenge Life, I'm good. Before leaving the dorm with determined hearts, we each took a ginseng stick. However, after a 30-minute drive, we arrived not at a steep mountain or a bustling cafe, but, hello, nice to meet you. A woman with a bright smile and a high-pitched voice, full of professionalism, greeted us. And behind her, a rainbow-colored sign. Flora Daycare Center. That's right. Our workplace for the day was a daycare center overflowing with dreams and hopes. 161. Chapter 161, Company Daycare 1. Today, all of you will be working as temporary teachers for the flower bud class. We will. Still bewildered, we were each given bright yellow aprons and tulip-shaped name badges. This was bad. Our group had a cool-toned aesthetic, and we were assigned to flower bud class, no less. It was a class that felt out of place for a group of men with an average age of 19.3 years and an average height in the low 180 centimeters range. Does anyone actually remember their daycare days? Who even remembers that? You don't? We had an English play performance. I played Prospero. What's that? A nobleman from The Tempest. Lee Chong-hyun kindly explained, but Choi Ji-ho's expression remained utterly disinterested. I wasn't much different. I just thought, wow, impressive since childhood. Are there any of you here who have younger siblings? The daycare teacher asked a simple question. Choi Ji-ho, Lee Chong-hyun, and Jong Songbin raised their hands. What's the age gap between you and your siblings? For years. 2 years for us. We're twins, so the same age. The three of them answered in turn. Unfortunately, none had siblings who were infants or toddlers. The one with the best chance of connecting with the kids was the one with a 4-year age gap, but that was Choi Ji-ho. I abandoned all hope. After receiving some basic guidelines, the children's names, and the day schedule, it was time for them to arrive. Ear-splitting cries began to echo from beyond the entrance. Oh no, they don't want to leave their parents. Park Ju-woo looked as if he was about to cry himself. Hold it in. If you start crying too, this daycare will need flood damage repairs. Still, the children were brave. After seeing off their busy mothers, they took off their coats and walked resolutely into the hallway. Then, the moment they saw our faces, they burst into tears again. Wah! Hey, everyone take 3 steps back. We could tell from their cries alone. Those weren't tears of sadness. It was pure rejection. Shouldn't we get some bunny ears or something? You want to wear that all day? It's better than making the kids cry all day. Kang Keon muttered seriously. Songbin Hyung, you go. Me, you're the only one we can trust. Bolstered by Lee Chong-hyun's infinite trust, Jong Songbin cautiously approached the first child. Hello? Wah. Mommy. And he failed spectacularly. I'd forgotten. Jong Songbin was only a gentle pretty boy within our group. In the harsh reality of society, no one saw him as a warm and approachable person. As more children arrived, bawling and clinging to the teachers, one of us strode towards them. It was Choi Ji-ho. Hey, what are you doing? Hyung, come back. He ignored my and Park Ju-woo's whispers. Sure enough, a child started wailing. I should have put glasses on him. That would have acted as a barrier. As I regretted my oversight, Choi Ji-ho knelt down in the hallway. You can already take off your jacket by yourself? We all stared at him, wide-eyed, at the unexpected question. The crying child did the same. I saw the other kids getting help from their teachers. But you hung up your clothes all by yourself. Because I'm a hyung. How old are you? 5. 5. You are indeed a hyung. Apparently pleased to be acknowledged by Choi Ji-ho, who looked like the ultimate hyung, the 5-year-old stopped crying. I'm new here, so I don't know my way around. Which class are you in? Which class are you a teacher for? Flower bud class. I'll show you. Follow me. The child stood up confidently and, grabbing Choi Ji-ho's hand, led him to the room with the flower bud class sign. He could speak so nicely to kids, but why was he so different with us? The words were on the tip of my tongue, but I held them back. At least he was nice to kids. Still, Choi Ji-ho's smug expression irked me. He knew he'd shown us up. After much trial and tribulation, all the children of the flower bud class successfully arrived at daycare. We had a brief self-introduction session. The kids could pronounce Kion and Ji-ho just fine, but they struggled with Yiwol. I can't exactly change my name again, can I? Should I just have them call me Mr. Kim? But then it'd feel less like a one-day daycare teacher experience and more like a one-day office worker experience. Fortunately, Spark didn't end up filming a one-day elementary school challenge. Because no one came near me, the kids would start heading my way, then suddenly scurry off in the opposite direction. Forget getting them to say my name. I wasn't even sure I'd be able to make eye contact with any of them. Just sit down. Stop standing there like a telephone pole. Choi Ji-ho, with a child draped over each shoulder, spoke. I swear, that guy has veins of gold running through him. As I awkwardly sat down, I heard Kang Kion's bright, clear voice behind me. It was truly bright and clear. I had never heard him speak in such a tone before, but there it was. Did they make a Daldalpang plushie too? It turned out really nice. You know Daldalpang, teacher? Of course. I love the Mini Pang series. I know more than 100 Mini Pangs. Kang Kion leveraged his accumulated big data to join the children's conversation. The kids were loving it. Children with all sorts of ribbon character hair ties flocked to him. Pointing at a character plastered on a child's wristwatch, Kang Kion asked, "Who's this Pang? I've never seen them before." When Kang Kion encountered a character he didn't know, the scene became even more heated. That's Jaljal Pang. Don't you know him, teacher? Was there a character like this? Is it new? He first appeared in Mini Pang's 5th season. They're already on the 5th season? I've only seen up to the 3rd. This scene reminded me of something. Something I'd seen before. Much greater than? Why is my timeline suddenly flooded? Did something happen with Kion? Kion's concept photos just dropped. What? Why was I the only one left out? Much greater than when was this picture of Kion taken? During the special stage for Mini's 2nd album, the sound quality is terrible, so I recommend turning off the audio and just watching the performance. If you like this kind of outfit, you should check out Kion at the music festival. The burgundy eyeshadow was revolutionary. Leaving a link to Kion dressed as a warang, courtesy of his Homa. Enjoy. I remembered. It was just like when veteran fans spoon-feed new fans all the content they'd missed. Meanwhile, Park Ju-woo also enjoyed immense popularity. His vibrant sky blue hair apparently reminded the kids of characters from transformation cartoons. He looked pathetic trying to answer the question, "Teacher, did you dye your hair subsul pang color?" It didn't stop there. Ribbon hairpins started appearing, one by one, in Park Ju-woo's hair. "Teacher, look here. So pretty. With this, you can become the fairy king. I'll let you borrow it, just for today." Park Ju-woo's hair transformed from simple twin tails into a total of 13 tiny ponytails. It was tragic. Yet, Park Ju-woo himself seemed at peace. Nuna does this to me a lot. Apparently, his older cousin had given him early exposure to such things. No wonder his choices in mock fan sign events were always so sophisticated. Heart-shaped jewel earrings dangled from Park Ju-woo's ears. A true role model for all idols. At this point, only the ES were left out. Jang Songbin tried to herd the children like sheep, insisting they wash their hands first, and ended up making 2 of them cry. Meanwhile, no one dared to approach me. Lee Chong-hyun was the ES' only hope, but he was struggling. "Teacher, can you play the piano?" "I can play anything. What should I play?" "Play a single flower." "I've never heard of that. How about trout instead?" And so, Schubert's Trout flowed through the flower bud classroom. However, it failed to satisfy the young audience. "Can't you play it after hearing it? You have perfect pitch, Chonghyun." They're all singing in different keys, so it doesn't work. And so, Lee Chonghyun failed to recreate a single flower. I was starting to think this whole MBTI thing was a scam. At least in this classroom, Songbin, Chonghyun, and I were the ultimate outsiders. For lunch, we engaged in the highly coordinated group activity of making sandwiches together. While Choi Jiho, Park Jo-woo, and Kang Kion watched the kids, Jong Songbin, Lee Chonghyun, and I slaved away in the kitchen, prepping the ingredients. I thought my heart was going to explode from the pressure of making sure we finished on time. Taking care of kids is really not easy, Lee Chonghyun said with respect. His hair, meticulously styled at the salon, was now a complete mess. Well, compared to Ju-woo, your hair is still in decent shape. True. We turned our heads to look at Park Ju-woo in the playroom. An untouchable splendor overwhelmed us. It seemed Park Ju-woo would soon receive an invitation to the fairy kingdom. I get why Kang Kion fits in with the kids, but what's up with Jiho Hyung? He's on the same wavelength as the kids. We also badmouthed our colleagues a bit. We had to. Otherwise, the ingredient prep team wouldn't have any footage to use in the broadcast. Chonghyun, didn't you say you played with your younger sibling a lot? Jong Songbin asked. Lee Chonghyun, who was sealing a bag of bread, paused. Not a lot, just the usual amount, like any siblings. Is your younger sibling similar to you in personality? Lee Chonghyun shook his head at my question. Totally prickly. The complete opposite of me. If you met them, you'd think, wow, Chonghyun is such a nice guy. That bad. I couldn't quite picture it. Maybe because the version of Chonghyun in my head was too much of a friendly golden retriever type. What about your Hyeongnam? Jong Songbin, well aware of the members' family situations, asked again, but Lee Chonghyun recoiled once more. He's even worse. Songbin Hyung, not all Hyungs in the world are like you. I doubt I've been a great Hyung to Jong Seongjin either. It's on a completely different level. And so, as they fried eggs and blanched ham, they passionately debated whose sibling was ruder and whose older brother had the scariest glare. Come to think of it, I've never heard about Yiwol Hyung's sibling situation. Lee Chonghyun blurted out. My hand, which was opening the strawberry jam, slipped. Considering he didn't use the term family, it seemed he was trying to be considerate of my parents' situation. What about you, Hyung? Are you an only child? Their gazes turned towards me. Beads of sweat formed on the hand I was using to open the jar. 162. Chapter 162. Company Daycare 2. No words came easily. I didn't want to get a penalty, but I also couldn't pretend my sister, the one who had put my life back on track, never existed. But with such a long way to go, if I mentioned having a sister and ended up with another nosebleed, I might actually end up getting an MRI this time. Even if I wanted to say I had a sister, my voice wouldn't come out. It seemed the system had some kind of enforcement mechanism to maintain confidentiality. As I opened and closed my mouth like a goldfish, the two of them watched my expression. Perhaps sensing they'd touched a sensitive nerve, they quickly changed the subject. Thank goodness they were quick on the uptake. My sister was pretty good to me. My sister and I grew up without ever really fighting. It was partly because we both had easygoing personalities, and also because of the significant age gap. She always looked out for me. Not all siblings with an age gap turned out that way, though. Take Choi Jiho's household, for example. My sister tried her best at home too. Even with that kind of family, she tried to fulfill her filial duties. She always nagged me to stay out of grown-up affairs, yet she consistently checked in on our family. Can't you just ignore them? They don't care about us either. It's not that easy for the eldest. Her self-deprecating expression was vivid in my memory. Jong Songbin pulled me back to reality. Should we unwrap the cheese in advance, Hyung? Let's just open the packages a little. Using their hands a lot is supposed to be good for developing fine motor skills. Teachers, are the ingredients almost ready? From a distance, Kang Kion, who was now deeply engaged in a conversation about Tabit, called out. His face was bright. It was rare to see him with such a lively expression. As expected, he thrives with cartoon friends. Yes, we'll be right there. I inadvertently responded in the tone I used when I worked as a server. It hadn't even been half a day, yet I was already adapting to this. Unbelievable. Objectively, the members of Spark were in good shape. Choi Jiho and Kang Kion, whose daily lives revolved around dancing, were in a league of their own. And apart from Park Ju-woo, Jong Songbin and Lee Chonghyun also had considerable strength thanks to practice and working out. If it weren't for the injury, I would have maintained my first-place ranking. Although I'd temporarily fallen out of the rankings, I believed I could reclaim my spot soon. I had turned off the total fatigue feature and focused on exercise, so I figured I'd be back in perfect condition soon. Surprisingly, there existed a new breed of humans who effortlessly surpassed young men who danced, sang, and exercised daily. Children, owners of infinite, inexhaustible energy. Teacher, I can't do this. Why do we have to put cucumbers in? I hate cucumbers. Teacher, I dropped mine. My clothes are wet. I want to change. Children's energy knew no bounds. Everyone was determined to stack their sandwiches as high as possible, up to 8 layers. Breadcrumbs scattered like snowflakes. Some children meticulously sliced bread with child-safe knives, determined to create star-shaped sandwiches. As a result, Park Ju-woo, the kitchen assistant, also had to do his best to cut the cheese and ham into star shapes. Kim Yiwol, hand me some bananas. I will, but what's that jam on your face? When did that get there? A child took a cloth and vigorously wiped Choi Ji-ho's face clean. His cleanliness level slightly increased. I busily supplied ingredients for the members who were covered in clinging children. As I was making my third bowl of egg mayo, someone approached. It was a child in a gray t-shirt, who rarely spoke to the other teachers or children. Teacher, where's your bread? Mine. Looking around, everyone now had a sandwich. The Spark members were also sharing homemade sandwiches with the kids. Choi Ji-ho even held one in each hand. Since feeding the children was the priority, they seemed to have barely taken a few bites themselves, but at least they each had their own. It looked like they'd also made one for each of the camera directors around them. I double-checked to see if anyone was empty-handed before answering. I was just about to make mine. Then the child, whose name tag read Jae-yoon, became lost in thought. He then firmly grasped a slice of bread in each hand. Jae-yoon made a sandwich all by himself. It contained no vegetables, but had 2 slices each of ham and cheese, making it quite thick. He'd added so much egg mayo and strawberry jam that his plastic gloves were stained yellow and red. Jae-yoon offered me the sandwich, overflowing with so much filling that it was practically bursting, and said, "Here, are you giving this to me?" Yes. I took the bread, dumbfounded. Only after watching me take a few bites did Jae-yoon finally start eating his own. Spark's appearance caused some changes to the daycare schedule. Instead of the regular English story time, which Lee Chonghyun probably could have managed, free playtime was implemented. The children, legally allowed to play freely, ran wild as if their reins had been loosened. Teacher, lift me up to the slide, too. You can climb up there yourself. My legs can't reach. I'll hold you up, so give it a try. Choi Ji-ho transitioned into an amusement park safety attendant. Minnie Pang is stronger, right, teacher? If they use Majesty Power, no one can win. If Tabit evolves to level 15, Minnie Pang will be defeated in 1 hit. Level 15 evolution is combining 15 Tabits. This requires serious consideration. Kong Kian had become a Supreme Court justice, deciding whether Minnie Pang or Tabit was stronger. Teacher, of course, enraged Bitter Pang is the strongest, right? Well, I'm not sure. Teacher, look here. I'll put a sticker on you. And Park Ju-woo. Well, he'd become something like a fully realized Mini Pang Pang from Mini Pang Land. The numerous hairpins stuck in his hair, the sheer shawl draped over his shoulders, and the magic wand in his hand testified to Park Ju-woo's newfound power. At least he desperately defended his face from being covered in stickers. Fortunately, Jong Songbin's characteristic gentleness successfully influenced the children. He played the role of a conduit, amazingly figuring out the melodies of the children's songs and relaying them to Lee Chonghyun. Thanks to this, piano accompaniment finally filled the flowerbud classroom. And I was still alone. I've never felt so ostracized by humanity before. The writers stifled their laughter at my murmur. While actively approaching the children would be good on camera, I didn't want to make them uncomfortable just to improve the quality of the filming. Instead of joining the group, I changed course and headed towards the scattered toys. I started picking them up and putting them away one by one. As I was filling a basket with blocks, I noticed blocks being added from the other side. Jae-yoon was helping me pick up the blocks with his tiny hands. Jae-yoon. Even when I called his name in surprise, he calmly continued tidying up the toys. How kind. But at his age, he should just be playing. It was both endearing and heartbreaking. Jae-yoon stayed with me and helped clean up the blocks until the end. Tidying up wasn't lonely. Everyone, get ready for nap time. No. Yes, it's nap time. The children protested loudly. But the teacher was firm. We, cowardly hiding behind the teacher, silently cheered. Dark circles had fallen like curtains over Spark's handsome faces. Let's divide into teams of 3 people. 3 of you clean up the floor, and the other 3 lay out the blankets. Okay. Park Joo nodded. The jeweled earrings dangling from his ears swayed. I don't want to sleep. Really? Well, I'm going to sleep because I want to grow taller. Do you grow taller if you sleep? Of course. Look at those teachers. Choi Ji-ho, talking to a whining child, pointed at us. Looking at the 5 lanky figures, the child obediently lay down and covered himself with a blanket. How long do I have to sleep to become as tall as you, teacher? You have to go to sleep whenever your mom tells you to. Then can I grow as tall as the ceiling? Yes. But if you secretly play games instead of sleeping, you'll get dark circles under your eyes like that teacher over there. Choi Ji-ho then pointed at me. The child immediately placed both hands over their eyes. Did he just compare me to a panda? Kang Kian, meanwhile, was flooded with love calls before he even had a chance to lay down his blanket. Every child dragged their blanket next to his. His exciting tales of Minnie Pang and Tabit's adventures must have been quite entertaining. As Jong Songbin and I closed the blinds and turned off the lights, the room quickly fell silent. What should we do now? Just watch the children sleep. The teacher quietly explained the daycare's next schedule. She told us someone needed to keep an eye on the children even while they slept, in case anything happened, and that we needed to prepare afternoon snacks. Looking at the children sleeping in 2 neat rows, I couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't even have to look far. Right beside me, there was already an adult dozing off. Juwoo, are you sleepy? Do you want to go lie down? No, I'm fine. Go sleep on the slide or something. Choi Ji-ho is already out cold. Choi Ji-ho was already sleeping soundly at the end of the slide. I had no idea why he always slept like that. After tucking Park Joo onto the slide and settling Jong Songbin and Kang Kian into the ball pit, I finally had a moment to breathe. Chonghyun, aren't you going to sleep? I have to memorize the music. The songbook the teacher gave him trembled in Lee Chonghyun's hands. He seemed a bit offended that there were songs he didn't know. What should I do now? As I tiptoed around, I noticed a few children had kicked off their blankets. They say kids have higher body temperatures. Maybe they were feeling too warm. I carefully crouched down at the foot of each child's blanket. After gently feeling their foreheads to check for sweat, I carefully tucked them back in. It was a peaceful afternoon. 163. Chapter 163, Company Daycare, 3. After that, we ran all over the daycare with the children, who were now as energetic as fully charged phones. I gained a newfound respect for daycare teachers everywhere. I couldn't understand how they did this high-intensity work every day while maintaining such a kind and friendly demeanor. I struggled to keep my patience in check with just 5 Spark members. Clearly, I still had a long way to go before becoming a truly virtuous person. Still, it was a relief that the children had grown accustomed to our faces. We'd grown close enough to joke around with each other. Some of the more daring children even experienced riding on Choi Ji-ho's shoulders. Although Choi Ji-ho had to bend his knees considerably to prevent their heads from hitting the ceiling, they all successfully rode the 187 cm tall human horse. Watching this scene, Choi Ji-ho acting as a human perch while the Spark members surrounded him like a safety net, I turned to Jae-yoon, who was sitting quietly beside me. Jae-yoon, don't you want a piggyback ride too? Jae-yoon shook his head. He then snuggled up next to me and diligently read a picture book with barely 10 words per page. It was a story about a cat and a child going on an adventure in it. Ali, is he shy? He seemed to talk to his friends sometimes, so I wasn't sure. But with a sudden influx of adults, I figured he might be feeling overwhelmed, so I decided to stay quiet. The sound of pages turning softly filled the air, distinct from the noisy surroundings. Then the sound stopped. Teacher, Jae-yoon called out to me. His finger pointed to a spot in the picture book. It was an illustration of a tiny black cat, faithfully accompanying the protagonist on their adventure to the end of the alley. It looks like you. Jae-yoon smiled brightly. It was a truly pure smile. Even though I initially worried about how long this ordeal would last, The time to say goodbye came sooner than expected. Teacher, are you coming again tomorrow? A child holding a magic wand in one hand and a transforming car in the other asked. You have to say bye-bye to your teachers now. At the teacher's words, the children's eyebrows began to droop. Some even started to tear up. So, the teacher isn't coming back? Taking that as a cue, someone started to wail. Choi Jiho picked up the crying child. Why are you crying? You promised to dance along when you see me on TV next time, remember? Did they make such a pact? Choi Jiho was really taking fan management to another level. No wonder he was the center. After Choi Jiho patted the child's back a few times, the child in his arms sniffled and stopped crying. This is hard. Adults were used to brief encounters, but the children had genuinely accepted us. I felt a pang of guilt. I must have grown attached to them, too. As we were seeing off the tearful children one by one, I felt a tug on my pants. Jaeyoon was looking up at me. Jaeyoon, it's time for you to go home too. Did you have fun today? Jaeyoon nodded. His quietness reminded me of Park Ju-woo. I'm glad you had fun. I smiled as brightly as possible and buttoned Jaeyoon's coat. Then he handed me something. It was a crumpled piece of origami paper. It's a cat, Jaeyoon whispered in my ear. Then, holding his guardian's hand, he quietly said goodbye and left the daycare. I looked back and forth between Jaeyoon's departing figure and the origami paper resting in my palm. The black cat, whose form I wouldn't have recognized if Jaeyoon hadn't told me what it was, kept catching my eye. Since starting this work, I felt like I'd only been on the receiving end. It made me wonder how I could ever repay all this affection. On the way back, we reminisced about the happy times we spent with the cute children. How can their shoes be so tiny? Did you see them all lined up in the shoe rack? Lee Chonghyun, your front hairline is more perfectly aligned than those shoes. I seriously thought they were toys. They were all so pretty. We just wear flip-flops. Don't tell me you actually wear flip-flops today? I turned my head sharply, and Lee Chonghyun in the back seat flinched and tucked his feet away. Fortunately, he was wearing bright navy blue Converse sneakers. Why are you looking at me like that? I was worried you'd forget your idol duties and commit the atrocity of showing up wearing flip-flops. You always make us stand in front of the full-length mirror before we leave for schedules, Hyung. There's always the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. As I turned my head forward again, my eyes met Choi Jiho's through the rearview mirror. Yeah, I couldn't leave him out of this conversation. Choi Jiho, you did well today. What? I said you did a good job. It was unexpected. Choi Jiho frowned. Why can't that guy ever look happy, even when he's being praised? Try getting sandwiched between older and younger siblings your whole life. You get used to it. At his offhand comment, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Seriously, when did my family situation become such a taboo topic? While Choi Jiho and I, the accidental mood killers, shifted our eyes uncomfortably, Lee Chonghyun jumped in at just the right moment. Hyung, I'm a middle child too. This kid, kind, thoughtful, and just too good for this world. If the world ends tomorrow, I'll put you on top of the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. Your face will be the only thing left for the satellites to see. Jiho Hyung, are you close with your younger sibling? Kang Keon asked. He probably couldn't imagine it. Just normal, I guess. Come on, you seem pretty used to handling kids. You were like a seasoned instructor. Lee Chonghyun relentlessly exaggerated. Kang Keon nodded in agreement without bothering to stop him. It's because Choi Miho throws the biggest tantrums when she doesn't get her way. I just go along with it to avoid the headache. Your younger sibling too? Well, Jong Seongjin. And then Jong Songbin suddenly joined in. As if possessed by some grievance, he began to spill the tea about Jong Seongjin. It was like witnessing a classic K-drama about sibling rivalries. Still, at least Seongjin Hyung and Miho are nice. The people in my family sigh. Have you even met Choi Miho? Yeah. That time you didn't talk for 3 weeks, and Chan Young Hyung had to call me in to interpret for you. Something like that happened. This son, AB*TCH, was truly hopeless. Why you didn't talk? Why else? He and Kang Keon had another disagreement. Why bring up old stories? Yeah, it's not even worth remembering. Choi Jiho and Kang Keon grumbled at the same time. They were unbelievably in sync at times like these. But I understand how Jiho Hyung and Songbin Hyung feel. I also have a younger brother, Keon, who doesn't listen and throws tantrums. Why am I your younger brother? Have you forgotten that our birthdays are almost 11 months apart? I'm closer in age to Juwoo Hyung than you. Lee Chong-hyun chuckled mischievously. Oh, our Keon. Call me Hyung. Come on. If we ever have a casual speech day in our team, you'll be the first one I take down. Threatening remarks began to fly. Jong Songbin struggled to smooth things over, telling them to get along. Meanwhile, I made eye contact with Park Ju-woo in the passenger seat. He'd been watching the back seat commotion with interest, but when our eyes met, he simply grinned. Even after pouring all our energy into the daycare, practice still awaited. Jong Songbin, saying, "Everyone's well-rested from their nap at daycare, right?" reminded me of a drill sergeant. Only Lee Chong-hyun and I hadn't napped, making us the unlucky ones. As a result, we were drilled until the sky turned dark. I really needed to build my muscles back up quickly. I should increase my PT sessions. By the time we wrapped up our practice and workout, most of the members were completely exhausted. The entire way back to the dorm, the phrase "what a long day" echoed repeatedly. Without a word, we headed to the bathroom in order of who finished preparing first. As soon as we were done showering, we dried our hair, finished our skincare routines, and collapsed onto our beds. When I finally came out of the bathroom, the dorm was dead silent. I couldn't even hear the rustling of blankets. They must be tired. We had a packed schedule ahead of us. Spark's calendar was full for the next 3 months. Since there was no telling when we'd get to rest properly again, I turned off the kitchen and living room lights for the others, who'd forgotten, turned on Choi Jiho's night lamp, and went into my room. As I lay in bed, I could hear deep breaths from above and beside me. It was so peaceful, I felt like I could fall asleep instantly. But I couldn't sleep yet. My day wasn't over. I called up the system I had been neglecting for a while. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, memory data, 1. Plus, my vision went white. If the surroundings were this dark, shouldn't it automatically adjust the brightness to dark mode? My eyesight was going to deteriorate. What an outdated system. More importantly, memory. I tried to predict what kind of memory the system would give me. I knew it wasn't entirely malicious, but its motto of "as long as you're alive, nothing else matters" seemed unchanged. Since it's a reward, it should be related to my KPI, right? My current KPI was getting a first-place win on a music show. If my predictions were correct, this KPI would be achieved soon. I hoped this memory would provide some big-picture information. Information directly related to my sister would be ideal, but I wasn't optimistic. I had no idea how many KPIs I had left. There was also a chance the system would screw me over. That was why I chose this time, when everyone was asleep, to open the data. Or maybe it's about what kind of medication Chong-hyun takes, whether Choi Jiho's father caused trouble in the past, or how Songbin's throat condition is doing. Every step of the way was filled with things I needed to know. I should ask for memory data packages next time. But how do I use this? I inwardly questioned, looking at the brightly glowing memory data, 1. Suddenly, everything went dark. My senses blurred, as if I were floating. 164. Chapter 164, Side Story. A certain February 14th. The official closing time for Hampyeong Industry was 6 p.m. Kim Iwol's dinner appointment was at 6:30 p.m. and the current time was 7 p.m. Assistant Manager Kim, aren't you leaving? I heard it's your birthday today. Supervisor Huang, also stuck at work, checked on Kim Iwol with a serious expression. He wished he could, but it wasn't like this company would ever let someone leave on time just because it was their birthday. Kim Iwol thought to himself. He didn't let it show. A message notification popped up on one of Kim Iwol's dual monitors. The preview was locked, so the content wasn't visible, but the sender's name alone was enough to tell. Nuna must be furious. She probably braved the rush hour subway to Gangnam to treat her younger brother to dinner, only to be stood up for an hour. He was guilty of a heinous crime. Only after reviewing all the data that team leader Nam had dumped on him could Kim Iwol finally check his sister's message. Nuna, what the hell? I think I've been waiting for like 40 minutes in -2 degrees Celsius. Don't tell me this is a new way to piss people off. Iwol. Sorry, I'm not done with work yet. Are you outside? I'll send you a gift card, so go inside a cafe or something. Nuna, your company is trash. I'm busy emptying out the Mind Friends store, so don't worry about me. Even so, she didn't pester him about when he'd be done. She'd heard about his irregular closing times several times. Iwol. Leaving now? After sending a short reply, Kim Yiwol grabbed his coat. His steps quickened. Wednesday night in Gangnam was incredibly crowded. There were people everywhere, and the streets lined with restaurants and bars were even worse. Crowded on weekends, crowded on weekdays. Kim Yiwol, pushed along by the crowd, arrived at the store where his sister was waiting. His sister, who came out after receiving his message, had a white shopping bag in her hand. Did you buy a doll? No, this is something else. You said you were going to raid the doll store. My place is too small to put anything else. Then she checked her phone. She seemed to be looking at a map app. They'd agreed on pasta. It was a compromise between Kim Yiwol, who liked noodles, and his sister, who liked Western food. She led him on a 10-minute walk. Just as his face started to feel numb from the cold wind, they arrived at an Italian restaurant with warm yellow lights strung along the wall. His sister held up her phone to the staff at the front desk, showing the reservation she'd made. After confirming her name, the staff member led them to a table inside. You even made a reservation? If it weren't for the fact that we're eating in Gangnam, I wouldn't have gone this far. Kim Yiwol's sister had a peculiar way of speaking. She could have simply said, I made a reservation in advance because I thought it would be crowded. But that was just her way of talking. While Kim Yiwol filled his glass with water and set the knife and fork, his sister took off her scarf and placed it on the seat next to her. Then she handed him the shopping bag she'd been carrying. Here. What is it? Your birthday present. Kim Yiwol's eyes widened. Even before he looked inside, he saw the celebrity printed on the side of the bag. Why the long face before even looking? You think my effort is a joke? No, it's not that. A handsome man was posing, wearing a new sports t-shirt. Kim Yiwol recognized the face. I've been seeing this guy a lot at work. Lately, I was just caught off guard. Your company hires models? Not exactly. And he's an idol. Still, it was only polite to show appreciation for a gift. Kim Yiwol opened the bag and pulled out the clothing inside, still in its plastic packaging. It was the same line of clothing as the idol printed on the bag, just a different color. You bought me workout clothes? Didn't you say you were working out at home? I did. Wear it when you exercise. She took a long sip of her grapefruit ade. The ice clinked in the glass. I thought we were just going to settle things with dinner. It was on sale, so I bought it on a whim. The product the promotional model was wearing was on sale? Ugh, you're so nitpicky. She poked at the ice with her straw, a sign of her displeasure. It was never wise to talk back to her at times like these. Thanks. I'll wear it well. Good. There was some time before the food arrived. Kim Yiwol and his sister starting talking about their respective companies, but soon stopped. The conversation was only making them more tired. The topic shifted. You're not into celebrities, Nuna? Me? I only know a few actors. Really? You probably know more celebrities than I do. You said you knew that guy earlier. She pointed at the shopping bag. I only know him because our team leader's daughter likes him. And why do you know? That. She sometimes asks me to look up pictures of him and stuff. It wasn't disruptive enough to interfere with his work, so he helped her out when he had time. But it wasn't exactly enjoyable searching for pictures of male idols he didn't know. What's his name? Jiho. He's in a group called Spark. Spark? Isn't that the group Lee Chong-hyun is in? Yeah. Even his sister, who wasn't interested in the entertainment industry, knew Lee Chong-hyun. He's really handsome. Isn't he the representative visual of male idols right now? He is indeed handsome. I'm sometimes surprised when I look up his pictures. His sister took out her phone. She wanted to see who the other members were since they were on the topic. Jiho is the oldest. Wait, he's the same age as you. Yeah. Doesn't he look older? I'm not sure. She gave a non-committal response and tapped on Choi Jiho's profile. The face of the handsome man with strong features, whom Kim Yiwol had seen just yesterday, filled the screen. He's handsome. His position? Center? He's 187 centimeters tall. No wonder he's the center. He looks really tall in fan cams. You even watch his fan cams? It just happened. You're basically a fan now. Don't say that. I feel like crying. Even as he protested, Kim Yiwol hoped his task of gathering information on Choi Jiho would end soon. The oldest isn't the leader? That's unusual. This one has a cute face. He's actually quite responsible. He's a good speaker, too. He looks like it. A total class president type. His sister nodded. But with Jiho above him, can this younger one even shine? She seemed genuinely worried about Jong Songbin's heavy responsibility. Her attitude was completely different from when she praised Choi Jiho's visuals. Just as they were about to look at Park Juwa's profile, their pasta arrived. Cream risotto for his sister, basil pasta for Kim Yiwol. Seeing a thin crust pizza arrive as well, Kim Yiwol asked, "Why did you order so much? This is a normal amount of food. Let's split the bill half and half then." Who talks about splitting the bill before even eating? You're ruining my appetite. Enjoying her Spark research, she continued browsing their profiles while eating her risotto. Jiwoo? I've never heard of him. He's the main vocalist, so I guess he sings well. But wasn't that Songbin guy also a main vocalist? Their vocal tones are different. Jiwoo's is sharper. No matter how I look at it, Chonghyun is the most handsome. Why isn't he the center? But when you watch their performances, Jiho stands out. Hyun has a strong presence, too. He has a total Magne on top vibe. He looks that way, but he's respectful to the other members. He seems like a good kid. Kim Yiwol continued to comment on each member. He didn't know why he was playing along with this idle conversation. I never thought I'd be chatting about this kind of stuff with Nuna. Kim Yiwol recalled his sister's birthday last year. He had been in his final year of university then. His sister had looked haggard. That summer, it felt like the scorching sun beat down only on her. If circumstances were different, I would have told you to take a gap year. She had said with a vacant expression. She had said it felt like she'd never have a day off, that she never thought her university breaks would be the last rest of her life. It was a lament, a plea for sympathy. She said it because she knew what kind of life awaited him, dreaming of graduating and getting a job right away. It's my turn to do my part now. It was only natural. And Kim Yiwol kept his promise. While his classmates prepared for difficult exams to get into large corporations or become civil servants, Kim Yiwol joined a decent company that didn't demand much of him, earning enough money to get by. And now, 6 months later, he and his sister had a little more breathing room. That alone was enough for Kim Yiwol. Perhaps that was why he pretended to be interested in the idle conversation, even though the mere sight of them reminded him of his team leader. Dinner was delicious. The restaurant was warm, and pleasant classical music played in the background. By the time Kim Yiwol finished his pasta and picked up his coat and bag, his sister was already at the counter with the bill. A sharp wind blew outside. "I told you we should split it. You buy me dinner on my birthday." Omakase. TL note. The term omakase translates to, "I leave it up to you," which reflects the diner's willingness to relinquish control over their meal to the chef. Typically served at a sushi bar, the chef's choice meal is based on the freshest and highest quality ingredients available. I'm going off the grid starting in July, so just keep that in mind. It was a weeknight. They both had to go home and prepare for work the next day. It was time to part ways. "Hey," his sister stopped him. "If they ask you to do anything weird at work, just quit. Don't stubbornly stick around. I should work there for at least 2 years before changing jobs, shouldn't I? You think putting up with crap for 2 years will get you anywhere other than another crap company?" His sister was unusually serious. Kim Yiwol smiled faintly. "It's not that bad yet. I'll think about it after I've gained some experience." "Suit yourself." She scoffed. It meant, "Yeah, right." Kim Yiwol's sister sometimes doubted his judgment, like now. "Don't make things harder for yourself." "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. He didn't know whether she went down to the subway turnstiles, got into a taxi, or went into a bus stop. Kim Yiwol was left alone in the bustling city. And then he woke up. It was from a long time ago. Kim Yiwol was in an unfamiliar dorm room. If he turned his head, Choi Jiho, the one from the shopping bag, was next to him, and above him, Lee Chonghyun popped up, greeting him good morning. "What day is it today?" Kim Yiwol asked. Perhaps because it was winter, his throat was dry. Lee Chonghyun thought for a moment before answering. "It's the 14th. "Oh, it's Valentine's Day." Now, there was no one left who remembered that February 14th was Kim Yiwol's birthday. He had never felt bitter about it before, but today, he felt unusually cold. "I have to go to practice." Kim Yiwol, who had been sitting on the edge of his bed, got up. It was time to get to work. 165, Chapter 165, Mind Control 1. How long had my eyes been closed? In that indistinct moment between wakefulness and sleep, a familiar voice echoed in the darkness. Young people these days have such weak mentalities. Their heads are screwed on wrong. How do they expect to survive being so fragile like that? A blunt, harsh, and emotional tone. It was Manager Nam's usual refrain. Even without seeing it, I could vividly picture the office atmosphere. Manager Nam grumbling to himself while reading online articles, everyone else pretending not to hear and focusing on their work. Someone whispered next to me. It was Assistant Manager On. An employee in a nearby office died. That's why he's like this. Assistant Manager On sighed. I'm so tired of him going on about young people these days. He talks about people like they're losers. Does he even know how desperately people are struggling just to hold on? It was around the time when Assistant Manager On's team members were leaving the company one after another, and he was one of the few who didn't curse the departing employees. That's how it is these days. They think something terrible will happen if they quit, so they end up having extreme thoughts. They feel trapped. No matter how much others tell them to take a break, they can't hear it. When your mind is struggling, your judgment gets clouded. He spoke calmly, his words heavy and dark. But the world is a big place. This isn't the only company out there. So, that day, the day I returned to work after saying goodbye to my sister, I remembered his last words to me, words of comfort. Don't be like that, Assistant Manager Kim. A chill seeped into my bones. I heard the faint sound of water. I opened my eyes, and a shimmering nightscape spread before me. A few skyscrapers, still lit up, looked glamorous. The Hanam Bridge? I recognized it easily, having crossed it countless times. But there was something different. The bridge, usually jammed with traffic during commuting hours, was completely empty. The road was deserted, and the streetlights flickered, casting their glow on the damp night air. The night sky was pitch black. What time is it? I rummaged through my pockets and found my phone. 4:10 a.m. Even the first buses wouldn't be running yet. As I walked along the sidewalk, I felt a chill on my arms. I brushed my arm, and the rustling fabric of my shirt met my hand. Suddenly, I turned around and looked back the way I had come. I saw buildings with almost all their lights extinguished. Hampyeong Industry was about an hour's walk from there. The moment I turned back around, a coldness washed over me. My chest tightened, making it hard to breathe. The wind blew, but I couldn't draw a breath. Beyond the narrow railing, I saw the vast, black expanse of the sky. It blended seamlessly with the dark river below, making it impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Nausea welled up inside me. My hand trembled as I covered my mouth. My steps faltered in the wind, and I had to grip the railing tightly to avoid falling. Unconsciously, a word I hadn't intended to speak escaped my lips. Nuna. My other hand also reached for the railing. The dark river flowed silently below. The sight before me was the same one I had seen at 28. The erased emotions I'd forgotten resurfaced, weighing heavily on my heart. Do I really have to keep living like this? Back then, I had asked that question by the unresponsive river. I couldn't say I'd lived diligently, but I hadn't been lazy either. I didn't have dreams, but I hadn't been without hope. I just thought I was living adequately. Life twisted so suddenly. After an unexpected tragedy, I started living on autopilot. Waking up when the alarm rang, going to work when it was time, indifferent to the insults hurled at me. Then, when the time came, returning home and falling asleep alone. Everyone talked about changing their tomorrows, but I remained unchanged, like a stone stuck in place. As if annoyed by my stagnation, people constantly picked fights with me. I hated it, so I kept hiding, taking root in barren places and refusing to move. I had no motivation, no desires, no thoughts at all. Someone forced their way into the space where my defenses had crumbled. I didn't resist, even when they poked at my wounds. I gave up on thinking. I had no confidence that I could live a better future. Because the more aware I became, the more I felt the void. Because my sister had lost even her future. Because it was agonizing. My sister was the only one who told me to live well. Now there was no one left to give me courage. Because it suffocated me. I exhaled the breath I'd been holding, a rough sound escaping my throat. My breathing turned ragged. I hung my head low for a long time. Even though the wind whipped my hair across my face, I didn't bother to brush it away. I didn't straighten up. I kept my gaze fixed downwards, as if trying to see the bottom of the invisible river. Then a faint vibration buzzed in my pocket. A familiar save name, a familiar tone. And, Manager Nam, I'm going to the client's office tomorrow before work. Have Assistant Manager Kim take care of onboarding the new hires. Tell him to come in early and set things up. The kind of treatment I'd probably receive for the rest of my life. The city lights were so far away, but the light from my phone was so close, blindingly so. I took a step back from the railing. The heart that had sustained me felt dead. At 28, burned out and empty, I gave up on Kim Yiwol's human life. Kim Yiwol stared at the message that arrived around 4:30 a.m. for a long time. Then he smiled sadly. Life is so hard, Nuna, he murmured. Kim Yiwol started walking. A staggering, heavy gait, without will or purpose. And then I woke up. There was nothing but pitch-black darkness, like the color of water. I shouldn't have remembered. I should have kept forgetting. It would have been better to live my whole life without knowing about that time when I didn't want to do anything. Emotions surged within me. I bit my lip hard and pressed my palms against my eyes, trying to soothe the welling emotions. But nothing changed. The pain, the deep despair remained. I frantically searched my suitcase and took out the hidden headache medicine. I didn't even have time to get water, so I swallowed it dry. Then, as if escaping reality, I fell asleep. Morning came. I wanted to quit everything. My shoulders felt heavy. As I sat on the bed, lost in thought, Lee Chonghyun came down the stairs and greeted me. Good morning. My sister's face overlapped with his. Hey, you're here early. On the first day I regressed, his face was just a blur. Just from unlocking a single memory, it had become so much clearer, which made it all the more painful. My hands, hidden under the covers, trembled. Contrary to how I felt, the smile I'd practiced appeared reflexively. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, good morning. A top-class idiot. A fool. A moron. Smiling in front of others whether I liked it or not. Unable to express my true feelings, just burying them deep inside. A spineless idiot who would probably die just doing what others told him to. Hyung, you're done eating already? Kong Kyon asked, looking at my salad container. Half of it was still untouched, the dressing left unused. Yeah. Are you feeling sick? Even Park Ju-woo, who barely ate much himself, turned his attention to me. I'm just tired of eating only salad. That's understandable. Lee Chonghyun agreed. Choi Ji-ho, on the other hand, considering he was on his third container of salad, he clearly couldn't relate. But Hyung, you didn't eat anything this morning either. Are you guys keeping tabs on me? It'd be weirder not to notice when we're eating at the same table. Kong Kyon narrowed his eyes and scolded me. If I had baked the bread myself, I could have lied and said I ate one while baking. Unfortunately, I hadn't yet received permission to bake bread. You should eat something to get better. You have to take your medicine, too, Hyung. Even Jong Song-bin tried to persuade me with his gentle tone that made it impossible to brush off. Thanks to your kind nagging, I think I'll get better even without the medicine. So you're not taking your medicine? Hey, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's taking my meds on time. I despised headaches. Ever since I suffered a migraine once, I learned to cherish a clear mind. Even now, my head felt fine, but I was still taking the full 8-week prescription. It's starting. Amidst the light-hearted banter, nausea rose in my throat. I excused myself, grabbed my salad container and the trash, and stood up. After sorting the trash outside the practice room, I headed straight to the bathroom. I went into the last stall and locked the door. Ugh. A wave of nausea hit me. I threw up the salad I had just eaten. This was why I couldn't eat. What was the point of eating if I was just going to throw it up? If I didn't have to eat with the Spark members, I would have chosen to starve. Bleck. My stomach had been like this for days. No matter what I ate, it wouldn't stay down for more than a few minutes. All I was doing was wasting food. It had been the same back when I was around 28. It wasn't just my memories returning, my body remembered too. At least I've got some tricks now. On the first day, I'd forgotten and eaten salad with oriental dressing. Nearly threw up the wrong way and wrecked my nose. Since then, I'd been forcing myself onto Kong Kyon's diet. I pounded my chest a few times with my fist. It helped a little, easing the nausea just enough. After hitting my chest a few times with my fist, the nausea subsided a little. Even this was becoming tiring. Maybe because I wasn't eating but still expending energy, I felt increasingly dizzy. But if I show any sign of weakness at work, I felt like the river was rising beneath my feet. I felt like if I turned around, I'd see the straight road leading to Hampyeong Industry. Black. My hands went back to the toilet. I dry heaved until I was dizzy, and only then could I finally lift my head. The system was floating above the bathroom stall. Plus, system performance-based correction effects are being applied. Due to outstanding attendance management, you are receiving high evaluations. Plus, I'd seen this message before. Didn't something similar activate when my attendance management score was 18? I remembered getting some kind of benefits during the monthly evaluation because of my good attendance. I opened my stat sheet, and the numbers had changed slightly. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 11/20. Dance proficiency, 9/20. Self-PR, 17/20. Attendance management, 20/20. Organizational adaptability, 15/20. Total fatigue, 15%. Plus, my total fatigue, which I'd painstakingly brought down to 0%, had gone back up. Probably because I had been moving around without eating. The problematic attendance management was at its maximum. If I got a one-time benefit for good attendance, what kind of effect does perfect attendance have? As I stared blankly into space, a new message appeared at the bottom of the system window. Plus, to ensure smooth task performance, negative emotion recognition will be minimized. Plus, it seemed the system really did want to help me, seeing as it was giving me exactly the function I needed right now. 166. Chapter 166. Mind Control, 2. After receiving the system's help, the problem of throwing up after meals completely disappeared. I didn't feel particularly bad, nor did I dwell on unnecessary thoughts. It was just like when I had first returned to being 20 years old. It seems my relatively stable mental state upon returning was due to my incomplete memories. If I had returned with those memories intact, I would have spent each day wallowing in self-deprecating thoughts. In that sense, the system's choice was correct, though I hate to admit it. There was also one peculiar thing. Hyung, do you want porridge today? Jong Song-bin, through our manager, suddenly prepared porridge for me during mealtime. He didn't even order porridge for everyone, just for me. Why porridge all of a sudden? It seems like you haven't been eating much lately, Hyung. Since you're still eating, it doesn't seem like you've lost your appetite, but I thought maybe regular food was too much for you. What? This is vegetable porridge, and there's also pumpkin porridge and pine nut porridge. I was a little taken aback when he placed 3 separate containers of porridge in front of me. Given that there weren't any spicy or heavy options like seafood porridge, it seemed he had deliberately chosen ones that were easy for a recovering patient to eat. Out of consideration for his effort, I chose the least burdensome-looking vegetable porridge and ate it diligently. He's oddly perceptive in strange ways. Just like when he had noticed my nervousness when his parents visited. He was a really considerate guy. Jong Songbin's porridge therapy turned out to be a great help. Even though the system cured my stomach problems, if I had immediately gone back to regular food after constantly throwing up, I might have gotten sick. Jong Songbin diligently provided me with porridge until I finally asked Choi Jiho to bake me half a loaf of bread. Hyung, we have a meeting. I'm coming. Thanks to that, not only had I fully recovered, but I was also now walking briskly toward a meeting, unfortunately summoned by Lee Chong-hyun, our personal meeting hell. This meeting was special. While most planning meetings were handled by our dedicated team, this one was led by us. That was because the next album would feature Spark's first fan song as a digital single. The preparations went smoothly. It was a pleasure to see how efficiently Jong Songbin and Lee Chong-hyun were progressing. Even though there was a mountain of work to do, it felt great that everyone could work on something they wanted to do in a supportive environment. They said they're matching the timing with the fan club recruitment, right? That's what they said. There's no confirmed schedule yet, but they're aiming for the end of October. Jong Songbin pulled up a calendar on the screen. The schedule was packed with barely any breaks. It really reminded me of my company days. Since I hadn't been closely following Spark's activities for a while, I carefully went through the schedule, but something caught my eye. There's no mention of contacting a lyricist. We have less than a month left excluding recording and promotions. Are we sure we don't need to check on this? We decided to write the lyrics ourselves, remember? That's why I prepared the demo today. Lee Chong-hyun opened the shared drive. A file named demo_lyrics_reference_no guidelines caught my eye. We're writing them? By ourselves. I couldn't believe it. When did such an important and dangerous conversation happen? Lee Chong-hyun, the one who dropped the bombshell, remained nonchalant. Yeah, I wrote it in the last meeting minutes. You didn't read them? You put a password on the shared laptop. Jong Songbin soothed me as I nearly collapsed from frustration. They hadn't told me anything about such a crucial matter. Writing lyrics. And for a fan song, no less. This couldn't be happening. The only things I could write were job postings and proposals. Sure, I could write glowing descriptions to make a company like the Hampyeong industry sound appealing if I threw away my conscience. But a fan song with lyrics like, I want to keep Sparkler by my side, even if it costs me 1 billion a year, everyone would definitely quit the fandom after hearing that. Ignoring my dizziness, Lee Chonghyun played demo_lyrics reference _ no guidelines. Lee Chonghyun's meticulously crafted beautiful melody filled the meeting room. The simple composition and classic instrumental combination gave it a fresh feel. Just listening to it painted a clear picture in my mind. A late summer afternoon, a tree's shadow stretching along a brick wall, and boys in white school uniforms standing beneath it. If a song could create such vivid imagery just by listening, its composition must be highly refined. With just a few additional instrumental layers and background vocals, it could be ready for release. But what kind of lyrics could possibly fit this? I had no idea. I couldn't even refer to past Spark fan songs, as those were for the Spark and Sparkler of that time. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken a creative writing class. Then I wouldn't be in this predicament. In line with the purpose of a fan song, rather than setting a specific concept, I hope we write the lyrics with the intention of honestly expressing what we want to say to the fans. Jong Song Bin summarized. With about 30 minutes left in the meeting room reservation, we decided to brainstorm individually. I jotted down a few words that came to mind on the grid paper at the back of my planner journal. Gratitude, thank you, Sparkler, support, benefactor, grace, light, debt. This was wrong. With these words, I could only write something like, Sparkler, our gracious benefactors and guiding light. Thank you always for your support. We will repay this kindness. Like paying off a debt. And it would surely take the top spot as the worst idol fan song lyrics. Actually, the first word that came to mind when I thought of Sparkler was love. But I didn't have the courage to write or sing that. So I didn't write it down. Racking my brains, I raised my hand and asked, when is the deadline for this? It didn't seem like a task I could finish easily. Lee Chonghyun, as if I had asked the most obvious question, answered while I was tearing my hair out. As soon as possible. All right. With our lyric writing task looming, our usual worksheet homework was somewhat postponed. As a result, every night after practice, we each held a piece of paper in our respective rooms, the kitchen or the living room, waiting for the muse of creativity that never seemed to arrive. There was the diligent Jong Song Bin, who would draft dozens of simple compositions and repeatedly combine them. And then there was Choi Jiho, who just sat staring blankly at a white page. As for me, I naturally belonged to the latter group. How much have you written? Choi Jiho asked. I replied in a parched voice. Nothing. What's up with that? I guess I have no talent for creative writing. How powerless could a human be? It was pathetic. Not wanting to suffer alone, I asked Choi Jiho about his progress. You? I wrote 2 lines. Isn't that half? Done. I'm about to delete them. Dark circles were visible under Choi Jiho's glasses. Right. He was the type who was clumsy with all forms of expression except physical ones. Still, even I, a devout believer in experts, couldn't advocate for bringing in an outside lyricist this time. Because it was a fan song. Talk about a dilemma. As I repeatedly wrote and erased, our manager came to the dorm. It was unusual, so we were all a little surprised. We wondered if something had happened again. Is Yiwol here? Yes, what's going on? The manager's face was flushed. Only ominous thoughts filled my mind. What is it? More work? UA hasn't given us any work lately, though. Is there something wrong with the company's accounting books? I've almost forgotten everything about accounting. Would I even be of any help? Tension hung in the air. Then, the manager smiled brightly and exclaimed, You passed the audition. Huh. Completely unexpected words tumbled out. Audition. That audition I went to after saying screw it and pointing out historical inaccuracies like an obsessive viewer? For a moment, I couldn't even remember which audition it was. Too much had happened since the In My Office audition. This was absurd. Were there really that few talents who could pull off the role of a world-weary office worker? But I wasn't going to accept the casting so readily. An idol's acting. Activities might be a plus for the idol and the agency, but they were definitely a minus for the fandom atmosphere, public opinion, and the people working on set. It was not like I didn't understand their sentiment. No matter the circumstances, would those in the industry welcome it? One of the few things UA did right in the past was not making Spark act. They probably got the hint after that one breakup MV featuring Lee Chonghyun. realizing that, if mishandled, even a face sculpted by the heavens could end up being a public punching bag. This time, I fully agreed with Yue's old policy. Besides, what good would it do to stand out even more than I already did? I should politely decline, thank them for the opportunity, acknowledge my lack of talent after the audition, and respectfully reject their offer. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Appear in the drama in my office. Reward. Dance proficiency plus 0.16% per episode appearance. Bonus points awarded for appearing in all episodes. Plus, oh my, what an honor. I wondered what acting had to do with dance proficiency, but it didn't matter. A chance to increase my stagnant dance proficiency, and all I had to do was diligently play a very, very minor character with only a few lines. Since In My Office is a 12-episode series, I can gain almost 2 points. It was a free opportunity. Of course, I had to accept. I'd bluffed my way through idol life this long. Besides, after this digital single, we had a mini-album coming up. The dedicated team was working hard on it, and I couldn't just stand on the side doing my joyful wooden doll dance. This reward was perfect. I decided to embrace reality. The members surrounded me, filled with excitement. Everyone congratulated me. Just wait, guys. I'll be back as a dancing machine. 167. Chapter 167. On-Site Work. 1. After the casting announcement for In My Office, news articles flooded in from all directions. Much greater than Sparks' eye wall. Now I want to act. A new challenge. Much greater than striking while the iron is hot. Sparks' eye wall to appear in My Office. Much greater than I want to show a mature side of myself. Sparks' eye wall's unique transformation. Half of them were backhanded compliments. Since I had been a hot topic recently, they couldn't outright write Eyewall, the next cringeworthy idol actor. But it was clear that there was still a negative perception of idols venturing into acting. Lee Chong-hyun, who was scanning the headlines next to me, said, "People don't seem to know how good of an actor you are, Hyung. You're totally the king of acting." Me? I hadn't even received the script yet, let alone shown anyone my audition performance. But Lee Chong-hyun spoke with absolute certainty. When I questioned him, he nodded and said, "You're good at that one kind of acting, Hyung." That, thinking it's a ridiculous request, but enthusiastically responding as if you'll give it your all acting. "Chong-hyun, how about we start some drama at the dorm for the first time? Maybe do a live stream about Sparks' internal conflicts. You can't deny it, can you? I've seen right through you, Hyung." He saw through me so well that it felt like he'd pierced a hole in my heart. I must have raised him wrong. Or he learned something strange somewhere without my knowledge. Lee Chong-hyun giggled and ran away. A sigh rose from deep within my belly. I should at least have a framework for the fan song lyrics before the script arrives. I opened my precious journal. This month's schedule was also packed. There were local festival schedules and another Challenge Life. Wait, Challenge Life? Songbin, did we have a set date for our Challenge Life filming? I only heard it was this month, but the exact date wasn't decided yet. It's today? How are you doing, Spark? Whoa! Before Young Sung-bin could finish, the production crew burst through the practice room door. They were like a tidal wave. More importantly, it was 10 p.m. They wouldn't come for a meeting at this hour. "We're not leaving right now, are we?" As expected of Mr. Eyewall. "You're quick on the uptake." "Right now?" Kong Keon's eyes widened. We're a mess right now." Park Jua's voice was full of despair. "It was fortunate that we had only done vocal training instead of dance practice, so we didn't smell of sweat. It's all right. You'll all be a mess once we get there anyway," the PD said with a good-natured laugh. But PD-nim, while pearls shine even when buried in the mud, barnacles remain barnacles no matter where you place them. And I, a barnacle, need time to prepare. "Do we have to leave now?" I understood Choi Ji-ho's bewilderment. If we left now, we could reach almost anywhere in Korea before sunrise. What kind of work is usually done at night? The environmental cleanup episode already aired. Rail track maintenance? Or maybe a PCCAF night shift as an extension of the CAF job episode? As I racked my brains, I quickly pulled a pouch from my bag and promptly gave Park Ju-woo motion sickness medicine. "This is definitely a long trip. Take this quickly." "Yeah." Park Ju-woo swallowed the medicine as if it were the elixir of life. He seemed to sense an impending doom. "All right, Spark. We have a long way to go. Let's get going." "Yes." We piled into the car in an orderly fashion. Cameras were installed everywhere, seemingly set up while we weren't looking. "What do you think we'll be doing?" Kong Keon asked as he fastened his seatbelt. "My mom always stays in the lab late at night when her experiment results don't go well. But what help could we possibly offer in a research lab?" For once, Choi Jiho made a valid point. None of us were even bachelor's degree holders, let alone master's or PhDs. Maybe something like squid fishing? That sounds plausible. Kong Keon also offered his opinion. It seemed plausible enough, but Jong Songbin refuted it. "Wouldn't we have had to leave earlier then? We'd have to go all the way to Ullingdo. And it's the end of the season." "How do you know about the squid fishing season, Hyung?" "I saw it on the news." The news anchor probably didn't expect an idol to be diligently watching reports about squid fishing season. While we were racking our brains, the car sped south. Work that had to be done in the early morning or dawn in the southern region during a calm autumn day. Something where appearance wasn't important, so no makeup was required. Difficult enough to satisfy viewers, yet simple enough for even children to do, requiring only manpower. And something that required going at night, even if it meant filming in the dark. In other words, something that had to be done at a specific time. It's the mudflats. "Huh, we're going to the mudflats, you fools." The car drove for a long time before finally arriving in Mokpo. Everything was pitch black. The salty scent of the sea hung in the air. As we got out of the car one by one, the PD approached us. "I heard you figured out where we were going midway." "Yes, Yiwol Hyung did." The audio director was freaking out when he realized no one was sleeping. "It's a long trip. You should have gotten some rest." Spark had an ironclad rule: no sleeping when the cameras were on. Unless it was due to unavoidable circumstances like motion sickness, injury, indigestion, or a 24-hour sleepless schedule, we must stay alert. The driver didn't even use the navigation. "How did you guess? Did our script leak?" "Haha, I wonder." I smiled, but inside I was crying. There was no filming location as cost-ineffective as the mudflats. Work on the mudflats followed a frustrating pattern. The tougher the labor, the less usable footage we got. The only entertaining moments came at the start when people fell a few times. But after that, the thick mud slowed everything down. There was only one benefit Spark could gain from this filming: a full-body natural mud pack. They probably put in a whole group because if a regular cast member filmed this alone, it would turn into a documentary. I lamented inwardly as I took my position under the lights. Once the scene was set, the PD started. "So, do you have any idea what kind of work you'll be doing today?" "Digging clams." Park Ju-woo cautiously attempted to guess the answer. "I saw this on MeTube." "Cleaning barnacles." "What's that?" "You remove barnacles from the bottom of ships with a high-pressure hose. They lift the ship." Lee Chong-hyun enthusiastically explained the process of barnacle cleaning. None of it sounded easy. Besides, they wouldn't give a task involving high-pressure hoses to non-professionals. Aside from the difficulty, it was a matter of safety. The Challenge Life production team wasn't that incompetent. It's so satisfying when you can't guess the answer easily. It makes brainstorming for ideas worthwhile. The PD laughed contentedly, seeing us struggle to guess the correct answer. Last time, Spark prepared for the part-time job too easily. So this time, our writers gritted their teeth and searched for an idea. It seemed the Challenge Life team had a competitive spirit. That must be why they brought us all the way to Mokpo at 1 a.m. Today, Spark's daily task is catching mud octopus, an item not commonly heard of beforehand, a task difficult to prepare for, the unique characteristic of not knowing if we could succeed until we tried. Perfect. That was why my vision was going dark. Spark was aiming to be a cool idol group, looking good and excelling at everything, leaving no room for criticism. "The tide hasn't gone out yet, though?" Choi Jiho asked, pointing at the sea. The water was visible not far away. "We'll be taking a boat from here." "A boat?" Apparently, octopuses don't live near the shore. At the same time, we were handed documents for boarding. After filling out the forms, we were each given a plastic bag. It contains work clothes, gloves, and everything else. You can change into them on the boat. Just put them on over the clothes you're wearing now. Wow, our first matching outfits since our practice clothes. Lee Chong-hyun rejoiced. He seemed to be making a dig at me for suggesting we buy practice clothes as our first friendship item. Since we had to catch the tide at the right time, boarding was quick and efficient. It was quite a novel sight, seeing us wearing multiple layers of clothes inside the boat. At least, it was a scene we hadn't seen from Spark before. Ju Hyung, are you okay with the motion sickness? Yeah, I'm okay for now. Keon, your shoulder strap is twisted. Thanks. It was nice to see everyone taking care of each other. Until the boat reached its destination, we reviewed today's goal. How many did the PD say we had to catch per person? Wasn't it 10? Is that doable? I've never caught one before, so I have no clue. Jong Songbin, Kong Keon, and Lee Chonghyun huddled together, discussing can Spark catch 60 octopuses today. Choi Jiho was leaning against the wall, drinking the mixed coffee the crew member had given him, and observing. He seemed like he'd adapt and survive anywhere. As we chatted, crammed together in the small space, we heard the sound of the boat anchoring. Following the captain's instructions, we waited, and as the water slowly receded, the vast mudflats were revealed. Spark, please get off the boat now. Be careful, the mud is very deep. As soon as the PD finished speaking, we heard a thud sound. Choi Jiho's right leg was stuck in the mud up to his knee. You have 2 hours to catch octopuses here, and you'll need tools to catch them, right? At that moment, a staff member threw something from the boat onto the mud. 6 large baskets woven with straw, presumably for holding the octopuses, and shovels. 6 shovels. Long ones, with long handles and blades. Strange. From what I saw on the internet, people used small trowels to dig up clams. Was the equipment for a mudflat tourist experience different from that used in real mudflats? Regardless of my shaking pupils, the PD didn't seem to care. Instead, he brought a crew member to his side and said, "Then, before we start digging, octopus catching, you'll see a demonstration by a skilled professional." I heard that clearly. He definitely said digging. 168. Chapter 168, On-Site Work, 2. The octopus catching idea was brought up by the youngest writer. Although not quite peak season, mudflats had always been a treasure trove for variety shows. The low location costs meant they could offer appearances to higher-profile celebrities. The fact that catching a single octopus required dozens of shovelfuls of mud also perfectly aligned with the program's pursuit of hardship. Thus, octopus catching was proudly selected as a candidate. The problem was who would actually go catch the octopuses. The intensity of the work was the issue. Even seasoned veterans would be out of breath after a few hours of this strenuous activity. The camera director, who had visited the location for a preliminary survey, returned with a report that just walking while pulling his submerged legs out of the mud was exhausting enough. While you could at least rest on a mud sled while harvesting clams, the only tool for octopus catching was a specialized shovel. Even then, trying to put force into the shovel would only result in it getting stuck in the mud. Therefore, celebrities lacking in strength weren't even considered in the lineup. In this challenging environment, where getting enough footage was already difficult, if the cast members collapsed from exhaustion, they would have to go back to the Mokpo fish market just to fill the airtime. The cast couldn't be too reserved, either. They needed to talk at least a little while catching octopuses. Unlike other jobs, there would be no professionals to interact with or customers to chat with. And above all, they had to have a knack for catching octopuses. Even if it took 50 shovelfuls, even if they had to dig a hole and stick their arm in, they had to catch at least one to create usable footage. So we need to find someone strong, with good stamina, who's good at shoveling, talks a lot, and can catch octopuses? Will that be hard to find? No, I don't think such a person exists. The meeting almost fell apart. Then, the atmosphere was revived with the suggestion of Spark, a group known for their strength, stamina, potential shoveling skills, ability to chat amongst themselves, and maybe even catching octopuses. But will Spark agree to appear? Why? Did they get that much more popular after IDC? Sure, their previous variety appearance had made a splash, but it hadn't elevated them to another tier. Seeing the PD's puzzled expression, a writer spoke up. "PD Nim, didn't you watch the broadcast? Mr. Yiwol collapsed during the live show due to after effects. I don't think they'll have many outside schedules for a while." Really? The PD's expression turned grim. He knew that Spark's work ethic revolved around Kim Yiwol. Still, the production team sent out the invitation, clinging to a sliver of hope. And once again, they managed to secure Spark's participation. Determined to live up to Spark's enthusiasm, the crew prepared even more meticulously this time. They wouldn't reveal the location beforehand and would keep them completely in the dark, so they could capture the bewildered expressions of unsuspecting idols. However, the production team had forgotten one thing. They liked Spark so much because the group always exceeded their expectations. Ugh. Ji-hyuk, what's wrong? They've been talking nonstop for 3 hours. They didn't stop talking for the entire 3-hour car ride, tiring out the audio director. Mudflats. They accurately deduced the destination just by looking at the dark highway. Huh. How did they know? Are you sure the driver didn't turn on the navigation? Yes, I'm sure. The production team went into emergency mode. If the members had cell phones, the entire day's activities would have been revealed by now. Fortunately, according to the manager, Spark, unlike most idols these days, hadn't been allowed to use cell phones yet. That was a relief. Although his heart nearly stopped a few times, the camera director successfully captured Spark's surprised expressions. It was cathartic. The members followed the expert seriously, learning the techniques. Lee Chong-hyun even seemed strangely studious. I can't believe I'm seeing a live mud octopus in its natural habitat. Their legs are so thin and long. Lee Chong-hyun covered his mouth in awe. The youngest rider should be tasked with finding out if seafood was one of his interests. Now, everyone spread out and start catching octopuses. Don't forget there's a penalty for those who don't meet the quota. At the mention of a penalty, the members' faces paled as they scattered. The main PD, along with a cameraman, followed Kim Yiwol. He had a feeling that interesting footage would come from this side. Kim Yiwol stared at the mudflats for a long time. Then, he firmly grasped the shovel's handle. Until that point, he was the idol determinedly attempting to catch octopuses. Mr. Yiwol, did you serve in the military? That was, until Kim Yiwol started digging like a madman. There wasn't a single wasted motion in his digging. The mud Kim Yiwol dug out piled up around him like a mountain. Compared to the other members digging in the distance, his speed was clearly different. The precision of persistently digging deep into one hole. The speed sufficient to chase octopuses fleeing within the mud. The tireless stamina. The three elements worked together perfectly. As Kim Yiwol scooped up a large amount of mud, an octopus appeared. Is this how you catch them, PD Nim? Yes. Excellent. Looking at the perfectly intact mud octopus, he couldn't help but praise him. Perhaps Spark would meet their quota and return gracefully today as well? A slight fear crept into the PD's heart. He contacted the youngest rider, who should be on the boat, to find out what time the Mokpo fish market auction closed. Is this the 7th one? I estimated the number of octopuses I had caught so far as I put another one into the basket I was carrying. My arm muscles felt like they were about to explode. And the ground. With every step, I sank knee-deep, almost. Becoming a human stake in the Mokpo Sea against my will. Hyung, how many have you caught? Lee Chong-hyun walked over, dragging his shovel. 6 or 7, I think. Really? How did you catch so many? I haven't caught a single one. Just dig like crazy when you see a breathing hole. What about the others? Did they catch any? Ju-woo Hyung is done for. He's practically being swallowed by the mud. Just from his words, I could picture our main vocalist struggling. Well, as long as he doesn't end up eating mud and wrecking his throat. Sometimes I can't tell if you care about Ju-woo Hyung or not. I'm a total Park Ju-woo lover. As I was confessing my true feelings to Chong-hyun, I heard a loud scream from somewhere. With that temper, it had to be Choi Ji-ho. Sure enough, in the distance, Choi Ji-ho was furiously stabbing his shovel into the innocent mud. If there were no cameras, he'd have probably thrown it. Good thing I'd focused on his character education. What's going on? The octopus legs keep getting cut off. At the frustrated Choi Ji-ho's feet lay an octopus missing 2 legs. Are you positioning the shovel wrong? How can I tell when it's in the mud? You have to follow the trail. If I keep watching for that, I'll miss it. Then you have to dig faster. You guys are like Dumb and Dumber. Lee Chong-hyun muttered, looking at Choi Ji-ho and me, peering into the holes. The point is, you can't just mindlessly dig with brute force. So you're saying I'm dumb? I'm saying your strength doesn't come with common sense. You think I won't get what you're saying if you just change the wording? Your perception has improved, huh? Still, I gave Choi Ji-ho one-on-one coaching so he could catch a whole octopus. I also rescued Park Ju-woo, who was struggling to take each step, and wiped the mud off Kang Kyon's face, who was giving it his all. Then, we took a break for a mid-round tally. I had caught 9, and Choi Ji-ho had caught 8, albeit not intact. Jang Songbin had 6, Park Ju-woo had 5. Apparently he stumbled upon them while he was face down in the mud, and Kang Kian had 1. And, Lee Chonghyun, what happened to you? Lee Chonghyun proudly displayed his empty basket. He was so confident that I was momentarily speechless. The moment they hear even a slight footstep, they run away. You think they'll just sit there and let you catch them? I put 2 octopuses in each of the younger members' baskets. Considering we had an hour left, I figured I could easily fill my quota. And I didn't want Kang Kian, with his bad knees and ankles, wandering around in the mud for too long. Let's push ourselves now since it'll be too late once the tide comes in. Got it? Yes. With an energetic cheer, we headed back to the vast mudflats. As if the art of shoveling was etched into my nerves, I became one with the shovel in the second half of the octopus hunt. Park Ju-woo gained momentum midway, almost instinctively targeting where the octopuses were, and Jang Songbin quietly and steadily filled his basket. Oh, and Choi Ji-ho finally managed to catch a whole octopus. He didn't really improve his technique. He just started digging as if he was churning the earth. I thought he was an excavator. Indeed, if your body is strong, your mind doesn't have to work hard. Lee Chonghyun finally caught a baby octopus, but he released it back into the wild for the sake of the natural cycle. It was unfortunate, but a necessary step. The tide will be coming in soon. We'll do the final count on the boat. With the PD's closing remarks, all the members gathered on the boat. None of us were in decent shape. Our appearance clearly conveyed how hard we had worked catching octopuses. Mr. Chonghyun had the lowest count at the mid-round tally, right? Yes, and I'm probably still the lowest. Lee Chonghyun confidently emptied his basket. 2 octopuses, the ones I had given him, crawled out. You didn't catch a single one? No one's perfect. Lee Chonghyun was utterly shameless. Kang Kian just looked at him in disbelief. How many did you catch? Even at my worst, I still caught more than you. Boasting about his superior catch, Kang Kian revealed his harvest. 3? Didn't Yiwol Hyung give you 2? I still caught more than you. 2 baskets down, and we already had 2 penalty candidates. The show wouldn't be boring, at least. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Profile. Name, Choi Ji-ho. Birthday, November 3rd. Birthplace, Gwangju. Height, 187 centimeters. MBTI, ISTP. Nicknames, Center Emperor, Emperor Ji-ho, Giant Troublemaker, Meet the Parents Destroyer. Likes, physical activities. Dislikes, annoying things, accessories. Motto, none. Favorite food, meat. Preferred scent, lavender. Favorite music genre, punk. Favorite sport, basketball. Confident body part, thighs, later, back, was added due to someone's insistence. Personal habit, often fiddles with the hinge of his glasses when wearing them. 169, Chapter 169, On-Site Work, 3. Jang Songbin barely made the cutoff. Half of Choi Ji-ho's octopuses were missing limbs, but the sheer quantity earned him a passing score. And I, who had put on a hellish shoveling show, recalling memories of my military days. 18, 19, 20. Mr. Yiwol, you should change careers. Received a career change recommendation. The captain's eye sparkled. I'll consider it when I retire. What's the penalty? Choi Ji-ho asked as he gathered the octopuses scattered across the deck. No one had asked him to clean up, which meant one thing. He was definitely eyeing the defective ones to make sanachi later. TL note. Sanachi is a raw dish made from octopus limbs. While I was busy deciphering Choi Ji-ho's shady intentions, the PD pointed to a black sedan parked in the parking lot. If you drive about 40 minutes from here, there's a place called Muin. They have mudflats there too. Are we catching more octopuses? Nah, it wouldn't be fun if we only caught the same thing. The PD let out a hearty laugh and waved his hand dismissively at Park Ju-woo. I didn't know what he meant by same thing. Even though they were the same type of octopus, Choi Ji-ho's only had 4 legs. That mudflat has a different specialty. Don't tell me. Jang Songbin flinched. It seemed he remembered one of the 101 creatures living in the mudflats that we had excitedly discussed on the way to Mokpo. The ominous premonition was right. Yes, you'll be catching clams. Wow. Lee Chonghyun and Kang Kian cheered, their voices hollow. Both of their faces were ashen. And so, Spark's first ever octopus catch and 6 sea synod idols made their way back to land. We had to wait for the tide to recede again before the penalty could be carried out. Considering the additional filming time on land and the travel time to Muin, that meant we would have about a 4-hour break. Thanks to Challenge Life lending us a container that the workers used for resting, we were able to catch some sleep until the tide came in. They can't make us film for extended periods, especially since there are underage members, and they already made us work through the night. To ensure we actually got some rest, there weren't even any cameras inside the container. That meant Spark could finally recover from the all-nighter, starting with Park Ji-woo, who passed out the moment his head hit the floor. One by one, the members huddled together and fell asleep. I found an empty spot, lay down, and covered myself with a floral blanket. It reminded me of the time we went to the countryside to film a self-produced video. But my nostalgic reminiscing was short-lived. The warm floor was too powerful. I became one with the floor and drifted off to a morning sleep, something I rarely experienced. I woke up shortly after. It was a little noisy outside the container. When I opened the door, the camera directors were taking out the equipment they had put away. "Mr. Yiwol, why are you up so early?" A passing rider spoke to me. I figured saying I woke up from the noise would be rude, so I didn't explain. "Are the guys leaving soon?" "Not right away. Maybe in about 10 minutes. A staff member will wake them up." I glanced at the preparing crew, then back at the guys, who were either sleeping or unconscious. It was hard to tell. Despite their 2-meter-long legs, they were still high school students. Not only had they stayed up all night traveling from Seoul to South Jeolla Province, but they had also worked for hours on a boat and in the mudflats without a break. That was definitely hard labor. And now they had to be sent back out to the mudflats on mud sleds, until they each collected 100 clams. It couldn't be helped. If I let this happen, I would be a heartless, uneducated adult with no moral compass. "Ryder Nim, would it be possible for me to take their place?" "Why? You want to go?" "Yes, I want to let the kids sleep. They're still growing." Perhaps touched by our friendship, the writer readily agreed. There were 3 kids who had to do the penalty. I could only replace one of them. That meant, "Choi Ji-ho, wake up." "Why?" "Let's go dig for clams." If he went with me, we could at least save the 2 magnes. Choi Ji-ho woke up, frowning deeply. He rubbed his face vigorously with both hands. "Instead of the kids?" "Yeah." Sigh. He lowered his head and let out a deep sigh. Then, he stumbled to his feet and picked up the jacket he had taken off. "Well, what else could we do? We were the adults of the team. Let's think of it as our contribution to building a more mature society." While Choi Ji-ho and I were strategizing, Park Ji-woo also woke up. That one was doomed to go anyway, but maybe if I negotiated with the staff, offering to dig up 150 cockles each with Choi Ji-ho, he might be able to rest. "Ji-woo, want to go dig for clams?" "You Hyungs are going?" "Yeah. I think Kion and Chonghyun should sleep. If you're too tired, Choi Ji-ho and I will dig 300 ourselves." "No, I'll go too. Let's go together. Aren't you going to ask for my opinion?" And so, a new 3-man party was formed. One member seemed to have an objection, but I ignored him, and we set off on our long journey to dig for clams. Nothing particularly special happened after that, except that Park Ji-woo was surprisingly good at riding the mud sled, and Choi Ji-ho, trying to shake off the mud, ended up flinging mud and clams everywhere from his basket. Still, the clam digging mission ended smoothly. When we returned, we received tearful hugs from the younger members who had learned about the situation later. It was a fulfilling shoot in many ways. While some schedules, like variety shows, became familiar, others remained unfamiliar. Drama script readings were one of them. Since I'd never been in a drama before, I spent the past few days binge-watching famous dramas, behind-the-scenes footage, drama communities, and scripts. Today was my first day stepping into that world. As I entered the designated meeting room, there were 2 long tables facing each other, just like in the script reading videos I'd seen. A staff member was placing nameplates at each seat. "Mr. Yiwol, you're here early." "Hello." Fortunately, there wasn't any traffic. After checking the seating chart, I gathered the nameplates that belonged on one side of the table. "Oh, just leave it. I'll place them quickly. Mr. Yiwol's seat is." "It's okay. I just need to follow the seating chart, right?" "I should have done this before the actors arrived, sigh. I still haven't shaken off my idle habits. I try to be helpful wherever I go." As I chatted and organized the meeting room, people started to arrive one by one. The large meeting room filled up as the director, writer, and actors I had met during the audition all entered. My role was to be inconspicuous among these people. No NGs, and no awkward acting that would stand out. Of course, my first foray into acting wasn't going to be easy. Who even evaluates performance reviews like this? If you don't like it, Ms. Guan, you're free to change it. By getting first place in sales. Even though I had crammed at the academy, everyone here were veterans who had been acting for at least several years, some even for over a decade. Even I, a non-professional, could sense the difference in their vocalization. So how was I supposed to blend in? There was only one answer: naturalness. Just like when I was working at the Hampyeong industry. Like an object, not a person. Like a third party beyond the partition, whose presence in the organization was barely noticed. Is the new team leader crazy? Doesn't that violate labor laws? Hasn't our company been above the law for a long time? I just had to sit still while others delivered their lines. That was the plan, at least. Even so, don't you think it's weird, Mr. Yongwon? A problem arose. Ha Siamayong, who played the female lead, Seung-Gwan, suddenly threw an ad-lib at me. Everyone's eyes, which had been following the script, turned to me. I had heard rumors that Ha Siamayong was famous for her ad-libs, but I didn't expect her to do it during the script reading. Especially towards me, whose acting level was practically zero. Well, I guess I won't be going home on time for a while. I answered, imbuing my response with a fraction of the despair I felt on the day Manager Nam was promoted. I inwardly breathed a sigh of relief as the next line was delivered smoothly. And for the rest of the time, I prayed that I wouldn't have many scenes with Ha Siamayong. Before the reading, when the cameras were rolling, everyone exchanged formal greetings. We each took turns introducing ourselves in front of everyone, saying, "I'm playing the role of, please take care of me," and then bowing, after which everyone would applaud. On the other hand, after the reading, the atmosphere was more about genuine greetings. People shook hands and exchanged names. Someone extended their hand to me before I could even put my script away. It was Ha Siamayong. "Mr. Yiwol, you must have been surprised earlier. I keep telling myself I need to fix this habit, but I can't. I'm Ha Siamayong." "Not at all, Sunbeam. I was amazed watching you act. I have a lot to learn from you." "Oh wow, even if that's just flattery, I'll take it." It wasn't empty flattery. I was genuinely surprised. My heart is still pounding, so please leave the ad-libs to the experienced seniors. I also had the opportunity to talk to the writer after a long time. She said she had revised many of the words in the script after seeing my research materials. No wonder the first episode had changed so much. "You know, Mr. Yiwol, I think you would have done well even if you had studied business administration." She didn't hold back on the praise. The lectures I had attended for 4 years flashed before my eyes. I hoped the drama filming would start soon, and I hoped that everything would go smoothly, so that I could receive the reward of increased proficiency after completing all 12 episodes. 170. Chapter 170. Customer Appreciation Event. Songbin, when's our lyric writing deadline again? This was already the 27th time I'd asked Jong Songbin the same question. "The day after tomorrow, Hyung." Jong Songbin dutifully answered again. Thanks to him, I could feel the doomsday clock ticking closer every day. I wasn't the only one feeling down. Even Choi Ji-ho, who had meticulously written instructions on how to use pepper spray during our first fan gifting event, looked like death warmed over. Lee Chong-hyun, our rapper, and Kang Kian, our sub-rapper, had submitted their lyrics long ago. Jong Songbin was in the middle of reviewing his work, and Park Ju-woo seemed to be almost done. I picked up a crumpled piece of paper that Choi Ji-ho had thrown on the floor. "Can I look at this?" "Go ahead." Permission was granted with an air of resignation. I unfolded the crumpled paper, revealing the marks of his struggle, lines crossed out with a pen. Lacking spark and lacking. The long road ahead is still lacking spark and... How much did you want to call spark lacking, you punk? Your true feelings are leaking out. But I wasn't in any position to judge. Thanks to all of you, spark exists today. Reason for rejection feels too much like an award speech. Spark will always be by your side. Reason for rejection sounds like an election campaign. My notebook wasn't much different. The 2 oldest Hyungs were proving to be completely useless. At least within Spark, the saying older brothers know best definitely didn't apply. While the 2 Hyungs were racking their brains, Lee Chong-hyun, the other roommate, entered the room. "Oh, looks like both of you are struggling." Struggling is an understatement. I haven't written a single decent line. Lee Chonghyun burst into laughter at my words. Is it funny? Is my suffering amusing to you? But Hyung, you know. Lee Chonghyun put his arm around my shoulder and said, the important things for work are deadlines and pressure. Those were the words I had said to him when he first started composing. That karma had now returned to me. Hyung. Lee Chonghyun's deep, blue hole-like eyes gazed at me intently. His lips curved like a rainbow after the rain, and his cheeks were round like organic extra-large eggs. You believe that with enough pressure, a person can do anything, right? Let's start with a brainstorming session filled with deep thoughts. Lee Chonghyun's cheerful voice lashed at my back like a whip. Despite coming to torment me with an angelic face, Lee Chonghyun diligently helped Choi Ji-ho and me. Thinking of it as writing from scratch might be making it harder. The fans send us letters, right? Try thinking of it as writing a reply to them. Listening to the master instructor, Choi Ji-ho, and I poured all our energy into writing the lyrics. Thankfully, after receiving his help, it felt less like a confessional of all my sins. No, Ji-ho Hyung. Just writing the word love 10 times doesn't make it a song. Never mind. I should probably read it again before showing it to Lee Chonghyun. The concept for Spark's first fan song, Third Letter, was The Boys We Loved Back Then. You read that right. That's exactly what the storyboard said. We're the boys we loved back then. I saw the skeptical expression on Kang Keon's face. Yeah, you must find it strange, too. No matter how I look at it, not a single one of you looks remotely lovely. Don't worry, guys. With your faces, you can definitely pull it off. The staff member who had been meticulously prepping Jong Songbin's face said, wouldn't we be more suited as the disciplinary committee standing guard at the school gates? There was at least one person who might pass as lovable. That was Lee Chonghyun. But that love wasn't the romantic kind. The kind of love Lee Chonghyun's face embodied was agape. Except now, the love was flowing in the opposite direction. Look at that face, blessed with the affection of the entire universe. Not just us back then. Even the schoolyard itself must have loved Lee Chonghyun. Or should we go for a drama male lead style, like Choi Ji-ho? Choi Ji-ho, who had tried every intense hairstyle, slicked back, half up, you name it, had his bangs down today. This was the styled-down hair Choi Ji-ho that sparklers had been longing for. Uncomfortable with his forehead completely covered, Choi Ji-ho kept ruffling his bangs. And he got scolded by the stylist. A soft, delicate look was nice and all, but we couldn't skip out on showing off some physique either. I boldly made a suggestion to the stylist. Wouldn't it be better if Choi Ji-ho rolled up his sleeves? His forearms should be visible. You think so too, Yiwol? Choi Ji-ho looked at me with an exasperated expression, but I ignored him. You're going to be dribbling a basketball in the music video anyway. It would be a crime not to show off your tendons while dribbling. Park Joo-woo was playing the role of the artsy senior in the art club. His brown apron and paint-stained hands were a perfect match. Having paint stains on his face would give it a more nostalgic feel, wouldn't it? Their faces are perfect as they are. We shouldn't put anything on them. Don't you know that a little imperfection makes people go crazy? Just 2 brushstrokes on his cheek. No more, no less. While Park Joo-woo himself remained unbothered, the makeup artists around him were fiercely debating. I also belong to the Sparks' faces are most beautiful when left untouched. Faction, but lacking expertise in first love aesthetics, I remained silent. Just then, the epitome of first love walked towards us. Hyung, are you ready? A gentle smile, a neat school uniform, and an analog watch on his wrist, a rare sight in this era of smartwatches. He had an image befitting the only member of Spark born in spring. As expected, Jong Songbin, you're the embodiment of gentleness in this team. On the other hand, I wouldn't bother examining myself. I knew I didn't exactly look like someone's first love. Kang Keon wasn't much different from me. He had a small clip-on earring on his ear. He couldn't wear a piercing since he hadn't gotten his ears pierced, as if he had sold his ties to buy an earring, and he was also wearing bandages on several fingers. And yet, he was clutching wired earphones and an MP3 player in his hand. What was your concept again? I asked, even though I knew the answer. Kang Keon answered without hesitation. The quiet guy in the back corner of the classroom. Excellent portrayal. At my compliment, Kang Keon's expression turned slightly vague. I wondered how visually stunning the music video would turn out. I looked forward to it. Work, much like a persistent weed, might shrink but never truly disappeared. Just as the fan song was wrapping up, the fan club issue came crashing in. A typical idol group would reveal their fandom name and light stick around the time of their fan club launch. But UA had a massive obstacle: Yuhansu. Because I had to block his meddling, we'd revealed the fandom name at the same time as our debut. Now, all that was left was creating the official fan club kit and light stick. Actually, even the fan club kit wasn't easy to put together. The ID card and rolling paper were fine, but the overall composition felt too much like a budget package. The proportion of paper-based goods seems too high. This will definitely spark debates about cost efficiency. And if there's one thing we can't have, it's spark fans who join the fan club out of love, complaining about a cheap-looking kit. So, I put everything on hold. I handed it over to Jong Song-bin, who had a broader understanding of idol culture than me. He would take the lead in improving the lineup. Meanwhile, UA, lacking much experience in producing official merchandise, decided to release Spark's first official goods. When I saw the first lineup and samples, I was speechless. UA was notorious for its terrible merchandise. Thanks to the dedicated team, the goods looked slightly better than the ones I had proxy bought before. But that didn't mean they were good. I agree that Chonghyun's face is practically a gemstone just by existing. Right? But I don't think fans want a giant Chonghyun face keychain dangling from their backpacks. The key to idol merchandise had always been how much it fueled fan excitement and whether it could be used discreetly. Just slapping a picture on something and calling it merchandise? They'd be ripped apart online for being lazy. In the end, I stepped in, saying, I just happened to have a great idea, and started selling my pitch. Fortunately, the dedicated team caught on. Quickly, and from the second lineup onwards, they started presenting a list that wouldn't get us ridiculed. So far, so good. The problem was that UA was planning to do something atrocious: limited quantity sales. You're doing a first-come, first-served sale without disclosing the total stock. I almost fainted. I remembered how much sparklers had raged about UA's practices in the past. Much greater than "Are you fin kidding me? I want to buy the merch, and you're not even selling it." Much greater than "I have money. Why can't I buy it? Please, just take my money." Much greater than "Are you brain dead? It always sells out in 30 minutes. So why do you keep apologizing after every sold out? Even goldfish have better learning abilities. Much greater than limiting the quantity because you don't want leftover stock is so pathetic. Please, just have some faith in your idols. We get it. You don't want to lose a single penny. Just increase the quantity, damn it. They didn't understand how much anger limiting official merchandise to a small quantity would incite. I understood the company's aversion to losses. But what was the point if it upset the fans? So, I went and staged a protest by lying down on the floor of UA. There's this great method called pre-orders, team leader Nim. But Yiwol, what if we end up with leftover stock? I know a cheap warehouse. I'll book it all. So please, anything but limited sales. You don't have to book anything, just get up. Why are you lying on the floor? Spark does all the work. The fans suffer, and the distributors take all the profit. Who are these merches even for? I understood that they couldn't readily mass-produce goods because we didn't have a massive fandom, but at least they should make sure that everyone who wanted to buy could buy it, especially as an entertainment company dealing with fans. After going through all this, I did a lot of thinking. I pondered while sitting on my bed and contemplated while sitting at the kitchen table. And then I came to a sad conclusion. I would just have to keep working. 171. Chapter 171, Office Remodeling. The day of my first shoot in my office dawned. The call time was 9 a.m., but I didn't want to get stuck in rush hour traffic, and I wanted to get a feel for the atmosphere and check out the set beforehand. So I left early and ended up arriving 2 hours ahead of schedule. Yiwol, you've got plenty of time left. Want to wait in the car? No, I still have a lot to learn, so I should go in and learn quickly. I'll head straight to the set. And so, I was now loitering around the filming site, careful not to get in anyone's way. It was my first time seeing a drama shoot. The atmosphere was different from music video shoots, which was quite interesting. They built the set well. They had apparently rented out an empty office space and furnished it with props, but everything looked so natural and lived in. The props team must have worked hard. As I stood against the wall, sneaking glances at the site, I noticed the director's expression darkening by the second. He pointed back and forth between the papers in his hand and a partition, his gestures making it clear that something had gone terribly wrong. Did the setup team not look at the layout before they left? The director's roar echoed through the set. Everyone's eyes turned towards him. Did they even bother to check the layout? These bastards are driving me crazy. The director roughly ran his hand through his hair. No one dared to ask him what was wrong. Beside him, the assistant director, who was staring at what seemed to be the layout plan, looked just as troubled. If we call the setup team now, how long will it take them to get here? Even if they leave right away, it's rush hour. They might arrive on time, but they won't be able to finish the setup by the call time. The actors are all arriving at 9. This doesn't even make sense. They're not rookies. How would they make such a mistake? The discussion even escalated to calling back the setup team. I cautiously observed the situation, then carefully asked a staff member who had just stepped away from the director's group. "Excuse me, did something happen?" The staff member glanced around and whispered, "The male lead's desk, its position is completely wrong." The desk. The team leader's desk has a specific spot, but the setup team seems to have copied the layout of the office next door. They didn't look at the layout plan. For a filming set, where cameras had to move seamlessly dozens of times, this was a significant issue. Even so, couldn't they just move the desk to its designated spot? It didn't seem like a difficult task. "Can't we just move the desk now?" The suggestion had already come up among the staff. There were plenty of strong people here. Moving a few tables and rearranging props, although incredibly tough, could be done within 2 hours. However, the director didn't give the go-ahead. "Is moving the desks all there is to it? What about the LAN cables? They're all molded to the floor. You want to rip them all out before filming? Or do you want the main character's computer to have no internet every other scene? Don't you know viewers zoom in on everything?" The main issue was that they couldn't touch the internet cables installed on the floor. Usually, that was how it was. Unlike furniture, LAN cables required a separate contractor. But there were only a few computers, and it was just a matter of connecting the cables to the ports. "Hello, Director Nim. I'm really sorry to interrupt. Mr. Yiwol, why are you here so early? I thought it wouldn't be good for the youngest actor to be late, so I hurried a little. But would the problem be solved if we just moved Team Leader G's desk?" The director gave me a skeptical look. "Yes, but it's not that simple right now. We need to discuss it first. I think I can handle it. Would it be okay if I tried?" A look of doubt flickered across the director's face. And understandably so. Time was tight, and to them, I was just a 21-year-old rookie. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but there are a lot of things involved. We've already organized the cables to prevent the cameras or actors from tripping. It would be problematic if we had to rip them out. "Yes, I'll keep that in mind while I work." "What? I only had 2 lines in the first episode. For these 2 lines, I had to go to the salon early in the morning. After the shoot, I had to go brainstorm fan meeting ideas. I didn't have a moment to spare. So, I couldn't stand the thought of the shoot being delayed because of the setup team and rearranging tables. I brought over the backpack I'd been carrying since the Do Young-hwan audition and placed it on the floor. And I pulled out a handful of cable ties. I even put on the work gloves I'd been carrying around since the drum barrel charcoal fire incident and diligently started removing the floor molding, only in the necessary areas. If this was a real office, I would have had to match the cable numbers to avoid messing up the IPs. But it was different on a set this small. There wouldn't be any IP conflicts with just a few PCs, and no one would be doing actual work, so as long as they were connected, it would be fine. This way, instead of rearranging all the desks, I could just swap a few wires around. As I busily tied the cables with a few cable ties in my mouth, I was reminded of the old days. The days when I would personally buy electrical tape to wrap around exposed wires and get roped into setting up network cables every time my office moved. Looking back, I wondered how I managed to do all that. Luckily, the previous wiring job was neat, so I only had to move 2 or 3 desks. After that, I crawled under the desks to bundle up any loose wires and reattach the molding with tape. Finally, I gave the molding a few good kicks to make sure it stayed in place. "Director Nim, would this be all right? I'll move the props after you check the positions." The director, who had been staring blankly, nodded. "See, I told you it wasn't a difficult problem." Smiling brightly, I moved the props to their new locations. Then I was told by a staff member, "Mr. Yiwol, stop working and go wait," and then by my manager, "Yiwol, stay seated until someone calls you." So, you went and did more work. Lee Chonghyun said, sounding exasperated. What else was I supposed to do? The shoot would have been delayed otherwise. I heard acting takes up a lot of time, and I guess that's true. Exactly. This time, I agreed with Lee Chonghyun. I'd been on set all day, and all I contributed were 2 lines. Sir, here are the documents you requested. And well, I guess going home on time is out of the question for a while. By the way, Hasia Myung delivered the same ad-lib on set as she did during the script reading. My heart almost gave out. Hyung, your role is an office worker, right? A stockbroker? Yeah. Why? Does it not suit me? No, it suits you too well. That's what's weird. What does that even mean? I shook my head and pulled out my planner when Lee Chonghyun spoke again from behind me. But it really is strange. What is? You, Hyung. Why does it feel so natural for you to be an office worker? My heart skipped a beat. Lee Chonghyun, however, remained nonchalant. I mean, it's not like you're the type to want to act all professional and competent. It just feels like you were an office worker all along. Did you forget that I've been a trainee with you guys since I was 20? That's why it's strange. I tried to lighten the mood, but Lee Chonghyun was strangely serious. Do you have some kind of admiration for office workers? Or was it your dream job or something? No way. It was my dream job when I was in high school, but admiration? Not even a little. If anything, I just want to escape the system entirely and live my life as a self-sufficient single-person household. Come to think of it, Hyung, for all that you know about us, you barely talk about yourself. I felt a pang of guilt. From their perspective, there must have been moments where they felt I was seeing right through them. Are you curious about me? Of course. But you never ask. I opened my planner to the bookmarked page where I had jotted down ideas for the fan meeting. Because I don't think you'll answer. My hand stopped. I looked at Lee Chonghyun, who was lying on Choi Ji-ho's bed, working on his laptop. He didn't avoid my gaze. Even so, I couldn't bring myself to say, if you're curious, just ask. See? You can't even tell me to ask, can you? Lee Chonghyun knew me too well. But Hyung, if work ever gets tough, you should talk about that at least. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Well, you always handle everything for us anyway. Lee Chonghyun shrugged. So you should tell the members about your work, too. That way, things stay balanced. With that, Lee Chonghyun turned back to his laptop screen. He looked a little awkward, maybe even embarrassed. Pretending not to notice his feelings, I grabbed my journal planner and pen and left the room. In the past, I went to a Spark fan meeting exactly once. At the time, UA was excessively obsessed with identity verification. Since I valued personal information too much to use Manager Nam's daughter's account for proxy ticketing, well, that was how it ended up. That day, I had never received that much attention in my life. Perhaps worried I'd feel left out, many people kindly shared free stickers with me. So what was Spark's fan meeting actually like? What's there to say? It was incredibly boring. Choi Ji-ho stared blankly into space. Park Ju-woo glued his eyes to the floor. Kang Ki-on rambled nonsense. And only Lee Chonghyun was running wild. If I were Jong Song-bin, I would have called everyone to the waiting room after the fan meeting and told them to pack their bags and leave if they hated it that much. Song-bin, please never leave this team. Now, at least, they're trying a little. How could we give sparklers the best fan meeting possible? A large-scale meeting to address this very question was held today in our dreadful basement practice room. 172. Chapter 172, Meeting 1. The official name of the meeting was First Spark Fan Meeting Planning Meeting. But in my mind, it kept morphing into the Great Escape from the ultra-boring Fan Meeting Emergency Countermeasure Committee. I had no intention of witnessing another fan meeting where both the fans and the idols looked like they had nothing to say. We needed thorough preparation. Fortunately, the Spark members were enthusiastic about preparing for the fan meeting. I had thought at least. One or two of them would suggest leaving it to the dedicated team, but surprisingly, they all stepped forward, eager to plan it themselves. And that was how we ended up sitting on the floor of the practice room, surrounded by scattered scrap paper and laptops. Jong Song-bin, scanning a list of fan meeting content from various idol groups, said, "We should definitely include a Q&A session with the fans, right? As expected of someone who knew what they were doing. Questionnaires, Q&As, and post-it note questions were essential communication tools. A lot of groups do cosplays too, like movie or anime characters. I was looking at that too." Kang Ki-on chimed in with Park Ju-woo's comment. Costumes are good. I think everyone will like the event aspect. Lee Chong-hyun also showed interest. Judging by his word choice, though, it seemed he didn't really understand what cosplay was. I don't think it's just about putting on makeup, I added, and a question mark appeared on Lee Chong-hyun's face. Park Ju-woo handed Lee Chong-hyun a piece of paper, and his face lit up with surprise. What's this? You dress up exactly like the character? That's right. More than you imagined, right? Awesome. I definitely want to do this. I felt like I'd seen someone say something like this on social media before. What was it again? A highly developed muggle is indistinguishable from it. Otaku. We'll be singing too, right? I was thinking an acoustic arrangement of With List would be perfect. It'd be perfect for the autumn vibe. What do you think? Then Lee Chong-hyun lamented that no one in our team could play the acoustic guitar. Acoustic guitar would be perfect for this vibe. If we had someone who could play that, we would be a band, not an idol group. Choi Ji-ho grumbled. At that moment, Jong Song-bin stepped forward hesitantly. I can play it if the chords aren't too complicated. So, we actually did have someone who could play it. I could almost hear Park Ju-woo's yearning for a band concept ignite. I glanced at him, and sure enough, his eyes were sparkling. All right, then I'm doing this. Okay, it's decided. Okay. Jong Song-bin chuckled, calming down the excited Lee Chong-hyun. We should also do Keon's random play dance that went viral on IDC. At my words, Kong Keon's face turned red. But it was a fact. His popularity had skyrocketed after he nailed the random play dance. Even his old performance-focused videos started resurfacing, so there was no way we could let go of this content. The oldest Hyungs should do something too, Lee Chong-hyun said, playfully twirling his pen. Sorry, but please don't lump Choi Ji-ho and me together. Being born in the same year is the extent of our relationship in this lifetime. As if I enjoy being associated with you. Choi Ji-ho shot back. As always, the ever-kind Jong Song-bin tried to smooth things over. Hey, why are you two like this? You usually get along so well. I wouldn't be so sure. Those Hyungs don't say a word in their room. And just like that, Lee Chong-hyun completely shattered Jong Song-bin's efforts. But jokes aside, I really didn't want to be paired with Choi Ji-ho. First off, my stats were too lacking. I knew our generous fans tried to gloss over it by calling us the Hyungs with different styles, but the intensity of our visuals was just too different. The same went for our skills. Even with the same moves, people said Choi Ji-ho had graceful dance lines, whereas the best comment I ever got was, Yiwol always keeps his angles sharp. I was training hard to at least match the other members' level, but every time I stood next to Ji-ho, I turned into a slug. It was just depressing. And to be completely honest, after regaining my memory data, I started feeling uncomfortable around him again. The anger I had felt towards him right after regressing resurfaced. To be fair, Choi Ji-ho didn't actually do anything wrong. His only crime was standing out too much, so much that even Manager Nam's daughter took notice. Besides, the system was doing a good job of suppressing my negative emotions. Otherwise, my feelings towards him wouldn't have stopped at just discomfort. Something about being around him made me strangely unsettled, so I wanted to avoid collaborating with him for the time being. How about a would-you-rather game? Making Yiwol Hyung the main dancer versus Ju-woo Hyung doing a solo variety show. Our Keon has a talent for creating would-you-rather questions. I applauded Kong Keon's idea. Park Ju-woo's face turned pale. Guys, the physical samples for the fan club kit are here. Really? At Ju Kyung-nim's call, we abandoned our practice and headed upstairs to the meeting room. A large navy blue box sat on the table. Despite the dark navy background, the box didn't feel gloomy thanks to the vibrant fireworks printed on it. The colorful, circular fireworks evoked a festive atmosphere. The small fireworks surrounding the Spark's official stylized name resembled a Ferris wheel and blended well with the design. The contents were adorable, too. Since fans tend to hesitate when using stickers, we had insisted on including 2 copies of each, one for keeping and one for using. Inside were individually signed stickers with handwritten messages from each member, project reports from the Flowering Era, and a 6-photo life strip from With List. The names section on the activity reports was left blank so fans could write their names or nicknames. The photos, no pixelation, no smudges on the postcards. While the others were busy admiring the kit, I was busy checking for flaws. This was a habit I'd developed from filming unboxing videos while doing proxy purchases. Wow, the journal planner looks really practical. Lee Chonghyun, who had excitedly opened the journal, suddenly lowered his voice. Yeah, I'm thinking of switching to this one. Kong Keon even asked Jukyung if he could get a diary by signing up for the fan club himself. Of course, we'd collaborated with Yoonjuzarang and worked hard to make it both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Two had painstakingly picked out every single page layout, thinking about how I'd want it if I were using it myself. But if you guys start using it, we'll look like shameless idols self-promoting fan club memberships. There were other items as well, but I was particularly pleased with the 12-piece photo card set we had painstakingly taken. Each of the 6 members had 2 versions, an idol version and a casual version. I had to empty my entire external hard drive for the casual version photo cards. Among them, my top pick was undoubtedly Kong Keon smiling brightly amidst soap bubbles. It had the refreshing coolness of a fountain and the warmth of solar heat coexisting on his face. Both his face and the soap bubbles shimmered with rainbow colors. If I had submitted it anywhere other than UA, Kong Keon's photo would have definitely won Photo of the Year. Be grateful, UA. We're really getting a fan club now. Jong Songbin's voice trembled. Even without looking, I could tell he was deeply moved. That's right. Everyone's busy, but let's work hard until the fan meeting. Fighting! Fighting! Everyone shouted enthusiastically. My heart fluttered. It was a different kind of nervousness than I felt at fansign events. Won Chai, 27 years old. She was seasoned K-pop fan who once boasted a dazzling career as a Homa, but after her bias became a VIP at a nightclub, she vowed never to set foot in the idol world again. It was only recently that she dusted off her long-sealed camera. The appearance of a man whose beauty defied the laws of physics. A visual so striking it signaled the dawn of a new era. At that moment, Won Chai felt that her past self had perished and a new version of her had been reborn. I'm just dipping my toes in. These days, there are idols with rotten personalities right from their debut. Won Chai repeated this mantra over and over. Nevertheless, she filled out the application form for the newly opened fan club recruitment, waited for the kit, and the day it arrived, immediately replaced the journal she'd been using for 6 months, plastering the cover with the members' handwritten stickers. She really needed to break the habit of spending money the moment she got hooked on something. But it wasn't easy. I heard there was a lot of talk about the agency, but I guess they're doing their job now. Overall, the Sparkler first-generation kit was excellent. She didn't regret her purchase. How many god-awful pieces of merch had passed through Won Chi's apartment trash can? She'd taken one look, sighed in frustration, and tossed them all, swapping them for a better camera lens, which was probably the smartest decision she'd made. When the fan meeting announcement dropped, she scoured the depths of the online community she once frequented, looking for any information on Spark. Had they ever canceled a schedule last minute? Did they often give half-hearted reactions? Most seasoned K-pop fans, tired of investing not only time and money but also their emotions, probably shared Won Chi's concerns. Fortunately, Won Chi's worries turned out to be unfounded. So, she put her old skills to use and attempted to secure a ticket. Her skills as a Homa, securing her a spot at every event of her bias, hadn't faded. And the moment the tickets vanished, much greater than at Minimum Hunter. Did anyone actually succeed in getting a fan meeting ticket? Boom. Anyone? A post from a well-known sparkler appeared on Won Chi's timeline. Much greater than at Minimum Hunter. No wonder getting into the IDC audience was so easy. I must have used up all my luck then. Much greater than at Minimum Hunter. Guys, meaningful fan meetings are meant to be held at Gocheok Dome. Otherwise, it's literally illegal under some law. I'm going to set UA on fire. It's you who's against some law. Much greater than at Minimum Hunter. Not a single person I know got a ticket. How is this possible? Are our kids already superstars? I believe those who get tickets will leave generous reviews with their fiery loyalty. Please, I'm begging you. Social media was buzzing, reflecting the fierce competition. I should go and try to get some decent photos. The idol fandom was a brutal, cutthroat world. If fans didn't help each other out, who would? Seeing the desperate cries of the well-known fan, Won Chai decided to embrace the spirit of generosity. 173. Chapter 173. Meeting 2. When was the last time she went to a fan meeting? Won Chai tried to recall. Nothing specific came to mind. except that it had been a damn long time. Won Chai had suffered many indignities at fan meetings she'd paid to attend. She'd heard more warnings from security and staff than the words from the idols themselves, which said it all. On the other hand, the fan meeting notice posted by UA had a refreshing quality, much greater than official pre-event notice regarding Spark's first fan meeting, Ignition. Photography policy. You are free to take photos as long as they do not interfere with the event. We'd appreciate it if you could capture nice shots. If rapid-fire photography causes disruption to other fans, staff may exceptionally request that you refrain from shooting. There was no photography ban. In fact, it wasn't just permitted, it was actively encouraged. She had never seen such a bold fan meeting before. Won Chai could almost feel her camera twitching inside her bag. Moreover, the venue was a famous fan meeting spot known for its excellent sightlines. She wondered just how much of a beating the company had taken to start putting in this much effort. Until the fan meeting began, Won Chai idly browsed Spark-related content on social media. Their last activity was the IDC finals. So will they be wearing hanbok today? Or maybe school uniforms? Honestly, as long as they didn't show up in a cheap 3-stripe tracksuit, she was willing to accept just about anything. Seeing that in person had been one of the rare embarrassments in Won Chai's life. But as someone once said, Spark took every activity seriously. The venue, which had become noisy with the appearance of a figure at the entrance, was soon filled with happy cheers. The first to appear was the leader, Jong Songbin. A bronze tiara resembling a laurel wreath sat atop his brown hair, and metal chain accessories sparkled on his fingers and wrists. His white tunic, complemented by a thin, greenish shawl, exuded a subtle classical beauty. The outfit was reminiscent of Greek and Roman mythology. Holy sh*t, he looks like an elf. Just as Won Chai was marveling at the sight, another member stepped onto the stage. It was Park Ju-woo, wearing a silk shirt with flowing blue ripples and subtle sky blue glitter on his cheeks. As Won Chai zoomed in, the glitter became clearer. 3 or 4 pointed ovals adorned each of Park Ju-woo's cheeks. Was he supposed to be a mermaid prince? As she was pondering this, a scream erupted from somewhere. **T. Choi Ji-ho, his hair slicked back neatly, appeared in a burgundy shirt and black suit. A gold chain, possibly part of a brooch, adorned the collar of his shirt, glinting under the stage lights. Unlike Spark's usual light makeup style, his eyes and lips were heavily styled. Even from Won Chai's seat, his face seemed to be in 4K resolution. Kang Kian, who came out next, appeared to be wearing clothing from an earlier era than Choi Ji-ho. His hair, styled back with pomade without a single stray strand, further emphasized his sharp features. A luxurious vest, a well-fitted coat, and a stylish scarf completed his look, an impeccable trio. Who the F***ck put gloves on him? They must be a lunatic. The pristine white gloves covering Kang Kian's hands provoked many thoughts in Won Chai. Shutter sounds echoed from everywhere. Interestingly, no one was using burst mode. The collective shutter sounds blended together, creating a volume similar to burst shooting. Then, the entrance to the stage lit up brightly, like a spotlight. Lee Chong-hyun had arrived. His grand attire, reminiscent of a distinguished professor from a romance fantasy novel, was embroidered with elaborate patterns. People said that purple had always symbolized wealth, and just looking at his face, he definitely exuded the aura of a millionaire. Even his matching academic cap suited him well. He could easily pass for a valedictorian. And yet, all Won Chai could think of was a bottle of fine wine worth millions per serving. This visual is a must-see. That thought crossed her mind even as she focused on her camera angle. Won Chai was incredibly busy, taking a picture, lifting her head, then returning to her hunched posture to take another picture. There was one member left. While Won Chai adjusted her camera angle, people around her bustled, seemingly taking out slogans. Is it really okay for a personal fan event to be this blatant? It was baffling. If the fan base was so skewed toward one member that they even organized a slogan event just for him, it could easily throw off the balance of the entire event. Regardless of Won Chai's concerns, the last member began to step onto the stage. In a decidedly unfashionable style, quite different from the flashy fashion of the previous members. A checkered button-up shirt, denim overalls, thin-rimmed glasses, and vintage sneakers. His look was an unmistakable nod to a very specific fashion style. He gave off the vibe of someone whose hobbies included Bitcoin mining and whose special talent was solving Rubik's Cubes at lightning speed. Does the stylist hate only him? Is that why the fans are so supportive of him? At least his permed hair gave him a cute look, and his stiff posture combined with his hesitant entrance was funny, yet somehow pathetic. Just as she started to feel pity, a loud voice erupted from the audience. "Yiwol, are you really all better now?" Only then did Won Chai-hee notice the slogans held by the fans. "Congratulations on your comeback," Yiwol was written on them. That's right. This is his first offline event since his injury. That was why the competition for fan meeting tickets was even fiercer, but she had forgotten. Kim Yiwol, looking at the audience with surprised eyes, repeatedly bowed, a shy, embarrassed smile on his face. Someone in the audience shouted, "Don't bow. You'll strain your head," but he seemed unfazed. It was remarkable professionalism. Led by Jong Song-bin, the members took turns expressing their gratitude to the fans who had come to their first fan meeting and sharing their thoughts on the formation of their fan club. Won Chai-hee wasn't interested in their speeches, so she focused on taking pictures. Through her camera lens, Spark was a chaotic mess. There was no sense of unity in their outfits, but each member seemed determined to showcase their peak visuals. Spark was a group with a strong sense of aesthetics. Won Chi's hands pressed the shutter instinctively, without waiting for her command. "We've prepared some special content for today." That's right. Jong Song-bin and Kang Ki-on exchanged lines. Given their outfits, it already felt like they had gone all out, but apparently, there was more. Perhaps because of the trauma of the three-striped tracksuit, Won Chi's expectations were rock bottom. "You might have been taken aback by our lack of coordination in our outfits, but there actually is a concept. We almost ended up like Ju Woo-hyung's hair trying to decide on this." Naturally, everyone's gaze shifted to Park Ju-woo, whose hair still maintained a bright tone. It seemed they were implying he had nearly gone gray from the stress. The meaning of the concept became clear during the special stages that followed. The members performing together each stage created a slightly unified atmosphere. Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo opened the first stage. With Jong Song-bin's acoustic guitar accompaniment, Park Ju-woo sang a classically arranged version of With List. She had wondered why they dressed like an elf and a mermaid prince, and it turned out their concept was a nature-loving, idyllic music boy and a siren. Park Ju-woo's unique vocal tone was famous even outside the Sparkler fandom. His voice shone even within the ordinary fan meeting setting. Hearing it live is completely different. She had thought his voice was great when listening to the recordings, but that judgment felt laughable now. It was on a whole other level. It was a shame this unit had only prepared one song. Next up was the dance line in their suit concept. She'd wondered what kind of dance they would perform in those outfits. They waltzed. Won Chai-hee doubted her own eyes. She wasn't sure if that was how a waltz was supposed to be done. She'd never had a particular interest in such things. But it certainly looked cool. Their movements were sharp yet smooth, and they were perfectly in sync with the music. Do idols have to waltz to survive these days? Even as she had such an old-fashioned thought, Won Chai-hee was slightly captivated. The stiffness in her shoulders gradually faded. By now, she was curious about what the last group would do. She secretly hoped the heated atmosphere from the waltz would continue. A sense of unease washed over her, imagining them doing a quiz battle in their scholar and graduate student outfits, instantly killing the mood. As if aware of Won Chai-hee's feelings, Kim Yiwol and Lee Chong-hyun took the stage with solemn expressions. As you all know, these two are the official brains of our team. Jong Song-bin, having returned to his MC role from his elf persona, held the microphone. So, we decided to choose an activity that would allow them to fully utilize their brains. They were doomed. It was definitely a quiz battle. They were going to spend time doing something like guessing the capitals of far-off countries that no one cared about anymore. It's a secret stories about each other that only I know relay expos. Huh? Are they even allowed to do that? Did they agree to this in advance? While Won Chai-hee was bewildered, the surroundings erupted in cheers. Somehow, everyone seemed accustomed to expos and TMI overshares. The rules are simple. We'll take turns exposing stories we don't know about each other. And if any of the members already knows the story, or if one of us feels excessive shame, the game ends. In short, it meant, tell us some fun stories about what happened between you. It was an interesting topic for the idol world, where relationships were crucial. Are both contestants ready? Park Ju-woo asked, massaging Lee Chong-hyun's shoulders. Lee Chong-hyun smirked, looking confident. Do you want to go first, Hyung? Or should I? He even taunted the opponent. Kim Iwol's eyebrow twitched. Bring it on. As soon as Kim Iwol gave him the go-ahead, Lee Chong-hyun strode across the stage. This was a nightmare. She had to capture that face both with her naked eyes and her camera. Hyung. You hate it when numbers don't have commas, even if you pretend it doesn't bother you, right? Lee Chong-hyun smirked. Kim Iwol didn't back down. He didn't even lose his smile, showcasing his composure. If you know, why don't you change the number format? I told you how. It's just so funny watching you meticulously fix it every time. Sorry, but I can't read anything over 10,001 without it. It was a ridiculously trivial story, but the two were dead serious. At this moment, Won Chae-hee wished the staff would sell popcorn. Profile. Name, Jong Songbin. Birthday, March 30th. Birthplace, Seoul, South Korea. Height, 179 centimeters, 5 foot 10.5. MBTI, ESFJ. Nicknames, Spiritual Pillar, Group Leader, Captain, Teacher, Sparks Only Conscience. Likes, vocal lessons, watching the news, viewing night scenery. Dislikes, his own shortcomings, Jong Seongjin's impulsive actions, overly sweet food. Motto, let's do our best so that we don't regret. Favorite food, gamjatang. Preferred scent, cotton. Favorite music genre, ballad. Favorite sport, esports. Most confident body part, ankles. Unique habit, talks in his sleep when tired. 174. Chapter 174, Meeting 3. You're the one who stole Kong Keon's pillow during the farming experience, right? So it was you. Kong Keon, who had been listening quietly, glared. He must have suffered quite a bit sleeping without a pillow. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes widened. How did you even see that? You think there's anything in this team I don't know? Kim Iwol was confident. He exuded so much confidence that Won Chae-hee wondered if the only thing he didn't know were the members' resident registration numbers. It seems we have a stalemate. They're just picking at each other's weaknesses. Jong Songbin and Choi Ji-ho expressed their surprise in different ways. In any case, the fans were thrilled. I really didn't want to bring this up. Lee Chong-hyun placed his hands on his hips. His stance carried an air of determination. Hyung. Yeah. The two men exchanged leisurely glances. This pairing had great visuals. Thinking that, Won Chae-hee pressed the video recording button. Hyung, you saved Songbin Hyung's name in your contacts as Spiritual Pillar Jong Songbin, right? Uft. A huge bomb had been dropped. Screams erupted from everywhere. Kim Iwol's face, as he choked back a mouthful of water, turned as red as an apple. Jong Songbin's face was even redder. You saw that. He even confirmed it was true. Kim Iwol's face alternated between red and blue. Then, starting from under his shirt collar, his skin gradually turned red. Finally, even his ears were flushed. It was an unusual sight for Kim Iwol, who was usually as pale as a polar bear. He'd acted so professionally in front of the camera, and now she was witnessing Kim Iwol crumble. You asked me to send out the video conference link for you last time. I saw it then. Our Songbin. Hyung must be a pretty reliable leader to you, huh? Right? I love our leaders so much too. Won Chae-hee's intuition screamed that this was an extremely rare situation. She eagerly captured every frame of Kim Iwol struggling to keep his expression in check. First, let me explain. Everyone, I absolutely did not snoop on Hyung's private stuff. Hyung asked me first. He asked me to send something using his account. We don't have our own phones yet, so we share a laptop, and things like this happen often. Don't you usually use your tablet? We were on vacation in Busan then, so I didn't have it. Then Spark briefly lamented the difficulties of group life without personal electronic devices. It was a harsh story for modern people who couldn't live without their smartphones. We're always logging in and out of accounts on the laptop and shared phone. Or Songbin Hyung just relays messages for us. Right? So half of Songbin Hyung's messages are Ju-woo confirmed, or the Magnaes confirmed. She didn't expect Yue to be so old-fashioned, but it was better than having dating scandals or controversies because of personal phones. She was curious when Yue would finally allow them to have personal phones. For the record, I saw everyone's saved names because it was in the group chat. Mine was cutie pretty visual. Laughter erupted from everywhere at the nickname that seemed to revere beauty. Kim Yiwol buried his face in his hands. Lee Chonghyun, the person involved, was unfazed. He seemed to be living up to his nickname. He made a flower pose with his hands, then wiggled his fingers and approached Kim Yiwol. Hyung, am I that cute? Chonghyun is quite pretty, right? Maybe I'm actually meant to be the visual of this team? Huh. Kim Yiwol let out a deep sigh. His head had been hanging low for a while now. Lee Chonghyun slung an arm around Kim Yiwol's shoulder. Well, it's not strange that you think of me that way, Hyung. You compliment my face a lot. You're strict about skincare, but still, I would have been a bit hurt if you just saved it as Spark Lee Chonghyun. Lee Chonghyun teased. But it was a bit surprising that you think of Kong Keon that way too. You saved Kong Keong's name as King of Cuteness. Let's stop. I lost, Kim Yiwol declared, covering Lee Chonghyun's mouth with an antibacterial tissue. Unfortunately, in the time it took him to pull out the tissue, the damage was already done. He must have been delayed by the naive thought that he shouldn't touch Lee Chonghyun's face with his bare hands. Kong Keon covered his mouth with his hand and muttered, King of Cuteness? Hearing Kong Keon's muffled voice, Lee Chonghyun broke through Kim Yiwol's tissue barricade and shouted. He saved Kong Keon as King of Cuteness. Kong Keon's face flushed like a boy who'd just received a confession. The fans went wild. Requests poured in for the other members' saved names. Everyone, are you curious? Kim Yiwol, now drowning in embarrassment, asked in a resigned voice. Totally. In such situations, idols had several options. First, a war of nerves. Second, pretend not to hear and change the subject. Shift the blame to the member who started it and kill the mood. But Kim Yiwol didn't let go of the microphone. The fans had faith that Kim Yiwol would do anything they wanted. Then I guess I have to tell you. His voice was full of resignation. It also sounded like he was surrendering to fate. Jwoo Hyung's was really funny. Hurry up and tell them, Hyung. Lee Chonghyun slung an arm around Kim Yiwol's shoulder and stood leaning against him. They said that Spark never hung their heads for long in front of fans. True to that, Kim Yiwol quickly lifted his head. However, his hand still covered his flushed cheek. 19-year vintage metal marbles Park Jwoo. Now Kim Yiwol was practically whimpering. So, are you going to update Jwoo Hyung's nickname every year? 20-year-old, 21-year-old, like that. Don't ask. Kim Yiwol gently pushed Lee Chonghyun away with a miserable expression. Chonghyun only grinned as he staggered back for show. Won-chae passionately captured the scene with her camera. Still, Hyung, I'm really happy. Why? Because you're cutie pretty visual? No. Lee Chonghyun smiled the most innocent smile in the world. Because our oldest Hyungs are so close. Who would have guessed? Hyung saved Jiho Hyung as Center Emperor Choi Jiho. As expected, Jiho Hyung is number one in Hyung's heart, right? Chonghyun is so touched by your friendship that he might cry. Through the lens, she saw Center Emperor Choi Jiho freeze. Kim Yiwol had perished gloriously. She found out later that Center Emperor Choi Jiho had been trending in real time since the middle of the fan meeting. It was a beautiful friendship. After Kim Yiwol's spectacular display of public embarrassment, Jong Songbin regained control of the situation. The atmosphere didn't settle down easily, but the audience eventually quieted down. Actually, everything up until now was just the appetizer, right? Jong Songbin addressed the members. It had felt more like a full-course meal, though. Perhaps because it had been a while since she last used her long-lens camera, Won-chae's arms were starting to ache. Since everyone's probably tired from taking pictures, and it would be a shame to only see us through your camera lenses, we've prepared some content for you to relax and enjoy with your eyes and ears. So, please put down your cameras and phones for a moment. In other words, this was no leak segments. Won-chae wasn't new enough to misunderstand. Of course, some people still didn't put down their phones. However, it was a pointless act. The lights in the venue went out completely. Then, the beam projector turned on. Is it a fan VCR or something? If that was the case, people would want to record it even more. At the very least, they'd try to capture the audio. Still, she didn't want to be scolded by security for doing something she wasn't supposed to do at a fan meeting of a relatively new group. Won-chae decided to just watch the video. The screen showed someone's hands playing a piano in a sunlit music room with green leaves visible through the window. I remember you. the one who watched over me. A warm melody, fitting the color palette of the screen, filled the air. The scene shifted to a classroom, where a hand wrote something small in chalk on the corner of the blackboard. The sound of chalk tapping on the blackboard was incorporated into the accompaniment along with the acoustic guitar. As the person turned, a name tag that read Park Ji-woo was visible on their clothes. Park Ji-woo's characteristically scratchy voice, almost a whisper, added depth to the song. At the end of my drawing, it was always you. To meet you, I drew even in my dreams. You us. A hand bouncing a basketball, a hand solving problems in a workbook, a hand fiddling with a pen held in the mouth, a hand locking a classroom door. The crowd, which had become momentarily noisy, thinking it was a new song, quickly quieted down. The lyrics appearing on the screen revealed that this was a fan's song. This hand that wondered if someone would hold it. I carefully reached out. With a trembling heart, Jong Songbin's delicate falsetto flowed smoothly. Jong Song-in, who had been solving problems in a workbook, looked towards the window. You held it. That warm hand. I wanted to hold it forever. And run. Kong Keon's hand, about to lock the door, gently grasped the old lock. Even though he wasn't a main vocalist, Kong Keon's vocals were smooth. Even Won Chai-hee, who wasn't yet fully biased, could tell. It hinted at the amount of practice he put in. The screen changed again, shifting to a gymnasium with the squeaking sound of shoe soles. Choi Ji-ho, wearing a white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, engrossed in playing basketball, filled the screen. Even though I erased and took many detours. Still, won't you listen to me? The melody was so low that it was hard to tell if it was a question or a statement, but this made it feel less like a request and more like gently inviting the listener to sit down. Choi Ji-ho's basketball bounced on the floor again. With the rising basketball, the scene transitioned upwards. Lips holding a pen were highlighted again. As the camera zoomed out, Kim Yiwol, looking at a notebook, was revealed. Kim Yiwol held the pen in his mouth, rested it on his lips, and twirled it with his fingers. Then, hesitantly, he wrote something. This heart. Tell me it's okay to give it to you. Let me give it a name. The notebook was zoomed in on. It was a page with the word like written on it. Love. The drum beat became stronger. More instruments joined in, enriching the melody. And finally, it gradually faded. Let's sit side by side and watch the bright night sky together. The crackling sound of lit sparklers filled the space left by the fading guitar. The sound of crashing waves and the gentle pressing of a few piano keys blended together like paint. This moment, let's never forget. 2 lit sparklers burned down on the screen. Then, the screen went dark. I'm doomed. In the darkness, Won Chai-hee realized something. She had just fallen head over heels. Profile. Name. Park Ji-woo. Birthday. September 22nd. Birthplace. Daejeon, South Korea. Height. 181 centimeters. MBTI. INFP. Nicknames. 19-year-old vintage metal marble, human of dawn mountain fog, fluffball, sloth, limited time sniper. Likes. Bands, microfiber blankets, cleanliness. Dislikes. Spicy food. Motto. Let's all be happy together. Favorite food. Yogurt. Preferred scent. Unscented. Favorite music genre. Rock. Favorite sport. Billiards. Most confident body part. Biceps. Unique habit. Wearing headphones with no music playing. 1. Agu, it's a pun. King of cuteness Wang Guiao. Sounds similar to Kong Keon's name. 175. Chapter 175. Meeting 4. When the lights came back on, Spark was standing there, now dressed in the school uniforms from the music video they'd just watched. The venue was filled with the reactions of deeply immersed fans. How did you like our first fan song? F** King Awesome. One sparkler, after shouting loudly, quickly covered their mouth. Everyone desperately tried to stifle their laughter. We were so nervous backstage. We were worried about what would happen if the reaction wasn't good. Kim Yiwol said this with a face that looked like he hadn't been nervous at all. Yeah, right. He'd probably been observing the audience with hawk-like eyes. Following Jong Songbin's suggestion to sit down and talk about the fan song, Spark took their seats again. Perhaps because it was difficult to fix their makeup in such a short time, Choi Ji-ho and Park Ji-woo, who had worn strong stage makeup earlier, looked slightly mismatched in their school uniforms. It was amusing in its own way, so Won Chai-hee diligently captured it in photos. There's a reason why the title of our song is Third Letter, right? Kim Yiwol started. Jong Songbin smoothly picked up the thread. As you can see from the lyrics of Flowering and with List, we write all our songs with sparklers in mind. Although this is our first official fan song, it's the third story we're sending to sparklers, hence the title. She had never thought of it that way. People always said Spark was exceptionally devoted to their fans, but it was surprising that they'd maintained that level of dedication since their debut song. Jong Songbin then praised the team's composer. Chonghyun worked really hard on this song, everyone. What hard work for a fan song. I had fun working on it. Yeah, it definitely seemed that way. Kang Keon's words further emphasized Lee Chonghyun's sincerity. Perhaps because he'd witnessed the fans' reactions firsthand when the song was revealed, Lee Chonghyun was brimming with energy. I think someone else worked hard too, Kang Keon said, looking to the side. Kim Yiwol and Choi Jiho averted their gazes in turn. Won Chai-hee had a feeling some very interesting information was about to be revealed. Lee Chonghyun took the microphone again. As all sparklers know, our Hyungs aren't exactly talented at writing. Just look at their letters from the return gift event. Everyone agreed with Park Ju-woo's words. Only Won Chai-hee, a relatively new fan who didn't know such details, shifted her gaze around. But this time, we decided to write the lyrics for our own parts, right? The Hyungs really struggled. You look way too happy about that, Chonghyun. Kim Yiwol smiled brightly, but shadows loomed under his eyes. The Hyungs were a bit much. They kept putting the word lacking in their lyrics, making all of us in Spark sound deficient. Kang Keon and Park Ju-woo, as if airing their grievances, took turns criticizing Choi Jiho. I was just trying to highlight how amazing it is that you all pulled through despite that. Why don't you understand my heart? Cute, pretty, and precious Chonghyun is getting upset. Yeah, my bad. To Won Chai-hee, even the constant back and forth between Lee Chonghyun and Kim Yiwol, nicknamed the never-a-day-off daily bickering, was starting to seem adorable. Now there was only one thing Won Chai-hee could decide for herself, who her bias would be. No one would know until the end of this fan meeting. After watching Spark perform Flowering in school uniforms and a few cover dances of the latest trending songs, it was time for the Q&A session. A standing board was brought in, covered in post-it notes with questions written by fans. At Jong Songbin's suggestion to pick and read the questions one by one, the members flocked to the board. Kang Keon was the first to choose a question. Frontline Cheering 6 seconds straight asks, "Do you have any plans to switch roommates?" Come to think of it, we've never switched, have we? Choi Jiho tilted his head. Kang Keon and I switched once. Before that, you and Kang Keon were roommates, Hyung. Really? He seemed to have no recollection. It was a remarkable level of indifference, in many ways. It might be fun to switch. Park Ju-woo muttered from behind like a baby hamster. Everyone, even Spark themselves, focused on Park Ju-woo's words. Even from Won Chai-hee's brief observations, Park Ju-woo didn't seem very sociable. The fact that such a member was open to changing roommates confirmed that Spark was a close-knit group overall. Their subsequent conversation further demonstrated how well the members knew each other. But Jiho Hyung and Ju-woo Hyung should have separate rooms. Ju-woo Hyung can't sleep with the lights on. I bought an eye mask, so it's okay. Kang Keon was thoughtful of his roommate's habits, and Park Ju-woo was willing to put up with Choi Jiho's poor night vision. Whoever rooms with me or Lee Chonghyun needs to be a heavy sleeper. You and Chonghyun should just sleep on time. I think we should all be asleep before sunrise, at least. Jong Songbin, while smiling, sternly scolded Kim Yiwol and Lee Chonghyun, whose sleep patterns seemed to be completely messed up. What combinations do you all want to see? If you tell us now, the company might arrange the roommates for us. Lee Chonghyun came to the front of the stage, eager to interact with the fans. Requests such as, let the Magnaes be roommates and divide them into Miracle Morning and Night Owl groups poured in. If you divide us like that, I'll have to sleep in 2 rooms. When Kim Yiwol, known for sleeping very little, answered, people complained and told him to just sleep. Besides the roommate change issue, there were many other questions. Sometimes, conversation topics arose from things other than questions. Spark Sexy Dance Regime 1386 days in. Wait a minute, who wrote this? Having picked it without looking properly, Choi Jiho read the nickname aloud and belatedly tried to identify the mysterious regime master. It hasn't even been a year since we debuted, and it's already been 1,386 days. Sparklers emit light. Light is the fastest thing in the world. Even time is slower than the light of a sparkler. Isn't that a theory that only applies within the realm of physics? The Spark Sexy Dance regime topic now evolved into, can you transcend the limits of time by quickly establishing a regime? Jang Songbin cut in before the conversation could get completely out of hand, but Kim Yiwol and Lee Chonghyun showed their tenacity by promising to discuss it later. Melted Pudding asks, will Spark do a sexy concept? As expected of the leader, she had faith that he would choose a classy question. Won Chai, impressed, snapped several pictures of Jang Songbin. Everyone around her screamed. The reaction was similar to the fan song. Jiho Hyung did a sexy concept once at the IDC. They probably want to see a sexy concept in our official group activities. At Kang Kion's reply, Lee Chonghyun nodded thoughtfully. Then, Kim Yiwol, who had been sitting at the end of the table, suddenly rushed forward and shielded the other members with his body. No, everyone, sexy is not allowed yet. Why? Why not? Even though these guys look like this, they're still babies. At least wait until their ID cards are issued and the ink dries before even considering it. Babies, he said. This, despite knowing full well that their average height was over 180 centimeters. Won Chai sincerely applauded Kim Yiwol's overprotective hedgehog moment. The fans also hesitated at Kim Yiwol's firm stance. Although their idols were handsome enough to make frost form in summer and tall enough to block doorways, they were still at an age where hot bar was more fitting than hottie. Then the Hyungs should take their clothes off instead. Someone shouted. Won Chai guessed it was the same regime person from earlier. Moreover, Kim Yiwol took this suggestion quite seriously. It seemed he considered it a reasonable compromise. Kim Yiwol patted his own biceps and chest over his uniform shirt. Then he walked towards Choi Jiho and did the same to him. After that, with a look of certainty, he slung an arm around Choi Jiho's shoulders. Jiho, yeah, your abs are still there, right? Kim Yiwol asked with the most innocent smile in the world. You're trying to throw me under the bus again, aren't you? Choi Jiho, as if he'd been through this before, was wary. Seeing this, Kim Yiwol smiled kindly. The fans want it. Therefore, everyone, when Jiho becomes a bit more mature, we'll try a sexy concept. Kim Yiwol's bold ambition was met with enthusiastic cheers. But aren't they mature enough now? At this point, Won Chai realized her brain might not be functioning properly anymore. There were some relatively normal questions as well. There's also a question. If you were to compare Spark members to animals, which animals would you choose? This question is so cute. Although it was a common question in the K-pop scene, Lee Chonghyun still seemed excited. Shall we start with the oldest Hyung? First, Yiwol Hyung is panda, eagle, hissing cat. I get the others, but what's with the eagle? Choi Jiho, Lee Chonghyun, and Kang Kion answered almost simultaneously. At Kim Yiwol's puzzled question, Lee Chonghyun, who had proposed the eagle, replied, eagles have a field of vision of about 340 degrees. Hyung also has eyes on the back of his head. Apparently so. She couldn't even fathom how much Kim Yiwol observed his members. Choi Jiho was declared an anaconda. Kim Yiwol asked, is an anaconda okay as an idol's representative animal? But his concern was dismissed. Soon, fan art of Choi Jiho with snake scales on his face would flood the internet. Jang Songbin became a Jindo dog. The reason was that there was no other dog as trustworthy. It was strange that Kim Yiwol kept suggesting various breeds, from retrievers to everything else, but ultimately, Jindo dog was decided. Park Juwoo was a chinchilla, Lee Chonghyun a harpy eagle, strongly insisted upon by Kim Yiwol, and Kang Kion a black panther. The combination was unusual. The atmosphere suddenly felt like a nature documentary, but it was an informative time, revealing that Spark was even more eccentric than she thought. Is it okay to have two eagles? Won't there be any interspecies conflict? It'll be fine since they live in different habitats. A peace agreement was reached between the eagles. It was a beautiful sight. As the chaotic Q&A session drew to a close, there's a suspicious question here. Park Juwoo squatted down and peeled off a Post-it note stuck at the very bottom. What's the password for our dorm's laptop? Huh. A question with no nickname, and one that clearly wasn't written by a fan, had appeared. Profile. Name. Lee Chonghyun. Birthday, January 31st. Birthplace, Seoul, South Korea. Height, 178 centimeters. MBTI, INFP. Nicknames, Cutie. Pretty visual, high and beautiful, gold face, human firecracker. Likes, composing, rapping, piano, watching cooking vlogs, reading. Dislikes, concerts, exams, being late. Motto, let's enjoy life, we only live once. Favorite food, Hanjeongseok. Preferred scent, watery scents. Favorite music genre, opera, pop music, hip-hop. Favorite sport, baseball. Most confident body part, eyes. Unique habit, habitually tries to memorize anything that interests him. 176. Chapter 176. Meeting 5. At the unexpected question about the dorm's shared laptop password, the members' gazes turned to Kim Yiwol. Kim Yiwol, the center of attention, remained unfazed. So what's the password? At Kim Yiwol's nonchalant attitude, Lee Chonghyun and Kang Keon immediately pounced on him. Did you post this, Hyung? When? I posted it so I could expose you to the sparklers. You guys didn't tell me the laptop password. Sorry, but if you try to take the conversation in that direction, we won't lose. Lee Chonghyun crossed his arms and faced Kim Yiwol, standing in direct opposition. The contrast was striking. Kim Yiwol standing tall with perfect posture, and Lee Chonghyun leaning slightly with a cocky stance. I'm the only one who can't see the meeting minutes right now. And what exactly would you do with them, Hyung? Just rest. Are you trying to make me a slacker? From the audience, shouts of Yiwol. Be a slacker. Work less, earn more, could be heard. Let's divide the room right now. Those who think Yiwol Hyung should be told the password, go to Yiwol Hyung's side. The others to my side. You're going to split the team like this? Kim Yiwol said incredulously. He was even more dumbfounded when the majority of the members moved to Lee Chonghyun's side. Songbin, after everything I've done for you, how could you do this to me? Kim Yiwol said with a despairing expression. However, Jong Songbin was firm. Please think of this as our way of caring for you, Hyung. You should see your own face right now. It certainly wasn't a face that expressed care. If anything, it was the face of someone about to lock a person in an underground dungeon. At least Choi Ji-ho remained by Kim Yiwol's side, supposedly out of loyalty. Kim Yiwol looked back at Choi Ji-ho standing behind him. Why are you? He didn't seem particularly reassured. Choi Ji-ho didn't seem to have any deep reason for his choice either. If they keep refusing to tell you the password, you're just going to borrow another laptop from the office, aren't you? You heard that. Yeah. Choi Ji-ho replied, as if he was tired of it. He seemed to have heard Kim Yiwol asking to borrow another laptop from a company employee. She'd heard that Kim Yiwol was relentless, but she hadn't known it was to this extent. Did he have the ghost of an overworked employee possessing him, or something? Only after the members and fans alike scolded the crazy Hyung did Kim Yiwol abandon his resolve to borrow a new laptop. She wished her team leader would work half as hard as Kim Yiwol. Although her heart ached, Won-chae decided to simply enjoy her current happiness. Oh, right. Did you see our latest self-produced content? Yes. Won-chae had seen it too. It was the episode where Spark went to a daycare. She couldn't resist watching the short video of the cute children running around. The tall men awkwardly following them and flailing were a bonus. However, the Spark members themselves seemed surprised. Really? You really saw the daycare video? Yes. How? On MeTube, of course. Both the members and the fans were puzzled. Then, Jong Songbin pointed to the beam projector. This behind-the-scenes footage, you really saw this? It was a thumbnail she'd never seen before. Spark's hilarious daycare adjustment period behind the scenes. No, I haven't seen it. It's my first time. Play it now. Were they messing with their fans? They had to be punished with an over-the-top reaction. The sparklers made up their minds. The video that played was pure chaos. Which pin would you like, customer? Do I even have space left on my head? Park Ju-woo, looking like a cactus, stood out from the beginning. His reason for choosing a pin was oddly meticulous. Since it's almost autumn, how about a chestnut? No, I'll go with a watermelon. Of course, all his choices were rejected by Park, the 5-year-old hairstylist. But at least he had the experience of choosing. The person next to Won-chae clutched a chinchilla plushie and bit their lip. It seemed Park Ju-woo was their bias. Soon, That chinchilla plushie would have a watermelon hairpin on its head. Still, it was nice to see him trying his best to play with the children, despite his introverted personality. Especially the scene where Park Ji-woo tied back a child's loose hair elicited sighs from all around. And what about Jong Songbin? Fans, who had only ever seen his gentle leader-like demeanor, were now witnessing a strict Songbin dealing with children who, unlike the Spark members, completely ignored him and refused to listen. I don't like you. Teacher, you keep scolding me. But you have to brush your teeth to prevent cavities. I don't like brushing my teeth either. Jong Songbin, sending out silent cries for help with his eyes, looked quite pitiful. Watching him slowly transform into a childcare expert was fascinating. He had a kind nature. The children quickly realized that. When one of the children said they wanted to be like the teacher when they grew up, both Jong Songbin on screen and the sparklers off screen held back tears. But the highlight of the daycare video was undoubtedly Choi Ji-ho. At least, Won Chai thought so. No one could have expected Choi Ji-ho, who barely spoke more than a few words even to his own members, to communicate so well with the children. Teacher's legs are so long and his hands are so big. The child was talking about Choi Ji-ho's hands and legs, but the camera focused on his face. It was as if someone had given strict orders. Focus on the face. The face. Meanwhile, a voice, 90% breath and 10% real sound, pierced through the air. He's so King handsome. Even though it was just someone muttering to themselves, Won Chai almost nodded in agreement. When Choi Ji-ho brought a tail comb and hairpins to style the children's hair to match his, all she could see were his forearms. She started to wonder if this was a fan meeting or an eye candy clinic. Kang Ki-on, the superstar of the Flower Bud class, and Lee Chong-hyun, the maestro of the Flower Bud class, were also spectacular. Why weren't companies casting Spark and children in commercials? The kids are so small. The last one to appear was Kim Yiwol. He proceeded to showcase the amazing feat of staggering and dodging the running children without taking a proper step. Lee Chong-hyun, watching the video with him, burst into laughter. Hyung, why were you walking around like that? I was afraid I'd bump into them. Well, the kids were really small. Hearing those words from a 183 centimeters tall man was incredibly endearing. Kim Yiwol continued to express his admiration for the small beings from the corner of the camera, using all sorts of expressions. Wait a moment, I'll wipe your face. Oh dear, your cheeks are so soft. That surprised me. I saw earlier, you were holding such a tiny cup with both hands. Your hands are like baby hands. Why are you wearing a handkerchief around your neck? Is it to keep you from drooling? Oh, to prevent catching a cold? You're all babies. Is this the snack tray? Oh my, it's so cute. It wasn't unusual for Kim Yiwol to gush. However, it was usually directed at grown men, so his main expressions were handsome or godly. But Kim Yiwol saying cute. This was a rare sight. Since they could feel Kim Yiwol's genuine affection for the children, the fans were delighted, watching his Aren't Our Babies Just the Cutest talk show. I wish he'd just go to the daycare every day. Leaning back in her comfortable chair, Won Chai thought seriously. She was incredibly happy. After the games and various activities, it was almost time for the fan meeting to end. Sparklers, what are you doing after the fan meeting? Do you have to go somewhere right away? We booked this venue for a really long time. Kang Ki-on and Park Ji-woo casually mentioned overtime with straight faces. They didn't look tired at all. Spark's pride in their practice hours at the IDC wasn't for nothing. Only the fans, who had planned a post-fan meeting gathering at a gopchang restaurant, waving their group-purchased plush dolls, shed tears of both joy and sorrow. How long does it take you to get home? We shouldn't keep you too long, right? This Nuna has a car, so you can stay as long as you want. Was that the regime person? Now, everyone was starting to look like the regime person to Won Chai. It's almost time. Won Chai checked the time. It was time for that to happen. Then let's talk and hang out a little longer. Is that okay? Just as Jong Songbin was about to pull his chair to the edge of the stage, all the lights in the hall went out. It was part of a pre-planned event prepared by the fans. The surprised voices of the members echoed through the microphones. They were startled. Well, anyone would be startled if the lights suddenly went out. Then, Kim Yiwol's voice was heard. Everyone, it seems there's been a slight problem. It's dangerous to move around together in the dark, so please stay seated for a moment. Staff, Please check the situation outside. Kim Yiwol's voice was calm and composed. We'll guide you out if anything happens, so could you please wait a little while? We'll take care of it as quickly as possible. We're sorry for startling you. Although he seemed to have moved the microphone away from his mouth, he clearly heard him tell the members, "Don't panic." And the issue was resolved very quickly. The reverse VCR prepared by the fans started playing. Congratulations on Spark's first fan meeting VCR. Special note, might be rougher than what Yiwol planned. What is this? Choi Jiho asked in a bewildered voice. It's a present. At the fans' answer, the members gathered in front of the beam projector one by one. Numerous photos and supportive messages flashed by along with the instrumental version of Spark's debut song. Yiwol, the best oldest young. Thank you for always being Spark's roof. Jiho, you are Spark's identity. Spark shines because of you. Thank you for being a leader the fans can trust and rely on. We love you. Songbin. We start and end our day with your voice, Juwoo. Let's sing together forever. Chonghyun, the most dazzling person in the world. May your future shine even brighter than you. Kion, our final treasure who is indispensable to the team. Don't forget that everyone cherishes you. When the video ended, the lights in the hall came back on. We love you guys. Cheers erupted from the audience. The expressions on the members' faces as they turned around said more than words ever could. Profile. Name, Kang Kion. Birthday, December 29th. Birthplace, Incheon, South Korea. Height, 176 centimeters. MBTI, STJ. Nicknames, King of Cuteness Kang Kion, definitely a Northern Grand Duke. Frozen Tonghalu, model delinquent. Likes, manga, delicious food, running. Dislikes, sad movies, injuries, people who are difficult to communicate with. Motto, today's effort creates a better tomorrow. Favorite food, bunsik. Preferred scent, the scent of commercially available fabric softener. Favorite music genre, hip-hop. Favorite sport, American football. Most confident body part, abs. Unique habit, secretly watching the members practice from behind sometimes. 177. Chapter 177, Improvisation. The fan meeting reviews were mostly positive. Much greater than "What do you mean our super cute Magne Black Panther cried?" What happened at the fan meeting? Seriously, Yiwol's contact names being exposed and Kion crying because of the fan event. I regret not going a million times. A noir heart of jealousy. Much greater than the Magnes were crying so much. It was super cute and heartbreaking at the same time. The funny part, the middle line members, who aren't that much older, try to hold back their tears just because they're youngs. You guys are babies too. Cry if you wanna. Actually, I wanna see you cry. We must smother them with love. We must shower them with affection. It's true that the older members don't cry as much. The oldest youngs are seriously an iron wall. Sigh, I want to see the oldest youngs bawling. When I saw the Magnes crying, it felt like my heart was ripping apart. But if the youngs cried, I'd probably grin so wide it'd split my face. Much greater than reading through the fan meeting reviews. I lost it when Chonghyun, while crying, suddenly said, "Ugh, I need to stop crying. Yiwol Hyung's cutie pretty visual, after all." Seriously, what was Kim Yiwol thinking when he saved their contacts like that? No one takes Spark more seriously than Kim Yiwol. It's so funny that Choi Jiho and Kim Yiwol maintained a 100m distance after this came out funny. Much greater than a preview of our sobbing Magnes just dropped. F***CK this F***ket up world. When will I ever get tired of seeing tears fall from those eyes that look like they'd only shed icicles? No, but they really cried a lot. Are they having a hard time lately? Spark has been working so hard lately. That could be why. Guys, only walk on flower paths. Much greater than so when's the next fan meeting? Since they did Seoul, they have to hit Daejeon, Daegu, Busan, Jeju, Dokdo next, right? And Seosan, Chorwon, Gangneung, Cheonan, Asan, Jeonju, Yosu, Pohang. Let's just put them on a drone and fly them around. Much greater than the idol group who said the fan meeting would be 2 hours and then went for 4 hours. Because of that, Sparkler and the staff kept exchanging nervous glances about when to start the on-site event. Should we play it? Now. Now. They did this like 300 times, but it was great. Cute just imagining it. Much greater than watch some loser skip the fan meeting to go on a date. Then I switched to Spark, and suddenly my chest felt lighter. They danced so much, sang a million songs, and even sang a cappella if there was no MR. Even sent us home with shopping bags. Felt a little like my mom, but whatever. Goodness, my first time hearing about the shopping bags. What are they? Photo cards. And since it's autumn, mini humidifiers for dry throats. It was a printed letter, not handwritten, but they included letters from all 6 members. If it had been random, I might have actually cried. And there was pudding. Jiho's older sister was obsessed with pudding and bought a ton, but because of the expiration date, he said he ate only pudding for 3 days straight, so Jiho proudly said he's good at picking delicious pudding. Choi Jiho, this giant baby adult snake. Literally nothing in this conversation makes sense. Besides these, there were many other positive responses. That was a relief. It seemed like a good decision to skip having an MC, since the atmosphere could change drastically depending on who it was. If the MC constantly got members' names wrong or made inappropriate jokes, the fans who took time out of their lives to attend wouldn't be able to fully enjoy the event. Thankfully, Jong Songbin's hosting skills had improved considerably, making it possible. He looked a bit drained the next day, but that was how everyone grew. The fans also loved the fan song uploaded to MeTube. Thanks to that, my steps toward the filming location felt light. After scrolling through the community posts for a bit, the car arrived at the site. Well, we're here. Yes, I'll head out first. Leaving the manager to park, I headed to the office, or rather, the set. What kind of ad-libs await me today? Back in the Hampyeong industry, I was bombarded with Manager Nam's unexpected antics. But in my office, it was the ad-libs that tested me. Because of this, I was constantly on the defensive. Mr. Yiwol, you're early again today. Hello, assistant director. The actor's arrival time was much later than the staff's. It was probably because they worked in different areas, but I wasn't a top star, so I came early unless there were scheduling conflicts. It felt awkward arriving right on time. Hair and makeup were usually done on-site to match the day's story and atmosphere. Do Young-won was just a regular employee, so his hair was either styled neatly or with a slight comb apart. I was usually the first one here, and as a supporting actor, my look didn't change drastically, so I was usually ready quickly. Once I was ready, my routine began, which was still spotless as ever, wiping down Do Young-won's desk. On the first day of filming, the director had the actors arrive an hour before shooting. The idea was for us to decorate our desks according to our characters' personalities. It seemed like he placed great importance on character analysis, just like during the auditions. Some brought their favorite miniatures from their cars, while others meticulously placed post-it notes around their monitors to appear professional. The actor playing Ji Sanjin, one of the main characters, even brought his own desk calendar filled with notes. I remembered thinking, so this is the level of a main lead. So what did I do? I just cleared everything off the desk, except for the books, monitor, keyboard, mouse, and mousepad. What? Is Mr. Do Young-won a minimalist? The staff commented as I removed the default index tabs stuck to the side of the monitor. The director also chimed in. Mr. Yiwol, if you're doing this to stand out. Oh no, sir. That's not it. I opened a section of the first part of the script and pointed to a short stage direction. It was underlined in red. I don't know what Young-won is thinking, but that's his charm. It was Ha Seomayon's line. I was thinking about how to express this part. Do Young-won isn't unsociable, and he's competent at his work. So where does this subtle charm come from? Right. So I used this as a reference. The director looked at the photo I had printed out titled, "The Desk of Someone Ready to Quit at Any Moment." I had also brought along positive comments from online, just in case. It would be hard to view it negatively. But Mr. Yiwol, did you know I'd ask you to decorate your desk? When did you prepare this? It was an indirect approval. I took the paper back and replied, if you hadn't asked, I was planning to suggest it. You're something else. And so, Do Young-won's desk became a sterile, emotionless corporate workstation. And every day I came to work, I wiped it clean. It was a habit from my Hampyeong industry days. Someone this tidy isn't hiding a resignation letter in their drawer, are they? Ha Seomayong approached and asked. Despite her occasional impulsive behavior, she was kind to everyone in the cast and created a positive atmosphere. So, I tried my best to accommodate her. This is a large corporation, Wouldn't resignations be handled through the electronic system? Right? I thought you'd have a laminated resignation letter. Then, Hasiamayan clapped her hands. This conversation is great. How about we tweak it a bit and use it as an ad-lib later? I didn't print it out because I'll submitting it electronically. Would that work? Yes. You've got great sense, Mr. Yiwol. Hasiamayan gave me a thumbs up. I bowed my head in thanks. I wasn't sure if gaining her favor was a good thing. For office workers, lunchtime was as precious as gold. Guan's team, having already dispatched those heading to the company gym, strolled along the riverside with coffee in hand. Ugh, isn't it getting colder these days? One colleague rubbed their arms. It's dreadful just thinking about winter coming. Another chimed in. Suits offered terrible insulation. Even with thermal underwear on, they couldn't block the biting wind. Everyone at my asset management knew this all too well. But winter also comes with a big event. You all have 2001 in cash ready, right? Guan energetically looked at her colleagues and exclaimed. The Bunjiapang stalls lined up in front of the nearest subway station to my asset management and the takoyaki stall that came to the riverside every Wednesday evening were secretly shared hotspots among the office workers of Uedo, even worthy of being registered on the seasonal seafood map. Her colleagues, who had benefited greatly from their cash stash last winter, nodded in agreement. Of course. Naturally. There was an unexpected participant. Du Youngwon, Guan's subordinate, who seemed like the type to politely decline sweets, saying, I'm fine with something not sweet. He was the one who never frowned except when putting in eye drops, always staring blankly at his monitor, typing away almost invisibly before going home. For Du Youngwon to carry Bunjiapang money around? You too, Mr. Youngwon? To buy Bunjiapang? Guan asked. Du Youngwon, staring off into the distance, replied, No, to buy a lottery ticket on my way home. Guan followed Du Youngwon's gaze. A banner across the street flapped in the wind, proclaiming, 3-time first prize winner. Du Youngwon said, If you don't see me next Monday, don't bother looking for me. Guan and his colleagues were momentarily speechless, but Du Youngwon's eyes showed how serious he was. Mr. Youngwon, even if you win, don't just disappear. Okay, look at you, trying to snatch the Magna's lottery winnings. Guan hurriedly stopped her colleagues. Du Youngwon silently followed behind them. Cut. The director gave a short approval. Simultaneously, I let out a sigh of relief. Who puts in this much ad-libbing? My original line was just naturally. That meant everything from Youngwon's lottery confession onward was completely ad-libbied. I had to match the tone since I had decorated the desk like an office worker dreaming of resignation, so I had no choice. I had hoped the director would cut it if it didn't work, but that didn't happen. It seemed Du Youngwon would appear on broadcast as an ordinary office worker buying lottery tickets. Moreover, I was getting paired with Hasiamayan as a comedic duo. My screen time had doubled. I was both grateful and embarrassed. Please don't do this to me. I promise I'll study the script harder. While they filmed scenes I wasn't in, I diligently read the script in a corner. Then, someone sat down in the empty chair next to me. It was Hasiamayan. It's tough, isn't it? Your first time acting? Not at all. Everyone's been very helpful, so I'm enjoying it. Really? Hasiamayan laughed. I doubt that. I mean it. Really? That's amazing. I had a really hard time. I responded to Hasiamayan's friendly remark with a sociable smile. I didn't have many other expressions I could make in this situation. About the ad-libs, I'm sorry. The original script didn't have much punchline, you know? I see. How many people watch dramas from beginning to end these days? Everyone watches clips or compilations, and those usually consist of funny scenes. Good back and forth, fun chemistry, witty lines. I think Du Youngwon is the perfect character for that. Let's create some fun moments. Why yes, I ended up joining in the cheer. This person had the aura of a straightforward and ambitious superior. Feeling the urge to avoid her, I glanced around, hoping to find something that needed my help. Hasiamayan laughed, watching me. Just like Eun said, I couldn't immediately place who Eun was. Then, I remembered. It was Ms. Eun, the vocal trainer at UA. You know her? Of course. We were in the same group. I had learned by chance, during my trainee days, that Ms. Eun was from an unsuccessful girl group. I had heard that the group disbanded, but I had no idea Hasiamayan was in the same group. This meant that she had also gone through the arduous journey from idol to actress. Unlike me, whose role was minor at best, she had fought through far greater challenges. But Mayong didn't show it at all. Her eyes were filled with positive energy. She doesn't usually talk about people, but she said a really polite and hardworking kid would be joining. She asked me to look after him if I liked him. If I liked him sounds exactly like her. She's always been picky. Anyway, I watched you, and wow, you're exactly as she described. Mayong handed me a drink. It was a small bottle of fruit juice that cost over 4,000 won. I told Eun this before. She should become a solo singer. I said she was talented enough, so why bother teaching kids? Ms. Eun was a truly talented singer. The fact that she could still teach Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo, who were already idol level, meant there was nothing she couldn't teach. But these days, I kind of understand how she feels. Eun is a trainer at a small company, and I'm still a struggling actress. Let's do our best. Saying that, Mayong extended her hand. I bowed and shook her hand, saying I looked forward to working with her. The fact that someone was looking out for me, even in this environment where I thought I was alone, was comforting. Oh, and Yue will be receiving an offer soon. I'm not sure if it's a direct request, but what kind of offer? Mayong winked. An OST request. 178. Chapter 178. Company Theme Song 1. Just as Mayong had said, an offer came to Yue soon after. They wanted a member of Spark, the same group as Kim Yiwol, who was currently filming the drama, to record the OST for the drama, starting from episode 6. It was what I had hoped for, but I hadn't expected it to be possible. I'd assumed they would use an established singer. But Jong Songbin really blew up in the meantime. Thanks to his appearance on Genre Swap, Jong Songbin's skills were recognized even by non-fans. That probably played a role in securing this offer. The real issue was how much Park Ju-woo was willing to step back when it came to vocal activities. Just like the vocal position battle on IDC, if this opportunity goes to Jong Songbin, Park Ju-woo, despite being a main vocalist, will have missed out 3 times. I agreed that opportunities should go to those with the ability. I also knew that opportunities didn't come equally to everyone. However, should we give Park Ju-woo the opportunity earned by Jong Songbin's talent was a different matter. He's already given up so much. I had given Choi Ji-ho, Kang Ki-on, Lee Chong-hyun, and Jong Songbin plenty of opportunities to shine. But I hadn't done the same for Park Ju-woo. Because the circumstances weren't right, because the flow of things didn't allow it, because it just happened that way. So, ever since hearing about the offer from Mayong, I had been camped out in the UA office. As soon as a related call came in, I practically begged. Please let me talk to the members first. Please don't just announce it to them all at once. After reserving a meeting room, preparing 2 cartons of milk, and summoning Park Ju-woo without Jong Songbin's knowledge, I finally set the stage for a conversation. Is something wrong? Park Ju-woo asked, gripping a carton of milk in both hands. He looked incredibly anxious. Not really. I just wanted to talk to you. I poked a straw into my milk carton and took a sip. Even so, my throat felt dry. Ju-woo, I'm asking this because I'm really curious. Yeah. During IDC, I ended up taking the spot in the position battle. Did you not feel disappointed at all then? Despite his quiet nature, Park Ju-woo wasn't the type to be overly concerned with others' opinions. Face to face, he was probably as honest, if not more so, than Kang Ki-on. That was why it was best to be direct with him. As expected, Park Ju-woo gave a straightforward answer. No, really. I was disappointed that I couldn't sing New World, but I wasn't disappointed that I didn't represent Spark. As he spoke, Park Ju-woo slowly unwrapped the attached straw. Then what about when Songbin went on Genre Swap? It was the same then. Park Ju-woo smiled faintly. It was a relieved smile, born from the realization that this wasn't an interrogation. I wish he'd at least feel a little uneasy here. How could I send this innocent lamb into the harsh world of idols? The drama I'm filming. In my office, they sent an offer to UA for OST participation. Park Ju-woo didn't react. He just slowly inserted the straw into the carton. It's a typical ballot. Since I'm an idol, they reached out to Spark, and I think they were primarily considering Songbin for it. That makes sense. Genre Swap generated a lot of buzz. I think Songbin should get first priority for this. But if you feel it's unfair as a fellow main vocalist, I want to hear you out. At my words, Park Ju-woo swayed slightly from side to side. Then he closed his eyes for a moment, lost in thought, before opening them again and staring blankly, seemingly contemplating something. Back when I was just a fan, I thought that was a sign of not concentrating at all, but now I knew. It was Park Ju-woo's way of organizing his thoughts. As expected, Park Ju-woo soon nodded. I've sorted it out. Okay, tell me slowly. Park Ju-woo took a sip of milk and said, First, I think the OSD should go to Songbin. If you put him as the top choice, you must have your reasons. No, you don't have to consider my opinion. Your thoughts are also a criteria for me, Hyung. Park Ju-woo was quiet but firm. Though he didn't assert himself often, he always expressed his intentions clearly. I don't feel it's unfair. If an opportunity that suits me comes along, then it will be my turn. You trust me that much? It's not so much trust as a promise. Park Ju-woo stared at a spot on the table, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the carton. You've kept every your promises you made, Hyung. You kept the debut concept, and we've had several first-place performances on ID Seat. Park Ju-woo's gaze returned to me, a smile gracing his honest eyes. So I'll wait for my turn, until we can perform as a band and sing powerful songs. I can wait until then. It's not that I don't have ambitions, or that I can't be ambitious. You don't have to worry. Oh dear. Seeing Park Ju-woo gulping down his milk, I couldn't help but sigh. The guilt of having to entrust this tiny guy with those killer high notes in the future was overwhelming. As I sighed inwardly 1,000 times, Park Ju-woo said, But Hyung, you're being hypocritical. What? Don't you get it? When I do it, it's romance. TL note. Park Ju-woo is using the idiom, when I do it, it's romance. But when someone else does it, it's an affair. It's a sarcastic way of pointing out double standards, where someone justifies their own actions but criticizes others for doing the same thing. Hey, what idle talks like that? Seeing my flustered reaction, Park Ju-woo, after some thought, tried again. Then, when I do it, it's yielding, Hyung. What's that? When I do it, it's yielding. If someone else does it, it's being a pushover. Who is it? Who's using such undignified language like pushover in the dorm? Jiho Hyung. Don't come to our room for a while. You're only going to pick up weird stuff. My head hurt. How was I supposed to shut Choi Jiho up? Tape his mouth with some kind of breathable bandage? Seeing me fuming, Park Ju-woo said, Hyung, you were worried because I don't have any individual schedules, right? Huh. Even though you hate standing out. I had suspected he'd figured it out. We were similar in that way. Our personalities, our tendencies. When it's for the team, I have to step up. Right. Park Ju-woo murmured. Right. He repeated the same word. Unnecessarily. I shook both milk cartons to check if they were empty. As I picked up the empty cartons and wrappers, about to leave the meeting room, Park Ju-woo called out to me from behind. Hyung. Yeah, what? I'm really good at remembering promises. Park Ju-woo's lips curved into a small, distinct smile. It was a gentle smile. So don't forget. And so, it was decided that Jong Song-bin would sing the OSD for the latter half of my drama. Filming a drama took much longer than expected. Sometimes, it felt like they're really filming all of this in one day, and other times, it felt like time was crawling at snail's pace. Today was the latter. The rooftop scene with the two lead actors seemed to be taking forever, and the waiting time stretched endlessly. Whenever I saw people on rooftops during lunch breaks, they were all smoking. The My Asset Management rooftop must be a no-smoking zone. After this, the team leader's going to storm off in a rage. There was never a peaceful day at the Hampyeong Industry or My Asset Management. And let's not forget UA. No random thoughts while working. Focus. The current situation was this. Amidst a heated disagreement between the team leader and the assistant manager, Team Leader G dragged Assistant Manager Sean to the rooftop, yelling, Assistant Manager Sean, follow me. So, what should the team members do while the two were away? What else? Pretend we see nothing, hear nothing, and act busy. I displayed a dummy public disclosure document of a fictional company on one of my monitors. It was one of the images I was told to display during work scenes. But this is surprisingly well made. The numbers on the balance sheet actually added up. The same went for the income statement. With this, I could calculate market capitalization and draw a few graphs. It's a dual monitor setup, So if I split the screen in two and display 4 images, public disclosure, web sales, news, and Kospi, even a furious boss would think I was working hard. I felt genuinely proud. As I was happily drawing graphs with formulas for the first time in a while, the corner of the set became noisy. It seemed the two leads had finished their rooftop scene and were coming down. "We'll start filming the office scene in 10 minutes. The assistant director shouted. It was time to showcase my dead-eyed office worker acting again. 179, Chapter 179, Company Theme Song, 2. Rejected. Pardon, I said it's rejected. Ji Sanjin's hand lightly shook the file folder, his gaze still fixed on the monitor. It was a clear dismissal. May I ask why? Xian Guan didn't take the file. Instead, she asked. Only then did Ji Sanjin's gaze shift towards her. I should be the one asking. Is this the reason why we should change the constituents of a perfectly good product? Silence fell over the office. Xian Guan was certain. The profitability of Yubion Corporation had almost reached its limit. Now was the time to switch to B, which was on the verge of a major breakthrough. But there was no way to explain it. It was something only she could see. If you have nothing else to say, take this and go back to your desk. And stop wasting my time. In a data-driven asset management company, team leader Ji Sanjin communicated solely through numbers. Xian Guan despaired for the first time, realizing she couldn't overcome that wall with her foresight alone. I can already see the warning signs for Yubion. What am I supposed to do? Xian Guan sat down and ruffled her hair in frustration. This is all because of team leader Ji. The previous team leader had been completely devoid of ambition. It was easy to work under someone like that. Xian Guan always had a knack for making profitable choices, and that ability had allowed her to climb the corporate ladder quickly. But everything changed after team leader Ji arrived. Her usual reports, fabricated with convenient excuses, no longer worked. She had to explain her intuitive insights with data. This was the reason for the constant clashes between Ji Sanjin and Xian Guan. So annoying, so frustrating. Just you wait until those Yubion go bankrupt and you regret everything. Muttering under her breath, Xian Guan got up from her seat. She was going to pick up the printout she had ordered. Her subordinate, Du Youngwan, was standing by. The copier. Did you print these? Yeah. Du Youngwan neatly organized the printouts and handed them to Xian Guan. More printouts continued to emerge. Leaning against the wall next to the copier, Xian Guan asked, Come to think of it, Mr. Youngwan, you've never been chewed out by team leader Ji, have you? To what extent do you consider being chewed out? As much as I was today? Not to that extent yet. Lucky you, Mr. Youngwan. Xian Guan looked at Du Youngwan and asked, as if to herself, to communicate with team leader Ji, do you have to rely on data? Could there be a more foolish question in the financial industry? Xian Guan chuckled awkwardly. Are you frustrated? A little. Xian Guan glanced at Ji Sanjin through the glass partition. She could see the back of his neatly styled head held high. Can I continue working with this person? Suppose she provided data exactly as team leader Ji wanted. But what if that company was on the brink of delisting? What if, despite meticulous document tampering, no one had yet caught on? What if they decided to invest in that company? Xian Guan's eyes could discern the truth, but she couldn't prove the fraud. Finding evidence and persuading others was her responsibility. Beep, beep. A signal sounded from below. It was the copier. I don't think you always have to communicate based on strengths. The noise stopped as Du Youngwan opened the paper tray. Du Youngwan rolled up his sleeves, took out a stack of printed paper, unwrapped it, and refilled the copier. The copier started running again. If the perceptive assistant manager Xian creates the list and the meticulous team leader Ji approves it, wouldn't the two of you be a good combination? You just need a bit more persuasion in your reports. You don't have to stress so much. The copier stopped. Du Youngwan took out the stack of printouts, neatly arranged them, and handed them to Xian Guan. Isn't this what you printed? This data. Our Mr. Youngwan is so smart. It's sometimes scary. Xian Guan chuckled. She turned to go back to her desk, then stopped and looked at Du Youngwan, who was still standing by the copier. What about you, Youngwan? Haven't you ever been worried about me as your senior? The person teaching you just keeps going on and on about gut feelings. Du Youngwan, with an indifferent expression, stared at the emerging paper and replied, If I ever start worrying, I'll find a way to escape and run. It was an oddly endearing display of trust. Seeing Guan's steps toward her desk were lighter. She wanted to shove the report back in front of team leader G as soon as possible. Huh. I let out a sigh of relief as the directors reviewed the footage. The other ad-libs were tough, but this one was insane. And even worse, I was the one who started it. Who would have thought the copier would run out of paper at that exact moment? This scene was crucial for showcasing the protagonist seeing Guan's emotional shift. It was the point where she felt the frustration of hitting a wall after successfully utilizing her talent, grappled with her professional responsibility, and ultimately decided how to approach her new team leader. Moreover, the two lead actors had just finished filming an emotionally charged scene on the rooftop in the autumn wind, and had even taken a break to warm up. The weather was brutal, the emotional flow was disrupted, and exhaustion was creeping in, and yet they had to deliver a convincing performance for the viewers. I never expected the copier to malfunction at such a critical moment. For a second, my vision went white, like a blank A4 sheet. So, before they yelled cut, I just ad-libbed. I even diligently refilled the paper tray so it wouldn't make any more noise. Even as I was refilling it, I immediately regretted it. The good news was that the filming wasn't interrupted. Ha Seomayong also managed to connect well with the ad-lib. The bad news was, Mr. Yiwol, let's do one more close-up and one more mid-shot of Do Young-won. They added extra shots for my part. Damn it. I just hope Jong Songbin's OST came out soon. Despite the time commitment, filming the drama definitely had its benefits. It made me think about how to present myself well on camera from various angles. For idols, looking directly at the camera was crucial, but as an actor, I had to be unaware of it. Since I couldn't convey immersion through eye contact, I had to pay attention to every movement, making sure it appeared natural. This led me to practice not just facial expressions, but also body language, making rehearsed gestures appear completely natural. On stage, my goal as an idol was to make sure my dance lines looked smooth even if the details weren't perfect. However, as an actor, unless there was a specific directorial choice, medium shots were the norm. This meant my face was constantly on screen unless they were focusing on my hands or shoes for dramatic effect. In this situation, even the shadow cast by my bangs on my eyes made a big difference. It bothers me when these things aren't consistent. So, I kept my bangs down all day, even at the dorm. Some of the guys asked if I was feeling down, but thanks to this, I could now act with the dead-eyed look regardless of the lighting. Meanwhile, there was one guy whose eyes were lifeless regardless of his bangs. Lee Chong-hyun was in the kitchen, wearing a headset and tapping away at his laptop. It was the headset I bought him recently, worried that he'd damage his ears from using earphones too much. I lightly tapped the table, and he looked up at me with deep, shadowy eyes, tired, but beautiful in a way that felt like staring into an abyss. Hyung, you're back? What's up? You're working on the OST? A music composition program titled In My Office _2 ending _ 4.5 was open on Lee Chong-hyun's laptop. Yeah, somehow it ended up that way. Are you guys having meetings without me these days? Well, should we drag you into video calls when you leave in the morning and come back at night? Be grateful that your dongsangs are growing into independent adults. You really don't hold back anymore. Of course not. Next year, I'm not even going to call you Hyung. Despite his flippant jokes, Lee Chong-hyun's hands didn't stop moving. The tracks were densely packed, as if he was trying to mix numerous instruments. Wanna listen? If you don't mind. Lee Chong-hyun handed me the headset. His expression wasn't particularly bright. Was it because it was his first time composing a ballad? He wasn't the type to struggle with different genres. As soon as I hit play, a melancholic melody filled my ears. It was lyrical and emotional, the perfect sentiment for a scene where lovers faced a crisis or a breakup. The instrumental crescendo in the latter half was also classic. However, you don't like it, do you? How did you know? Lee Chong-hyun asked, his eyes wide like a squirrel's. It's not your style. What's my style? Then, could you refrain from asking what's my style? Or what am I like? It makes me think too hard about how to answer. Despite my request, Lee Chong-hyun continued to hold my arms. I don't like it. There's nothing technically wrong with the harmony or melody. Yes. But it needs something catchy, a high point, something memorable. This is nothing. It's bland. If you were to turn Jiho Hyung lying on the sofa into a song, it would sound like this. Why am I getting dragged into this? Choi Jiho, sprawled on the sofa, called out from afar. Since neither of us had actually meant for him to hear, and he wasn't expecting a response, the conversation ended there. I can tell that you used famous OSTs as references. I see that it's ballad-based. I also like that you're thinking of Songbin's voice for the vocals. With a guide track, it'll sound much better. But the issue is, it doesn't have an identity. You mean it doesn't remind you of the drama itself? It's an OST that wouldn't feel out of place in any drama. At my words, Lee Chong-hyun started to frown but stopped himself, diligently smoothing his brow with his thumb. Still, it's impressive. How did you even think of taking on the OST? I hadn't intended to give the OST to Lee Chong-hyun, thinking he needed a break from composing. I didn't expect him to volunteer for it. Spark might make a comeback with a ballad. Someday. That's a surprisingly thoughtful reason. I've always been thoughtful. You don't often find a dongsing like me, so treat me well. Lee Chong-hyun then typed my comments into a notepad. He was writing things like something that evokes the drama, specific to in my office, and so on, but then his hand stopped. But Hyung, what? What's the life of an office worker usually like? Oh, so that's where we're starting. No choice then. I'll invite you to a UA planning meeting, special feature, 3 days before the deadline. 180, Chapter 180, Company Theme Song 3. Team Leader, it's been a while. Yiwol, how have you been? You look much better. Thank you for the compliment. A friendly greeting was exchanged with the planning team leader. Chong-hyun is here to observe? Yes. He's here for ideation purposes, so please don't mind us and proceed as usual. Lee Chong-hyun and I were participating in a meeting for an existing UA promotion, not with Spark's dedicated team. Since we had given them a heads up beforehand, the conversation flowed smoothly. Lee Chong-hyun looked relieved as he took a seat in the corner of the meeting room. 30 minutes later. Look, there's no point in having a meeting if we're going to do it like this. How long are we going to keep discussing the same thing? We should have a conclusion by now. We absolutely need to have a result today. Everyone knows that, right? I know, but sigh. Tada. A typical meeting scene unfolded, one that you could see anywhere. Lee Chong-hyun shifted his gaze around, a bewildered expression on his face. It was understandable. He had only ever seen structured meetings where I had everything planned out in advance. He probably had no idea how to draw inspiration from this. He couldn't write lyrics like, conclusions that never come. Even after daily meetings, this can't go on anymore. I jotted down a few words in the corner of my notepad. Focus on the sounds. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes widened. The sounds of sighs, rising voices, the silence that fell when one person spoke up, the atmosphere that built up together only to die down in an instant. The click of a pen. Whether he wanted to replicate the sounds or capture the atmosphere was up to him, but the best way to decide was to experience the raw ambience firsthand. Usually, people close their eyes to focus on sounds, but Lee Chong-hyun opened his eyes even wider. He was so focused, as if trying to memorize everything in the meeting room. Even the subtle movements, like someone setting down a damp paper cup on the table with a soft thud. When the sluggish meeting passed the 1-hour mark, Lee Chong-hyun nudged my notepad. It was a signal to leave. We carefully closed the meeting room door so as not to disturb them. Don't. You need to see more? No, it's enough. Lee Chong-hyun grinned mischievously. I'll make an OST that you can't help but use for every emotional scene. His resolve was extraordinary. I should have shown him a raw meeting like this sooner. So that's why the OST was made so quickly. Mr. Chong-hyun, was it? He must be a genius. Objectively, I think so. Ha-seum burst out laughing at my words. She said I didn't look like it, but I was fiercely protective of my members. I hope the finished version comes out soon. I watched Genre Swap, and Mr. Songbin's singing was incredible. Our main vocalists are really good singers. I'm just struggling to keep up with them. Really? Then I'll have to see you perform sometime, Mr. Yiwol. Wouldn't it be better to spend your precious time on something more beautiful, Sunbeam? Songbin has a breathtaking cover song, you know. Jang Songbin followed by Kim Yiwol. What an undignified demise that would be. I had no interest in facing the awkwardness of Ha-seum avoiding my gaze during future shoots. As I desperately tried to promote Spark's best output songs, a familiar voice cut through. The showbiz folks sure get along well. The male lead actor, Gu Jahan, who played the intellectual Ji Sanjin, was looking at us. The surrounding area instantly fell silent. Ha-seum gave a short, dry laugh. It wasn't the first time. Gu Jahan had sneered at actors with idol backgrounds. His words didn't affect me at all. There was no reason for me to be offended by being called a showbiz entertainer. If anything, Gu Jahan was just broadcasting his own narrow-mindedness. However, I could see Ha Mayong becoming increasingly stressed by Gu Jahan day by day. The reason was simple. Gu Jahan, the purebred actor, was worse at acting than Ha Mayong, the entertainer-turned-actor. Imagine this. You're more skilled than someone, but not only do you have to compensate for their shortcomings, they also mock you to your face. And because they're one of the leads, you're expected to tolerate it. From Ha Mayong's perspective, it must be infuriating. This was exactly why you shouldn't force the sky to have two suns. One was an imperfect artificial sun, so the real sun had to generate twice the energy. The epitome of unfairness. And it's not just his acting that's lacking. Ha Mayong had an exceptional sense of responsibility for the projects she took on. I could see it in how she grabbed me and practiced ad-libs multiple times every day. Her goal was to extract more than what was on the page, to plant as many seeds as possible in case something unexpected sprouted. Gu Jahan was the opposite. He wanted to achieve maximum effect with minimal effort, the way every big corporation wanted to operate. However, there was a difference between corporations and Gu Jahan. Corporations had technology accumulated over time, and Gu Jahan didn't. If the blocking was even slightly off, his memorized lines evaporated from his mind. He frequently got supporting actors' names wrong. Most crucially, his acting simply wasn't good. Or more precisely, his acting wasn't outstanding compared to his acting experience. Think about it. Who would be better, someone who trained tirelessly to shed their idol-turned-actor label, or someone who put in just the right amount of effort? As another idol-turned-actor, I was confident that, even if I was lacking in other areas, my acting when it came to pretending to be a decent person and office worker acting was unmatched. I was also confident in my grumpy boomer boss acting, but that was irrelevant to Du Young-won, so I'd leave that aside. Anyway, it was understandable that he'd be annoyed by outsiders not only appearing in supporting roles, but also snatching a lead role. Still, what was the point of so openly displaying his petty feelings? My voice must have been too loud. I'll be more careful, Sunbeam. Mr. Yiwol Sunbae is Ms. Mayong. Not me. Gu Jahan twisted my words until the very end and then left. Ha Mayong ruffled her hair in frustration. Thinking about filming romance scenes with that guy makes me want to quit everything. At that moment, no words could possibly console her. This week's meeting time. As usual, Spark was having a normal, harmonious time, praising each other and checking if the 12 dorm commandments, which had somehow doubled, were being followed properly. To practice the talk a lot commandment, I'd even brought a topic. There's something I wanted to ask you guys. Us. What's the occasion? Lee Chong-hyun and Kong Ki-on reacted cheekily. Yeah, I'm asking you guys because I don't have any other friends. I think changing careers, or rather, changing paths, isn't a plus, but it's not particularly a minus either. But in some cases, people face a lot of backlash during the transition. I was wondering what it was like for you guys. Besides Lee Chong-hyun, many of them had changed their primary field. Choi Ji-ho went from street dance to idol dance, and Park Ju-woo from rock ballads to idol vocals. There were people who looked down on me, but I never really paid much attention. They all said the same things anyway. What did they usually say? The remarks Choi Ji-ho relayed were downright filthy and disgusting. I regretted not having 1,000 hands to cover everyone's ears. Lee Chong-hyun rubbed both his forearms. The feuds in that field seem scarier than diss raps. Isn't diss rap pretty intense too? Diss rap often contains respect, right? That one is just straight-up verbal abuse. That's rich coming from you, who wore a muzzle and dissed your senior group. I hope you take some time for self-reflection soon. I think singing is relatively free. If anything, being able to handle multiple genres is seen as a strength. Park Ju-woo tilted his head as he spoke. Jong Song-bin offered a counterpoint. I don't think the reaction is very favorable when a mainstream singer transitions to musicals or classical music. Aside from the acting aspect, I think there's resistance when it comes to vocal techniques change. I agree with that part. Park Ju-woo readily acknowledged Jong Song-bin's statement. Then Kong Ki-on jumped in. But isn't that argument a bit vague? No one criticizes a metal singer for switching to ballads. Then what about a traditional Korean pansori singer becoming an idol trainee? or an opera singer shifting to trot. Wait, don't make the discussion more complicated. Lee Chonghyun's what if stormed in. Kang Keon clutched his head and yelled at him. Still, Lee Chonghyun's the one who changed the most dynamically, right? As soon as I looked his way, Lee Chonghyun shrugged. My family insisted I take a job that required wearing a suit. Researcher, judge, prosecutor, professor. If I was going to do music, it had to be piano or conducting. Wasn't even being an orchestra session musician an option too. Nope. They're incredibly obsessed with having your name listed specifically. They don't even know how different playing and conducting are. Funny people. Lee Chonghyun scoffed, looking anything but amused. And yet you still managed to become an entertainer? Choi Ji-ho threw a straightforward fastball. The pupils of the four of us, excluding Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chonghyun, shook violently. I had roughly heard the story before, and Kang Keon probably knew to some extent, but Jang Song-bin and Park Ju-woo were sweating bullets and just looking around nervously. Lee Chonghyun himself, however, was calm. I fought with them a lot. Or rather, I just got scolded one-sidedly. They even threatened to disown me, and back then, I was still emotionally fragile, so I cried a lot in my room. Really? Park Ju-woo's eyebrows furrowed in sympathy for his dancing. But in the end, what could they do if I refused to study? At first, they reluctantly allowed piano. Then, I realized that if I pushed back, I could find ways around them. So from then on, I started drifting further away. That's amazing. But it was on the condition that I maintain a certain grade level. If my grades dropped, they really threatened to remove me from the family register. Therefore, Yiwol Hyung, I'm counting on you for my midterms this time as well. Wouldn't it be better to mention the exam dates first before making such requests, Chonghyun? I smiled gently. As Lee Chonghyun's face darkened rapidly, Jang Song-bin called out to me. Yiwol Hyung. Yeah, what is it? Is filming in my office really tough on you? What? Are you the one secretly channeling ancestral spirits, not me? 181. Chapter 181, Love for Colleagues. Jang Song-bin's question, is filming very difficult? Was perplexing. No. What? I pretended nothing was wrong and asked him back. Jang Song-bin laughed awkwardly and replied, hearing you ask that made me wonder if there's a lot of hazing on set. He asked such a transparent question. I thought he wouldn't notice at all, but I must have underestimated them. Hazing? From who? Hyung, you only have 2 lines. Calm down. And those 2 lines might be a big deal to someone. That's why it's like that. Kang Keon calmed Lee Chonghyun down with reasonable words. But Lee Chonghyun wouldn't quiet down so easily. They shouldn't do that to someone who auditioned after receiving an offer. If they're going to complain, shouldn't they complain to the person who offered the role to the idol and the person who made the final casting decision? That's just bullying the weak. Why are you so angry? Because I had a frustrating meeting recently, that's why. I told him to make a business-like drama OST, but now he was burnt out by the office politics. I need to refresh him soon. I know that there are people out there who are desperate for any opportunity, so I'm doing my best not to embarrass myself. You don't have to worry about that. No one's worried about that. What's the next problem? Kang Keon asked, resting his chin on his hand. There's someone who isn't very happy about my casting. Meaning they're F***ing unhappy about it. Ji-ho, what happened to our agreement about using proper language? I just translated it according to the normal standard. Choi Ji-ho then turned his gaze towards the other members. No one refuted Choi Ji-ho's words. He became even more smug. Damn it, it's infuriating. Yes, there's someone who isn't happy about it. I thought this was a natural phenomenon in the entertainment industry. But it seems that's not necessarily the case. If it were a natural phenomenon, would you just let it happen? Lee Chonghyun glared at me intensely. I felt like my face was going to melt. I won't. I'm tired of just sitting around and taking it. That's good to hear. Lee Chonghyun folded his arms and slumped back against the backrest. Jang Song-bin, who had been lost in thought, finally spoke. Hyung. Yeah. This is just my opinion, but regardless of the genre or field, there will certainly be a general reaction, but I don't think it's absolute. General reaction, huh? I was definitely struggling. Between the dissonance of changing jobs in the society I knew and changing fields in the entertainment world, I was struggling with which side and how. I should adapt. Jang Song-bin was saying that the boundaries of this change of field were not absolute. There will be people who want to help someone from a different background, and there will be others who think that person lacks professionalism. When that happens, I think the best approach is to adapt gradually with the support of good people. It was pleasant to hear. If you twisted his words, some might call it naive. However, I realized after hearing his following words that Jong Song-bin had given this a lot of thought. There might be difficult people now, but there will definitely be good people, and there will be more and more good people around you. Hyung. Everyone likes you. It was a little, no, extremely embarrassing, but you're not exactly the type of person people wouldn't want to like. The words I said to Jang Junha the day I got his apology. Jong Song-bin returned them to me with a smile. What a strange guy. He knew perfectly well how difficult I could be, and yet he still said things like this. His personality had changed since genre swap. You guys have been getting along well lately? As the members who had come to see me off returned inside, our manager spoke up. They've always gotten along well. No, I mean, they seem exceptionally close lately. This was all because those guys would yell, Spark's charming and kind CEO. Have a great shoot, every time I left for my office filming. They seemed to want to boost my confidence, but all it really did was increase my embarrassment. You're on set all day today, right? Yes. There's a conference room scene in the afternoon and a company dinner scene at night. That was more than 8 hours of work. Shouldn't I be asking for the 4 major insurances at this point? With the end of the year approaching, I was seriously considering joining any company just to get my year-end tax adjustment sorted out in one go. At least, in the conference room scene, I only had to say yes twice, which was fortunate. The production company probably regretted having to pay me a per-episode appearance fee for that. But I'm sorry. I also need to earn my keep. I have to at least show the top of my head on screen. The conference room scene, focused on the 2 main characters, wrapped up without any issues. The scene where the product jointly developed by the 2 main leads generated enormous profits also went smoothly. Gu Jahan stumbled over his lines a couple of times, but since the fund's name was ridiculously long, everyone was willing to let it slide. My new Vision Dynamic Securities Investment Trust. It must have been hard to memorize. Perhaps because the main character's romantic storyline had reached a turning point, the atmosphere on set was more cheerful than usual. It also helped that the supporting actors appeared alongside Gu Jahan and Ha Sia-myung, balancing the mood. I wish every day could be like today. I was picking up the paper confetti we had scattered while filming the Our Profits Are Huge scene with the assistant directors when someone tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around to see the members of Team Leader Gu's team standing there, each holding a drink. Mr. Yiwol, thanks for the coffee. Huh. I only picked up paper here. I didn't buy any coffee. Seeing my bewildered expression, Ha Sia-myung pointed outside and said, Your members sent a coffee truck. I guess they wanted to surprise you. A coffee truck? I put the collected paper on the table and dashed outside like lightning. No wonder the Spark behind-the-scenes camera staff member was here today. They also ended up hurrying after me. There really was a small, cute gray coffee truck parked there. The staff members were receiving coffee in front of the truck. I was speechless. Young Won, we support your life at My Asset Management. The banner at the top of the coffee truck was shocking enough. Sponsored by Employee Do, Sunbanems, recharge your caffeine. And the banner next to it was equally shocking. This must have cost a fortune. Even coffee trucks sent to music video filming sets easily cost over $1 million. And they sent a coffee truck to a drama set with several times more people? These guys who hadn't even received their payments yet? I'm going to, oh, right, I don't have my phone. The behind-the-scenes staff member, seeing my expression turn blank as I checked my pockets, covered their mouth and laughed. Should I lend you my phone? I would be very grateful if you would. If I called my manager, he'd pass the message along. As soon as I explained the situation, I was immediately connected to the members who were in the middle of practice. Hyung, how's the color of the coffee truck? Do you like it? Lee Chong-hyun chattered excitedly, oblivious to my inner turmoil. I felt a throbbing headache coming on. Did you guys do this? This question was loaded with meaning. It was a plea for them to answer. The company paid for it, like with the return gift last time. However, Spark dashed my hopes. Yeah, we pooled our money. As always, you haven't even received your payments yet. Where did you get the money to do this? You must be busy and have no time. So who even placed the order? Did you write the messages on the banner yourselves? I told you to tell me beforehand when you're doing something this elaborate. I can't take this Hyung's nagging anymore. Anyone want to take over? I could hear Lee Chong-hyun groaning in disgust on the other end of the line. Hyung, it's me. Okay, Songbin. Let's try to have a rational conversation. I think you're the only one being irrational. Right now, Hyung. Kong Keon grumbled in the background. As far as I'm concerned, none of you are in your right minds. Why would high schoolers send a multi-million-won coffee truck? Songbin, whose idea was this? Ju-woo came up with the idea, and the majority voted in favor. So there was someone who opposed it? Who was that sensible fellow? Jiho Hyung. Choi Jiho. He was absolutely useless in meetings. All he ever did was sit around and spout nonsense. But at least, as the oldest, he had tried to rein them in. For the first time since knowing him, I actually felt grateful. It would have been better if he had a little more authority. From now on, I'd give him a little more power, so he could maintain balance with Jong Songbin while I was away. Jiho Hyung suggested we send a pack of natural mineral water since you only drink lukewarm water, but we thought that wouldn't be appropriate, so we decided on the coffee truck amongst ourselves. So much for that. You little s**it, you'll never get a chance to speak in any non-work-related meetings ever again. Shouldn't we give him what the main lead drink? I could hear Choi Jiho muttering in the distance. You. Just wait until we get back to the dorm. Ju-woo also found the vendor. Keon made the cost estimate, and I wrote the banners. Oh, and Chong-hyun edited the photos. Didn't I do a great job removing the background? Background removal tech is so advanced these days. And Choi Jiho? Was he just drinking water on the side? He took on the important task of talking to the vendor's owner. Lee Chong-hyun said solemnly. Right. No one could have done that better than Choi Jiho. No one would dare scam him over the phone with that voice. Hyung, why are you so worried? You know I get composing fees. Kong Keon and Jiho Hyung get choreography fees. You think the 5 of us can't split this? Lee Chong-hyun laughed. It's good that you guys are talented and make a lot of money. But your money, why would you spend it on something like this? You guys usually don't even spend money. Don't make it sound like we're being wasteful. That would hurt our feelings. That's right. We did this to support you, and if you scold us, what are we supposed to feel? Songbin's right. You should just shower us with love instead. Without considering my feelings, they all chattered like a choir. This behind-the-scenes footage would be a nightmare to subtitle. I suppressed the sigh that was about to escape. Then I looked alternately at the coffee truck and my phone. Thank you. I'll enjoy it. My words were met with cheerful laughter from the phone. They shouted in unison. Take 100 pictures in front of the coffee truck. After hanging up, I received a peach iced tea from the coffee truck, and I took a picture of the coffee truck. I took a few more pictures in front of it with the help of our manager, but I just wanted to take a picture of the truck itself. After successfully taking the proof shots, I returned to the set, sat in the warm seat designated for Do Young Won, and drank my iced tea. On the cup holder, my own smiling face stared back at me. 182. Chapter 182, Company Dinner. Team Leader G, how about a toast? Huh, a toast. Since our team leader has graced us with his presence at this company dinner. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses. The team members all raised their glasses at once. Ji Sanjin, sitting at the head of the table, had a distinctly uncomfortable look on his face. He glanced at Sean Guan, but she seemed to have no intention of helping him out. Well, just this once then. Just this once. Let's go. Beer glasses clinked noisily on the table. With a reluctant expression, Ji Sanjin brought the cold beer to his lips. He could hardly taste the alcohol amidst the boisterous atmosphere. But even in that chaos, one thing stood out clearly. This beer is so sweet today. Seeing Guan's face. She was a peculiar woman. Strong-willed and determined, yet when socializing, she let down her guard completely. I know Team Leader is a great person, but that doesn't mean he's the most perfect person, does it? At times, she was so bold it was almost exasperating. Did you really persuade the executives? So, we're going to start investing right away? Team Leader, you're the best. And at other times, she showered him with respect, seemingly without any ulterior motives. Is it just her personality? Or is it part of her work life? Lost in these thoughts, he ended up attending the company dinner he usually refused, which was why he was here today. He thought the atmosphere would be a little calmer with their superior present. But somehow, Seeing Guan seemed even more energetic. Are we just going to keep drinking soju? Anyone want some somek? Ugh, Assistant Manager Sean, your somek is terrible. What? Just wait. I'm redeeming my honor today. Guan rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. The yellow lights of the pub illuminated her smile as she giggled while opening a beer bottle. The Somek Guan mixed was truly awful. The team members complained, saying there was too much soju or too much foam in the beer. Somek is all the same. Isn't that right, Mr. Youngwon? I guess so. Du Youngwon, as he said this, was holding a beer glass that shimmered with a tempting golden hue. Guan, who had an uncanny sense for alcohol, pointed at Du Youngwon's glass. Is that beer? It's Somek. I didn't make that, did I? I mixed it myself. Then can you make me one? I need to see why these people are making such a fuss. Before she could even hand him a bottle opener, Du Youngwon flicked open a beer bottle with a spoon. Then, without any particular measuring, he poured a bottle each of soju and beer into a glass. Holding the rim of the glass, he swirled it with a flick of his wrist, creating a perfectly mixed glass of Somek. There were no performances of banging the bottom of the glass with a spoon or dropping a shot glass into it. Try it. Du Youngwon thoughtfully wiped the rim of the glass with a napkin and handed it to her. It was the first proper Somek Guan had ever tasted. Mr. Youngwon, with skills like that, you should have been a bartender. You can't just serve Somek at a bar. The taste, wow, amazing. It just slides right down. Is it that good? Assistant Manager Cian, can I borrow your glass? Don't you dare steal my precious alcohol. It was a chaotic team. They fiercely played rock, paper, scissors over a single glass of Somek, the loser tearfully drinking soju with fish cakes, the winner savoring the heavenly Somek with satisfaction. This isn't a place I'd come back to twice. Even as he thought this, Ji Sanjin's gaze remained fixed on Guan. Guan, drinking the Somek Du Youngwon made for her with the happiest expression in the world. Guan, winning 3 times in a row at rock, paper, scissors and, without a hint of surprise, demanding the next drink as if it were her due. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but Ji Sanjin's face seemed to be getting a little warm. Wow, they're actually drinking. I'd heard that sometimes they just filled the bottles with water for filming, but I supposed it really depended on the production. It seemed the In My Office team was all about realism. It was a relief that they only started drinking around the middle takes. It would have been a disaster if they had been drinking from the first take to the last. My common sense of not drinking while working had been completely shattered since drinker, leaving me in a state of confusion. I didn't want to go home smelling of alcohol. Unfortunately, it looked like I would have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Mr. Yiwol, I was thinking about whether there was any fabric refresher in the car when someone called my name. It was one of the actors from the Ji Sanjin's team. Yes, Sunbeam. Why are you so good at mixing Somek? Huh. They must be talking about the company dinner, Somek edition scene, which I had to revive on the spot thanks to Ha Siamyang's ad-lib. If they only knew, I used to be so good at making Somek, I could have built a whole tower with them. Siamyang Sunbae said it was delicious, so I tried a sip, and it really was. What's the ratio? That was also ad-lib. I guess I just got lucky. In times like these, you must always attribute it to luck. It wouldn't be good if rumors spread that an idol was so good at mixing Somek that he must be a heavy drinker. That wasn't in the script, was it? No. I pulled it off thanks to Sunbaenem's guidance. Come on, I saw you playing it off quite naturally. It was unexpected praise. I suddenly recalled what Jong Songbin had told me a few days ago. There will definitely be more and more good people around you. Hyung. I actually got words of encouragement from Spark. I thought I would hate them terribly for the rest of my life. Thank you for saying so. I will continue to work hard for the remaining episodes as well. Just how much harder are you going to work? Anyway, you've worked hard today. You must have drunk a lot because of the many NGs, so ask your manager to buy you a hangover cure before you go. Hangover cure? We had some in our dorm refrigerator. The guys had bought 5 bottles for me before I went on that drinker show. Not one 5-pack. Each of them individually bought a bottle. No one in our dorm drank alcohol, so after opening one out of courtesy on the day of filming Drinker, the other 4 were still sitting there, untouched. It would be troublesome if those guys were included among the good people around me. I waited outside for a long time until my manager arrived at the filming location. Lost in deep thought, I didn't even hear the honking of his car. While I was sleeping, I heard a rustling sound above my head. The moment I peeked out from under the covers and opened my eyes, I met the gaze of an unfamiliar figure. Gasp! Gah! We were both startled. The only difference was that they clamped a hand over their mouth, while I clenched my pillow. I couldn't get my revenge on Choi Ji-ho last time, but I will definitely get this intruder. Well, it's me. PD Nim. The identity of the intruder turned out to be a PD from the UA video team. The PD looked around and whispered before putting a finger to his lips. Suddenly, something crossed my mind. Is today the reality show filming day? When I asked in a hushed voice, the PD silently nodded. No wonder the observation cameras were here. This was exactly why I kept asking them to unlock my laptop password and open the shared calendar. I almost attacked an innocent PD with a pillow. The poor guy was already struggling with an early morning shoot. I nearly added to his misery. After installing a camera in the corner of the ceiling, the PD said as he came down, "Well, you should get some more sleep. We have to film you waking up anyway." "Yes, I understand." I said that, but I was completely wide awake. So I decided to just pretend to sleep. Today's self-filmed content concept was showing Spark as they are. The goal was to show everything from Spark's bare faces, which had been veiled until now, to the detailed corners of the dorm and their entire daily routine. I couldn't understand the desire to watch every move someone made, but now I could. I read a famous quote recently. Much greater than I want to fangirl over Spark down to their peach fuzz. Compared to peach fuzz, I can show my daily routine any number of times. As for the peach fuzz, wouldn't that be possible if science and technology developed a bit more? Around our 6th anniversary, we might be able to have a Guess the Members Peach Fuzz quiz show at a fan meeting. While I was having these useless thoughts, I heard the camera installation team discussing placement locations. I quickly opened the door and went out. "Excuse me, I have a question." "What is it?" Since this was a reality shoot, fans would expect something really honest and natural. From the beginning, it bothered me to act like, "Yawn, what a bright and sunny morning. Would it be alright if I changed the concept to me waking the members up?" My proposal was easily accepted. Thanks to that, I was able to grab the handle of a frying pan and turn on the stove very familiarly and for the first time in a while. This familiar grip, the feeling of soft bread. This was daily life. What kind of self-content will be uploaded this week? Beck Haywin twirled her pen excitedly at her desk. Her anticipation was even higher because UA had recently conducted a survey asking, "What content do you want to see from Spark?" Thankfully, it wasn't Yiwol who had planned that survey. Otherwise, eggs, or maybe even ostrich eggs, would have been thrown at the company building. Whatever it is, I hope it's King awesome. Beck Haywin, who had earnestly written casual speech time in the survey, suddenly stood up. It was because of an SNS notification, much greater than at @SPARK_official. Want to visit our dorm? There's not much to see. Just 6 guys being together. But we'd love for you to be our first guest. Spark, 2x09xx, come visit our dorm, EP1. Is this highly provocative wording for real? She had noticed an increase in older Sparkler fans, especially since the IDC incident. Even some influential homemasters who had left fandoms were starting to dip their toes back into Spark content. Beck Haywin, who believed that a certain level of order was necessary in a fandom, welcomed the influx of older fans. Just look at the situation now. While she was simply hoping to watch the youngest members talk casually to the older ones, Nuna fans were already breaking down the dorm's front door. "Shall we go and fangirl like crazy?" Beck Haywin readily stood up from her cold chair. Then, sitting in the most comfortable position on her soft bed, she turned on her fully charged tablet and logged into MeTube. The thumbnail was packed with content. Yiwol in a black short-sleeved t-shirt and sweatpants, Ji-ho shaking off his jacket with a grimace, Songbin stretching, Hyun mopping the floor, Chonghyun's back as he typed on his laptop, and Juwoo watering a plant. They're all doomed. I'll take screenshots like crazy today. Beck Haywin smiled mischievously. 183. Chapter 183. Office Open. Part 11. Gentle music, a bright pink effect. And Dorm 12 Commandments. Do chores together, Songbin. Talk a lot, Chonghyun. Keep shoes neatly arranged, Hyun. Don't turn off night lights at night, Ji-ho. Don't ruin the practice atmosphere, Yiwol. Do dishes on time, Juwoo. Share your work schedule, Songbin. Ventilate the room for 30 minutes daily, Juwoo. Apply lotion after showering, regardless of the season, Yiwol. Make requests face-to-face, Hyun. Take medicine with water, Yiwol. Don't randomly hit, undo, when working on shared sheets. If it gets messed up, call me instead of touching it further. Yiwol. Strict rules, neatly and densely written on a small whiteboard. After the 12 commandments, which made it unclear whether this was an idle house or a training gym, was introduced, an old-school variety show-style title popped onto the screen. Spark Dream House, Grand Reveal. The camera panned to a wall clock showing 5 a.m., then zoomed in on the kitchen. Someone stood motionless like a wooden totem in front of the stove, cooking. Next to them were an open bag of bread and cute plates arranged in perfect alignment. It was Kim Yiwol. Kim Yiwol, 21 years old per oldest. Characteristic, woke up to the sound of the camera installation, failed to film a proper wake-up scene. So incredibly real. Spark was known for being an idol group that couldn't lie. But this was a whole another level. Thanks to this, she got to see Yiwol wearing a black t-shirt, showing off his arms while toasting bread. The world was truly a beautiful place. Kim Yiwol flipped the bread slices with the practiced ease of a Norwegian famous toast shop owner. He placed another pan on the stove and started frying eggs. Staff, does Yiwol always make toast at this hour? Yiwol, whoever wakes up early makes it. Songbin does it a lot too. Would you like a slice, director? Kim Yiwol, looking around the dorm and estimating the number of people, tore open the bag of bread without hesitation. Just as he finished placing eggs on 3 slices of bread with jam and 3 without, alarms rang from both rooms. The first room shown on screen was the large room near the entrance. Lee Chonghyun, whose face was buried in his pillow, slammed his hand down on the timer button to turn it off. Chonghyun, Jiho Hyungda. Jiho, After confirming each other's awakening, the two sluggishly threw off their blankets and got up. Baek Haewon was stuck at this scene for 3 full minutes, replaying the sound of Chonghyun's sleepy voice. Lee Chonghyun, climbing down the ladder from the bunk bed, checked Kim Yiwol's spot. Chonghyun, when did this Hyung get up? He's truly a miracle morning mastered. While Lee Chonghyun marveled, Choi Jiho picked up his glasses. He always wore contact lenses during filming, but today, he seemed to have decided to wear his glasses like he usually did at the dorm. Meanwhile, the other room woke up with a bit more difficulty. Kong Kyeon was vigorously rubbing his sleepy face. Songbin, Kyeon, are you very sleepy? Kyeon, no? Ju, I'm very sleepy. Songbin, aha, you look like it. Despite being in the same dorm, this room, unlike the room of the sharp-as-a-knife morning risers, felt more human. But that moment passed quickly. Songbin, Yiwol Hyung is already up. Songbin dashes out after sensing the smell of bread. As Jong Songbin dashed out like a hornet, the kitchen gradually became noisy. After distributing the toast, even the staff received it too. Spark finally gathered at the dining table. The bare faces of the members who had only washed their faces, 100% pure morning bare faces, were amazing, even without the rose-tinted glasses of a fan. How did not a single one of them wake up with puffy eyes? Not even one of them had used eye makeup to enhance their eyes all this time. Aside from Park Ju-woo's slightly messy hair, perhaps due to his sleeping habits, Spark's condition was so presentable they could have been photographed for a commuting to work news article. Songbin, Hyung, you don't have filming today, right? Yiwol, nope. You guys don't have anything urgent either, right? Songbin, no. The news of Kim Yiwol's drama filming had already been announced through articles. She'd spent several exhausting days arguing with bastards who claimed Kim Pep was already trying to escape the group. Chonghyun, I'll do the dishes. Ju-woo, no? Chonghyun, why? Ju-woo, Chonghyun has to play the keyboard. We can't let your precious hands get wet. Chonghyun, Hyung. Touched, Lee Chonghyun switched to wiping the table. Even in IDC, Spark had been the ones running around doing everything. It seemed that was due to the influence of each member taking responsibility for chores at the dorm. Her boys were so hardworking. She'd definitely stick 600 grape stickers on their reward chart. While there were member combinations that highlighted this harmonious camaraderie, there were also those that didn't. Jiho, I think the washing machine spin cycle is broken. Yiwol, really? Then could you take the laundry from the bathroom and quickly swing it around 200 times? Like a fire poi. Jiho, do I look like a human spin dryer to you? While Kim Lee Yiwol went to the balcony to look for the washing machine repair service number, Choi Jiho stared at the dripping laundry. Then, with a deep sigh, he and Kong Kyeon moved it all to the bathroom. No way? Is he really going to do a laundry poi show? While thinking that Choi Ji-ho couldn't be that foolish, Baek Hae-won was secretly looking forward to it. Well, it should be okay to have expectations in life, right? Unfortunately, Choi Ji-ho didn't perform the rare feat of spinning the laundry like a windmill. Instead, he showed off some amazing veins. More precisely, forearms with veins bulging as if they were about to burst from wringing out the laundry. Baek Hae-won calmly pressed the pause button. Then she picked up her phone. Much greater than is guilty Ji-ho crazy? There's a guest in their dorm, and he's just out here flexing his forearms while wringing laundry like some farmhand. You'll end up only being able to eat plain rice. Much greater than when Yiwol said something. He was like, "Do I look like a human spin dryer? But why are you actually manually spin drying it? Do Yiwol's words even sound like words? Are Yiwol's words that funny? I thought I misread it. For a second, I was like, is this the right expression? Much greater than I want to take a screenshot right now, enhance the quality, and make it my profile picture, but there are too many killing points. I can't stop. This dorm life is a rabbit hole. It's going to have 100 episodes, right? I believe in you, Yue. Much greater than high stimulation. They're crazy. No matter how much she thought about it, how could they release such a wicked self-filmed video? And they were just throwing it out there? With an all-ages rating? Kim Yiwol's back view while toasting was so divine. Baek Hae-won felt like asking him for college entrance exam tips. Was this normal? Much greater than he'd probably say he studied 100% from textbooks. WHY are college entrance exam tips coming up here? Your fangirling is next level. Baek Hae-won's sophisticated commentary filled the timeline. After taking a deep breath, she could finally return to exploring Spark's dorm life. Spark's hilarious dorm story life continued. Songbin. Kion, you got a package? What did you order? Kion, ankle weights. Yiwol, you're not actually going to wear them, are you? What if you hurt your joints using those things carelessly? Kion, don't worry, they're for you. Hyung. Yiwol, oh really? Jwoo, are you seriously relieved just because it's for you, Hyung? Kim Yiwol, whose love for his younger members was so great that he couldn't even sense his own dark future. Yiwol. Next, Choi Ji-ho. Ji-ho, I commend you for diligently sharing the schedule this time as well. Chonghyun. Hyung, do you know you gave that same compliment last time? Yiwol, that's because it lacks sincerity. You are hereby sentenced to praising every member. Ji-ho, huh? And Choi Ji-ho, being pummeled from all sides for not complimenting Jong Songbin more. Diversely, all sorts of scenes unfolded. More importantly, these guys complimented each other while folding laundry. How domestic, cozy, and cute. The living room seemed a bit cramped, but still. Kion, we have to exercise in the dorm today, right? Songbin, that's right. We can't just leave our guest and go to the gym. At Jong Songbin's words, Kong Kion brought out several exercise mats to the living room. A door that had never been opened before, probably used as a dressing room, was finally revealed. There were definitely clothes hangers along the edges. But the center was simply Spark GYM headquarters. Despite having eaten nothing but toast, Spark exercised like their lives depended on it. When she saw Park Ju-woo, who looked the most innocent, doing pull-ups while wearing workout gloves, Baek Hae-won felt like dying on the spot. Chonghyun. Hyun, want to decide who'll mop the floor with a plank challenge? Hyun, let's do it. Don't just casually start a high-intensity plank battle like it's nothing, you magnes. If you're gonna do it, at least wear muscle-fit shirts. At this point, Baek Hae-won was sure she didn't understand her own emotions anymore. Her mind was wavering as if possessed. However, Kim Yiwol seemed to uncannily understand Baek Hae-won's heart. Yiwol, if you're going to do planks, wear workout clothes and go to the living room, where the lighting is good. The younger members obediently changed into tight-fitting, light black workout clothes and went out to the living room. Then, showing off muscles that were unbelievable for high school students, with not an ounce of fat, they began their plank challenge. Kim Yiwol, just who are you? She could almost hear the cries of fans who loved Spark's physiques. Baek Hae-won herself was letting out all sorts of strange screams. Still, the younger members had a boyish feel. Somewhat, just a little. The older members' workout intensity was on another level. Yiwol, no change in speed. Ji-ho, no change in speed x2. Kim Yiwol doing push-ups with one hand, and Choi Ji-ho doing one-armed handstand push-ups. Their arm muscles were awe-inspiring. Because he had his back to the camera, Choi Ji-ho's partially lifted shirt revealed his sculpted, erector, spiny muscles. Baek Haewon covered her forehead. She felt like a phantom thief rather than a guest. No wonder they say they don't talk when they go to the gym together. Even Baek Haewon wouldn't be able to hold a conversation either if she was training like that. Besides, this was just at the dorm. To build that physique with that stamina, how much time must they spend at the gym? It was a blessing if they even left and arrived together. Spark continued to exercise for 2 hours straight. Fortunately, the video thoughtfully alternated between fast-forwarding and close-ups, satisfying Baek Haewon's hidden desires. Jiwoo, are we having a meeting this week? Songbin, yeah, we have to. We were talking about spoiler alert last time, and they asked us to consolidate our opinions. Baek Haewon's eyes burned at the word spoiler. Did they have something big coming? They'd already emotionally wrecked fans with that recent fan song, and now something else was on the way? Should she just wait for the Chuseok gift event? Songbin, Hyung, if you're busy, you can just look at the meeting notes later and give us your opinion. Yiwol, I'm not busy. I've memorized all my lines. Chonghyun, cool, amazing. Our Hyung is a genius. Yiwol, are you guys pulling some kind of surprise praise Kim Yiwol hidden camera prank on me? Kim Yiwol asked suspiciously. How absurd. Kim Yiwol, you are cool, amazing, and a genius. And you're incredibly handsome. If you know that, just sit still and accept the compliments. The screen soon blurred. The words spoiler alert appeared large in the center. Based on the size of the text, it had to be at least a comeback. Baek Haewon's big data, accumulated over many years, told her so. That fan song was just a digital single, so we didn't even get a single stage performance. This time, I'm milking every drop out of it. Her heart raced at the thought of applying for pre-recording attendance as a first-generation sparkler. She felt a twitch under her eye as well. It was all because of fatigue, damn it. Rubbing her eyelids, which seemed to be lacking magnesium, Baek Haewon focused on the screen again. Bin, then shall we take a look at each member's living space? This is it. For those who have a bias, this is what we need. 184. Chapter 184, Office Open, Part 1-2. Spark's chaotic dorm story continued. Jiho, where should we look first? Kion, let's start with our room. Kong Kion threw open the door. The room they showed during their wake-up scene reappeared. Even just looking at the bedding showed their individual personalities. Park Jiwoo's bed, the only one on the top bunk, was entirely white. Next to his pillow was a neatly placed, white, somewhat pathetic-looking ghost doll, probably from a claw machine. Songbin, Jiwoo used to have glow-in-the-dark stars stuck on the ceiling. Jiwoo, I took them all down when we organized our things after debuting. Kion, really? Why didn't I see them? Jiwoo, maybe because I only put up 1 or 2. The image of Park Jiwoo lying in bed, quietly sticking glow-in-the-dark stars to the ceiling. To think that the same person who could shatter a music show's roof with his high notes had such an adorable side. She wanted to immediately send Park Jiwoo the link to the Milky Way-style night light, indirect lighting, / cost-effective item. Good for housewarming gift ranked in the top 10 gifts for Park Jiwoo. Songbin, and the bed under Jiwoo is mine. Jong Songbin guided the camera to his spot, which featured a cozy-looking blanket. Although it was an ordinary blanket you could find in any home, imagining Jong Songbin sleeping under it made even the brown-toned blanket seem to exude an autumnal vibe. Jiho, compared to Park Jiwoo, you sure have a lot of stuff. Like Choi Jiho said, Jong Songbin's bed had a lot of knickknacks. It was a good thing Jong Songbin's face was only the size of a fist. Otherwise, he might have had to sleep with his head propped up due to the lack of space. Songbin, I use the tablet a lot to read the news, and I keep a neck heating pad here in case of large temperature differences between day and night. A humidifier was also placed on the shelf by his head. In the corner of the screen, Kim Yiwol was looking at Jong Songbin with a pleased expression. Much greater than did Spark's Kim Yiwol give birth to him. Seriously, why does he look so proud? Much greater than I want to say he looks like a queen who gave birth to a daughter. But there are 5 broad-shouldered princes in the dorm, so I can't use that analogy. More than anything, Kim Yiwol doesn't have the look of a queen. He has the face of someone who fiercely survived a palace power struggle. Yiwol's more like the guy who throws his kids off a cliff to see who climbs back up. Not just throwing them off, but making them compete. While at it, Much greater than guys. Let's not judge Yiwol by his face too much. Sure, our Yiwol has a sharper look than the UA Entertainment CEO. And when his dark circles were bad, even the younger members didn't dare go near him. And Juwoo couldn't even eat properly the first day he met Yiwol. But our Yiwol is a top idol with a lovely smile. You're the one judging him the most. SNS was in chaos. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Kang Keon's bed was immaculate. Everything, from the blanket to the pillow cover, was perfectly aligned. Even the dark navy bedding set seemed to reflect Kang Keon's personality. But one thing stood out. His bedside was covered in fan slogan banners. Judging by the variety, they were likely gifts from fans. He looked so indifferent, yet he kept all the things fans gave him. At this rate, Kang Keon, you'll only become a top-tier idol. Baek Haewon wept in her heart. She felt like ordering 100 more Kang Keon slogans and sending them to the UA building. Another thing was peculiar. Kang Keon's bed was the only one with a small bookshelf next to it. It was filled with colorful comic books. Songbin. Keon, can we film this? Your comic book collection. Keon. Yes, it's okay. Chonghyun. Why didn't you bring that one? Kingdom Cafeteria. Another. That's your favorite. Keon. There wasn't enough space. I want to get another bookshelf. Kang Keon looked genuinely regretful. He was mirroring the exact expression Baek Haewon made when she realized she had no more room for albums. Yiwol, what's the atmosphere like in here at night? Keon, well, we chat sometimes, but it's usually quiet, right? Songbin, because Juwoo goes to sleep early. Ju, have you been holding back your conversations because of me all this time? Jang Songbin and Kang Keon scrambled to reassure Park Juwoo, who seemed genuinely shocked. Ju, if you have anything to talk about next time, don't worry and just talk. Park Juwoo hugged his kind roommates tightly. Kim Yiwol was still watching the members from afar with a satisfied expression. At this point, Baek Haewon was starting to wonder if that Yiwol was even real or computer-generated. Next up was Yiwol's room. The setup was the same, with one bunk bed and one regular bed. But perhaps due to the size difference, this room had a large wardrobe that the other didn't. Keon, I don't really care about anything else, but I'm envious of this wardrobe. Chonghyun, then use it. The bottom shelf is an empty. Keon, why would I come all the way to this room just to get my clothes? Passing by the exasperated Kang Keon, the camera headed towards the single bed. Jiho, this is my spot. Chonghyun, why don't any of your bedding pieces match? Jiho, that's just how it ended up. A gray single sheet, a black mattress pad, and a mint-colored pillow were preserved exactly as they were when he woke up. Our Jiho really lives just as he is. Yiwol, you should replace your charger. Jiho, why? Yiwol, look at the charger's neck. Don't you feel sorry for it? As he glanced around, Kim Yiwol grabbed the frayed end of Choi Jiho's charger and gave it a shake. The dangling cord looked miserable. Jiho, I think there's electrical tape in Kang Keon's room. Yiwol, you shouldn't leave exposed wires like that. Just replace it. Even after that, Kim Yiwol nagged him at least 30 more times. Choi Jiho mostly ignored him, demonstrating his mastery of selective hearing. Lee Chonghyun seemed used to this whole situation. Keon, is there always this much friction in this room? Chonghyun, basically, we respect each other's freedom, but if cleanliness, safety, or our duties as idols are not upheld, then disciplinary action is taken. Jiho, this is my glasses case. Yiwol, is that all you have to show? Jiho, the receipt from the sports drink I bought yesterday. Yiwol, just throw that away. As if he came empty-handed and would leave empty-handed, there was nothing at Choi Jiho's spot. Kim Yiwol facepalmed. He must have been deeply impressed by his same-aged friend's lifestyle. Next up was Kim Yiwol's bed. The members peeked and poked their heads in from all directions. Juwoo, I'm curious. About your spot, Hyung. Keon, oh, me too. Yiwol, what's there to be curious about? Chonghyun, it's that, does this guy actually just sleep in his bed? Kind of curiosity. Keon, more accurately, does he even sleep? Kim Yiwol's bedding was a matching gray, as if it had been set up in a model home. There was a black faux leather journal planner next to his pillow, and on top of the journal were 2 stacks of palm-sized sticky notes. Ju, why do you have sticky notes there? Yiwol, so I can jot things down if something comes to mind when I lie down. Chonghyun, That's why you can't sleep early, Hyung-da. Lee Chong-hyun gave him a sharp rebuke. Between the beds, there was also a large suitcase. Song-bin, that suitcase is yours too, Hyung, right? The one you brought when you first came here, da. Yiwol, yeah. Chong-hyun, but Hyung, what's in the suitcase? At Lee Chong-hyun's question, Kim Yiwol looked at him as if asking why he would even ask such a thing. Chong-hyun, well, you put most of your belongings in the wardrobe or drawers. Wouldn't it be better to move the suitcase and make more space? Yiwol, it has my entire fortune. Why would I do that? Jiho, weren't you the one who said we shouldn't carelessly convert our assets into cash lest we get caught up in tax evasion allegations? Yiwol, because of you, if I don't open the bag, I'll look like a tax evading idol. Then, Kim Yiwol pulled out the suitcase. It seemed light, as if there wasn't much inside. When he opened the suitcase, a few clothes, a document folder, and an old-fashioned cell phone were visible. Yiwol, this is the cell phone I used until high school. Kim Yiwol brought the brick-like phone up close to the camera lens. Much greater than so you have to use a phone like that to get into S university? I'm literally watching your video on a smartphone right now. Reading the post that had just appeared on SNS, Baek Haewon looked alternately at the video, her phone, and the SNS post. She tucked away the rising guilt. Yiwol, these are my personal documents, and this is Spark's early debut plan. Chong-hyun, you actually filed all of this. Yiwol, it's a habit. Inside the open file were stacks of papers divided by index tabs. As Kim Yiwol flipped through the pages, the papers made a rustling sound. Among the quickly passing pages, she thought she saw something like absolutely opposed to Winter Boy written in red. She made a mental note to pause and rewatch that scene later. While Kim Yiwol put away his suitcase, Jong Song-bin, who had been lingering nearby, spoke up. Song-bin, maybe it's because you came in last? You have very little luggage. Hyun, that's not it. Hyung didn't bring much luggage when he first came either. Chong-hyun, he really just came with this one suitcase. Yiwol, it's because I'm a minimalist. Kim Yiwol replied with a chuckle. That smile was also screenshot-worthy. She would definitely capture it in high definition. Meanwhile, above the striving minimalist was a thriving maximalist. Jiho, can you even sleep here? Chong-hyun, I sleep soundly every night. Laptops, chargers, tablets, and a bunch of gadgets Baek Haewon couldn't even identify cluttered the bedside. The captions helpfully listed their names. Apparently, they were equipment used for music production. Yiwol, are you keeping it clean? Dusting regularly? Chong-hyun, of course. I sweep and dust diligently, so our Yiwol Hyung's spot doesn't get covered in dust. In addition to the devices, scattered across the bed were also books, workbooks, and notebooks. There was even a notebook with a torn cover, as if he'd slept on it. Juwoo, Chong-hyun. Chong-hyun, well, that's because I was waiting for inspiration to strike. Song-bin, you need to sleep well. You don't have to take after Yiwol Hyung in this. Yiwol, Song-bin. Kim Yiwol looked at his dongsing with a strange expression, but Jong Song-bin didn't seem to care. She felt a certain strength of a leader in that attitude. Then, the screen shifted back to the wall clock. Current time, 2 p.m. Half a day in Spark's life passes by like this. It's still only 2 p.m. Spark's dorm life was as packed as their muscles. Baek Haewon was moved to tears. Then, determined to capture screenshots before Part 2 came out, she quickly opened her screen capture program. 185. Chapter 185. The Woes of Office Workers. 1. Young-won, can you scrape together all the recent news on ZA Corporation? Even if it's about the chairman's wife changing her Ferrari from yellow to red. Anything. Yes, I understand. After assigning the ZA Corporation research to Do Young-won, Seung-won checked her monitor again. The graph was trending upwards. When team leader Ji checked it, there definitely weren't any issues that could cause losses. Ever since Ji Sanjin acknowledged her ability, the two had been working together quite well and achieving success after success. Their smooth collaboration had even earned them their recent incentive bonus. But now, the product that she and Ji Sanjin had carefully designed, now being heavily backed and pushed by my asset management, was flashing a warning sign just as they were about to launch it out in earnest. To others, ZA Corp's graph would probably appear red, but in Seung-won's eyes, it was clearly black. The names of companies whose stock prices would rise appeared red. The names of companies whose stock prices would fall appeared blue. And a black graph meant it's going to be suspended from trading. ZA Corp might end up as scrap paper. Because of funding issues, it meant delisting. MS, Hasia Mayong, you're a really good actress. I tried not to judge others, but I couldn't help but be impressed by Hasia Mayong's performance. Her flustered expression when falling in love, her flustered expression upon discovering a mistake, and her flustered expression when facing a major problem were all different. It just made me think that experience truly made a difference. Come to think of it, Choi Jiho and Kang Kian were also very expressive. The only expressions I could pull off were a joyful smile anticipating leaving work or a smile of pure happiness brought on by paycheck. But their smiles had a wider spectrum than that. Maybe that was why I received the mission to appear in my office, to study these kinds of things and improve our dance performance. I couldn't grasp the system's intentions, so I could only speculate. Even if my acting is kind of stuck in a rut, I do try to put my soul into it. In fact, I'd never been told that my expressions looked awkward or unnatural. Perhaps it was because the expectations for me weren't high, but at least it meant I was not a nuisance on screen. In that case, I was doing well enough on my own, but I still needed to find a direction to improve further. For example, diligently observing my seniors acting to find areas where I was lacking, or paying more attention to my interactions with others. Mr. Yiwol could you throw this away for me? Or keeping my seniors in a good mood. For Jang Junho, UA was his playground. So his antics were simple. As long as his family didn't find out, it was fine. That was Jang Junho's mindset. On the other hand, Gu Jahan tended to justify his actions. This is a filming site, and the main role at a filming site is the actors, and the set should revolve around the actors. That was his ideology. His tendency to pick fights with cast and crew who weren't actors by birth stemmed from the same logic. Although this was his first leading role, his pride from having worked in acting for over 10 years since becoming an adult seemed to play a part. He feels the need to discipline those who disrupt the sanctity of the filming set. And Gu Jahan's co-star was Hasia Mayong, a former idol. Although their starting points were different, their actual work experience differed by only a few years. Even when Gu Jahan blatantly showed his displeasure, Hasia Mayong didn't respond. In other words, the establishing dominance Gu Jahan wanted didn't happen. That kind of person only felt secure only when they had someone beneath them. For the sake of showing off. Look closely. If you make a mistake, you could be treated like this too if you mess up. That was Gu Jahan's goal. And I got caught in that show of dominance. How convenient. I was an active idol with only a few lines, yet I kept getting more screen time thanks to my senior idol-turned-actor taking care of me. And even the directors seemed to favor me. Mr. Yiwol, work hard. There are plenty of people who would kill for this position. Seriously, we need to stop idols from crossing over into acting. It lowers the quality of the work. Don't you feel that when you deliver your lines? Whenever we happened to be waiting together, Gu Jahan would constantly whisper these things to me. Anyone who saw us would think we were close, though no one would misunderstand, given how often Gu Jahan called me a lowly entertainer. But wasn't he being a bit hypocritical? Hasia Mayong was a better actor than him. If he was so envious of her double career, he should make a flashy idol debut himself. Because he was so annoying, I only pretended to listen, and Gu Jahan started giving me errands. Things like, oh that? I'm not holding anything right now, so toss mine too while you're at it. Or, could you bring my bag to the waiting room? One time, Hasia Mayong caught him, and the two of them got into a huge fight. Of all days, it was the day Gu Jahan had to confess his feelings to Hasia Mayong with the line, "Yes, I'm bothered by you, Miss Sean Guan. Are you satisfied?" I was so worried that the filming would be ruined that day. So, while I was grateful and felt sorry to Hasia Mayong, I had decided to just quietly go along with Gu Jahan's nonsense so as not to cause trouble for the production or Hasia Mayong. Gu Jahan felt the same way, perhaps judging that it wouldn't be beneficial to provoke the lead actress, Hasia Mayong. He now only bothered me when she was filming. Mr. Yiwol, about that coffee I asked you to throw out earlier, did you already get rid of it? Yes, I just threw it away. Oh, you already threw it away? Gu Jahan frowned as if troubled. You told me to throw it away quickly, Jack *SS. He was getting on my nerves. I'd been living so peacefully since things calmed down at UA. Come to think of it, I think I left my personal cup holder on it. At that, he stopped talking. Silence followed. It was obvious what he wanted to say. Is it important? Yes, it's a gift from a fan. I need to find it. So, it's something your fan gave you, and now I have to find it. I really thought I'd never go trash diving again after leaving the Hampyeong industry. What a fool I was. I'll look for it, Sunbeam. I replied with a bright smile. What workplace doesn't have its share of jerks? This is just how everyone gets by. Although it varied from set to set, on the set of In My Office, large plastic bags were used as trash cans. Even though they separated their waste, the amount of trash produced by dozens of people was always enormous. And I was currently searching through those trash bags to find a disposable takeout cup that might have belonged to Gu Jahan. What a pain. In the first place, if it really had some kind of unique cup holder, I wouldn't have missed it and thrown it away. He probably just made something up to mess with me. Nevertheless, there was only one reason why I was doing this. I couldn't tarnish the group's name at someone else's workplace. Unfortunately, the actions of one celebrity often became representative of all celebrities. If I defied Gu Jahan, tomorrow's entertainment news would be filled with headlines like Idol's excessive insubordination, impacting not only his main career, but also the acting world. I'd been in the news enough times unintentionally to know this. I have to make it through 12 episodes to get the proficiency, so I can't get kicked off midway like someone else. As I grumbled and tried to reorganize the messed up recycling, my hands and feet were constantly busy. System, I'm being a good moral citizen, so can't you give me something? My pants were soaked in coffee, and I was still patiently sorting through paper cup holders without snapping. But the system didn't show up. F the system. F it all. Instead of the system, someone else showed up. Mr. Yiwol, you haven't found it yet? Yeah, this guy Gu Jahan. Why? You gonna give me a reward if I find it, you bastard? No, Sunbae. Nothing special's turned up. Ah, guess I was mistaken then. Even then, Gu Jahan didn't apologize or say thank you for my effort. I was genuinely curious. What do people like this gain from this kind of behavior? The simple pleasure of tormenting others? Isn't that something you're supposed to outgrow in elementary school? Many thoughts crossed my mind, but I still had to navigate the social landscape of the workplace. I tried my best to smile brightly and innocently as I replied. I'm glad you didn't lose anything important, Sunbeam. Maybe that backfired. Gu Jahan's expression only worsened. Mr. Yiwol, don't you have any pride? Excuse me. Is it because you're an idol? Gotta keep that smile on for appearances, huh? Can't even show when you're pissed. What does that have to do with being an idol? Does he think regular people want to show how annoyed they are at work? There are probably about 50 million people in South Korea alone who are burdened with the woes of hiding their true feelings. If you're going to pick a fight, at least come up with a better excuse. What a load of crap. I tried sending a telepathic message, but it didn't reach Gu Jahan. His mouth continued to babble incessantly. You grin no matter what I ask you to do. You come running whenever someone calls you. You poke around and touch everything like someone desperate for praise. You really think that means you're doing well. Equals I hate that even in a tough work environment, you're smiling, getting along with everyone, stepping up to help out, and actually making it work. Wasn't that what he was saying? That was what it sounded like to me. If he was so jealous, he should bring cable ties and tie some LAN cables himself. I'd already told the Spark members that it was a sin for idols not to smile, and I had no intention of being the only one not managing my expressions. Not going when someone called you was just being socially inept. I silently pulled my foot out of the trash bag. Gu Jahan, watching me, said, "Any day now, you're going to be flipping over and showing your belly in front of the director. Just like my dog does." Gu Jahan, who had long crossed the line of decency as a colleague, had now crossed the line as a human being. Who knows, Mr. Yiwol? Maybe you'll get a few more lines out of it. So really, what did he hope to gain by insulting others in such a lowbrow manner? 186. Chapter 186. The Woes of Office Workers, 2. The path to becoming an actor was never easy. It was the same for Gu Jahan. After deciding to pursue acting, he worked hard to persuade his parents and attended an acting academy. He couldn't go to a performing arts university because he started late, but after joining an agency, he steadily worked his way up from supporting roles to finally landing a lead role. But for some, it was incredibly easy. Why are there two former idols in the cast? Come on, Mr. Jahan. Ms. Sia Myong is a good actress. But the other one is a Complete rookie. Aren't they from the same agency? It feels like forced packaging. He'd even considered withdrawing from the drama. But it wasn't like he could just throw away his first ever lead role over something like this. Fortunately, they weren't too bothersome on set. Except for the fact that the rookie idol, Kim Yiwol, appeared too frequently, there were no major issues. Young people always wanted to stand out, so it wasn't difficult to understand. At least, not until the lead actor, Ha Seung, openly started favoring Kim Yiwol. It started with a minor disagreement between Gu Jahan and Ha Seung. Jahan, regarding this part of the conversation. Let's each do our own thing. It's just exchanging lines anyway. Excuse me. What was there to gain from coordinating with a non-professional? Gu Jahan had no intention of taking a loss or wasting time. When Gu Jahan refused to cooperate, Ha Seung found an alternative. Mr. Yiwol, how about we add a little more to this conversation? You mean ad-libbing? If we consider the next development. He thought they were playing around. This wasn't a playground. It was ridiculous. Whatever they did on set, since the sequence length was fixed, it would all be edited out anyway. So he decided to ignore them. Or rather, he intended to. Young-han, no? I'm sorry. Let's do that again. But he failed. The messy atmosphere made it hard to get even a simple line right. With no discipline on set, everything fell apart. It's Young-won, Sunbeam. Kim Yiwol said softly, annoyed by his attitude. As if trying to teach him something trivial, Gu Jahan pretended not to hear and waited for his manager to bring the script. Unaware of Gu Jahan's complex feelings, the gossip mongers, who existed everywhere, chattered freely behind his back. Gu Jahan is so arrogant, seriously. Doesn't he know that he only got the role after all the first-choice actors passed on it? Of course he knows. He's just being a jerk. He only got the role because of his height. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't even be considered for a lead. The guy's been in the industry forever, and this is his first lead role. Doesn't that say it all? Gu Jahan let the sharp-edged words of the staff slide right past him. Such insignificant people. Staff were easy to hire, but actors were different. The amount of damage incurred by replacing an actor was substantial. Actors had a completely different price tag. The staff, unaware that he was listening to everything, continued their conversation excitedly. Those idols too. If they just filmed their parts and left, things would go much faster, but they keep dragging out the filming. Who's worse, the 10-year veteran Gu Jahan who keeps making NGs, or Ha Seung's side? Damn it, they're all the same. Those kinds of people never hesitated to badmouth anyone, anywhere. Their gossiping habit never changed. Pathetic lives. Rather than calling them out and reprimanding them, Gu Jahan chose to simply ignore them. Then, about a month into filming. Wow. How can Gu Jahan still not act after a month of filming with that many lines? They say he's a slow starter. Though I have no idea when he plans on starting. *CK, it looks like he'll start at the wrap party. Gu Jahan once again found himself facing a situation where people were talking behind his back. As he expected, they were still the same. They loved to gossip and had loose lips. But something had changed. Is that Kim Yiwol going to continue acting? Probably. He's doing quite well, without any issues. And he works hard. He doesn't seem to have a defiant bone in his body. I heard he's just naturally respectful. And diligent. How much can you trust rumors in this industry? At least here, it's believable. He doesn't mess up his lines like someone. It's true. It's amazing he hasn't made any NGs. The kid knows how to use his head, so even the assistant director hasn't yelled at him once. He didn't want praise from those kinds of people. Praise was only satisfying when it came from someone of a certain caliber. But he couldn't help but be suspicious. Why? During that same month, neither he nor Kim Yiwol had changed, so why was only Kim Yiwol receiving favorable reviews? It was probably around that time that Kim Yiwol started to become a real nuisance. Gu Jahan wanted to see Kim Yiwol break. As an actor who had to deliver sincere performances, he intended to confront the face beneath the disgustingly fake mask and say, "This is the real you, isn't it? I see right through you." Perhaps because he was an idol, Kim Yiwol didn't crumble easily. He had a smiling face no matter what he was asked to do. Just a kid in his early 20s. He must be like that because he only received praise from his fans and had never heard a harsh word in his life. It was laughable, like watching a flower grown in a greenhouse. Gu Jahan sneered. "Any day now, you're going to be flipping over and showing your belly in front of the director. Just like my dog does." Who knows, Mr. Yiwol? Maybe you'll get a few more lines out of it. For a very brief moment, Kim Yiwol's eyes darkened. Truly a fleeting moment, a fraction of a second. Just now, almost as soon as Gu Jahan registered the anomaly, Kim Yiwol smiled awkwardly. A pure, innocent smile, without a trace of sarcasm. Well, I don't know about that. Kim Yiwol brushed off his wet pant leg. Then, he bowed politely and left. For some reason, Gu Jahan felt like he had seen himself in Kim Yiwol. Or more specifically, it was like looking at himself when he silently judged the gossiping staff, thinking such insignificant people about the staff who were secretly bad-mouthing him. Looking down on people? Who does he think he is? That was flat-out disrespect. As his senior, Gu Jahan had every right to call out Kim Yiwol's attitude. Gu Jahan hurriedly followed after Kim Yiwol. But just as he turned the corner, a voice forced him to hide behind the wall. Director, did you enjoy your lunch? Yeah. It seemed Kim Yiwol was facing a director, either from the lighting or the sound department. Hey, Mr. Yiwol. Yes, director. The director called Kim Yiwol again. Right. So it wasn't just the main PD or the assistant director that Kim Yiwol was trying to butter up. The way he acted as if something terrible would happen if anyone didn't praise him was truly a sight to behold. That toned-down thing, or whatever. Can you ask them to go harder on it? Why should I be getting stressed out because of you? Are you talking about my skin tone? I was told this was sufficient, but should it be darker? Sufficient, my foot. You have to look like a human being for the picture to be good. You look like a corpse. Go see a doctor or something. Yes. Oh, I'm not like the PD, threatening to leak things to the press, right? I'm not saying this because I hate you. For a moment, Gu Jahan's mind went blank. He had thought he was the only one being strict with Kim Yiwol on this set. Everyone was strangely lenient towards Kim Yiwol, so he thought he should at least say something to prevent him from taking this industry lightly. Any day now, you're going to be flipping over and showing your belly in front of the director. You look like a corpse. Go see a doctor or something. What was the difference between what he said and what that person said? And, thank you for your concern. I'll relay your message to the makeup artist. At least it's not something serious. That's a relief. Why did Kim Yiwol seem so used to this kind of situation? Gu Jahan's steps turned towards the corner. As he rounded the corner, he saw the director walking along nonchalantly and Kim Yiwol slowly straightening up after bowing. Even though the director's back was turned, there was no trace of anger or any other emotion on Kim Yiwol's face. He suddenly remembered a line Ha Mayong had delivered as Sean Guan. He couldn't remember it exactly. What was it? It was, definitely, F***CK. How embarrassing. Gu Jahan immediately called his manager. Hey, are you in the car? Do you have the last episode script for in my office there? Fortunately, all the scripts were in the car. Although they were crumpled from being stuffed in the back seat, Gu Jahan could read the part he was looking for without difficulty. Guan. Shouting, someone like you, team leader, wouldn't understand how ordinary employees like us feel. When a superior sighs, it's not that we don't hear it, we just pretend not to. And when we look like we're okay even after being chewed out, it's not because we, the youth of today, lack responsibility and are unaffected, it's because we're pretending to be okay. She shouts in frustration. We can't act however we feel at work. That's what being part of society means. Beneath Ji Sanjin's dry lines, Sean Guan shouted again. Guan. It's not because we're stupid that we endure, and it's not because we lack courage that we don't speak up. We endure even when it's unfair and dirty. No one has the right to look down on that. Smiling bitterly. By the way, team leader, it took a lot of courage for me to say this too. Because when it's truly time to raise our voices, we have to. In this scene, Ji Sanjin began to see Sean Guan in a different light. Then what about Gu Jahan himself? Acting is a sacred craft of portraying the most human aspects through the most mechanical methods. Gu Jahan, who had entered the acting world because he couldn't forget a senior actor's words, was given the role of the arrogant team leader, Ji Sanjin. Ha Mayong, who was bold, proactive, and never hesitated to speak her mind, was given the role of Sean Guan. And Kim Yiwol was given the role of the quiet, socially adept youngest member of a promising team in a large company. Was Gu Jahan given the role of Ji Sanjin because he was lead actor material, or was it simply because his arrogance made him a good fit for portraying Ji Sanjin? Conversely, was Kim Yiwol's social adeptness a means of survival, or simply his personality? Or maybe, was it simply the most polished, humane version of himself that he had learned to become, just to blend into human society? Kim Yiwol's went pant-flashed in Gu Jahan's mind again. So did those deep, unwavering eyes. He felt ashamed. 187. Chapter 187. End of short-term project. Team leader. No, I mean director. Congratulations on your promotion. Thank you. I look forward to continuing to work with you. Team leader Cian. The two leads shook hands. Everyone around them applauded in celebration. A refreshing cut sound rang out. It was the end of In My Office, which had drawn a tumultuous love line like a stock graph. It was a happy ending for everyone. This person and that person got promoted, got married, and my asset management rose to the top of the industry. Not a bad production overall, though how much the editing would support it was another matter. Today, with the last scene filmed, the entire In My Office production crew moved to a barbecue restaurant. It wasn't easy to find seating for such a large group. Once everyone was finally settled, the chief director raised his glass. All right, anyone without a glass, hurry up and grab one. The tables became busy. As usual, I, the youngest, was expertly filling soju glasses when a familiar hand entered my line of sight. Gu Jahan had sat down next to me. I was about to get up smoothly, saying I'd go pour some drinks, when the director's toast rang out from afar. I'll start the toast. To our stocks. Let's hit the upper limit. As the short toast wishing for a surge in stock prices ended, the sound of clinking glasses filled the air. This was similar to the Hampiong Industries toast. May our company go bankrupt. For the record, I made that one up. Since moving seats seemed impossible, I gave up and toasted with the people at our table. Mr. Yiwol, you worked hard on your first project. Not at all. Everyone took good care of me, so I was able to adapt quickly. The senior team members under team leader G filled my glass to the brim. They loved me too much. It was overflowing, quite literally. Still, Gu Jahan is the lead. Isn't it a bit awkward that they're taking care of me first? It was one of those situations where you just had to read the room. So I thought, screw it, and down the soju in one go. The sharp scent of alcohol hit my nose. Indeed. As I carefully set down my glass, Gu Jahan spoke, and he tilted the bottle towards me. Mr. Yiwol, you did well. Words of encouragement? From Gu Jahan? To me? This guy wasn't the type to care about appearances. Until recently, he was acting like he would die if he couldn't pick a fight with me, but lately, he'd been surprisingly trouble-free. He must have realized he crossed a line. What? You don't want a drink from me? Not at all. Thank you, I'll gladly accept. Gu Jahan filled my glass. 3/4 full. A perfect amount for a friendly exchange, without any malice. Can I pour you a drink too? Sure. Gu Jahan emptied his remaining soju and offered me his glass. I reciprocated by filling it to the same level. As the alcohol kicked in, the mood quickly turned lively. I was the only one stuck in a weird vibe, grilling the meat like a pro part-timer. It was Ha Siamayong, who came over from another table to greet us, that broke the awkward silence. All our team members are here. Everyone worked so hard. Ms. Siamayong, where have you been? Everyone's here. I almost felt bad that you weren't with us. I sat with my family. Come on, family over work, right? Oh, that table. They didn't bring the son-in-law G. Don't even get me started. This guy's having an affair with his work and is on the verge of divorce. The kind of jokes you could only make off the record flew freely around the table. Only former son-in-law, soon-to-be cheater Gu Jahan quietly ate his meat. Our magne Mr. Yiwol also worked hard. It's sad that I won't be seeing you often now. Do I have to wait until Sparks come back? Then I guess we better make that comeback fast. Do an 8-week music show promotion. You have to milk the drama wave. Hasia Mayong said with a serious face. As expected of an industry senior, she knew how to seize an opportunity. Mr. Gu Jahan, would you like a drink? Hasia Mayong asked her partner, with whom she'd had a lot of trouble but managed to finish the project on good terms. Sure. Everyone clapped at the not-quite friendship, not-quite true shot between the main couple. That Gu Jahan guy, he's all grown up. Feeling strangely satisfied, I also emptied my soju glass. The company dinner was long. Very, very long. Since becoming an idol, I'd become accustomed to Spark, a group with minors, leaving early, so it took some time to adjust to a dinner that stretched into the early morning hours. Mr. Yiwol, you're lasting a long time. I'm pacing myself. Are you okay, assistant director? Yeah, I'm fine. The assistant director struggled to pick up noodles with a single chopstick. It seemed another person would be heading home soon. Honestly, I wanted to go home too. No one was forcing me to drink. But after being told by Manager Nam to U-turn back after leaving a company dinner early, just the thought of leaving early made me feel shackled. My body simply wouldn't move. The food was delicious, but I couldn't eat too much because I was trying to build muscle. So all I could do was accept the offered drinks at a reasonable pace and make my presence known. Considering that Jong Song-bin was able to appear on Genre Swap, thanks to my connection with Nuri, that Polo gave me a radio appearance because he thought highly of me, and that Ha Siamayong took care of me more often thanks to Ms. Eun's request. My conclusion was that I should make my face known, since who knew what opportunities might come my way. Up to that point, things were fine. I wasn't going to get knocked out from drinking, and the crowd had thinned quite a bit. The problem was, Mr. Yiwol, you're a strong drinker. Really? I haven't had much experience with drinking parties yet, so I wouldn't know, haha. Are you going to the third round too? Well, if the Sunbainims go, I'll go too. This Gu Jahan guy had been needlessly sticking to me. I couldn't understand why he was doing this. It made me uncomfortable. He's clearly been drinking a lot. His face was beet red, and he kept casually striking up conversation, but I couldn't read his intentions, so that made it more irritating. If I ask him if he's going to the third round, he'll probably make a fuss about why I'm calling him my senior, and if I don't ask, he'll probably complain that I'm ignoring him even though he's asking me a question. A total lose-lose. I was just about ready to fake being drunk and pass out when Gu Jahan suddenly went quiet. After a long pause, Gu Jahan spoke. Follow me. With that, he left the restaurant. I thought he'd turned over a new leaf, but was he calling me out to scold me again? Or to threaten me to never set foot in the industry again? Honestly, I didn't care. After dealing with Deputy Nam and Yu Han-soo, I wasn't afraid of anything anymore. I told Ha Siamayong. Jahan Sunbae called me. I'll be back in a bit, and went outside. Gu Jahan, who was smoking, saw me come out and asked, Do you smoke? No. You look like a chain smoker. I'd heard that a lot. More people actually said I looked like I'd smoked cigars. Not sure what the difference was, but whatever. After hearing that I didn't smoke, he stubbed his cigarette out on the ground. Just then, a van pulled into the alley. The passenger side window rolled down, and someone poked their head out. Mr. Jahan, did I keep you waiting? Not really. Just open the door. It must be Gu Jahan's manager. He probably planned to put me in the car and dump me somewhere. I really should have signed up for that jiu-jitsu class sooner. Or followed Choi Ji-ho to action school, or something. Mr. Yiwol, unlike me, who was hesitating and trying to assume a defensive stance, Gu Jahan leaned into the car. He rummaged around inside, and then handed me something. Take this. It was a neatly packaged shopping bag. Is this like, fill this with cash if you don't want to be forced onto a deep-sea fishing boat, or something like that? But there was something inside. I opened it cautiously and saw a set of clothes, a top and bottom, wrapped in plastic. Why are you giving me this? You ruined your pants. I suddenly remembered that day. The day Gu Jahan gave me those ridiculous errands, and I ended up soaking my pants with leftover drinks. Looking inside the heavy shopping bag, I asked, There's a top too? The employee said it was a matching set. Just take it. So, is this an apology? Is he saying sorry for making me run errands that day? I was going to give it to you when you were leaving, but you, little punk, just keeps drinking like a champ. So that was why he was interrogating me about going to the third round. I figured he wasn't the type to stay long at a company dinner, so I had wondered why he was still there. It looked expensive, but I didn't say that out loud. I didn't want to be modest about a gift I was receiving as an apology. Yes, I'll wear them well. Okay. Gu Jahan replied, looking away. He seemed embarrassed. He had a quick word with his manager, saying he'd be right back after saying goodbye. Meanwhile, out of habit, I picked up the cigarette, but Gu Jahan had stubbed out. What are you doing? That's dirty. It's okay, it's a habit. Ideally, the one who threw it should pick it up. But I didn't want to be the kind of person who ignored a potential fire hazard either. Gu Jahan's face turned bright red, like he'd been burned. Give it to me. Huh, give it. I'll take it, and throw it away myself. Gu Jahan snatched the cigarette butt from my hand. Then, fuming, He went back into the restaurant, and after what must have been a very brief farewell, he came back out 30 seconds later with his coat. Without another word, Gu Jahan got into the car and left. I stared blankly at the shopping bag in my hand. I received an apology from a person who wasn't facing a promotion, public scrutiny, or fear of repercussions. A sincere apology of his own volition. So there are people who can reflect on their actions. I was surprised. It was a strange feeling, but it wasn't unpleasant. It would have been a beautiful and happy ending if the story ended here. But unfortunately, my ill-fated relationship with Gu Jahan didn't end in front of the barbecue restaurant. Jong Songbin, who was knowledgeable about clothing brands, turned pale as a sheet upon recognizing the price of the clothes I received. Is this an expensive brand? I've never heard of it. It's very expensive. It's a brand that came to Korea a couple of years ago. Just one pair of socks from this brand costs. After hearing his muttering, I immediately called Gu Jahan. And in one breath, I said, "Yes, is this Mr. Gu Jahan? About the pants I wore that day, they were just regular pants, but what you gave me looks like it's lined with gold. I'm not the type to covet expensive things, so I'll return them." I figured he would have bought something reasonably pricey, considering my situation as a celebrity. Since I was the one receiving the apology, I didn't think I needed to grovel and say, "Oh my, such nice clothes." But this was too much. The price went way beyond what I was comfortable with. If I didn't set the record straight now, it'd come back to bite me later. I knew you'd do this, so I removed all the tags. Just wear them. If you give me your account number, I'll... What? So you can pay for those pants. Would you even wear them after that? I wouldn't. Maybe I'd make Choi Ji-ho wear them for his commute. Go sleep. The call ended, leaving behind the lingering smell of alcohol and a set of expensive new clothes. In my office came to an end. 188. Chapter 188. Office Open. Part 2-1. I'm back. As soon as I returned from the variety show meeting we had scheduled before the drama aired, the guys in the living room rushed over in a group. "Welcome back. Give me your bag. Did everything go okay?" Jong Songbin asked. "Yeah, nothing special. Apparently, we were going to get our fortunes told together, in line with Seungwan's concept of seeing the future of the stock market. I hadn't had my fortune told before, so I was looking forward to it, even though I was called the idol more accurate than a fortune-telling octopus and Yiwol Hyungnim. Please channel the spirits again on soccer forums. I doubted I'd get scolded at the fortune-tellers for pretending to commune with my ancestors in front of the members. But why are you all gathered in the living room? The second part of our dorm self-filmed content is being uploaded today. We were getting ready to watch it together. Because I pestered them, saying the sooner the following content was released, the better, they decided to upload the video 3 days earlier than usual. I remember that. I do, but don't you all have things to do? As far as I know, you guys shouldn't have this much free time. Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kion should be finalizing the choreography for the new song. Park Juwa's cover song Cool Down should have reset, so he should be preparing to film his self-filmed content, and Lee Chong-hyun should be working on the arrangement for the B-side track. Not to mention Jong Songbin, who was busy with his studies. And yet, you dare to try to watch me tube together? I shouldn't have stayed silent to spare them the stress. I was seriously about to rip the password off the shared laptop to restore order in this dangerously relaxed group. The schedule's on track. We've been managing things so nothing falls through, so don't worry. Huh? Jong Songbin smiled. Really? We've been sharing and monitoring the timetable, and there haven't been any delays. You guys made a timetable? With 0 OA certifications between you? Except for one. You're all frail high schoolers with nothing but muscles? Do I have to go to UA and cause a scene again? Just as I was about to put my shoes back on, ready to throw a fit, Jong Songbin grabbed my arm. No. We suggested that it would be good to have something like that, and a dedicated team made it for us. They even input all the data. Hyung told us not to scatter platforms, so we just added a page to the doc we've been using. Lee Chong-hyun added. They were working efficiently, communicating well with the company, and not causing trouble. At this rate, the group might not disband even without me. Maybe this time, I'd actually get to see Spark's 7th anniversary livestream. It was a touching thought. But the group running smoothly was one thing, and getting what was rightfully mine was another. So what's the shared laptop password? Don't you think it's time you told me? At my words, they exchanged glances. The final decision rested with Jong Songbin, the leader. Zhang Songbin, with a resigned smile as if he had no choice, said, "It's 0000000. 6 zeros. It was that simple. Honestly, I thought you'd have tried it at least once. How could you not guess it?" Lee Chonghyun's words hurt my pride. Kim Yiwol's intuition had dulled. I might not look like it, but I was someone who had even cracked PC passwords left by resigned employees. I tried the debut date and other things, but it didn't work. Why 0000000? It's too vulnerable security-wise. We rarely take the shared laptop outside anyway. If it's too difficult, Jiho Hyung will forget it, and he'll have to write it on a sticky note and put it under the laptop. You guys are openly mocking me now? From the room, I heard Choi Jiho's voice. He had ears like a hawk. He never missed it when people were talking about him. But Spark is 6 minus 1 is equal to 0. So 6 zeros. Lee Chonghyun exclaimed brightly. 6 to 1. Not 5 to 1, not 5 plus 1. I thought 5 of you could manage just fine. But apparently, none of you have even considered that possibility. Hyung, what's wrong? Park Ju-woo asked cautiously. His gaze was fixed on my face. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just bad at math. Especially subtraction. Even more so when it came to relationships. I didn't know who to subtract or how to fill the space when someone left. So I'd rather 6 minus 1 still equals 5. Simple, with no footnotes attached. The timetable on doc was neat and easy to read. The members didn't even need to check it off themselves. Our manager decided to take care of it all. At this rate, we'll need to hire another manager. With me off and away for outside shoots, the burden on manager Chan Young had gotten heavier. The more active Spark became, the more difficult it would be for a single manager to handle everything. I could write the job posting perfectly, but I had decided to minimize my involvement in company matters unless necessary. I'd put this aside for now. Right on cue, a new update popped up on the group account. Much greater than at @SPARC_official. Leaving already? Stay for dinner since you're here. Let's hang out a little longer. We'll show you lots of fun stuff. Spark, 2x09xx, come visit our dorm EP2. The video should be up soon. It's really up. Jiho Hyung, come out. Let's watch the self-filmed content. Lee Chonghyun boisterously called out to Choi Jiho. And Choi Jiho obediently crawled out of his room. I was still a bit awkward around him, to be honest. But regardless of my awkwardness, Choi Jiho, with an indifferent expression, pushed up his glasses and settled into his usual spot at the edge of the sofa. I sat on the floor at the far end, diagonally opposite Choi Jiho. Park Ju-woo, displaced from his usual spot, wandered around before settling into my usual spot. Where did we leave off last time? The room tour. So literally halfway through. As Kang Keon pointed out, after the opening of Spark's self-filmed content, a short recap of the previous video showed them having breakfast, exercising, and exploring their rooms. What did we do after that? Choi Jiho.